He would rather suffer himself than let Linji be in any discomfort. What are you talking about, Uncle Lin? Linji patted his shoulder. During this period in the Imperial City, I wasn't in a dire situation. After all, the princess was backing us, and I also did some small business, earning some silver. We're not so hard-pressed. As for these rotten vegetables, just throw them away. From now on, Uncle Lin, we'll eat what you eat. The elder steward still wanted to refuse. Xiaolian directly took his hand. Steward, don't say any more. If you keep talking, the young master might take out more silver. Do you want the young master to do that? No. The elder steward shook his head repeatedly. He had no choice but to follow Xiaolian out of the general's residence. Yu Yin couldn't help but sigh upon seeing this. Young general, there will always be such loyal people around you. I never expected him to stay here for so long. Even with poor food and clothing, he never wavered. I'm becoming more and more curious about what kind of person General Lin is. My old man was, of course, a man of war. Linji couldn't help but laugh. Let's go. We should discuss the important matters. After all, he had a 7-day agreement with the Yuzhou prefect. If he truly accomplished nothing within these 7 days, he would become a complete scapegoat. The Yuzhou prefect was now in need of someone to take the blame. How could Linji allow such a thing to happen? Entering the hall, the two sat down. Yu Luoyu brewed a pot of tea for them. Although the tea wasn't great, it didn't matter. This was a critical period, and there was no need for such luxurious treatment. Handling the important matters was the most crucial. Chapter 166. Disadvantages can turn into advantages. What do you think about the 7-day agreement? Yu Yin asked seriously. In fact, during this flag agreement, we only need to find a way to win one battle. This will allow the local people, including Governor Yang, to see our capabilities, Linji said earnestly. No one in the world can become a fat man overnight. There is no doubt about this. The key issue now is that they cannot stabilize the northern border solely with the 2,000 used troops. Although there are indeed other garrisons in this area, judging from Governor Yang's attitude, it is clear that he may not provide any assistance. In other words, Governor Yang still needs some troops to protect his own life. If the Huns really attack Yuzhou City, these 20,000 to 30,000 troops are enough to help him escape. But here, being unfamiliar with the terrain and having only 2,000 men, I'm really not sure if we can win the first battle, Yu Yin said with concern in his eyes. They say that a new official's first 3 moves are crucial. Sometimes, the first battle really needs to be won. Otherwise, why should others believe in your strength? It's already a losing battle to begin with. If we start by losing another round, unless we are truly loyal, everyone would have already fled. So, we must prepare thoroughly within these 7 days. We must win, not lose. Linji said decisively. 30,000 men have their uses, and 20,000 men have their tactics. Even with only 2,000 men, it doesn't mean we can't do anything. We just need the people of Yuzhou to see our capabilities. Even if we annihilate a small enemy unit, it counts as a victory. This is not difficult for Linji. Moreover, when he was a sales manager, he faced similar situations. Some people with a budget of 100,000 can buy 100,000 worth of goods. Others with only 20,000 in budget don't mean they have no purchasing power. A sales manager doesn't only serve the rich. For most people, being of average means is the norm. But the problem is, we know nothing about the situation here. We don't even know where to start, Yu Yin sighed. He certainly hoped to help Linji and the used troops out of their predicament. But reality and imagination are always different. The used troops are completely unfamiliar with the northern situation, and now it's as if they are groping in the dark. Isn't that what I'm here for? Linji said with a meaningful smile. Young general, did you arrange for people to gather information during your absence? Did you investigate the situation here? Yu Yin asked in surprise. During the military exercises at Songlong Mountain, Linji was so astute that he seemed to foresee the future. Could he be about to create another legend now? If that's the case, they could indeed alleviate the current crisis. Do you really think I'm a god? Linji rolled his eyes. The situation in Yuzhou City is much more complex than I imagined. And after being away for so long, even if I knew something, it would be outdated. Moreover, the person who stayed in Yuzhou City at that time was not the current him. That profligate son only knew how to indulge in pleasures and would never have thought of changing the situation. If he had been slightly useful, the Northern Border Army wouldn't have fallen into such a state after Lin Zhenqiu's disappearance. How could the Rong and Hun tribes dare to harass the northern border of the Great Xia dynasty? Then what should we do? Yu Yan's voice was tinged with disappointment. Don't be so disheartened. After all, you're a general, and now we are indeed at the best opportunity, Lin Ji said meaningfully. How so? We have no men, no weapons, no support, nothing. We're no different from bandits and robbers, Yu Yan sighed. The reason bandits and robbers cannot last long is because their logistics are too poor. The only difference between the Yu's troops and them now is that the Yu's troops are officially dispatched to the border by the court. That's it. Think about it. Why do the Huns and Rong tribes repeatedly infringe upon our northern border? Lin Ji asked seriously. Because of General Lin and the Northern Border Army's disappearance. Yu Yan blurted out. But it's not just that. They must also know that the court has not sent troops, so they have become more and more audacious. Now that our arrival in Yuzhou City is likely known to the Huns and Rong, but because we only have 2,000 men, they don't take us seriously. And this is our best advantage, Lin Ji said with firm eyes. Why do many heroes and great figures often fall into a ditch? Usually, it's the insignificant characters who bring them down. Some say it's because the barefoot are not afraid of the shot. Others say it's because of good luck. But in Lin Ji's view, good luck is also the result of accumulated efforts. Just like spending 2 yuan to buy a lottery ticket. Everyone wants to win big with a small investment. But how many people can actually win? Those who win might indeed be lucky, but they might also have long-term attention to the lottery, allowing them to choose the most likely winning numbers. There are no free lunches in this world. Many miracles occur because of luck, but also because of long-term lurking. It's precisely because no one pays attention to them that they have endless possibilities and opportunities. Otherwise, if they were targeted from the beginning, how could they have the time to recuperate and grow stronger? Now, the Huns and Rong must have infiltrated Yuzhou City. And we just need to gather clues and information within 2 days to understand the movements of the foreign tribes. As long as we can thwart one of their attacks, it will be an unprecedented victory for us, Lin Ji said decisively. What they need most now is to establish enough prestige in Yuzhou City. Not only should Governor Yang see it, but also the surrounding people. The northern border is home to millions of people. Although many have been displaced by war and have moved south, it doesn't mean everyone is willing to leave their homeland. Yu Yan suddenly understood upon hearing this. So that's it, young general. It seems you had already planned everything before coming here? Otherwise, how could you have thought of a countermeasure so quickly after agreeing to Governor Yang's 7-day agreement? Chapter 167. Longing Across Distances. Even Yu Yan admitted that he couldn't compare to Lin Ji in this aspect. You're making me blush with your compliments, Lin Ji said, rubbing his nose. Everyone thinks your skin is as thick as a wall, and now you're saying you're embarrassed? Do you think I'll believe that? Yu Yan couldn't help but tease. Hey, I'm trying to find a way out of our predicament, and you're mocking me? Yu Yan, that's not like you. Who have you been hanging out with? Lin Ji said, feeling a bit helpless. Isn't that how the princess always talks to you? Don't bring up things that are better left unsaid, Lin Ji retorted, feeling even more helpless. Speaking of Li Qingyue, he wondered how she was doing in the capital. With her status as a princess, as long as she stayed out of court politics, the Emperor Li Jingjin wouldn't let her suffer. But with the title of Lin Ji's fiancée, would it make her situation worse? Are you missing the princess, General? I always saw you two bickering in the capital, Yu Yan probed, his eyes full of teasing. Nonsense. Why would I, a man, miss a woman? Lin Ji blurted out, but Li Qingyue's cold image appeared in his mind, and he felt a tinge of worry. All right, let's stop talking about this. We need to figure out how to deal with our current situation. In the capital, The general's residence had become somewhat desolate after Lin Ji's departure, but for Li Qingyue, it didn't make much difference. Her days were still filled with reading, playing the qin, and enjoying tea amidst flowers. In this era, women of noble birth had a much better life than ordinary women, learning various arts like music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Even though Princess Anning wasn't favored by the emperor, these basic comforts were always provided. "Why don't you move back to the palace, Your Highness?" Suibo asked softly, following her. Since Lin Ji left, Li Qingyue had secluded herself in the general's residence, rarely stepping out. If not for her presence, no one would believe the renowned princess lived here. Even the emperor had issued an edict allowing her to return to the palace, but Li Qingyue remained unmoved. "I prefer the peace and quiet here over the power struggles and intrigues of the harem," she said. "Is that so?" Suibo asked casually. "What? Don't you believe me?" "No, I just think there might be another reason you're staying here." "And what might that be?" "You're worried that after the young general left, some people in the court might try to take over the general's residence. By staying here, you're protecting it." In other words, as a princess, Li Qingyue was guarding the general's residence for Lin Ji. If anyone wants it, let them take it. If the general's residence is lost, it's only because Lin Ji couldn't protect it. What does it have to do with me? Suibo looked up. "Your Highness, is that really how you feel? Or is there another reason? Like, maybe you've really fallen for the young general?" "Suibo." Li Qingyue suddenly stopped and turned to him, her face showing anger but her eyes betraying a hint of panic. "Please forgive me, Your Highness. I only said this for your sake." "What do you mean?" "I've been with you for many years, and I've seen how the emperor treats you. To be blunt, the young general treats you even better than your own father. If one day you and the young general could be happily married, it wouldn't be a bad thing." Suibo spoke earnestly. As a guard, he should be loyal and refrain from speaking out of turn. But after so long, even a dog would develop feelings, let alone a human. Suibo had long since regarded Li Qingyue as his own niece, genuinely hoping for her to have a good future. In the past, Lin Ji was infamous, seen as frivolous and rash, but after spending so much time together, Suibo had come to respect him. "He's a man worth entrusting your life to. Have you considered it, Your Highness?" Li Qingyue remained silent for a long time before speaking slowly. "I'm already betrothed to him. Do I have a choice? You know better than I do that this betrothal is just the emperor's wishful thinking. He doesn't want to be seen as ungrateful. If the young general truly succeeds in the north, what will you choose?" Both of them had grown up in the palace and knew very well what Li Jingzhen feared the most: the renowned General Lin Zhenxiu and the 100,000-strong northern army. If Lin Ji achieved something significant in the north, the Lin family's resurgence would be inevitable. Would Li Jingzhen still allow him to become his son-in-law? That remained to be seen. "I don't know," Li Qingyue shook her head, standing up and looking north. "We'll talk about it when he comes back alive." "Do you think he will?" "I believe the young general will return, because he knows someone is waiting for him here." In Yuzhou City, the northern general's residence, 3 days had passed since Lin Ji's arrival. The city seemed normal, though its prosperity couldn't compare to the capital. With only 4 days left, it's not enough. Yu Yan was feeling helpless. Could it really be his fault? But he was trying to find a solution. There was simply no progress. "Don't panic, there are still 4 days left. War moves quickly. It can be resolved in a day." Lin Ji said leisurely, even taking a sip of wine. "Think about it. We just need to prepare, and on the last day launch a surprise attack. It might be over in a couple of hours. Then we can even get the governor to treat us to a meal." In Yuzhou City, unlike the capital, where there was the princess backing them and the Lin family's business bringing in money, Lin Ji was literally living on savings. Every bit of money spent was a bit less. The meager salary from the court was negligible. It couldn't even cover a few days' meals for them. With no way to increase income or cut costs, they could only save as much as possible. Ideally, they could rely on the governor for daily meals at his mansion. That would save a lot of money. Seeing this, Yu Yin had no choice but to sigh. If he knew what Linji was thinking, he might even get angry enough to bleed. At a time like this, still thinking about eating and drinking, truly the nature of a profligate son. Just then, a soldier from the Yu army rushed in. General? Young General, we have news. What is it? Some of our brothers have been in the pleasure districts of Yuzhou City for 3 days straight. They finally found out that the Huns will attack Meng County, not far from Yuzhou City, in 2 days. Meng County? Yu Yin frowned. Isn't that just a small county? Why would the Huns go to such lengths to attack there? Sir, Meng County has always been a granary for Yuzhou City. The stored grain there is enough to sustain the people of several nearby counties through the winter. It seems the Huns are attacking for the grain, to ensure their people can safely get through the winter. The soldier said with conviction. Excellent. Getting this information means our efforts haven't been in vain. Yu Yin said excitedly. Of course, I had them spend money on wine, women, and song in the pleasure districts. You didn't really think I was letting the brothers of the Yu army indulge, did you? Linji said with a meaningful smile. What? Yu Yan's face changed. I've been at home, anxious, unable to sleep or eat, and you lot have been in the pleasure districts for 3 whole days? The Yu army's rules strictly forbade such behavior. Yet these soldiers had violated the regulations for so long. Even if it was for gathering information, it was still not allowed. General, we didn't go on our own. It was arranged by the young general. You know our pay isn't much. We can't afford to spend like this. The soldier said, looking awkward. When they first heard about it, they were equally shocked. But it turned out well. They did gather useful information. That doesn't matter. This violates our Yu army's rules. You must be punished. Yu Yin said sternly. The soldier's face showed fear. Everyone knew Yu Yan's style was always black and white, never allowing special treatment. Now it seemed they were in trouble. Come on, I said it was my arrangement. Why are you being so serious? Linji tried to smooth things over. It's different, young general. The Yu army has rules. They broke the regulations and should be punished. Otherwise, how can we establish authority in the barracks? Yu Yin said, feeling helpless. That's why military orders are like mountains. Leading troops is different from everyday life. If someone deserts in battle and only harms themselves, that's one thing. But if it involves others, it's like a chain reaction. No one can easily resolve it. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. I sent them, and they did get useful information. Linji said meaningfully, patting Yu Yan's shoulder. Brother Yu, do you know why you've been guarding White Wolf Pass all these years? It's because you don't know how to be flexible. Are you saying I should bow to those corrupt officials in the court? Yu Yin frowned. For other things, he wouldn't care. But Linji was the savior of the entire Yu army. Without him, the Yu army might still be guarding White Wolf Pass. I'm not saying that. I mean there's more than one way to do things. Just like getting from Yuzhou City to the capital, the shortest route is indeed going south. But if there's a natural disaster or man-made calamity and the road is blocked, what do? We have to detour. Otherwise, sticking to the old route will only get us stuck, even endangering our lives. Linji said meaningfully. He knew too well the shortcomings in Yu Yan's character. The man was unmatched in leading troops. In this aspect, he was definitely no less than the top generals of the Great Xia dynasty. The problem was Yu Yan's inflexibility. That was a big disadvantage. Moreover, with the enemy at our doorstep, we should be thinking about how to handle the situation. Why make things difficult for your brothers? Hearing this, Yu Yin felt it made sense. Indeed, the situation was more complex than imagined. And with only 2,000 men in the Yu army, punishing them now would only backfire. Since the young general is interceding for you, this time it's forgiven. But if it happens again, you won't be let off lightly. The soldiers nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. Chapter 169. The Day of Decision. The governor's mansion of Yuzhou. At this moment, the military advisors, senior officials, and other key figures had all gathered here. The local governance was different from the imperial court. In the capital, even if the emperor convened a meeting, it would take place in the Taiji Hall. It was about showcasing the majesty of the court and the submission of the officials. It was also to demonstrate the grandeur of the dynasty to the world. But in local governance, there were fewer such formalities. The top official could hold a meeting wherever he pleased. Today in the government office, tomorrow at home, the day after at an inn. Who could stop him? To put it bluntly, even if Governor Yang took his officials to a brothel for a meeting, no one in this region would dare to utter a word of dissent. He was the top authority in the entire Yuzhou region. Even if you wanted to report him, there was nowhere to go. A round trip to the capital would take at least 2 to 3 months. Not to mention the additional time wasted on the journey. Governor Yang, 6 days have passed since your agreed deadline with the young general, which means tomorrow is the last day. Yet, the young general shows no sign of movement. Could it be that he has given up resistance? The military advisor mused. If he has given up, so be it. Even if we lose to the Xiongnu this time, we can make him take the blame. The military officer said indifferently, as if the occupation of Yuzhou City was acceptable. After all, people like them would certainly flee faster than ordinary citizens. It wouldn't be easy for the Xiongnu to catch them. This is why, throughout history, regardless of the cause, it is always the common people who suffer the most in wars. They are of low status, with no money, power, or influence. When disaster strikes, they are left to be cannon fodder, to be slaughtered, with no other outcome possible. Even wealthy families often exhaust all their assets on the road during a crisis or become targets of those with ulterior motives. In times of chaos, everyone can only take care of themselves. Others are left to fate. But Governor Yang, the young general, was sent here by the court to protect Yuzhou and the northern border. If he surrenders, won't our region be vulnerable to Xiongnu attacks? The military advisor voiced his concern, both for himself and for all the people of the north. In the past, the Great Xia dynasty established its authority by bombarding all surrounding countries. Those unable to resist could only submit. Even those with the strength to fight could not withstand a protracted war with the Great Xia dynasty. Just the sheer attrition could wear anyone down. Not to mention other factors. What's the difficulty in that? The military officer scoffed. If the young general really surrenders, we can report it to the court. Once the court sends reinforcements to replace him, we will have nothing to worry about. Governor Yang said meaningfully, his little plan clicking loudly. Ordinary people probably wouldn't think that the famous governor was actually a coward. He always had others take the blame while he rushed for the benefits. This made him unpopular among ordinary people in the north. But these things were trivial to Governor Yang. Gossip was only truly terrifying when it came from above. In other words, if the common people were dissatisfied with him, it would only matter if the court or the emperor knew. He was the top authority in Yuzhou City. Even if countless people harbored resentment, it was of no use. By the way, Governor Yang, if the young general really loses this time, we can find an excuse to hand him over to the Xiongnu. Perhaps then they won't attack us. It's a foolproof plan. No need to doubt the outcome. Governor Yang's eyes lit up with surprise upon hearing this, and he couldn't help but nod in approval. That makes sense. With them, we'll never capsize. It's an unprecedented opportunity. While these people in the governor's mansion were plotting against Lin Ji, meanwhile, in Mingxing County, it was calm here. The dusk was approaching. A huge sun hung in the sky. The golden light bathed every inch of the land. And not far from the city, Lin Ji was leisurely lying under a tree. A civilian approached him. This was one of the soldiers of the Yu family army. Young general, how is it? Are all the men in position? Lin Ji asked casually. His demeanor was not one of tension before a great battle. It was rare for someone like him to be so calm on their first battlefield. We've spotted the Xiongnu, and we've also set up ambushes on the road. This time, we're sure to strike a heavy blow. Good. Lin Ji slowly opened his eyes. He nodded in satisfaction. Remember, our goal this time is not to annihilate them all, but to prevent them from attacking Mingxing County. Of course, under the premise of ensuring our own safety, we can severely punish the enemy. Lin Ji said excitedly. This was his first time truly stepping onto the battlefield. Fortunately, the Xiongnu seemed to know that this battle had to be decided quickly, so they didn't send too many people. Only 1,000 came. They probably didn't expect an ambush on the road. But it was precisely this that gave Lin Ji and his men an opportunity. How long until the Xiongnu reached the designated location? According to our estimate, it should be less than half an hour. If the young general hurries, he'll just make it. How can I miss such a grand occasion? Lin Ji stood up, dusting off the dirt from his buttocks. Let's go, and let the Xiongnu see what the Yu family army of the Great Xia dynasty is really like. Then the two headed northeast. Meanwhile, on the official road, a group of merchants strolled leisurely. Their goods were bound with hemp ropes. The leader was a burly man with a strong build. He had sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, and the distinctive bloodline of the Xiongnu. A closer look would reveal that none of these men seemed to be from the Central Plains. Their demeanor was too obvious. It was just hidden under beards and various disguises. General, do we really need to send so many men this time? It's just the official roads in Yuzhou. The Northern Border Army was a truly terrifying force that could strike fear into the hearts of foreign tribes. But times have changed. Now, the Northern Border defense of the Great Xia dynasty is practically non-existent, allowing foreign tribes to come and go as they please, and the common people are suffering. This is called being prepared for the worst, Huolua said coldly. In truth, his thoughts were the same as his deputies. Coming to Ming County to loot grain, would the local officials dare to say no? They'd be decapitated on the spot. Where would 1,000 elite Huns be needed? Just as he was thinking, shouts suddenly erupted from both sides, and dust flew up. Huolua's expression changed dramatically. The deputy was completely bewildered, not even reacting to what was happening. It wasn't until he saw the soldiers charging out from both sides that he realized. There's an ambush. There's an ambush. All the Hun soldiers were taken by surprise. They quickly pulled out their weapons from the carts. Maintain formation. Instant. Huolua broke through the encirclement. He wielded his long saber and slashed towards the young man. You bastard! How dare you ambush us? Clang. A crisp sound of weapons clashing rang out. Unknown to him, a general had appeared behind the young man, clad in armor and full of vigor. How dare you disrespect the young general? Who are you? And who are you? Huolua quickly retreated, his eyes filled with vigilance. Brother you, why waste words on such a person? Lin Ji leisurely lifted a spear stuck in the ground beside him. His casual demeanor showed no regard for the enemy. With just you dare to act arrogantly on the land of our great Xia dynasty? Thinking we wouldn't recognize you just because you disguised as commoners? A bunch of brainless fools. You scoundrel. Huolua was completely enraged by these words. His eyes turned red, his face contorted. His gaze was filled with shock and disbelief. Hard to believe? Has the Northern Border General returned? Huolua's voice trembled uncontrollably. That was a man truly feared by the Northern barbarians. Do we need my father to deal with you? I alone am enough. Remember what I said today. Get out. Lin Ji kicked him away. Huolua rolled back several times before coming to his senses. Without any hesitation, he got up and fled in panic, glancing back at Lin Ji with a look of resentment before leaving. Seeing this, the other Hun soldiers had no more will to fight, throwing down their armor and weapons and fleeing back the way they came. Yu Yin wanted to chase and finish them off, but was stopped by Lin Ji. Don't chase the defeated. Our goal is already achieved. Then he waved his hand. Brothers, clean up the battlefield. Let's go back and celebrate with drinks. Yes. The soldiers of the Yu family army were all extremely excited. This was the first time in a year that they had truly fought the enemy. Now, they had won a great victory, lifting their spirits. No longer were they just considered good-for-nothing show-offs. On the way back to the city, Yu Yin couldn't help but ask, why let that guy go? Wouldn't it be better to take his head to the Yuzhou prefectural magistrate? Besides, if you don't cut off the roots, they will grow back. We will definitely face him again in the future. Lin Ji lay on his horse, extremely relaxed. You don't understand. Today's battle was to establish the prestige of the Yu family army and mine, to prevent these northern barbarians from constantly harassing us. We are few in number now, unable to cover the entire northern border. To protect the common people, we need to make an example. Yu Yen understood, giving a thumbs up. Indeed, young general, you have considered it thoroughly. Of course, solving the problems at the northern border is not something that can be done overnight. We need to prepare for a protracted war. When the group returned to Yuzhou City, it was already dark. Linji led the way to the prefectural magistrate's residence. Young general, I was just about to look for you. Coming here yourself saves me the trouble. Magistrate Yang had a look of schadenfreude. There's less than a day left until the agreed 7 days, young general. You haven't given me a result yet. No need, Magistrate Yang. I'm here to deliver the result. Linji waved his hand. The soldiers of the Yu family army brought the captured weapons and several Hun soldiers they had captured. This? Magistrate Yang was shocked. How is this possible? We didn't receive any news at all. These couldn't be Hun civilians you caught on the way, trying to claim the reward. The chief secretary also couldn't believe it. How could it be so fast? Esteemed officials, take a good look. These are genuine Hun soldiers. Chapter 171. The governor's change in attitude. As for what they came here to do, you can interrogate them yourself. Linji spoke with confidence. Releasing Huoluo the general was merely to let him return and spread the news. The captured deputy generals and soldiers were to help prove that he had indeed engaged with the Huns. Seeing this, Governor Yang couldn't wait to ask. Upon learning that the Huns had been sent by their leader to raid the granaries in Ming County, he knew it wasn't a fabrication. Your Excellency, the Huns have long coveted our granaries in Yuzhou. It seems the young general spoke the truth. Simultaneously, the military advisor lowered his voice. Nonsense. Do you think I don't know that? But this guy is just too unprofessional. Governor Yang sighed. Catching thieves requires evidence. Catching adulterers requires a pair. He didn't even understand such a simple principle and had wandered around the imperial city. How was he supposed to report this to the military? He couldn't even describe the situation clearly. One thing at a time. Seeing that Linji had indeed fulfilled the 7-day deadline, Governor Yang's attitude underwent a 180-degree shift, smiling profusely as he pulled Linji along. Young general, I knew you could do it. At that time, it was out of necessity. The northern border was weak in military strength, and you only brought 2,000 troops. I had to use reverse psychology to see what you were capable of. Today, seeing is believing. No wonder you are the son of General Lin. Yu Yen looked on with disdain. It seemed that all those in the officialdom were two-faced. Lin Ji, however, acted as if he didn't understand, laughing foolishly. I won't take it to heart, Governor Yang. There's no need to apologize. Besides, whether it's for the bet or to eliminate the enemy, it's something we should do. In the future, as I settle down in Yuzhou, I'll need Governor Yang's help with various matters. Absolutely. Governor Yang spoke with conviction. Their intimate manner made it seem as if they were brothers who had shared life and death experiences. Young general, I've prepared a modest banquet at my residence today. Let's celebrate the victories of both of you. Please come in. We shall not decline your kind offer. Linji showed no intention of refusing. Seeing this, the officials present were secretly delighted. This young general was indeed a simpleton. Although they hadn't expected him to have some skill in leading troops, his lack of guile made him easy to manipulate in the future. The banquet was lively. At the table, led by Governor Yang, everyone continuously flattered Lin Ji and Yu Yen. Yu Yen maintained a sullen face throughout. Lin Ji, however, enjoyed himself, and at the height of his joy, he shared his experiences in the imperial city, drawing applause and praise from everyone. When they left the governor's residence, the moon was already high in the sky. Seeing Lin Ji drunk and slumped over his horse, Yu Yen sighed in helplessness. Young general, how can you associate with these people? They are unworthy of the annual salaries the court provides. These fellows are our biggest helpers in establishing ourselves in Yuzhou. If we don't build good relations with them, how can we carry out our plans? Yu Yen was taken aback. He turned abruptly. Lin Ji was sitting upright on his horse, whistling a tune. He seemed to be in a good mood. Were you pretending to be drunk? Come on, just that much wine? If I got drunk, it would be a disgrace to the title of a profligate. In his previous life as a sales manager, Linji was known as an indomitable drinker. He could drink, play, and act convincingly. The alcohol in this dynasty wasn't strong. Even drinking until dawn would only make him feel bloated. Yu Yin couldn't help but smile. You really are full of tricks. How can you say that? It's a free meal. Why not enjoy it? During the banquet, Linji even complained about being poor, saying he hadn't had a decent meal in the Northern General's residence, and his family was still hungry. This prompted Governor Yang to immediately order the kitchen to prepare fine wine and dishes to be sent to the general's residence. Ha ha ha. Yu Yin couldn't help but laugh out loud. He felt immensely relieved. He realized now. So, that naive act was also an act? I thought you were really going to get close with them. We'll need their help in the future, so of course, we have to humor them. The two slowly made their way towards the Northern General's residence. At the governor's residence, Governor Yang and his confidants gathered together. They were slightly tipsy. Your Excellency, do you think Linji can be of use to us? This time, he ambushed the Huns on the road. The Huns will surely retaliate. With our current military strength in Yuzhou, we won't be able to withstand an attack if the enemy sends a large army. The military advisor was worried. He couldn't speak freely with so many people around. What's there to be afraid of? Let the tall ones take the blame if the sky falls. Linji is here to take the fall. Governor Yang was dismissive. I tested him several times, and the guy really has no guile. He was easily fooled. If any trouble arises in the future, we can just push all the blame onto him. The court won't hold us accountable. I'm just afraid this guy is pretending to be stupid. The chief secretary voiced his concern. This time when Linji returned from the imperial city, didn't you notice he's different from our impression of him? His speech and actions are more decisive, not like the carefree profligate he used to be. This observation was met with nods of agreement from everyone. Indeed. Could he be playing dumb with us? The military advisor was uneasy, his mind in turmoil. It's hard to say, but that's secondary. The most important thing now is to find a way to resolve the border conflict. If there's no progress by next year, the court will really hold me accountable. So, during this period, you need to keep an eye on Linji, see what he's up to. As for the requests and conditions he makes, as long as they don't affect our own interests, meet them. The next day, just as dawn broke, Linji arrived at Yu Yan's room. Wake up. He pulled off the blanket. Linji was stunned. Lying in bed was not Yu Yan, but his sister Yu Luoyu. Their eyes met in an instant. Yu Luoyu's drowsiness vanished. Then, a high-pitched scream pierced the morning stillness. What's going on? What's going on? The few people in the Northern General's residence were all alarmed. The old steward brandished a broom. Shaolian and Yu Yin only had their weapons. Just as they were about to catch the intruder, they saw Linji awkwardly retreat from the room. Vaguely, they heard Yu Luoyu shouting, "Rude! Disgusting! Shameless!" They looked at each other, incredulous. The old steward cautiously inquired, "Young master, what are you doing? You can't just barge into a young lady's room in the morning, even if it's our house." "Lin Shu, what are you talking about? Am I that kind of person?" Linji was indignant. Chapter 172. Assembling 300 craftsmen. The group fell silent, as if confirming his suspicions. Linji was exasperated. "Do I really seem so despicable and base in your eyes?" "Not really," Yu Yin replied, putting away his weapon. "You're just used to being carefree and charming. We're all accustomed to it." Suddenly, his face darkened. He was at a loss for words. If there had been something, he would take it head-on. But now, without even seeing anything, he was expected to take responsibility. It seemed a bit too much to ask. "Young master, you've ruined Miss Yu's reputation. How will she marry in the future?" The old steward also subtly shook his head, adding to the pressure. Linji widened his eyes. This situation seemed impossible to explain. "Forget it, I don't want to argue with you. I have important matters to attend to." "Brother Yu, come with me," Linji said as he pulled Yu Yin out the door. On the way, The general of the Yu family's army kept nagging. It annoyed Linji. What do you want? Simple. Give her a title. Wow, I've never seen someone sell their sister like that. Linji was speechless. Just then, they arrived at the governor's mansion. Sima came out, surprised. Young general? So early. Is the governor in? I need to speak with him. The governor just woke up. Please come in. Sima led the way inside. Soon, Governor Yang came out. Seeing Linji, he was all smiles, calling him Brother Lin, with great enthusiasm. What brings you here today, Brother Lin? Well, Governor Yang, yesterday General Yu and I ambushed the Huns on the official road, and we found that the roads around Yuzhou City are in terrible condition, making transportation inconvenient. I thought if we could rebuild the roads, it would be easier to respond to military situations in the future. The governor and Sima exchanged glances. They looked troubled. Young general, it's not that we don't want to help, but the northern border has been tough these past 2 years. Not to mention the rampant bandits and frequent foreign invasions. I've reported to the court several times, hoping for some funds to improve the situation, but it's always been rejected. Now, even if we want to, we can't. Linji waved his hand. Money is my concern. I just hope the governor can help me find some craftsmen and villagers to assist. Without money? The governor was taken aback. Is there such a good deal? For the sake of protecting the border, even if I go bankrupt, what does it matter? Linji said frankly. The governor's heart was filled with joy, not having to spend money, and if the roads were repaired, he would also gain political merit. Such a good opportunity falling from the sky, there was no reason to refuse. He nodded repeatedly. Since the young general already has a plan, I will fully support it. How many people do you need? 300 should suffice. Good. By dusk today, I will have them assembled for you. The governor agreed very readily. Thank you, Governor Yang. After leaving the governor's mansion, Yu Yin was full of doubts. Young general, why would you let the governor benefit from this? Recalling Governor Yang's petty face, he felt disgruntled. Hard work and toil were all done by them, but the final credit went to the governor. Just thinking about it made him feel wronged. To get rich, first build roads. The northern border has become like this largely due to bandits and foreign invasions. So what we need to do now is stabilize the people's hearts. Linji said earnestly. Repairing the roads was crucial. What he had told the governor was just part of the reason. Only by gaining the people's support could Linji and the Yu family army establish themselves here. It would also lay the foundation for expanding their forces in the future. Although it seemed the governor benefited, the real help was for them. The key is that repairing the roads requires a significant amount of money. Where can we get so much money to hire so many craftsmen? Yu Yin sighed helplessly. To anyone, this seemed like a thankless task. I have my ways, you don't need to worry. These craftsmen who come to repair the roads won't ask us for wages, and they might even thank us. Linji winked. Yu Yan's eyes were filled with surprise. He found it even more inconceivable. How could such a thing exist in the world? Helping others without asking for money and even thanking them. Either they were missing a screw in their head, or they were completely duped. Returning to the northern general's mansion, Linji went straight to his study to work. Until late afternoon, the Yuzhou Sima came to inform them that the craftsmen had been assembled. Upon hearing the news, Linji immediately went to the city outskirts. Most of the craftsmen had long faces. This time, they had been called in, prepared to be free labor. But there was no way out. Who dared to refuse the governor's orders? Many even thought of just going through the motions. Seeing this, Linji didn't take it to heart. He directly asked, "Everyone, would you like to make a fortune?" Young general, don't joke with us. This time, we were unlucky, conscripted as laborers. Being able to go home alive is good enough. Who dares to think about making a fortune? That's right. Who doesn't know the governor is a tightwad, not giving a penny? And you, young general, have no men and no money. I say, young general, you might as well recruit soldiers from the barracks. They're more reliable than us. Everyone was discussing. Linji's reputation in Yuzhou City was already bad. These craftsmen now also had grievances. If being scolded could get them off the hook, everyone would be willing. It was better than being used as free labor. It was said that in the past, many were conscripted to build the Great Wall, and many died without ever returning home. They didn't want to be that kind of person. Seeing this, Linji smiled lightly. It seems everyone doesn't trust me? Hee hee, young general. Although we don't understand why you came back, why would you take this matter upon yourself? Isn't this jumping into a fire pit? Hashtag Chapter 173. The Ingenious Red Bricks. The title of the northern general was well known throughout the entire northwest border. Lin Jinxiu was revered by all as the guardian deity. With him around, the northern border could remain safe and sound. However, this hero's son was a notorious troublemaker. The common folk held mixed opinions about the Lin family. They revered Lin Jinxiu but detested Lin Ji. Being conscripted to do hard labor under Lin Ji's supervision was akin to torture. Folks, I am aware of the situation at the northern border these past 2 years, and this trip to the capital was specifically for learning, Lin Ji said emotionally. I have indeed done many foolish things in the past, so now that I'm back at the border, I hope to make amends and do more good for the people. Bragging was easy, and for a sales manager like him, it was second nature. The craftsman looked up, intrigued. Is that true? You want to do good by making us free laborers? Don't rush, Linji said, pacing back and forth. Come with me to a place, and you'll see if it's free labor. Soon, they arrived at the foot of a mountain, where white smoke billowed from a cave. The craftsmen were puzzled. Such cave kills were common in the north, used by the people to store food and avoid detection by bandits and the Xiongnu. Yet, the scene before them was unusual. Goodness! Whose kiln is burning? Quick, let's put out the fire. Why are we just standing here? Despite their hardships, many still had a kind heart. But upon reaching the kiln, they saw someone emerge. They were even more astonished. Could this be intentional? But they had never seen anyone so brazenly burning someone else's property. At that moment, Linji approached. The person bowed. Young general, the items you requested are ready. Show them to everyone. Moments later, the person presented a square, hot object. What is this? The crowd looked around in surprise. These are red bricks, Linji explained. They can be used for paving roads or building houses. Houses made with these bricks are harder for bandits and the Xiongnu to break into, and they provide better comfort. Really? They exchanged surprised glances. Do you think I'd lie to you after bringing you here so late at night? Linji said earnestly. I can't pay you for helping to build the roads, but you can sell these bricks. The more you sell, the more you earn. All for yourselves. I won't take a single cent of the profit. It's all yours. Making bricks in those times was practically cost-free, and all he took was a small fee for the effort. The craftsmen looked at each other, intrigued. It sounded like a good deal, but the people of the north had suffered for too long to believe in good fortune. Young general, aren't you tricking us? Linji gestured to the craftsman. Try how hard this brick is. I, Linji, always keep my word. As long as you help build the roads, I won't take a cut of your profits, no matter how much you sell. The craftsman picked up a brick, tested its hardness, and looked pleasantly surprised. This brick is indeed different. If it's not expensive, even ordinary families can afford it. If we build houses with it, we won't have to worry about bandits anymore. Others also examined the bricks and found the idea plausible. Well, if you're interested, this deal is sealed. No backing out. The craftsmen looked at each other and decided to give it a try. Compared to free labor, Linji had offered them a better option. How much they could earn depended on their own efforts. The next day, a large group of road builders appeared outside Yuzhou City. Linji planned the main roads connecting Yuzhou City with several nearby towns. Yu Yin watched in astonishment. Young general, how did you manage this? Especially the craftsmen's enthusiasm, which didn't seem like they were doing forced labor. Didn't I say I have my ways? Linji said with a meaningful smile. Very well, if you don't want to say, I won't pry. Linji turned, slightly surprised. His expression seemed to say, how can you not ask? Yu Yin couldn't help but chuckle. Why are you looking at me like that? Aren't you curious? Curious, yes, but I think the craftsmen are working so hard because the young general promised them something valuable. If not money, then something else important. Not bad, Yuda. You're getting smarter. But there's one thing I don't understand. What could make them willingly work for you? Look at this. Lin Ji led Yu Yin to the pile of bricks. Aren't these just bricks? Yes, but these are better than the usual ones. For now, we're using them for the main roads. When conditions allow, we can build city walls. Then, the northern border will be impregnable. The Rong and Xiongnu will find it hard to invade. This was Lin Ji's true plan. He aimed to transform the entire northwest border into a fortified defense zone made of reinforced concrete. In this era of scarce technology, possessing such materials would ensure the northern border's safety. With sufficient military strength, they could even launch counterattacks against the Rong and Xiongnu. Yu Yan's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Young general, it seems you had everything planned even before coming to the north. Of course, this northern expedition is fraught with danger. Many hope to see us perish at the northern border. Lin Ji's gaze was resolute. But I want everyone to know that I, Lin Ji, am not someone who dreams big but has a fragile fate. Chapter 174. The Furious Xiongnu Leader. In the Xiongnu's main camp. At this moment, the Xiongnu leader was indulging in food, drink, and the company of two Central Plains women. Great King, if Huolua and his men can raid Yuzhou and bring back a large amount of grain, we will be worry-free for the next 2 months. A minister said beside him. Of course, the great Xia is like a roasted lamb laid out before us now. The Xiongnu leader looked smug. We can eat whenever we want and cut whenever we want. The crowd became even more excited upon hearing this. Great King, when will we march south? I've long heard that the scenery of the Jiangnan region in the Central Plains is beautiful, with countless beauties. If we can conquer that place, the future will be unimaginably wonderful. A general said with anticipation, already fantasizing about how he would enjoy himself. Warriors. The Xiongnu, currently unfazed by the northern regions of the Great Xia, would pursue and avenge any who dared to fight them. As a result, the border soldiers had long lost their spirit, fleeing at the sight of the Xiongnu. It was the young general of the northern garrison, Lin Ji. What? Lin Jinxiu is back? The Xiongnu leader was stunned. It made no sense. He had joined forces with the northern tribes to trap the northern garrison in the icy wilderness. Logically, Lin Jinxiu and his men should have perished by now. How could they possibly make a comeback? Great King, Lin Jinxiu wasn't seen. It seems it was Lin Ji who returned with new troops. How many are they? I'm not sure, but all those who attacked us were unfamiliar faces. Huolua looked ashamed. Over the past 2 years, the Xiongnu had never lost to the Great Xia. To be the first general to suffer a defeat was indeed a blow to the Xiongnu's pride. No matter how many they are, anyone who dares to cause trouble here will be made to pay. The Xiongnu leader was full of arrogance. Huolua, I command you to lead 5,000 Xiongnu warriors and bring back this man's head. Do you have the confidence? Huolua was overjoyed. He had already been planning to return to seek revenge on Lin Ji. Now, with the support of the Xiongnu leader, it was even better. He immediately knelt and bowed. Great King, I will annihilate all of that scoundrel's men and bring back the grain for your inspection. Good, I give you a month's time. In Yuzhou City, after several days of busy work, the main roads outside the city were gradually taking shape. Although the red bricks laid were still rough, they greatly facilitated travel. Both people and vehicles could move faster than before. However, the construction of the entire pipeline might take 2 months. As Lin Ji walked on the road, pondering his next plan, someone suddenly called out to him from behind. Young general, please wait. Lin Ji turned around. It was one of the craftsmen working on the road. What is it? Young general, this is a small token of our gratitude. Please accept it. The craftsman pulled out a string of coins from his embrace, his gaze filled with sincerity. Lin Ji was quite surprised by this. What does this mean? Didn't you all tell me a few days ago that your families were struggling to make ends meet? And now you're giving me so much money? So you were pretending to be poor. Even Linji couldn't be so generous with money these days. He wished he could split a coin into two. No, no. The craftsman waved his hands repeatedly. Young General, this is to thank you. When you first brought us here to build the road, we thought we were just doing hard labor, but then you said we could sell the red bricks. And you know what? They're not expensive, but they sell really well. In the past few days, we've made quite a bit of money. Especially the rich landlords in Yujo City. They all want to use these bricks to build new houses. Even my cousin was hired as a craftsman. By the end, their faces were filled with smiles. Thanks to this business, they now had some savings at home. At least they no longer had to worry about not having enough for the next meal. The people of the northern border had suffered for too long. Now that they had suddenly become wealthy, they felt a sense of pride. Linji couldn't help but smile upon hearing this. Brothers, I really had no other choice, so I asked you all to help build the road. The situation in the northern border is very serious. Now that everyone can earn money happily, I am already very satisfied. Seeing this, the craftsman immediately showed expressions of shame. Young General, we misunderstood you at first. We didn't know what was good for us. From now on, we'll follow you. That's right. We've all decided that. No matter what you want to do in the future, just give us a call, and we won't hesitate. The northern men were indeed simple and straightforward. After resolving the misunderstanding, they were completely in awe of Linji. It seemed that this road construction was indeed a good thing. Don't worry, there will be many more places to build in the future to protect the north. If you can continue to support us, that would be the best. Linji nodded, feeling more confident. But don't spend your money recklessly. Save more so you can live as well as the rich landlords in Yujo City. This didn't make the craftsmen happy. Instead, they laughed awkwardly. Young General, you know the situation in the northern border. Even if we want to save some money, who knows when bandits or those Xiongnu dogs will come and rob us. It's better to spend it while we have it, so we don't feel wronged when we die. Seeing that everyone had this mindset, Linji sighed inwardly. An individual's fate was insignificant in the torrent of the times. It couldn't even stir a ripple. He patted the other's shoulder. Do you all believe in me? Of course. Chapter 175, full of schemes. Linji, seeing the craftsman speak so readily, said with a serious demeanor, in the past, my father led the Northern Frontier Army to guard the north, protecting the peace of thousands of households. Now that I have returned from the capital, I will also inherit my father's will. From now on, I will certainly keep the Huns out of our northern border and ensure that all the people can live a stable and secure life. The crowd looked at each other, then bowed down one by one. If the young general can truly protect the northern border, we will be eternally grateful. We will worship the young general as our guardian deity. Haha, that's not necessary. Linji couldn't help but laugh. It was indeed a bit exaggerated. Building a temple for him and crafting a statue would be a bit too much. But I may still need everyone's help in the future, as I cannot do it alone. Young General, rest assured, wherever we can be of use, we will not refuse. The craftsmen were straightforward people, speaking with conviction. Seeing that Linji didn't want to take money and even invited him to drink, they were all declined. He had more important things to do. After bidding farewell to the craftsman, Linji returned to the northern general's mansion. Shaolian had already prepared dinner. The four of them sat together. Now, the vast mansion only housed them few. Lin Shu, considering himself a servant, always refused to sit at the table. After much persuasion, the old steward finally agreed, feeling deeply grateful. Brother Yu, these few days you might have to help out and lead the Yu family soldiers to patrol around Yujo City. Linji suddenly mentioned halfway through the meal. Sure. Yu Yin agreed quickly. These days, the Yu family soldiers had little to do. Apart from training, they occasionally helped repair roads. This was too mundane for the ambitious Yu family soldiers, many of whom were still reminiscing about the day they ambushed the Huns and wondering when they could fight again. I hear bandits are rampant here. Now that we need to build a good reputation at the northern border, it will be a bit tough for the Yu family soldiers. To curb the bandits' arrogance, Linji said with a serious tone. Yu Yin nodded upon hearing this. I actually had such an idea, but since you didn't mention it, I didn't say much. Brother, I want to help too. At this moment, Yu Luoyu suddenly said, What can you do? A girl, don't just get in the way. Besides, we're going to wipe out bandits. Do you want to follow and count heads? Perhaps being with Linji for a long time, Yu Yan's words now had a similar flavor. Brother, do you look down on me so much? After all, I am a member of the Yu family. Yu Luoyu looked wronged, pouting. Even the food seemed tasteless. Sister, the northern border is different from the capital. It's full of dangers. If something happens to you, how can I explain to our parents? Yu Yin spoke earnestly. Then I'll follow the young general. Follow me? Linji was taken aback, not knowing how this involved him. That's fine. The young general has been busy integrating with the locals, repairing roads every day. I think it's great. Yu Yin quickly changed his stance, softening his attitude. Young general, why don't you take my sister with you? It wouldn't be proper for me, a general, to wander around with a girl all day. If word gets out, it would be quite improper. No. Linji was speechless. Miss you, can't you just stay in the mansion? If you're bored, you can go around Yuzhou City. Why follow me for such hard work? I'm almost suffocating in this mansion. Every day Lin Shu and Shaolin have their own things to do. I want to help, but they don't let me, saying I'm a guest. Yu Luoyu sighed, looking as if she had suffered greatly. Young master, why don't you agree? Miss Yu can help you out too. The old steward also spoke up. Seeing everyone in agreement, Linji didn't bother arguing. He thought that after a few days, Yu Luoyu would find it tiring and give up. So he nodded. All right, as you wish. Yu Luoyu was overjoyed, winking at the old steward and Shaolin. Linji found it all quite puzzling. Why be so happy to follow him out? The next day, early in the morning, Linji was still in a dream when he heard someone urging him. Young general, get up. The sun is already high. Opening his eyes, it was just dawn. The northern sky was different from the capital, but it was definitely not late. Miss you, what are you doing? Linji was half asleep. These days he had been very busy, so he slept very soundly. With the craftsman working in an orderly manner, he only needed to occasionally check on the progress and handle other matters. He didn't need to get up early and stay late. Young general, there's someone causing trouble at the mansion entrance. What? Linji was startled, immediately sitting up. Who has the guts? This is the northern general's mansion. I don't know. The person said they are an old friend of yours, but they don't look like it. Yu Luoyu muttered. Linji was slightly taken aback, his eyes showing surprise. Old friend? In this northern border area, apart from those with whom he had grudges, he had no friends. Coming to his door now? Probably not friendly. He quickly got up, changed clothes, washed up, and walked out of the room. Arriving at the mansion entrance, he saw a few young nobles standing arrogantly, followed by about 7 or 8 thugs. Oh, it really is Linji? I didn't expect you to be so tough, staying in the capital for so long and still being able to come back. The leading young master, dressed in luxurious clothes, looked disdainful. His waist adorned with an exquisite jade pendant, his folding fan equally fine and expensive. He exuded an air of wealth. Linji sized him up for a moment, then remembered. The man was Ma Buyuan, the eldest son of the famous Ma family. The Yuzhou prefectural magistrate Yang was the de facto local emperor at the northern border. He was the highest official in the area. The Ma family was the shadow emperor. Their family was one of the aristocratic clans of the Great Xia dynasty, with a history of 200 years. Even the Yuzhou prefectural magistrate Yang had to give them some face. Chapter 176. Enemies meet. Eyes burn with hatred. Back when Linji's father, Lin Jinxiu, was still at the border, the Ma family was the only one that constantly picked fights with them. This made the relationship between the two sides always very delicate, especially between Ma Buyuan and Linji, who were like a needle and a wheat straw. Whenever they met, it was either you taking action or me calling for help. Why is it him? Shaolin beside them also recognized him. She couldn't help but frown slightly. Is this person very powerful? Yu Luoyu asked with curiosity all over her face. Not really, but they are indeed the most famous family in the northern border region. Xiao Lian briefly explained Ma Buyuan's background. Yu Luoyu, upon hearing this, was disdainful. I thought he had some big background. Turns out he's just a playboy. Isn't he just relying on his family's wealth? Stupid girl, what are you talking about? The thug cursed. Unexpectedly, Ma Buyuan stopped him with a hand gesture. Instead, he walked up with a flattering smile on his face. His eyes lit up like a beacon. He had never seen such a delicate girl in the northern border region before. He even showed a smile that he thought was very charming. May I ask the lady's name, where she resides, and how old she is this year? Pfft, you shameless rogue. Yu Luoyu spat lightly, her face full of disgust. Who asks about age right off the bat? You can't say that. Meeting is fate, and it's my honor to encounter you here today. I wonder if I may invite the lady to go sightseeing and enjoy the northern scenery. Ma Buyuan was indeed shameless. Pretending to be a gentleman, he did look a bit like one. If one didn't know better, they might really be fooled. You come here to dig the wall? I've never seen someone so brazen, Linji said coldly. The grievances between the two flashed through his mind. This guy could be described as shameless. When his father Lin Zhenxiu disappeared, Ma Buyuan took the opportunity to kick them while they were down, almost causing Linji to lose the title of the Northern General's Mansion. If not for a few old generals and Xiao Lian's protection, it would have been difficult to even make it to Chongping City. Linji, although you're called the young general, you're nothing but a stray dog now? Such a beautiful lady. Following you every day must be hard? Ma Buyuan was disdainful. Then he changed his expression again. I wonder if the lady would give me a chance. Get lost. Yu Luoyu was blunt. Born into a military family, she had a straightforwardness that ordinary women lacked. Knowing the grudge between Ma Buyuan and Linji, she had even less goodwill towards him. Ma Buyuan was stunned. Then he became furious. He was the famous son of the Ma family in the northern border region. Now he was being mocked by a woman. If word got out, wouldn't he be laughed at? You don't want to drink the respectful wine, but the forced wine? In Yuzhou City, there's no woman the young master, can't get. With a glance, the Ma family thugs immediately formed a formation. Linji snorted coldly. First sweet talk, now you want to take by force? Linji, I advise you to get lost, or I'll beat you until you're unrecognizable, becoming the joke of Yuzhou City. Ma Buyuan's voice was icy. Xiao Lian saw this and stepped forward, ready to fight at any moment. Unexpectedly, Linji stopped her. Young master? Let me deal with him today. Linji stretched his muscles. Before, he couldn't win. It was indeed because the original body was useless. But times have changed. Linji's current skills make it so that 3 or 5 ordinary people can't get close. Why be afraid of Ma Buyuan? Moreover, the grudge between them was so deep, it was time to settle it. Otherwise, this guy would really think the Lin family was easy to bully. Oh? Went to the imperial city, and now your temper has grown? Want to fight me? Ma Buyuan sneered. Linji, with your mediocre skills, even our family's cook is better than you. Now you want to play the hero? Who do you think you are? Spare me the nonsense, let's fight. Linji was disdainful. Otherwise, get lost. Don't ruin my good mood. This angered Ma Buyuan. The Lin family is down. Your biggest protector Lin Zhenxiu is probably dead. What makes you dare to talk big in front of me? Brothers, teach him a lesson. Let him see how we, the Ma family, treat people. Yes. In the blink of an eye, several thugs rushed forward, all barehanded, not taking Linji seriously. Foolish. Linji snorted coldly. Instead of retreating, he advanced, also barehanded, but his movements were exceptionally fast. Seeing the opponent's punch coming, he dodged effortlessly. Then he kicked out, directly hitting the man's abdomen. The thug immediately groaned in pain, his face full of agony. Linji followed up with a punch. Bang! The opponent flew backward. unable to get up. Seeing this, everyone's eyes were filled with surprise. They had dealt with Linji before. This guy was all show and no substance. How come his fists seem harder now? Let's go together, brothers. Teach him some manners, or he won't know who's the boss in Yuzhou City. The thugs didn't dare to be careless. Rushed forward together. Yu Luoyu was still a bit worried. After all, the opponent had the numbers. Xiaolian saw this and smiled lightly. Don't worry, Miss Yu. The young master's skills now, these people are no match for him. Even if it came to a life-and-death struggle, Xiaolian wasn't sure she could beat him. How profound the Dragon 100 Forms technique was, she had seen it with her own eyes. As expected, in a short while, all the thugs were knocked down, groaning in pain, no longer as arrogant as before. The Ma family has only these tricks? Dare to come to my general's mansion and shout? Do you really think soldiers are inferior to your local thugs? Ma Buiyuan's eyes widened, full of disbelief. When did Linji learn such skills? So powerful. So many of his thugs couldn't handle one. You? It seems your wings have grown hard after going to the Imperial City. Coming back and daring to fight me? Ma Buiyuan, are you stupid staying in the northern border region? Linji approached step by step. His face showed no extra emotion. Do you really think everyone in the world can't handle your Ma family? I tell you, this time back to the northern border region, don't say you. Even if it's the King of Heaven, dare to provoke me, I'll beat him until he doesn't recognize his own mother. Saying this, he threw a punch. Ma Buiyuan had some skills too. Seeing the situation was off, he dodged and turned to run. He was fast, but Linji was faster. Stretched out his leg to trip him. Then the punches rained down like raindrops. Let you be arrogant. Let you be cocky. Still come to cause trouble? Taste my fists. Chapter 177. Retribution for kindness and vengeance for wrongs. After a thorough beating, Ma Buiyuan lay on the ground like a defeated dog. The arrogance he once exuded was now completely gone. His expensive attire was now covered in dust, looking utterly disheveled. Stop, please stop. Ma Buiyuan finally pleaded, unable to endure any longer. Linji stopped and stood up, expressionless. Kid, don't try your old tricks on me. They won't work anymore. Today, I'll let you off the hook. If I ever catch you mouthing off on the streets again, I'll beat you every time I see you. You know me well enough. I always keep my word. Do you hear me? Seeing no response from Ma Buiyuan, Linji kicked him in the butt, causing him to wince in pain. I hear you. I hear you. Remember, you need to steer clear of the Northern Fortress General's residence. This is not a place you should be. With that, Linji turned and walked away calmly. He didn't want to waste too much time on such a person. As Linji walked away, Ma Buiyuan cautiously lifted his head, his eyes filled with resentment. Bastard! Linji, just you wait. He had never been so humiliated in his life. Now, he had been beaten up in public by Lin Hao. He couldn't swallow this grudge. If I don't tear down this Northern Fortress General's residence, I won't be Ma Buiyuan. With that, he got up from the ground, looking disheveled, and ran away without looking back. That was so satisfying. Yu Luoyu walked along, her face beaming with joy. Did you see that? That Ma Gongzi didn't even dare to breathe heavily, let alone fight back. He could only curl up on the ground and take the beating. Just thinking about it makes me feel great. Linji couldn't help but chuckle at her reaction. You just met him for the first time. Shouldn't I be the one feeling satisfied? What's the difference? That kind of person deserves it. But why did you let him off the hook? Yu Luoyu asked curiously. You can't really intend to beat him to the point of disability, can you? Linji said indifferently, it's just a warning. The Ma family is not just some local tycoon. They are a 200-year-old aristocratic family with considerable influence throughout the Great Xia. There are many things I need to do now. There's no need to make enemies too deeply. As long as Ma Buiyuan doesn't dare to provoke me again, everything will be fine. That doesn't sound like your style. In the capital, I heard that quite a few people have crossed you. Yu Luoyu teased. The situation is different. Are you here to help me, or to stir up trouble? It feels like you're here for the spectacle, aren't you? Linji frowned. No, I'm just thinking for you. Yu Luoyu stuck out her tongue, looking mischievous and adorable. They bought some breakfast from a street vendor and left Yuzhou City after eating. The craftsmen had already started building the official road. Having tasted the benefits, they worked even harder. Linji also set a new rule. The more they worked, the more red bricks they could sell, indirectly motivating them. It was fair and transparent, with no shady deals. The craftsmen hadn't encountered such a just supervisor in a long time, making them work diligently for personal reasons and for making money. After instructing the craftsmen on some daily matters, Linji headed towards the outskirts. Yu Luoyu looked puzzled. Are you just leaving like this? Aren't you worried they'll slack off? They're working for themselves, earning their own money. Why would they slack off? Then where are we going now? I'll show you something fun. Linji smiled. After walking for about half an hour, they arrived at a village. An old man was sitting at the village entrance. Seeing Linji, he immediately came up to greet him. Young general, you're here. Grandpa Go, you look in good spirits today, sitting here smoking tobacco. Linji spoke kindly, without any airs of a young general. The old man nodded and smiled. This is all thanks to the young general. If it weren't for the money you sent earlier, my old body would have collapsed long ago. How could I still be sitting here? How are the preparations going? Linji continued to ask. The young and strong in the village are all waiting, just waiting for your command. All right, let's go in and take a look. Linji waved his hand. Yu Luoyu watched in astonishment. She never expected the villagers to hold the young general in such high regard. According to her knowledge, Linji's reputation here wasn't very good before. Do you know them? Not really, just a bit of an acquaintance. Linji said meaningfully. Yu Luoyu became interested, but was determined to get to the bottom of it. Unable to bear the pestering, Linji finally explained the reason. It turned out that when he was in the capital, Linji had already dispatched members of his Sanghui to the north to gather information. During his southward journey, he was initially protected by some of his father's old subordinates. However, assassins on the road forced them to fight for their lives, and only Linji and Shaolin managed to escape. He had always remembered this debt of gratitude. Later, after settling down in the capital and establishing a business to make money, Linji wanted to repay the kindness of those brothers. He sent people to the north to inquire, and one of them lived in this village. Grandpa Ge was the father of that soldier. When they found him, he was seriously ill, and Linji didn't hesitate to pay for his treatment. Now, it seemed he had recovered well. Yu Luoyu was greatly moved by the story. Young general, you're truly a man who repays kindness. I didn't expect you to send someone so far to help and care for them. Life is often full of helplessness and regrets. All I can do is live with a clear conscience and repay the kindness of those soldiers. Linji said with profound meaning, his gaze becoming somewhat deep. After experiencing so much, his heart inevitably underwent some changes. Previously, he only wanted to make enough money to live a life of indulgence as a fumaye. The reason for building relationships in the capital was to ensure no one could easily mess with him. But after returning to the north, Linji's thoughts changed. He wanted to grow stronger. He wanted to make the Lin family renowned in the north once again. More importantly, he wanted the people of the north to live as well as he did. Upon entering the village, men, women, and children greeted Linji with great respect, bowing to him. Soon, they arrived at a clearing in the village where about 10 large wooden wheels were placed. Their unique design caught Yu Luoyu's attention. What is this? She asked in astonishment. Hashtag chapter 178. Teaching a man to fish is better than giving him fish. This is called a water wheel. Linji approached the large wooden wheel and examined it closely. The craftsmanship of the villagers was quite impressive, after all. The water wheel was almost exactly as he had designed it. There were a few minor imperfections in the details, but they were entirely acceptable. Given the limited technological level of the current era, and the fact that many things in his previous life were made using molds, this was understandable. Young general, what exactly is this thing for? Yu Luoyu looked it up and down, her eyes filled with curiosity. She had never seen anything so peculiar before. She couldn't fathom why Linji had gone to such lengths to create it. Of course, it's to improve the lives of the people in the northern border region, Linji said with a light smile. Can this thing really change things? Yu Luoyu was again astonished. She tried to read something from the faces of the villagers around her, but they all seemed as clueless as she was. Unable to contain herself, she leaned over to Elder Gu and whispered, "Do you know what this is for?" "No idea," Elder Gu replied without hesitation. "Then why are you listening so attentively? And why did you make it so quickly?" Yu Luoyu was a bit bewildered. Was it naivety, or just plain foolishness? The young general is a great benefactor to our family. Without him, I'm afraid my old life would have ended long ago. So, whatever he asks us to do, we simply follow. Seeing the villagers' unquestioning trust in Linji, Yu Luoyu couldn't help but inwardly marvel. It seemed that only the young general could receive such treatment. "Come, let's go see if this thing really works," Linji beckoned. The villagers then carried the water wheel towards the fields. Upon reaching their destination, everyone looked at each other, unsure of what to do next. Linji directed them to place the water wheel in the ditch, stabilizing it before signaling to let the water flow. As the river water slowly entered, it was distributed to various parts of the field by the turning water wheel. This sight amazed everyone present. No one had expected the water wheel to have such a miraculous effect. From now on, the fields could save a lot of work. "Young General, how did you manage this? It's truly unbelievable." Even Elder Gu, with his many years, had never seen anything so wondrous. "It's nothing. I just happened to read about this in a book," Linji said with a meaningful smile. Compared to the average villager, his knowledge was like heaven and earth. As the old saying goes, "Give me a fulcrum, and I can move the earth." Linji's mind was brimming with ideas. With sufficient conditions, he could not only create a water wheel but even cars and skyscrapers. It's all thanks to the young general. If it were us, we'd probably be racking our brains and still couldn't figure it out. Everyone raised their thumbs in admiration. Yu Luoyu also couldn't help but marvel. Such a miraculous thing was her first time seeing it. No wonder the young general attracted envy from those in the court. How many people had such abilities? Now that the water wheel is functional, I'm sure you'll all know how to make it. Selling these should bring in quite a bit of money. "I believe it won't be long before everyone in the village gets rich," Linji said meaningfully. "Teaching a man to fish is better than giving him fish. Financial assistance is ultimately limited. He didn't have a mountain of gold and silver, nor could he support these people for a lifetime. But by teaching the villagers a craft, they could at least ensure their basic needs. Most importantly, the water wheel had significant development potential. It might not fully manifest in the north, but in the southern water towns, the demand would be even greater." "Thank you, young general." The villagers were once again moved to tears, almost kneeling to worship. In their eyes, Linji was like a reborn parent, giving them a new hope and opportunity to live. After dealing with the village matters, Linji took Yu Luoyu back. On the way, she couldn't help but ask, "Young general, since the water wheel has such promising prospects, why did you willingly hand it over to the local villagers? If you managed it yourself, wouldn't that be better? After all, the larger the business, the more issues it would involve." And Linji was essentially doing charity, taking nothing for himself. "There's only so much one person can handle," Linji said with a light smile. "The northern border region is in dire need of revival, and the people's lives are equally difficult. I was only sent here by the emperor to suppress the northern border turmoil. These matters, I'm not in a position to interfere. And right now, I'm also stretched thin. In the officialdom, the worst taboo is overstepping one's authority. Even though this is the northern border, the governor of Yuzhou, Yang, is the top authority here. To put it bluntly, with one word, he could render all the efforts of Lin Ji and the Yu family army in vain. Right now, Lin Ji doesn't have the capital to stand firm. He shouldn't be the swan among chickens. Otherwise, it would only invite disaster. Yu Luoyu seemed to understand, but not quite. But if you use the water wheel, You could make a lot of money, and the people of the northern border would trust you even more. Making money isn't always good. In the current situation, the more I make, the more envious and jealous people will become. The situation in the northern border region is no less complicated than the capital. The only good thing is that we at least have the freedom of movement. Linji had set the 7-day deadline with Governor Yang to secure his operational freedom. Otherwise, being restricted at every turn, even with countless plans and blueprints in his mind, he wouldn't be able to implement them. I see. Yu Luoyu suddenly understood, and then smiled sweetly. Indeed, the young general thinks more thoroughly. If it were me, I'd probably be helping others make money by now. Hee, you're different from me. You have your good brother, and now even Lin Shu and Shaolin are on your side. I've become the lowest in status. Linji recalled the scenes in the general's mansion and couldn't help but joke and laugh bitterly. It was as if he was regressing. The young general of the northern border. Now he had less say than a girl. It would be unbelievable if anyone heard it. So, where are we going now? To Mengqing County, Linji said thoughtfully. That was one of Yojo's granaries. He needed to see what could be reinforced. Always being ambushed on the road wasn't a solution. The Yu family army only had 2,000 men. If the Hun sought revenge and launched a surprise attack on Mengqing County with tens of thousands of troops, they would be powerless. He didn't want such a thing to happen before his eyes. Chapter 179. Even a mere gold bribe can't sway this official. At the governor's mansion of Yuzhou. At this moment, Governor Yang hummed a little tune with great interest. Two songstresses were playing the zither and dancing before him. The chief secretary, the military advisor, and the staff officer all stood behind him with bowed backs. Your Excellency, this Linji really has some brains. He ambushed the Xiongnu without claiming all the credit for himself. If we can report this to the Ministry of War and the court, we will surely be rewarded greatly. Indeed, Your Excellency. They say that no pie falls from the sky, but who would have thought we would actually encounter such a thing? It's all thanks to Your Excellency's charisma that Linji would submit to us. The group flattered him incessantly, making Governor Yang's heart bloom with joy. All right, you just want some rewards, don't you? Go to the accountant later. I won't let you down. After a moment's thought, he added, have the accountant send some silver to Linji. What? Your Excellency, why are you being so kind to that brat Linji? His old man caused us no end of trouble when he was alive. The military advisor was stunned. Such a good thing as receiving rewards would also benefit that brat. What do you know? Governor Yang scolded irritably. I've noticed that this time Linji returned from Chongping City, he's different from before. If he can truly serve me in the future, it might not be a bad thing. Originally, the governor had no goodwill towards Linji. The pattern in the northern border was that the governor, Lin Jinqiu, and the Ma family each held military, political, and financial power. They all looked down on each other. But now, the situation has changed. Linji returned to the northern border with nothing. Isn't this the perfect opportunity for the governor to win him over? Besides, if the Lin family were to rise again one day, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. As they were talking, someone came to report, Your Excellency, Ma Buiyuan, the eldest son of the Ma family, requests an audience. Why is he here? Governor Yang frowned. The relationship between the Ma family and the government was always delicate. In this northern border region, the Ma family's power was no less than that of the governor. Sometimes, Governor Yang even relied on their support. But their relationship was merely one of mutual benefit. There was no deep friendship. I don't know. This brat usually relies on his family's wealth and doesn't put our governor's mansion in his eyes. Now that he's come here on his own, it's probably not for anything good. The military advisor pondered. Why not just send him away, Your Excellency? Governor Yang shook his head. That won't do. We still have to give some face to the Ma family. He then nodded in agreement. Soon, Ma Buiyuan walked in, followed by two servants carrying two small chests. What brings Ma Gongzi to my humble governor's mansion today? Governor Yang asked indifferently, his face showing a fake smile. Your Excellency is the local magistrate, and as a local gentry, it is only right for me to pay regular visits. After some brief pleasantries, Mabuyun got straight to the point. I presume your excellency is aware that the young General Lin Ji has returned to Yuzhou? And this fellow defies the law and acts recklessly. With his father, the general, backing him, he's been causing trouble in Yuzhou. We can't let him run wild anymore. Is that so? Governor Yang turned to look at his subordinates, pretending to be puzzled. But since Lin Ji returned to Yuzhou, it's been nearly half a month, and I've never heard of him breaking any laws. Just because he hasn't done so yet doesn't mean he won't in the future. Your Excellency must be more vigilant, Mabuyun said meaningfully. In my opinion, it would be better to lock him up first, or he will certainly not put your Excellency in his eyes. You say lock him up just like that? We still have to follow the law in Yuzhou, you know? Governor Yang immediately understood the other's intentions. It seemed he wanted to trip up Lin Ji. Of course, I wouldn't let your Excellency work for nothing. Here are some small gifts I prepared specially for your Excellency, hoping you will accept them, Mabuyun said, arrogantly signaling his servants to open the 2 wooden chests. In an instant, dazzling golden light reflected into the eyes, making it hard to open them. Wow, the Ma family is really putting in a lot of effort. Who says not? The Ma family is rich and powerful, truly the top merchant in Yuzhou City. Listening to the flattery, Mabuyun looked very pleased, even more so when he looked at the governor in a show of superiority. But after a moment of silence, Governor Yang unexpectedly said, Mr. Ma, what do you take me for? Do you really think you can buy me off with just these 2 chests of gold? Everyone was stunned. Even Mabuyun's smile faltered slightly. What do you mean by that, Your Excellency? Governor Yang snapped open his folding fan. What do I mean? Don't you understand? I always uphold the law impartially and will not allow you to act recklessly. Now that you've attempted to bribe a government official, I'm giving you a chance to take this money back. Otherwise, get ready to be locked up. The chief secretary and others were dumbfounded. They knew Governor Yang very well. He was a local tyrant far from the emperor's sight. Over the years in Yuzhou City, the money Governor Yang had taken was not a small amount. His family was also very wealthy. Yet, he was unmoved by the 2 chests of gold before him. It was as if the sun rose in the west. Mabuyun also knew his character, and now his face darkened. Your Excellency, is it necessary to go against the Ma family for such a lowly person? Against? Ha ha ha, Governor Yang laughed loudly. You really dare to speak wildly. I represent the court, yet you say I'm against your Ma family? Who is defying whom? Don't think that just because your family has some background, you can act recklessly. The great Xia dynasty is governed by law. Mabuyun, I warn you for the last time. Take this money and leave, or else wait for your family to come and pick you up. Show him out. Mabuyun was furious, gritting his teeth. He never dreamed that this time Governor Yang would protect Lin Ji even at the cost of offending the Ma family. He had no idea what kind of relationship these 2 had. Fine, Your Excellency, just you wait. With that, he left in disgrace, his sleeves flapping. The hall instantly exploded. Your Excellency, what are you doing? It's not worth it to offend the Ma family for that, Lin Ji. Indeed, and they were so sincere. When did Your Excellency become so stubborn? Those who didn't know would think Governor Yang had done something excessive. So you few are the real fools. Chapter 180. Accusing the County Magistrate. The group was scolded to the point of confusion. They looked utterly baffled. Your Excellency, what do you mean by that? I ask you, who holds more power in Yuzhou City now, the Ma family or the Lin family? Of course, it's the Ma family. This question doesn't even need to be pondered. The aristocratic families of the great Xia dynasty, with a history of 200 years. Their wealth is piled up like a mountain. What's Lin Ji? With his father Lin Zhenxiu around, he could barely compete. Now, with no military power, no manpower, and no money, how can he be compared to the Ma family? Don't look at me like that. I tell you, in my view, Lin Ji is more useful now than the Ma family. The governor said meaningfully. This instantly left the group puzzled. Why do you say that, Your Excellency? Yes, how could Lin Ji compare to Master Ma? They had a feud before, and it's natural for Mabuyuan to not want to see Lin Hao return. The group whispered among themselves. They couldn't figure it out. Absolutely wrong. Governor Yang waved his hand. On the surface, the Ma family is powerful, but in reality, what we lack most now are people who can confront the border, the Huns, and the Rongdi. Tell me, with all that money, would they be willing to spend it to recruit troops and manpower? Would they be willing to fight the Huns? But Lin Ji is different. This kid is now like a lone hero. With 2,000 men, he dares to confront the Huns. Governor Yang, though greedy for money, is not a fool. At this critical juncture, it's generals who will help stabilize the situation in Yuzhou. If Lin Ji's troops really make progress, even win against the Huns or Rongdi, and the court issues an order to commend, of course, I, the governor of Yuzhou, can also benefit. Maybe, I'll even be granted a title of nobility. What can the Ma family give me? Just money. Governor Yang was disdainful. Having reached his current position, does he still care about these 2 boxes of gold? The crowd suddenly understood. The key was here. No wonder. The governor is willing to offend the Ma family for Lin Hao. Indeed, the governor has far-sighted vision. This level we really couldn't think of. Nonsense, otherwise, why would the governor be the governor? And we can only work under him? This is called the gap. The group again showered with flattery. All right, remember this in the future. Lin Ji is of great use to us. Unless absolutely necessary, we also need to let that kid see our sincerity. Only then can we reap benefits later. Everyone nodded. Suddenly, Sima thought of something. But, Your Excellency, aren't you afraid that the Ma family will seek revenge on you for offending their young master? Nonsense, he's just an aristocratic family without real power, even if he has connections in the court. So what? If he dares to move against me, I dare to fight him to the death. This is Governor Yang's confidence. Back when the 3 forces in the northern border were able to balance each other, it was because each had its means. The Ma family has connections in the court, but Governor Yang is the highest administrative official on the ground. As for Lin Jinxiu, let's not talk about it. He wouldn't listen to the court's orders. If you 2 dare to plot against me, try it. Meng County. Lin Ji and Yu Luoyu led their horses into the city. This is the nearest county to Yuzhou City, so it was set up as a granary. Compared to Yuzhou City, it's not as prosperous. Though small, it has everything. The streets were quite crowded, but at that moment, suddenly, a cry of sorrow came from the front. Lin Ji and Yu Luoyu exchanged surprised glances. They walked over to see what was happening. At the roadside, an old man was covered in dust, holding his head and crying. The surrounding pedestrians acted as if they didn't see him. What's going on? Aren't these people too indifferent? Can't they see? Yu Luoyu frowned. Lin Ji wasn't surprised. In troubled times, being able to protect oneself is already rare. Who has time to care about others? He walked up to the old man and asked softly, "Old man, what happened? Why are you crying on the street?" A man's tears are not easily shed, unless he's truly heartbroken. Though the old man was over 60, it shouldn't be to this extent. My granddaughter came to the street to buy things today, but was spotted by the county magistrate, who now forcibly took her to the county office, forcing her to be his concubine. I'm filled with hatred. My granddaughter is only 18 years old. At this touching moment, the old man's tears flowed uncontrollably. This county magistrate is too wicked. Yu Luoyu couldn't help but feel angry. She had experienced similar things, so she empathized deeply. Lin Ji, however, found it strange. Does this county magistrate usually act like this in the county? Yes. The old man nodded. Then no one manages it? Who can manage in this remote place? Then I'll go in and take a look. Lin Ji said and stood up. He would help if he saw injustice. If he didn't encounter it, it would be fine. At that moment, a passerby kindly reminded, "Young man, this county magistrate is not ordinary. It said he has support from the Ma family. You'd better not get involved." Lin Ji chuckled softly upon hearing this. If it were someone else, it would be different. But if it's related to the Ma family, then he must go and take a look. Old man, you should go home first. Sitting on the street isn't a solution. Don't worry, I'll definitely bring your granddaughter back. Really? The old man wiped his tears. A glimmer of hope appeared amidst despair. If you don't believe me, you can go to the Northern General's mansion in Yuzhou City tomorrow. I'm willing to compensate for everything. After saying this, Linji turned and headed towards the county office. In less than a stick of incense time, the two arrived at the county office gate. The guards were leaning against the door, sleeping. Clearly, the discipline here was quite lax. Linji took a large hammer and started beating the drum. The drumming echoed loudly. It startled the guards. What are you doing? Didn't you see I was sleeping? I'm here to file a complaint. Get lost. The guard was unceremonious. The county magistrate isn't someone you can see just like that. Linji didn't say much, continuing to beat the drum. The guard was annoyed and started cursing. Can't you understand human language? I told you to scram. Seeing the other party ignored him, he was furious. He stood up, even threatening to draw his sword. Without a word, Linji grabbed him. The guard cried out in pain. Now, can I see your county magistrate? Yes, yes, yes. The guard nodded like a chicken pecking rice. He didn't understand where this guy came from, daring to lay hands on a government official. He must have eaten a lion's heart and leopard's gall. Then why aren't you going? The guard's eyes were full of resentment. He was so angry he was grinding his teeth. Chapter 181. Taking over Mingxing County. Good lad. You really have guts. Just wait for me. The bailiff scrambled towards the yamen. Shortly after, a group of bailiffs rushed out, each armed with weapons, looking fierce and menacing. Which bastard dares to cause trouble at the county yamen? Have you eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall? I'm here to file a complaint. How can that be causing trouble? Linji said with a light smile. Just then, the scribe also walked out. Hearing this, he disdained it. What grievance do you have? I want to inform the county magistrate of Mingxing County, who oppresses the people, acts recklessly, and forcibly takes women. Upon hearing this, everyone present burst into laughter. I thought it was some troublemaker. Turns out it's a fool. The scribe even more arrogantly walked up to Linji. You're here to complain against the county magistrate? Do you know who's in charge in Mingxing County? I only know that within the borders of Dixia, one must abide by Dixia's laws. Even a prince who breaks the law is equally guilty as a commoner, let alone a mere county magistrate. Linji remained composed. From beginning to end, he showed no sign of panic. In the imperial city, he wasn't afraid of the minister of war, let alone be intimidated by such small fry. You really have guts. The scribe couldn't help but raise his thumb. His eyes flashed with coldness. Today we'll show you who the law is here. Come, arrest these two for me. Before the words were finished, several bailiffs swarmed forward. But despite their imposing presence, how could they match Linji's skills? In less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, everyone was knocked to the ground, groaning in pain and looking disheveled. The scribe immediately turned pale with fright. It seemed they had run into a tough nut. In a flash, he wanted to escape. Linji moved swiftly, directly blocking his way. Seeing the scribe still struggling, he used a quick grab to subdue him. The scribe, with his old bones, couldn't withstand such rough handling and immediately cried out in pain. Hero, spare me. It's my fault for not recognizing Mount Tai. Can I now see the county magistrate? Linji remained unruffled. Yes, yes, yes. These guys change their faces faster than their skills. Linji pushed the scribe into the yamen. Just as they reached the back courtyard, they heard a scream from within a room. Linji frowned. He moved quickly, kicking the door open in 3 steps. The people inside were instantly frightened. The county magistrate was even more furious. Which bastard dares to barge in and ruin my business? Don't want to live, huh? On the bed, a girl looked frightened, desperately shrinking into a corner. You saw this and was furious. As the local official, not doing your duty for the people is one thing. Now you forcibly take a woman. Do you have any shame? None of your business. The county magistrate was arrogant. But when he saw Yu's appearance, his eyes lit up. This little lady looks good too. Why don't you follow me? I'll ensure you eat well and move freely in Mingxing County. Pfft. Shameless. Yu Luoyu directly cursed. Linji was decisive and too lazy to waste words with the man. He went up and punched him in the face. The county magistrate never expected to be beaten in his own yamen. He was furious. Bastard. You dare to lay hands on me? Don't want to live, huh? Guards. Guards. Stop shouting. Your men are all lying outside. Linji said expressionlessly. Release the girl, and I can spare you. You say release her? Who do you think you are? Before he could finish, the county magistrate was directly stepped on by Linji. I'm not negotiating with you, but commanding. You'd better behave yourself. The county magistrate had never suffered such humiliation. He cursed wildly. You're dead, kid. Have the guts to tell me your name. See if I don't kill you later. I am the young general of the northern border, Linji. What? The county magistrate was stunned. His eyes filled with disbelief. He never dreamed that the young general who had recently returned from the imperial city would appear before him at this moment. Furthermore, from today onwards, you are no longer the county magistrate. Mingxing County is under my control. Who do you think you are? I am the county magistrate appointed by the court, with the documents from the Ministry of Personnel. What if the Ministry of Personnel knows about your actions? Linji snorted coldly, directly kicked him over. Scram. The county magistrate scrambled away. Before leaving, his gaze was venomous. Just you wait. I'll tear you to pieces. His true backing was not his official position, but his connections beyond the border. Miss, are you all right? Linji approached with a gentler tone. The girl, probably frightened, was still in a daze. After asking several times, she finally burst into tears. It took a long while for her to calm down. It's okay. No one will bully you anymore. Go home and find your grandfather. Linji comforted. Then he called the scribe over and ordered him to send the girl home. Are we really just letting that scoundrel of a county magistrate go like this? Yu Luoyu seemed still unsatisfied. Such a minor role is not worth bothering with. But he is still appointed by the court. Later, I will go to the prefectural governor. A county official is not as powerful as a local ruler. As the highest official in the northern border, he has certain powers of appointment and removal. Similarly, Mingxing County cannot be managed by such a person anymore. In the future, it will be more troublesome for your brother to take on more responsibilities. Linji's original purpose was to consult with the county magistrate, planning to turn Mingxing County into a fortress. Not only was it one of the granaries in Yuzhou, but due to its special terrain, it was a hub for all directions. Whether it was north-south or east-west, it was a necessary passage, as long as it was well guarded. Even if the Xiongnu or Rongdi armies advanced south, it would be impossible for them to break through Yuzhou City in a short time. Who would have thought the county magistrate was such a scoundrel? Now, it was just as well. Yu Yin taking over Mingxing County would not only facilitate training but also better achieve this purpose. Yuzhou City. When the prefectural governor learned about the incident in Mingxing County, he couldn't help but be shocked. Did Linji really beat the local county magistrate? Yes. This matter is already known to everyone locally. Moreover, the young general sent me to report to the prefectural governor, hoping that general you could take over Mingxing County to better resist foreign enemies. The military advisor, upon hearing this, couldn't help but comment. This guy is too presumptuous. A court official, beaten just like that? He really doesn't put our Xia laws in his eyes. If this continues, he will only become more arrogant. Minister Yang, after a moment of silence, shook his head. All right, I agree with Linji's idea. What? Everyone around was once again shocked. Hashtag Chapter 182. Strengthening defense is the top priority. The governor's character was well known to the officials present. Early birds catch the worms. Indeed, if one were to judge by his political achievements, Governor Yang was not particularly outstanding, but he was certainly not someone who only cared about money. Or rather, everything he did was to secure his position. However, no one had ever seen Governor Yang repeatedly accommodate anyone, especially Linji. Why are you staring at me? Why haven't you gone to do it yet? Do you need me to teach you how to do it? Governor Yang said bluntly. The person who came to report was a bit confused. But since even the governor had spoken, he dared not say more and immediately went to convey the order. The prefect and the military officer quickly surrounded him. Governor Yang, what are you doing? Yes, aren't you obviously protecting Linji? That brat is just like his father, born with rebellious bones. Once he stabilizes here, he will surely become arrogant and will never take us seriously. They all discussed urgently, their brows full of anxiety. Clearly, they could not accept what was happening. Governor Yang glanced at them disdainfully. So your vision is too narrow. You can only be minor officials for a lifetime. You need to look at the bigger picture, understand? But what does this have to do with Linji? I ask you, why did he deal with the magistrate of Ming County? They looked at each other. According to the person who reported earlier, they probably had a conflict. How could the magistrate of Ming County deal with Linji? Yes, the original issue was the magistrate's fault, which means Linji did not handle it wrongly. And he let Yu Yin take over Ming County to better protect the place. How important Ming County is, I think you all know very well. Compared to the entire Yuzhou being occupied by the Huns or Rongdi, what's a mere county magistrate? Governor Yang said meaningfully. The reason he had been in the position of governor for 10 years was his clear vision. Some things could be done. Some things could not be done. That's called a bottom line. However, Governor Yang himself had no such bottom line. But he was very clear that Yuzhou needed someone like Linji. As long as his interests were not harmed, it didn't matter how much Linji messed around. Remember, Linji can do whatever he wants in Yuzhou City, but there's one thing. If he touches us. Everyone suddenly understood. So that's it. This was what Governor Yang truly cared about. No wonder you're the governor. Your vision is truly high. Enough with the flattery. Linji is like a wild horse that refuses to be tamed. You must keep an eye on him for me. If he does anything out of line, it must be stopped immediately. Governor Yang's gaze grew profound. In his eyes, Linji was a double-edged sword. As long as it didn't harm him, it didn't matter. As for Ming County, if they need help, we can assist them when appropriate. Understood. Ming County, Linji, and Yu Yin walked through the streets. The common folk bowed and greeted them, each calling him young general. Yu Yin couldn't help but be surprised. His eyes were full of disbelief. Young general, I didn't expect you to be so revered here. The common folk hold you in such high regard. There is no love or hate without reason in this world. The common folk respect me because they believe I can uphold justice for them, Linji smiled. One should see through the surface to the essence. Hearing you say that, I suddenly feel a chill. Yu Yin was stunned. He never expected to hear such words from the other's mouth. Hee brother you're still too naive. Let's talk about this later. Now we need to help Ming County get out of its predicament as soon as possible. Today was Yu Yan's third day here. In these few days, Linji had shown him around the entire county, including its surroundings. He also told him about his plan. Young General, I fully agree with your proposal to strengthen the defense of Ming County. This place is a strategic border town. Although it's a small county, it has significant military importance. Yu Yin pondered. As a general, these basic qualities were already ingrained in him years ago. But it won't be easy to completely transform Ming County in a short time. Ming County was originally just a place to store grain. Plus, its geographical location was not close to the border, so its defensive capabilities were not strong. Because no one had ever thought that the Huns could enter the border without obstruction, let alone launch a surprise attack. The Huns' failure to raid the granary last time won't make them give up. Linji pondered. They will surely come back, so our time is very short. The most important thing now is to strengthen the city walls to ensure we can withstand the enemy's attack. Yu Yin was even more shocked. Young General, I have no experience fighting the Huns, but I think they are enraged after this defeat and could attack at any moment. Out of the city gate, the leading craftsman quickly approached. Greetings, young General. How many people have come today? Linji looked up. It was a dark crowd. The young general said it was urgent, So I gathered all the craftsmen I know from the surrounding villages. There are about 400 to 500 here. The leading craftsman was surnamed Wang, and everyone called him Old Wang. 400 to 500? That should be enough. Linji thought to himself. Chapter 183. A New Method of Construction. Young General, what exactly is the reason for bringing us to Mingxin County this time? Old Wang couldn't help but ask. The other craftsmen also leaned out, their eyes filled with curiosity. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't be willing to come from various places to Mingxin County, especially when it was the government calling. It was obvious they would be working for free, but Linji was different. Working with him meant making money and living a good life, which was why so many were willing to come. What they didn't know was what could be so urgent. I want you to help me reinforce the city walls of Mingxin County. I need all the walls to be raised by 2 zhang within half a month. Upon hearing this, everyone present was dumbfounded, their faces full of disbelief. Young General, this is impossible, Old Wang said with a distressed expression. If it were within their capabilities, they would do their utmost. Working for the young general was a sure win. But now, this task was beyond everyone's abilities. It was like a fairy tale. Is it really that exaggerated? Linji frowned slightly. To be honest, reinforcing city walls is very troublesome. Normally, it takes at least half a year, sometimes even several years, and requires a lot of manpower and resources. With just a few hundred of us, it might not be enough. Old Wang spread his hands. As a craftsman, he was very familiar with construction projects. Reinforcing city walls was a crucial task for every city. The thicker and higher the walls, the more stable and less prone to problems. But the difficulty was enormous. Now, they were asked to raise all 4 walls by 2 zhang in half a month? Even working day and night, it would be a drop in the bucket. Who said it's impossible? Linji smiled lightly. I wouldn't have called you here if I didn't have confidence. He then gestured for everyone to follow him to the city walls, where piles of red bricks were already stacked, ready for action. Old Wang, I'll teach you a construction method that not only increases efficiency but also greatly enhances stability. Linji directed from the side. Old Wang followed his instructions, mixing lime with water-soaked yellow soil and some sand. Being experienced, he quickly got the hang of it. The bricklaying method was also different, significantly speeding up the process. In just a short incense stick's time, Old Wang had already laid a small section of the wall, impressing the surrounding craftsmen. My goodness, how could it be so fast? It's unimaginable. I've never seen such a unique bricklaying method, but it does seem more effective than what we usually use. The craftsmen discussed animatedly, unable to hide their admiration. They had never thought they could achieve such speed. Old Wang was especially excited. Young General, these methods are simply amazing. Where did you learn them? That's none of your concern. Now, can you raise the city walls within half a month? Linji asked calmly. After pondering, Old Wang replied solemnly, Young General, with 300 to 400 craftsmen here, if we work diligently, we should be able to complete it within half a month. Good. If you can finish on time, there will be extra rewards for everyone. Linji said decisively. Under heavy rewards, there will be brave men. Don't talk about feelings with the poor. Do the work, get the money. For them, the pie in hand is the real deal. After briefly reminding Old Wang of some precautions, Linji patted his shoulder. I'm leaving this to you. Let's be clear, there will be benefits if the job is done. But if it's messed up, don't blame me for being ruthless. Linji was very clear about the distinction between public and private matters. They could be brothers and drink together, but when it came to work, there could be no slacking, especially now, as it concerned the safety of the entire county and even the northern border. Transforming Mingxin County was not just about protecting vital grain supplies, but also a pilot project. Only if this succeeded would Linji have more confidence to change the situation at the entire border. Young General, rest assured, we will definitely complete the raising of the city walls within half a month. If those Huns dare to attack again, we'll make sure they get nothing. Old Wang said earnestly. Despite being ordinary folk, their hatred for the Huns and Rongdi ran deep, especially in recent years, as the foreign tribes frequently invaded the border, The people's lives were miserable. Lin Ji's arrival had given many locals hope, and now they were more determined to seize it. In the Hun's main camp, tribal leaders and chieftains were gathered, discussing military affairs. Someone came in to report, "Chieftain, the magistrate of Mingxing County is here to see you." "Why is that guy here?" The chieftain frowned, signaling the others to put away the maps and act as if nothing was happening. The magistrate of Mingxing County then entered. "Chieftain, you must stand up for me." The Hun's chieftain snorted coldly. "I haven't settled accounts with you yet. What did you tell us? That entering Mingxing County would be like entering an unguarded place, yet we lost over 100 brave Huns." Upon hearing this, the magistrate of Mingxing was alarmed. "It's not my fault. It's all because of that bastard Lin Ji. Didn't you warn us beforehand?" The chieftain narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as a knife, combined with the ruggedness of someone who lived on the frontier, making him seem very intimidating. "Chieftain, how could I dare?" The magistrate of Mingxing looked pitiful. The people of Mingxing County would never dream that their so-called local official had already defected to the enemy, secretly providing various intelligence to the Huns. It was also due to his tips that the Huns chose to invade Mingxing County in the northern border's heartland. No one expected that this easily obtainable piece of fat would be missed, and they even paid a price for it. "I'll take your word for it. Soon, we will attack Mingxing County again. You will provide us with the military deployment of Yuzhou City. If there are any more problems, you should know what the consequences will be." The Hun's chieftain was domineering, always high-handed. ####Chapter 184. An unfated engagement? Although the Hun's leader knew he was from the northern barbarian tribes, he always believed himself to be superior to the people of the Central Plains. Especially in the past 2 years, with the northern border unable to resist, the Rong and Hun tribes acted with impunity, gradually becoming more arrogant and looking down on the people of the Central Plains from the bottom of their hearts. They saw them as a group of spineless people who bowed their heads and complied. Hearing the complaints from the county magistrate of Mingxing, the Hun leader was disdainful. "How dare such a petty thief interfere with my grand plans?" he thought. "Let him wait. I will make him understand my methods and strength." "That would be best, my lord. Rest assured, I will tell you everything I know," the county magistrate replied, also looking pleased. To seek revenge, he needed to rely on the Hun's power. He didn't believe that with such strong backing, he couldn't handle a mere deputy general of the northern frontier without real power. For the next half-month, the plan to reinforce the walls of Mingxing County proceeded in full swing, with noticeable progress each day. The local people were overjoyed. Previously oppressed by the county magistrate, now with the arrival of the young general, they not only saw the clouds part but also felt more secure. With such high walls, even the Huns, no matter how capable, would have to make great efforts to climb them. In the era of cold weapons, engineering was an extremely labor-intensive task. Anyone could only break through defenses by brute force. This was why the construction of walls was crucial. As long as the walls were high and sturdy enough, no matter how fierce the Huns' attacks, they could be easily withstood. One day, Lin Ji and Xiaolian strolled through the streets of Mingxing County. Since they had been working here for some time, they temporarily stayed in the county magistrate's office. The northern frontier general's residence was temporarily managed by the old steward, so there wouldn't be any issues. "Young master, it feels quite different coming back this time. In the past, when our Lin family went out on the streets, the common people would avoid us from afar," Xiaolian said with a sigh. She was one of the most deeply affected by this change. The Lin family's prestige in the northern border was once unmatched, but now they were in a precarious situation. Fortunately, Lin Ji's return had changed the locals' attitude towards the Lin family. Otherwise, they might have become the target of public scorn. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Isn't life like this? Lin Ji chuckled. No one can have a good reputation all their life, nor can anyone do only bad things all their life. But young master, there's something I want to ask. If you truly revitalize the Lin family in the northern border, will you return to the imperial city? Xiaolian suddenly asked. Why do you ask that? Young master, now you are not alone. There are people in the imperial city who care about you. If you never return from now on, you should at least let them know in advance, Xiaolian said earnestly. So Princess Anning doesn't wait in vain in the imperial city. In the past, Xiaolian wouldn't have mentioned it. Linji was infamous in both the northern border and the imperial city, and few cared about his safety. But after spending so much time with Princess Li Qingyue, Xiaolian gradually understood and could see that the princess genuinely cared for her young master. It's just that because of her personality, outsiders perceived her as cold and unfeeling. Linji pondered upon hearing this. Do you think I will return? I don't know, Xiaolian replied. Don't joke around. You're so smart, you must know, Linji teased. Really, Xiaolian said. Personally, I think young master and Princess Anning are not meant for each other. How so? Linji was a bit surprised. This statement from anyone else wouldn't be strange, but not from Xiaolian. Young master, I didn't know this before, but after arriving in the imperial city, I found out that the emperor really has a prejudice against you and has never changed his mind, Xiaolian said seriously, her eyes filled with certainty. Even after returning to the northern border this time, I heard from senior official Gao that the emperor never intended to send troops. If it weren't for Brother Yu and the others winning in the military drill, we might have returned alone. If you truly revitalize the Lin family in the northern border, it will become a real threat to the emperor, Xiaolian continued. He was wary of the old master, and now he will be wary of you. The implication was clear. Princess Anning was the daughter of Li Jingzhen. No matter how their father-daughter relationship was, blood was thicker than water. It was impossible for them to fall apart because of an outsider like Lin Ji. If one day, the Lin and Li families had to confront each other, Lin Ji and Princess Anning would be enemies, with no possibility of reconciliation. Lin Ji remained silent for a long time before finally smiling and patting Xiaolian's hair. You little girl, you're getting smarter and can analyze things so well. But Lin Ji hesitated. He had thought about this issue before but couldn't come up with an answer. Emotions were never a one-sided affair. No matter how Lin Ji felt, it ultimately depended on Princess Anning. Her attitude would determine his course of action. In any case, this matter can't be explained in a short time. We need to focus on what's in front of us now, Lin Ji said with a smile. Otherwise, we might not even have a chance to return to the imperial city. At that moment, an old man approached and respectfully bowed. Greetings, young general. Hello, Lin Ji replied, blinking. He felt he recognized the man but couldn't quite place him. He didn't have many acquaintances in Mingqing County. The old man smiled. The young general truly has a lot on his mind. That day, thanks to you, my granddaughter was able to return safely. Lin Ji suddenly realized. So it's you. May I ask your name? I am an old man surnamed Yang. Neighbors call me Old Yang. The young general may address me as such if you don't mind. Lin Ji silently noted this. Seeing Old Yang's appearance of going on a journey, he couldn't help but ask curiously, at your age, where are you going? Old Yang sighed. To be honest, I'm going to seek refuge with someone, to do some work and earn some money. Otherwise, my granddaughter and I won't survive this winter. Hashtag chapter 185. I'll lead you to prosperity. Is it really that difficult? Lin Ji's eyes were filled with astonishment. Mingqing County was one of the 4 major granaries at the northern border. Even the locals here had to go out to work? It must be really tough out there. Yes, our county may look decent, but it's completely different from Yuzhou. It's just a frontier town after all, the old man Yang, who seemed to have studied for a few years, explained eloquently. He then detailed the actual situation. The grain stored in Mingqing County wasn't just for the county itself, but also for the surrounding villages. However, in these turbulent times, coupled with the different climates in the north and south, the grain barely sufficed for the locals. Despite this, the local officials still ruthlessly imposed various taxes. Don't be fooled by the appearance. Many families are actually running out of grain, the old man sighed, his eyes filled with helplessness. Luckily, it's thanks to you, young general, taking over Mingqing County. Otherwise, if that county magistrate stayed any longer, we wouldn't be able to pay the taxes. Lin Ji pondered upon hearing this. Xiaolian couldn't help but ask, Isn't anyone going to do something about it? Doesn't the Yujo prefect care? Little girl, you're young and naive. Do you think the Yujo prefect is any better? Half of the grain and other wealth collected over the years has gone into his pocket. The locals are furious, but dare not speak out. Xiaolian's eyes widened in surprise, and she turned to Lin Ji. I don't think the Yujo prefect is as bad as they say. You've grown up at the northern border. Haven't you heard what kind of person he is? Lin Ji knew very well that the Yujo prefect allowed his actions not because of their good relationship, but because Lin Ji still had enough value to exploit. Moreover, what he was doing now was beneficial to the northern border. If the prefect tried to oppose him at this critical juncture, it would show a lack of vision. Lin Ji had also heard about the prefect's usual deeds, but he didn't expect him to be so ruthless towards the local people. In the tripartite standoff at the northern border, the Ma family, the prefect, and even Lin Ji were not good for the people. Now that Lin Ji had seen the light and reformed, he was likely the only one willing to work for the people. So, what should we do now? Xiaolian asked curiously. Every year, many people from the north would head south, either to do business or to work as laborers, because it was hard to make a living here. If this continued, the labor force would inevitably decline, and the northern border would become increasingly impoverished. The court was inactive, and the local prefect was embezzling funds. Lin Ji wanted to make a difference here, but it seemed as difficult as ascending to the heavens. After a moment of silence, Lin Ji suddenly said, Old man Yang, you don't need to go south this time. Ah. The old man's eyes were filled with surprise and bewilderment. Where else was he supposed to go to make a living? Was he going to drink the northwest wind with his granddaughter? Don't worry, I'll have a way to help you find a livelihood. If you go south, what will happen to your granddaughter here? Lin Ji said earnestly. If she gets bullied, there won't even be anyone to call for help. But, young general, it's past the time for planting crops. If we stay in the county, the only option is to do short-term work for the wealthy families. The rich here were all like Huang Shuren, wanting the horse to run without feeding it. Plus, with the unstable situation at the northern border, many landlords kept wages extremely low, some even just paying in food. No need. This time, you'll be working for yourselves, Lin Ji said confidently. The old man was stunned. What? Working for ourselves? How is that possible? Don't doubt it. Before, my master had people repair the official road, and the craftsmen were very reluctant. But now, those craftsmen are working with gusto, and their lives have improved a lot thanks to Xiao General Luo, some even wearing new clothes and eating meat every day, Xiaolian said proudly. Seeing Lin Ji achieve such great results locally made her very happy. Lin Ji now represented not just himself, but the entire Lin family. Really? The old man's eyes immediately showed envy. For ordinary people, they didn't dream of great wealth. The extravagant life wasn't something everyone could experience. But these ordinary people's greatest wish was just to have enough to eat, wear, and sleep comfortably. In this life, that was all they asked for. To be a high official or a wealthy landlord was impossible, so they could only strive for a relatively stable and comfortable life. In the northern border, being able to live without worries about food and clothing was already precious. Have I ever lied to you? Lin Ji smiled slightly. In 2 days, bring your granddaughter to the county office, and I'll tell you how to make money. Although the old man wasn't entirely convinced, he didn't dare to question Lin Ji's words. He immediately nodded. Thank you, young general. No need. It's my duty to serve the local people. After all, I've made my share of mistakes when I was younger. This was called paying for the sins of the previous generation. Who would have thought he would just happen to be reborn into this playboy's body? The old man couldn't help but sigh. Young general, to be honest, all the rumors about you were bad. That's true. He paused, carefully observing Lin Ji's expression to make sure he wasn't angry before continuing. But this time, after you returned from the imperial city, the locals all say you're like a different person. Now, the young general truly deserves to be called the son of General Lin. Lin Ji couldn't help but chuckle. How bad was he before to be vilified by all the locals? Even the prefect and the Ma family's son were wary of him. But that was all in the past. His only thought now was to protect the northern border and restore the Lin family's glory. Chapter 186. The Weaving Wonder, Loom. 2 days later, Grandpa Yang brought his granddaughter to the county office. Last time, Linji was busy dealing with the magistrate of Meng County, so he didn't pay much attention. Now, upon closer inspection, Grandpa Yang's granddaughter was indeed pretty. She had a refreshing appearance that was pleasing to the eye. Though not as ethereal as Yu Luoyu, she was quite good-looking among common folk. "Girl, this is the young general who helped us last time. Hurry up and pay your respects." The young girl was very obedient. She timidly bowed. "Thank you, young general, for your assistance. Your great kindness is beyond repayment." Next, she wouldn't start talking about repaying with gratitude and offering herself, would she? Linji mused inwardly, recalling the cliches from the ancient dramas he had watched. Just as he was thinking, the girl continued, "My family is poor, and I don't know how to repay the young general. If I could serve." Hearing this, Linji felt something was off. He quickly interrupted, "No need. No need. You are all common folk from the northern border. As the young general of the northern border, it's my duty to protect your safety. Even if it wasn't you. If I knew the magistrate was oppressing the people and disregarding the law, I would treat everyone equally." The girl's eyes filled with admiration. The young general is truly noble. "Where, this is just me repaying past debts. After all, I've done a lot of foolish things at the northern border," Linji chuckled. He didn't want to have a girl around him. Not that he was Shin Chi Doifa. It was just that the situation he faced was extremely dangerous. Although he was far from the court and no longer had to deal with those power-hungry nobles, the northern border was no better. There were barbarians outside and bandits inside. Linji's future was uncertain, let alone dragging an innocent girl into it. Xiaolian and Yu Luoyu were different cases. One had grown up with him and was a servant from the Lin family, while the other was Yu Yan's sister. There was no need to involve an innocent person. "Young general, you said you have a way to make money today. What exactly is it?" Grandpa Yang, being a simple commoner, didn't beat around the bush with Linji. He liked that about people. Just say what you mean. Don't beat around the bush. "Follow me inside," Linji gestured. He then led Grandpa Yang and his granddaughter to the backyard. On the way, the girl showed signs of fear, probably due to lingering psychological shadows from previous events. Linji comforted her, "Don't worry, this place is under our control now. The magistrate can no longer act recklessly. No one in Ming County will dare to bully you anymore. If they do, we will stand up for you." This wasn't just empty talk. Since taking over Ming County, Linji was practically the local magistrate, even though he wasn't officially titled. He could handle all matters. Small daily issues were left to the clerk and bailiffs. Only major incidents involving life or significant trouble required his intervention. Perhaps the name of the young general of the northern border was enough to strike fear. Since arriving in Ming County, the common folk here had become more orderly. Even the local ruffians dared not act as they used to. It was a good thing. Passing through the backyard, they arrived at an empty room. Linji pushed the door open. Inside was a strange-looking machine. Grandpa Yang looked at it with astonishment. "Young general, what is this? Does your granddaughter know how to do needlework?" Linji asked. Grandpa Yang shook his head. "Young general, you jest. Only the daughters of wealthy families learn such things. In these times, poor common folk had no way out. They knew nothing and could do nothing. Grandpa Yang's granddaughter, with her slightly better looks, might marry into a common family and live a simple life. Or, if unlucky, she might become a concubine in a rich household, never truly free. All right then, I'll help you to the end." Linji nodded. He then clapped his hands. Yu Luoyu walked in. Seeing her, the girl felt inferior. "Let me reintroduce, this is called a loom." Linji pointed at the strange-looking machine. "With this, you can weave cloth, which you can then sell outside. It might not make you rich, but it will at least provide food and clothing." He then asked Yu Luoyu to demonstrate. Born into a fallen noble family, Yu Luoyu had learned these skills at home, hoping to have a means of self-sufficiency if she couldn't restore the family's glory. Of course, she didn't know how to use the loom. Linji had taught her the night before. Grandpa Yang watched with curiosity. He soon realized that this weaving method was much faster than he had ever imagined. He couldn't hide his shock and disbelief. Young General, this machine weaves cloth so quickly. Grandpa Yang, though not knowing much about women's work, had seen it before. Many in the city had worked briefly in cloth mills and knew how to weave, but their speed was nothing compared to this machine. The cloth produced, in terms of color and texture, is no different from handmade, and the speed is greatly increased. If you two can endure hardship and weave longer hours each day, I think the money earned should be enough to get you through the winter, Linji said seriously. Grandpa Yang and his granddaughter were overjoyed but then frowned. Young General, even if you are willing to teach my granddaughter to weave, we don't have the money to buy this machine. It looked expensive, probably beyond the reach of ordinary people. Hee, you can use this loom first and buy it when you have the money, Linji said with a smile. Helping people to the end, he saw this as an opportunity to popularize the loom. If all women in the North could engage in this work, the significance would be extraordinary. Hashtag Chapter 187. The young general's renown soars. Old Yang and his daughter were overwhelmed with gratitude. They knelt down directly. Thank you, young general, for giving us a real hope to live. You have given us a true chance to survive. Who would have thought that the once infamous young general of the northern border, known for his notorious deeds, would now become a great benefactor? Old Yang was even more grateful to have met Linji. Otherwise, he truly did not know how his family could have endured. He himself was of no concern. But his granddaughter was only 18 years old, alone and helpless. If she could acquire a skill, in the future, earning some silver as a dowry, she could marry into a good family, not having to endure the hardships of poverty like himself. Get up, you are going to make me lose my life. Linji quickly went forward to help them up. Old Yang's tears flowed freely. Young general, your kindness to us is too great. I really don't know how to repay you. No need for repayment. If you can live a good life in the future, that would be the greatest comfort for me. Linji was not someone who sought repayment for his kindness. On the contrary, having been a sales manager before, he actually had his own principles and bottom lines. Making deals was, of course, for profit, but more importantly, one needed to have a long-term vision. For example, now in the northern border, if he could lay a solid foundation, in the future, no matter what he did, he would not lack support. Just like if old Yang's granddaughter could master the skill of weaving. If he ever wanted to engage in related industries in the future, she could come to help. Old Yang nodded repeatedly. Yes. Young general, rest assured, if you ever need anything, even if it means taking my life, I will not hesitate. Linji couldn't help but chuckle. What would I do with your life? Then he turned to Yu Luoyu. Next, you will have to teach this little girl how to weave. With pleasure. Yu Luoyu smiled lightly. She did not have any airs of a young lady. Instead, she felt very happy to be able to help Linji. After all, Yu Luoyu owed Linji's kindness, which was not something that could be repaid in a short time. Doing what she could was just her small contribution. The little girl was also very smart. Under Yu Luoyu's guidance, she quickly mastered the use of the loom. The cloth she wove looked quite decent, but if it were to be sold on the street, it probably wouldn't fetch a good price. It's okay, practice more at home. I believe you will soon master it, Linji comforted. The little girl's eyes were filled with gratitude and more admiration. To her, Linji was like a ray of light in her life, giving her hope for the future. Then, Linji had the county yaman's officers help move the loom to old Yang's home. Before leaving, the old man and the girl expressed their gratitude once more. After seeing them off, Yu Luoyu couldn't help but sigh. They say how prosperous the great Xia dynasty is, but now in the northern border, I see that the lives of the common people are not as comfortable as imagined. In the capital, even ordinary people live relatively comfortably. They do not lack food or clothing. They have stable residences. Every day they can see many strange and wonderful things. But in this northern border, many people have to strive with all their might just to have a full meal. The gap between the two is self-evident. Do you regret following us out here? Linji couldn't help but tease. I told you to stay in the capital, but you insisted on coming out to suffer. Young general, you are underestimating me too much. Yu Luoyu raised her delicate eyebrows. After all, I was born into a military family. How could I be content with just enjoying life? Coming out to see more is also to increase my experience. Linji couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. A true heroine. I admire you. Yu Luoyu giggled. It's a pity that the young general missed out on a little beauty. Won't you feel a bit disappointed? I have a big beauty like you by my side every day. What do I have to be disappointed about? This unexpected compliment made Yu Luoyu blush. You are still the same as before, slick-tongued. The people here in the northern border probably haven't seen your true face yet. This is called being charming and dashing. You still have a lot to learn. Linji laughed. Not to mention, Yu Luoyu's presence was indeed a spice in the monotonous life. Every day busy with transforming Mingqing County, Linji's life was actually very monotonous. With Yu Luoyu around, it did add a lot of fun. By the way, where is your brother? He seems to have gone out on patrol today. Some people said there were bandits roaming around Mingqing County, so he went to check it out. Yu Luoyu thought for a moment and said, Your brother is full of energy. He hasn't had a day off since he arrived at the northern border. Linji said with a smile. But that was good too. Before, the Yu army was confined to Bailang Pass, unable to exert their strength. Every day they could only look at the wilderness. Now here, with the opportunity to make a difference, it was not just Yu Yin, but all the brothers of the Yu army were full of fighting spirit. It was time to meet the local garrison. Otherwise, relying on just their 2,000 men. If the Huns attacked again, it would be difficult to make a difference. In the afternoon, Linji went to the city wall and found the craftsman Lao Wang, and asked him to help find some carpenters. Although he didn't know the reason, Lao Wang agreed readily. Now that the loom had been made, it should be promoted vigorously. Moreover, the people of Mingqing County were originally poor. If the women of every household could earn a living by weaving, it could greatly change the current situation. Only when the people become rich can Mingqing County become rich. Then there would be enough money to build various facilities. Linji was in a place where he was running out of resources. Many things could only be exchanged for goods, including having Lao Wang and others repair the city wall. It was on the condition that they could sell the bricks for money. A few days passed like this. The fame of the loom in Mingqing County grew louder and louder. Many women heard that the young general was strongly encouraging the people to be self-reliant, and the production efficiency of the loom was very fast. They all came to the county yamen to sign up voluntarily. Linji also adopted the principle of trying before buying, distributing looms to the women who signed up. This bustling scene gave the local people hope. They were even more grateful to Linji and highly respected him. Invisible, Linji had already established enough prestige among the people. No longer the former young general who was mischievous and carefree. That day, Yu Yin returned from patrol. Just happened to bump into Linji. Is there an urgent matter, young general? I was just looking for you. Chapter 188. Expanding the troops to counter the foreign threats. Looking for me? Yu Yin was a bit surprised. What happened? Is there another disturbance somewhere? His enthusiasm surged instantly, his eyes filled with anticipation. Recently, Yu Yin had been taking his men on patrols whenever he had nothing to do. They had managed to capture quite a few bandits and thieves. Though they were just small fry, these scattered soldiers had turned to banditry out of desperation. But at least it had soothed the local people. The security situation had improved, benefiting everyone. Still, Yu Yin felt unsatisfied and wanted to catch a bigger fish. Don't get so excited. The Rong and Xiongnu tribes are stirring at the northern border. A war could break out at any moment. You want to make a name for yourself, there will be plenty of opportunities. But we don't fight unprepared battles. Linji teased with a meaningful look. My brothers and I have been ready since the grand military exercises ended. We train every day. How could we not be prepared? Yu Yin declared confidently. From the day he took command of the Yu family army, he was always ready to fight on the battlefield, even if it meant dying in battle. Unfortunately, he never got the chance. In Bailang Pass, He had wasted years dealing with the various intrigues of the court. Yu Yin had once felt disheartened. Now, with a chance to regroup, he wouldn't let it slip away. Come on, don't tell me you think the Xiongnu will only send a couple of thousand men to attack our northern border each time? Lin Ji raised an eyebrow. Last time, they were too arrogant, thinking no one would dare to stop them, so they only brought 1,000 men to raid Mingxing County. But next time, the Xiongnu might get serious. What if they send 70,000 men? Will your 2,000 be enough to fill their teeth? Yu Yin thought about it. It made sense. The Xiongnu were said to have 500,000 warriors. If it weren't for their deep animosity towards the Great Xia dynasty, they might have already gone to war with neighboring countries. How could they wait until now? If that's the case, what's so urgent? Didn't I just say? We don't have enough men, so we need to meet the local garrison at the northern border. Oh! Yu Yan's eyes lit up. Are you going to persuade them to join us? That's a good idea. But this could just be handled by the Yuzhou governor sending a message. Why make the trip in person? Lin Ji chuckled coldly. Brother, your thoughts are too simple. Don't you remember how the various troops were during the grand military exercises? Every soldier is proud. Before fighting, no one is convinced of the other's strength. Although the northern border army is now nowhere to be seen, the Yuzhou garrison has been stationed at the front line for years. Your Yu family army is just guarding by Lang Pass. You have no achievements, no numbers. Why should they listen to you? Do you really think that just because you come from the capital, you can act arrogantly? Even the strongest dragon can't suppress the local snake. Even if Emperor Li Jingjin came to the northern border, it's not certain if his words would count. If we really want to expand our forces, we must make the local garrison respect us. Only then can we unite as one. Lin Ji said earnestly. When he was a sales manager in his company, he hated those parachuted leaders the most. They knew nothing, were useless, and always wanted to make a splash as soon as they took office. In the end, they made a mess of things, gaining nothing and only earning dislike. Lin Ji deeply understood this human relationship. If the local garrison is easy to talk to, then we should build relationships, so we can cooperate in the future. If they are stubborn, we will have to use other methods. Then I'll go get all the brothers of the Yu family army. Yu Yin nodded. What for? We're just going to meet the garrison commander, not to fight. Why call so many people? To boost our morale. We can't let them look down on us. Come on, 2,000 men can't make much of a show. Today, it's just the two of us. Lin Xiu said calmly. Just the two of us? Yu Yin widened his eyes. This was like going to the enemy's doorstep. Outnumbered and outgunned, they would already be at a disadvantage in morale. What? Afraid? Lin Ji asked sideways. How could I be? I come from a military family. I'm not afraid of death. What's so special about going to the barracks? With that, the two immediately set off. After about 3 hours, they arrived at the barracks near the border. Since the northern border was so long, there were only 50,000 soldiers in the garrison. They couldn't cover every inch, so they set up their main camp in the most central location of the northern border. No matter which direction had problems, they could rush there in time. Arriving at the barracks, the guards immediately stopped them. Military area, no civilians allowed. I am Yu Yin, a general of the Yu family army, and this is the young General Lin Ji of the Northern Border Army. What do you mean by civilians? Yu Yin directly introduced himself. He looked proud. Where there are people, there are comparisons. Especially among these soldiers, what they compare are fame and strength. The Yu family army was once mighty. Now, after winning the grand military exercises, they certainly had enough reason to be proud. Unexpectedly, the guards at the barracks were unimpressed. I thought it was someone important. So it's you? Then you can't enter. Why not? Yu Yin frowned. We are here on imperial orders to guard the northern border. As local garrison troops, how can you refuse to see us? General Yu, not because of you, but because of him. A voice came from within the barracks. Then a burly man walked out, looking like he had a position in the barracks. Captain Wu. The guards at the door saluted. Why does a mere captain look down on the young general of the Northern Border Army? Yu Yin frowned. The biggest difference between the barracks and the court is that everyone's position is earned through real deeds. Even if you have connections, if you have no military achievements, you will still be just a common soldier. This young captain indeed has the capital to be proud. But he has no right to look down on Lin Ji. People are watching. Ask him what he has done. Captain Wu said proudly. Yu Yin turned around, his eyes full of confusion. Even Lin Ji blinked in surprise. He tried to search his memory. There was no information about this captain. They had probably never met before, so why such hostility? As for his actions, Lin Ji thought he had been doing well with the local people since he returned. Hashtag Chapter 189. The infamous past of the young general. I truly have no idea what I have done to incur the wrath of all my brothers. Why not just be straightforward? Lin Ji said calmly. Are you feigning ignorance at a time like this? You don't know? The military officer of Wu sneered. All 50,000 soldiers in this camp know it clearly. If it weren't for the fact that you were sent here by the court to guard the border, would you still be standing here unharmed? Be smart and get lost. With that, he turned to leave. Yu Yan's anger flared up instantly. He couldn't help but shout, "Why are you slandering the young general for no reason? Are all the soldiers at the northern border so impolite? He dares to call himself the young general." The military officer of Wu suddenly turned back, his eyes full of fury. This scoundrel once humiliated all the soldiers of the northern border. Now he dares to come back, truly shameless. Yu Yin looked at Lin Ji in astonishment, and even Lin Ji himself was bewildered. What exactly had he done to be so detested? Buddy, are you mistaken? We've never met before. Even if I did embarrass myself, it would be the Northern Army and my Lin family's reputation at stake. What does that have to do with you? What? The military officer of Wu raised an eyebrow. Are you pretending to have amnesia now? Is this another shameless trick you learned in the Imperial City? Fine, let me help you remember. Back then, when General Lin Zhenxiu led the Northern Army to battle, he ordered you to lead our soldiers to transport provisions. On the way, we encountered enemies, and the 1,000 soldiers and thousands of civilians escorting the provisions were all ambushed. And as the commanding officer, you fled first. Do you know why you had to go to the Imperial City? It's because you couldn't stay in the northern border. The military officer of Wu became more and more agitated. This incident made all our soldiers feel ashamed. The entire northern populace once thought we were all cowards. Now you dare to come and see our general. Dream on. Get lost now. Yu Yin looked incredulous. He couldn't know all the past events at the northern border, but seeing Lin Ji standing there, it seemed the story was true. What kind of person was the young general? Even if the sky fell, he wouldn't let anyone take advantage of him. If anyone dared to bully him, he would retaliate tenfold. The Minister of Personnel Zhang Tianhai in the Imperial City was the best example. Lin Ji's vague memories were also stirred. That was indeed a stain that couldn't be washed away in his lifetime. No matter how eloquent he was, there was no way to refute this. After a moment of silence, Lin Ji said seriously, "Yes, back then I did make a foolish mistake, but the damage is done, and now there's a chance to change." Change? The military officer of Wu snorted. With what? Someone as cowardly as you will never be qualified to step into our camp. If you don't leave now, don't blame me for taking action. With that, he placed his hand on the saber hanging at his waist, ready to strike at any moment. Lin Ji, however, remained calm. Today, I came to discuss with your general about how to deal with the Turk and Rongdi. Believe it or not, I will not flee from battle again this time. Nonsense. The military officer of Wu cursed. I see you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. I'll personally make you leave the camp. Just as he was about to strike, a loud shout rang out. Stop! The military officer of Wu turned and immediately saluted. General Zhou. A burly, imposing man in full armor slowly walked over. This was Zhou Yu, the commander of the Yuzhou garrison. What is the commotion at the camp entrance? General, Lin Ji dares to come to our camp. I'm about to drive him away. The military officer of Wu was about to act when he was interrupted. Nonsense. He is the young general, sent by the imperial court to guard the border. How can we refuse him entry? Zhou Yu stepped out, expressionless, and looked Lin Ji up and down. Famous as he is, I've long heard of the young general's waywardness. Today, I see it for myself. General Zhou, is it the custom of your camp to discuss military matters at the camp entrance? Lin Ji said without flinching. This surprised Zhou Yu for a moment. The military officer of Wu was furious. How dare you criticize our general? What right do you have? Just my title being higher than his, isn't that enough? Lin Ji stood tall. After all, his reputation was already tarnished. Being called arrogant didn't matter. As long as he could achieve his purpose today, everything else was trivial. You. Enough. Zhou Yu waved his hand. Young general, please. They arrived at the strategy room, and the news of Lin Ji's arrival spread like wildfire throughout the camp. Many were furious, watching from a distance with eyes like hungry wolves, wanting to tear him apart. Moreover, all the deputy generals, staff officers, and even the supervisors gathered in the strategy room. It felt like walking into a den of wolves. On Lin Ji's side, there was only Yu Yen behind him. The momentum was already inferior. After sitting down, Zhou Yu cut to the chase. May I ask what brings the young general to our camp? I won't beat around the bush. I hope to join forces with General Zhou to defend the northern border and ensure the safety of our people of the Great Xia dynasty from foreign invasions. As soon as he finished, mocking voices erupted around him. The military officer of Wu even mocked. You speak so nobly. Joining forces with you? Wouldn't that be stepping on our bones to exchange for your wealth and honor in the imperial court? Exactly. We risk our lives at the northern border, only for all the credit to be taken by you. We might not be great, but we don't want to be fools. The surrounding people murmured in agreement. Yu Yan's face was grim. He had never been so mocked before. Lin Ji, however, remained calm. In the underworld, one had to admit mistakes and take punishment. Who asked his past self to be such a scoundrel? After everyone had their say, Zhou Yu cleared his throat. Young general, although we are colleagues, we are not in the same camp, and I do not need to follow your orders. Protecting the northern border, my soldiers are enough. There's no need for the young general's effort. This statement was very polite. Although Zhou Yu looked down on Lin Ji, he still had to give some face to the former General Lin Jinqiu. He was a war god in the eyes of all the soldiers at the northern border. Hashtag Chapter 190. Prove your sincerity. Lin Ji naturally picked up on the disdain in Zhou Yu's tone. If it were any other time, he would have turned around and left without a word. Who doesn't have a temper? But now, the situation is critical, and small grievances can lead to major failures. This matter concerns the safety of the entire Yuzhou region. Lin Ji cannot afford to act on impulse. General Zhou, don't take my words harshly, but your camp only has 50,000 soldiers, and not all of them are brave warriors. You alone won't be able to defend Yuzhou. As soon as these words left his mouth, they ignited the fury of everyone present. Captain Wu directly cursed. Who do you think you are to criticize us? Just because you're from the Lin family? Even if your father, General Lin, was great, it has nothing to do with you. The others also glared angrily. The defenders led by Zhou Yu indeed weren't known for their bravery. Having been stationed at the northern border for years, many had become seasoned veterans, but in terms of bravery and strategy, they couldn't compare to the northern border army of old. This was a fact everyone acknowledged. But no one but Lin Ji could say they were inadequate. As a general who fled the battlefield, what right did he have to point fingers? What? Did I hit a nerve? You're getting flustered? Lin Ji's lips curled slightly. He was a master of sarcasm. Back in the imperial court, he had caused no small amount of trouble for the officials. Captain Wu, clearly a straightforward man, was even more infuriated. Within a few words, he was seething with anger. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "You scoundrel, pushing your luck. Get out of here. Our camp doesn't welcome shameless people like you." He even moved to strike. Wu Jin, stop. Zhou Yu's low roar immediately halted him. But, General, this guy is too much. This is a conversation between two generals, not your place to interrupt. Lin Ji continued. Given the poor impression he had in the camp, friendly negotiations were impossible. He decided to go against the grain. By provoking their anger, he could ignite their fighting spirit. When people are motivated, they're willing to do anything. You. Step back. Zhou Yu's face darkened. Captain Wu, though unwilling, knew that the general's orders were absolute in the camp. He had to step aside reluctantly. Zhou Yu then looked at Lin Ji. His gaze was like two daggers, making one's back chill. He too was deeply displeased with this man. But out of respect for Lin Zhenxiu in the imperial court, Zhou Yu couldn't resort to a full-blown fight. It would be unjustified, and he'd only be blamed for it. Perhaps even Governor Yang wouldn't let it slide. Lin Ji, different paths don't share a common destination. You and I are not on the same path, so there's no need to force it. How are we not on the same path? We're both from the Central Plains, serving the Great Xia dynasty, and now we're both tasked with defending the Yuzhou border. If this isn't the same path, who else in the world shares our path? Lin Ji spoke with righteous indignation. His demeanor only made the others angrier. I can't argue with you, nor do I want to waste time on this. Today, I'll be blunt. Zhou Yu waved his hand. I only respect one person at the northern border, and that's your father, Lin Zhenxiu. Unless he comes in person, there's no need for any negotiations. This was a very firm stance. Everyone knew Lin Zhenxiu had vanished without a trace, his fate unknown. But deserting the battlefield was a grave offense in the military, especially since Lin Ji was responsible for transporting supplies, which made it even more unforgivable. General Zhou, that's a bit too harsh, don't you think? Yu Yin couldn't stand it anymore. General Lin is currently missing. Do you really expect him to appear? Where's your respect for him? Zhou Yu glanced at him. Chilled, he said. General Yu, you're from a military family, yet you're mingling with this kind of person? Aren't you afraid he'll sell you out for his own glory? Young General is not that kind of person. Yu Yin tried to defend, but Lin Ji cut him off. It's no use, they won't believe us anyway. General Zhou, I just want to ask, how can you agree to cooperate with me to resist the Huns? Zhou Yu chuckled coldly. All right, according to military rules, deserting the battlefield is a capital offense. But since it's been a while, if you want to earn respect in my camp, you must make everyone submit to you. If today, you can take 50 military rods in front of all my soldiers, I'll agree to your request. Upon hearing this, Yu Yan's face changed drastically. It's his own fault for doing what he did back then. Zhou Yu didn't take it seriously either. He had only wanted to make the other side back down. But Lin Ji, it seemed, had grown bolder over the years. He even dared to make such a boast. Everyone at the northern border knew that the Lin family's young master was a useless playboy. Challenging 50 soldiers was simply asking for humiliation. All right, that's what you said. If you can't do it, not only will you never set foot in the camp again, but you'll also have to detour whenever you meet any of my soldiers on the road. Having reached this point, there was no turning back. Zhou Yu decided to raise the stakes further. He wasn't afraid of tearing things up with Lin Ji. Yu Yin tried to intervene. Though he knew the young general had some skills, these soldiers at the northern border were battle-hardened veterans. Each had their own survival tricks. In a real fight, Lin Ji would definitely be at a disadvantage. Hashtag chapter 191. Really going to take on 50? Before Yu Yin could even speak, Lin Ji agreed without hesitation. It's a deal. Good. Zhou Yu stood up immediately. Notify all the soldiers. Assemble at the training ground. Dong dong dong. The drums echoed through the barracks. Soldiers quickly gathered. Upon learning they would be sparring with Lin Ji, they were filled with enthusiasm, eager to participate. They vied for the opportunity, as if a prey had walked right into their trap. Whoever could defeat him would gain great renown in the barracks. Seeing this, Lin Ji couldn't help but inwardly chuckle bitterly. The original owner was indeed quite something. To be despised to such an extent was truly rare. Soon, 50 soldiers were selected, each robust and fierce-looking. Clearly, they were veterans of countless battles. Zhou Yu, seeing this, became even more arrogant, boasting, "If you regret now, it's not too late. Once you step onto the training ground, these soldiers will treat you as they would on the battlefield. There will be no holding back. When fists and feet fly, life and death will be left to fate." "I didn't expect General Zhou to care about my life or death. It seems you're not as hateful as I imagined," Linji teased. "Don't think too much. I just don't want to stir up trouble. If the young general from the capital were to be killed, the Ministry of War would surely investigate," Zhou Yu said coldly. Linji smirked inwardly. If he were really killed, Minister Zhu Biao of the Ministry of War would probably be overjoyed upon hearing the news. He then began to warm up, preparing to step onto the field. But Yu Yin stepped forward. "Young general, how about I go down first and test them for you?" Facing 50 soldiers was indeed too much. Even in a relay, it would be exhausting. Yu Yin had mastered his family's martial arts. He thought he could at least take on a few, easing some pressure for Linji. Unexpectedly, Linji refused outright. "No need. If you help me, there will surely be more gossip later." With that, he leaped lightly off the command platform and landed in the training ground. Before him stood soldiers, bare-handed but radiating an extraordinary aura. "You are Linji?" one soldier asked coldly. "How do you know me?" "Of course. Everyone in the barracks knows you." Before the words were even finished, the soldier lunged with a powerful punch. Linji hadn't expected such haste. He dodged instantly, activating his Shenlong Baixiang technique. Linji was no longer the same as the dissolute young master he once was. Especially with the aid of Shishui Yijing, his strength had improved rapidly. Now, Linji's power had reached a new level. In just a few short weeks, the soldier made a mistake, and Linji seized the opportunity, throwing him to the ground with a powerful move. "My apologies," Linji said calmly. The soldier, realizing what had happened, pounded the ground in frustration before getting up and leaving. This scene was watched by everyone on the command platform. Their eyes filled with astonishment. When did this kid learn martial arts? And it looks like he's been practicing seriously. Has he really changed during his time in the capital? It's just some basic moves. With such skills, to think he could defeat our 50 elite soldiers is laughable. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Zhou Yu, however, pondered inwardly. In his memory, Linji was only capable of a few basic moves. But what he had just displayed were clearly techniques used by martial artists. Had he really changed so much? Next, Linji surged forward. Each soldier he faced unable to last more than a few moves. But after defeating 20, Linji's stamina began to wane. There was no help for it. The most fearsome aspect of a relay battle was the constant depletion. In the end, it often came down to either overwhelming strength or sheer numbers, for no one could fight endlessly. All those in the barracks, seeing this, fell silent. This once despised young general of the northern fortress. Now, bare-handed, he had fought 20 men alone. It was enough to prove his strength. But what baffled everyone was when Linji had become so formidable. Before they knew it, 40 soldiers had been defeated. Linji's forehead was drenched in sweat, his breath coming in heavy gasps. Don't look at the number 40 as insignificant. Each opponent required his full effort. Though only a short time had passed, it was beyond the limits for any martial artist. Now, the officers on the command platform no longer had the confidence they once did. Their eyes filled with solemnity. "General, could this guy really take on 50? In the entire barracks, one who could take on 10 was already exceptional. To take on 100, perhaps only the northern fortress General Lin Jinqiu had such warriors." Zhou Yu remained silent. Linji's display of strength had surpassed his expectations. Was this the same notorious playboy from before? It felt like an entirely different person. If not for what he had seen today, he would never have believed it. Impossible. He absolutely cannot defeat our 50. Wu Duwei said confidently. He was the last one selected. The only one personally chosen by Zhou Yu. Before they knew it, it was Wu Duwei's turn. Everyone turned to look at him. "You can't lose. If you lose, our barracks will truly be disgraced." being taken on by Lin Ji, 1 versus 50. It would become a laughingstock. From then on, the Yuzhou garrison would never hold their heads high again. Don't worry, I'll make that guy taste my fists. Wu Jin. At that moment, Zhou Yu suddenly called out to him. I know the history between you two, but you cannot take his life. This is a friendly spar, not a battlefield. Wu Duwei was taken aback. Then, with a complex expression, he nodded. Then, with a light leap, he descended from the command platform to the training ground, slowly approaching Lin Ji. I didn't expect the last one to be you, Lin Ji said, panting. His forehead was drenched in sweat, yet his lips still carried a faint smile. The more he acted this way, the angrier Wu Duwei became. Indeed, you are stronger than I imagined. But today, we must settle this. Wu Duwei, although I did some foolish things back then, there's no need to be so hostile, is there? You've been itching to fight me several times, Lin Ji teased. He just couldn't understand why this guy had such animosity towards him. Chapter 192. Profound Hatred. Lin Ji, how dare you even ask that question? Captain Wu sneered, his eyes flickering with a trace of sorrow and pain. It was as if memories had broken through the barriers of time and surged back into his mind. Lin Ji, sharp as ever, caught this detail and felt even more puzzled. Could it be that he really had some past grievance with the other man? But he couldn't remember anything. What? Are you unwilling to say it? Or do you think it's too shameful to speak of? At such a moment, lowering one's stance was useless. To uncover the truth, one had to confront it head-on. You scoundrel! You have no right to say such things. Captain Wu's face twisted with rage. Do you remember the supply convoy you were in charge of? My younger brother was part of that convoy. Do you know what I found him as? Decapitated. His body slashed dozens of times. Where were you then? You coward. You fled the battlefield. You made all our soldiers bear the shame and die without dignity. Lin Ji was momentarily stunned. He did have a vague memory of the incident, but it was only from the moment he fled. He knew nothing of what happened to the other soldiers and civilian workers. Hearing Captain Wu's words now, he almost couldn't believe it, but a surge of anger quickly followed. For the first time, Lin Ji felt anger towards his original self. But there was no way he could tell anyone that it wasn't him who did it. No one would believe him. Even less would they believe that such a drastic change could be attributed to two different people. At this moment, Lin Ji's only choice was to engage in a real battle with Captain Wu. Giving it his all was the greatest respect he could show his opponent. So, you want revenge? Of course. Captain Wu growled, his eyes sharp as knives. I wish I could eat his flesh and sleep on his skin. Then I'll give you a chance. General Zhou said to show mercy, but you don't have to worry about that. If you can defeat me, you can have my life. Lin Ji adjusted his breathing, knowing that what was coming would be a tough fight. He wasn't entirely confident in his chances of winning. Although the dragon elephant skill and the bone marrow cleansing technique had significantly boosted his strength, the situation he faced now was far more complex and severe than he had imagined. Dealing with 50 elite soldiers from the camp, 10 against 10, was no small headache. Do you think I'll show you any mercy? Before the words were even out, Captain Wu launched a lightning-fast attack, every move aimed at lethal spots. His momentum was unstoppable. Lin Ji immediately countered, and after a few exchanges, he sensed something was off. The other soldiers, though dissatisfied with Lin Ji, had still shown restraint. They weren't truly aiming for his life. But Captain Wu was different. With a blood feud between them, the man was out for revenge. This realization made Lin Ji even more cautious. Any carelessness could lead to disastrous consequences. Meanwhile, General Zhou, observing from the command platform, couldn't help but furrow his brows. As a scion of a military family, he naturally recognized the techniques Captain Wu was using. They were clearly aimed at taking a life. In the brutal reality of war, soldiers often trained in no-nonsense, ruthless moves. Moves like Monkey Steals Peach, Eagle Kick, Tiger Claws, and Twin Peak Strike, all aimed at inflicting maximum damage with minimal effort. These techniques were not only vicious, but also highly lethal. A mere touch from them could leave an ordinary person incapacitated for a long time. General Zhou, your Captain Wu is coming at the young general with murderous intent. Shouldn't you do something about it? Yu Yin couldn't help but speak out urgently. If things continued like this, the situation could spiral out of control. Lin Ji was already physically weaker than Captain Wu. If the latter continued his relentless assault, the consequences could be disastrous. General Zhou also frowned. As Captain Wu's superior, he naturally knew his subordinates well. Usually, Captain Wu, though impulsive, had a sense of propriety. Today's ferocity was out of character. The adjutant beside them couldn't help but say, "General Yu, this is a battlefield duel. Do we have to hold back at every turn? Isn't that deliberately letting the opponent win? But is this a duel? It's a life-and-death struggle." Yu Yin was inwardly anxious. "That's how it is on the battlefield," the adjutant said meaningfully, though his voice lacked conviction. General Zhou, however, could tell that something was amiss. He lowered his voice and coldly asked, "What's really going on?" The adjutant, seeing the situation, quietly revealed the enmity between Captain Wu and Lin Ji. Upon hearing this, General Zhou's face changed drastically. "Why didn't you tell me about this earlier? Now you speak of it? I thought you knew, General." After all, Captain Wu was inconsolable for a long time because of this incident. The adjutant was somewhat helpless. This wasn't entirely his fault. General Zhou couldn't help but curse inwardly. The incident of the supply convoy being ambushed had a huge impact. If the supplies were cut off, both the Northern Border Army and their garrison would be in great difficulty. At the time, General Zhou had to focus all his energy on dealing with the issue and couldn't attend to many other matters. Later, when things finally calmed down, he had forgotten to check on his subordinates. Now, he felt a pang of regret. General Zhou hadn't intended for Lin Ji's life to be at stake. The two had no personal grudge, just some past conflict. Moreover, Lin Ji was the son of General Lin Zhenqiu of the Northern Border Army. One couldn't ignore the face of the Buddha even if one didn't care about the monk. He couldn't let Lin Ji die in his camp. But now that the duel had begun, there was no way to stop it without a clear outcome. Send a few soldiers to stand by the side. If anything happens, stop it immediately, General Zhou said in a low voice. The few deputy generals looked at each other, seeming reluctant. "What are you waiting for? He's the young general. Do you not know his rank? If he dies in our camp, none of us will escape responsibility." Chapter 193, Winning by Virtue. Meanwhile, the situation on the field was extremely intense. Major Wu, driven by the desire to avenge his brother, was pulling out all the stops. There was no hint of defense in his approach. It was clear he was ready to risk it all. This tactic might work on the battlefield, but in a regular duel, a balance of offense and defense is usually maintained. Those with keen eyes could see that Major Wu had been completely consumed by rage. Lin Ji remained calm throughout. However, due to the continuous depletion of his stamina, he found it difficult to maintain his earlier composure. Before he knew it, the two had exchanged dozens of moves. Realizing that the situation was still out of control, Lin Ji prepared for another round. When Major Wu lunged forward again, Lin Ji saw a huge opening in his opponent's defense. He immediately threw a punch. Even in his exhausted state, Lin Ji's speed was still faster. But to his surprise, Major Wu seemed ready to die with him, showing no intention to defend himself. Lin Ji was well aware of his own strength. This punch was delivered with full force, and if it landed on Major Wu, it would likely result in death or severe injury. Was this guy insane? Lin Ji cursed inwardly, but there was no time for further thought. Faced with the imminent danger, he had no choice but to pull back his punch, giving Major Wu an opportunity. The latter's fist landed squarely on Lin Ji's chest, sending him flying and crashing to the ground. "Young General!" Yu Yin exclaimed in shock and anger, leaping off the command platform and rushing towards the training field. The surrounding soldiers, who had been on standby, also moved to intervene. But to everyone's surprise, Major Wu, who had been so intent on avenging his brother, suddenly stopped. He looked at Lin Ji, lying on the ground, with bewilderment. He couldn't help but realize that the young general had held back. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the chance. "Why did you do that?" Major Wu shouted. "I don't need your mercy. Even if it's for revenge, I want to do it honorably." Lin Ji slowly got up, rubbing his chest. It took several deep breaths to recover from the pain. Major Wu's strength was no joke. In that moment, he truly felt like he was on the brink of suffocation. If not for the protection of the dragon form's technique, his ribs might have been broken. "What are you talking about? You wanted to take my life. Why would I let you?" Lin Ji said, wincing. "But I have principles. Whatever I've done in the past, I won't deny. In this line of work, it's all about admitting mistakes and standing firm when punished. I don't care what reason you had to fight me, but I said this was a friendly match, so I wouldn't take your life. As for your brother, I am deeply sorry. I never expected that my cowardice back then would lead to the deaths of so many innocents. If given the chance, I will kill more Xiongnu enemies to avenge your brother." His tone was sincere. There was no escaping this situation. He had to take responsibility. Why? Why weren't you like this back then? Major Wu couldn't accept it, even shouting in front of all the soldiers. "Everyone makes unforgivable mistakes when they're young and spends the rest of their lives making amends," Lin Ji replied. "I don't know if I can ever repay these debts, but right now, my only wish is to protect the northern border to prevent such tragedies from happening again." Major Wu clenched his fists, trembling uncontrollably. After a long while, he finally said, "I lost." The crowd was stunned. No one had expected the usually proud Major Wu to admit defeat in front of everyone. It was both unbelievable and astonishing. Even Lin Ji was a bit surprised. Had he been moved by his words? "Don't misunderstand," Major Wu continued. "Our accounts will be settled one day. I'm not killing you now only because my general ordered me not to harm you. I'm also sparing your life to fight the Xiongnu. Once the situation at the northern border stabilizes, I will personally take your head to honor my brother." With that, Major Wu turned and left. The training ground fell into silence. After a moment, Zhou Yu stood up. "The result is clear. The young general has won. From now on, no one is to disrespect the young general. In the military, strength is revered." Although Lin Ji's reputation was not good here, he had proven his strength. "General Zhou, does this mean you agree to cooperate with us?" Yu Yin asked excitedly. "Yes, but only in dealing with the Xiongnu. Beyond that, you are you, and we are we," Zhou Yu replied before turning to leave. Everyone present had mixed feelings. They were shocked by Lin Ji's formidable strength but still dissatisfied with him. But since the words had been spoken, they couldn't back down. After all, they were all united against the foreign threat. Yu Yin was elated as he approached Lin Ji. "Young general, we've done it. Now we have enough men to face the Xiongnu." Lin Ji's face was pale, and he was panting heavily. "Did you enjoy the show? I'm exhausted down here. Let's get me back. If I collapse here, it'll be a huge embarrassment." He was barely holding on. After taking Major Wu's punch, Lin Ji felt like his bones were about to fall apart. If he collapsed now, it would be a joke among the soldiers. He had just established his authority. He couldn't let it crumble. Yu Yin snapped back to reality and quickly helped Lin Ji out of the camp, riding back to the northern fortress on horseback. Upon entering the residence, they ran into Xiaolian. "Master, what happened to you?" she exclaimed in shock. Since arriving in the capital, she had never seen Lin Ji so disheveled. His white clothes were covered in dust, clearly having gone through something. Chapter 194. I swear to wipe out the enemy. First, help your young master get some rest. He's had quite a day, Yu Yin couldn't help but tease. Seeing this, Xiao Lian's face was filled with heartache. She immediately helped Lin Ji back to his room, then served him tea and warmed a towel. After settling everything, she asked, puzzled, "General Yu, what exactly happened? Did you encounter bandits on the road?" But with my young master's skills, even bandits wouldn't be able to do anything to him. If it were really bandits, it would be those scoundrels who would suffer. Yu Yin felt a bit helpless and then recounted the whole story. Upon hearing it, Xiao Lian was so furious she nearly jumped out of her skin. Those scoundrels! When the old master was around, they were still under his benevolence. Now that the old master is gone, they dare to bully the young master. I must go and demand an explanation from them today. The little girl exhibited the air of a leader in the martial world, especially when she went to take the sword hanging on the wall. Yu Yin was also startled by Xiao Lian's momentum and managed to stop her after much persuasion. You absolutely mustn't. The young general went through so much today just to cooperate with the soldiers in the garrison. If you go and make a scene, all his efforts would be in vain. Yu Yin wiped the sweat from his forehead, deeply shocked. This little maid's strength was enormous. He almost couldn't hold her back. Humph! That Zhou Yu thinks he's so great just because he's been a garrison commander for a few days. The next time I see him, I'll teach him a lesson. Xiao Yin was indignant. Yu Yin was stunned by this scene. Goodness, he's a respectable general, yet in your mouth, he's so despicable. The Lin family really doesn't have anyone who's easy to deal with. Just then, the old steward walked in. Seeing Lin Ji on the bed, he was equally puzzled. When he learned the truth, his reaction was almost identical to Xiao Yin's. Although he didn't have much skill himself, his spirit certainly didn't lose out. He even wanted to go to the kitchen to fetch a cleaver to demand an explanation from Zhou Yu. Yu Yin had to stop him again. Now he truly admired the people of the Lin family. Despite only 3 remaining, an old man, a young girl, and the master. Their tempers were truly extraordinary. At this moment, Yu Yin finally understood why Lin Ji could be so arrogant at the northern border. Anyone who could remain unassuming would be a miracle. The next day, Lin Ji was back to normal. After tidying up, he planned to head to Mingqing County. This time, Xiao Yin insisted on accompanying him, saying she would never let the same thing happen again. Don't worry, yesterday I was just letting them have their way. If it came to a real fight, they wouldn't be my match, Lin Ji teased. Seeing Xiao Yin's pouting Weiqi expression, this little maid treated him and others in completely different ways. But young master, Zhou Yu was too disrespectful to you. After all, you are the young general. How could he do such a thing? There's no helping it. Who asked me to have made that mistake? Lin Ji shrugged. Thinking about it carefully, if he were in the same situation, he might not have been as calm as General Wu. Seeing his loved ones decapitated and slashed dozens of times was an unspeakable cruelty. It was precisely for this reason that Lin Ji was even more determined to fiercely strike back at the Xiongnu. Anyone who dared to harm the northern soldiers would pay tenfold. But that wasn't your fault. It was the first time you led the troops, young general. It's normal to flee in the face of battle, Xiao Yin defended him fiercely. Such an unforgivable crime was spoken of with righteous indignation. On the battlefield, military orders are as weighty as mountains. Deserters are beyond forgiveness. It's unchangeable. So now, what I need to do is to clear the shame on my name, Lin Ji said meaningfully. Xiao Yin was slightly stunned. Then her eyes revealed a comforting expression, and her face blossomed with a smile. What are you smiling about? Nothing, young master. I know all too well what you were like before, but I've long been prepared to serve the Lin family forever. So no matter what you become, I won't leave. But now that the young master has grown so much, if the old master were still here, he would surely be very pleased. Lin Ji nodded. I wonder where father is now. He didn't have much affection for Lin Zhenqiu, but he was, after all, his father and a renowned general. If he could be found, it would be the best. His presence would completely change the atmosphere at the northern border and even strike fear into the Xiongnu. Chongping City, General's Mansion. Since Lin Ji left, the place had become much quieter. Princess Li Qingyue spent her days playing the qin, reading, and occasionally sipping wine in the back garden, gazing north, lost in thought. She wasn't sure if she was missing someone or pondering something. But ever since that day, Li Qingyue felt something was missing from her life. She had lived such a quiet life for over 10 years, but had never disliked it as much as she did now. It felt like the world had reverted to its former state, leaving her alone without friends or anyone else. At that moment, Suibo hurried in. Princess, I found him. What? Li Qingyue snapped back to reality, not quite catching what he said. I found out where that scoundrel Zhu Biao is. Suibo's voice was icy cold. Li Qingyue was slightly stunned. Then her eyes flashed with disgust. That guy is still alive? Yes, after the last incident, with the help of his father, the Minister of War Zhu Zhang, he left the capital and fled to the south. Today, I've come to bid farewell to the princess. Farewell? Yes, I can't sleep well until this guy is dealt with. No matter where he flees, I will surely bring him back and execute him on the spot. Suibo spoke with unwavering determination. Lin Ji had once promised him that he would handle this matter. But unexpectedly, the emperor issued an order for him to go to the northern border. Now, Lin Ji had no time to deal with it, so Suibo had to take matters into his own hands. No, since Zhu Biao has fled to the south, he must have set up a trap there, waiting for us to walk into it. Despite the great humiliation she had suffered, Li Qingyue could still think calmly. If you go, you'll only walk into a trap. Chapter 195. The Hun's Move. Why? Suibo's eyes were filled with astonishment. In terms of strength, he was undoubtedly superior to Zhu Zhang. Even if the latter had guards and bodyguards around him, what could they do? Suibo had once been the most elite imperial guards. His skills in assassination and protection were honed to perfection. A mere Zhu Zhang. To take his life would be a breeze. If you go now, regardless of whether you succeed or not, you will never be able to return to my side. Li Qingyue's voice was icy cold, but her eyes revealed concern. To her, Suibo was now the person closest to her. No one else came close. Her feelings for him far surpassed those for her brother Li Jingzhen. True revenge is not about ending one's life along with the enemy, but about calmly watching the enemy wither away in pain and despair. That man has lived long enough. It doesn't matter if he lives a little longer. Li Qingyue said, her gaze turning resentful. She hated Zhu Zhang more than anyone else. But there was no way. His father was the Minister of War, Zhu Biao. Even her own father, the Emperor, relied on this minister. How could Li Qingyue act? Suibo was slightly taken aback. Princess, these words feel strangely familiar to me. Oh, it seems like the young general once said something similar. Suibo looked up and suddenly smiled. Princess, even though the young general is gone, I find you becoming more and more like him. Sometimes even your tone of voice is similar. Is that so? Li Qingyue's mind flashed with memories of their shared experiences. Her lips couldn't help but curl up slightly. Moments later, her slender eyebrows slowly furrowed. I wonder how things are going at the border now. Princess, rest assured, with the young general's abilities, he will surely return safely. At the border, Mingxing County, Lin Ji and Yu Yin patrolled the city walls. After a period of time, working day and night without rest, the city walls had indeed been raised by 10 zhang, about 33 meters, and also thickened. We can resist. Not to mention the Rongdi. Don't forget, the entire northern border is vast. We've only ensured the changes in Mingxing County. It doesn't mean we truly have the advantage. Yu Yin nodded seriously. Indeed, it's true. You know, the Yuzhou prefect and the local garrison, after General Lin left for so long, haven't changed at all? How are they even doing their jobs? Complaining won't help. On one hand, it's probably because Prefect Yang doesn't want to get involved. On the other hand, he might be powerless to do so. The vast northern border, with a borderline of several thousand miles. How many soldiers does the Yuzhou garrison have? Can't possibly send them all to stand guard at the border. If the enemy comes, they'll all be like paper, easily pierced through. Lengthening the front line means weakening the troops. It's the most basic common sense. That makes sense. It seems, young general, we still have a long way to go. Yu Yin said earnestly. No worries, we might as well stay at the northern border for a few years. I don't believe with our abilities, we can't make those foreign tribes tremble in fear. Lin Ji was full of confidence. What his father could do, he could do too. A general's family produces no weaklings. There's some truth to that. Really? But the beautiful Princess Anning is waiting for the young general in the capital. Can you bear to leave her alone? Yu Yin teased with a grin. Brother Yu, when did you learn this kind of nonsense? Linji said with a helpless smile. Isn't it all from you? Just as the two were chatting, a soldier from the Yu family army rushed over. General, young general, something terrible has happened. What is it? The two were surprised. According to the news from our scouts stationed at the northern border, the Han General Hua Luo has led 10,000 men towards our northern border. Their target should be Mingsheng County. What? Hearing this, neither Yu Yin nor Linji could remain calm. 10,000 men wasn't a lot, but for them, it was a significant increase in numbers. The ratio was 5-1. The Yu family army only had 2,000 men. If the enemy were to attack Mingsheng County, it would be difficult for them to resist with their current situation. How long until they arrive? At most a day's time. So soon? Yu Yan's eye twitched. That was due to tension and excitement. The Yu family army hadn't been in a real battle for nearly 5 years. The last ambush, although very successful, was largely due to luck. And the enemy only had 1,000 men. This time, there were 10,000. Looks like they're coming with full force. Yes, this battle will allow us to truly establish ourselves in Yuzhou. Linji took a deep breath. This was an opportunity. If they grasped it, they could turn things around. If luck wasn't on their side, it would mean death. Last time, the Han General Hua Luo was thoroughly tormented by them. The problem is, we only have 2,000 men. How do we respond? Yu Yin took a deep breath. Even a skilled housewife can't cook without rice. Who could have expected the Huns to suddenly strike? Linji fell into deep thought. After a moment, he slowly said, This way, you send someone to contact Prefect Zhou Yu of Yuzhou, inform them of the situation, and request their support. As for the others, do everything possible to prepare for the defense. Yes. Yu Yin nodded. Just as he was about to arrange for someone to send the message, another soldier came to report. General, chaos in the city? Why? Yu Yin frowned. Even Linji was quite surprised. The news of the Huns' invasion has spread throughout the county. The common folks feel the odds of victory are low and are planning to flee. Chapter 196. When disaster strikes, everyone fends for themselves. Mingsheng County. A few sparse streets were in chaos, with chickens flying and dogs jumping, leaving a scene of utter disarray. Various stalls lay scattered on the ground. The common folk were in panic, hurrying through the streets. Why are you still standing there? Run quickly. The Huns are about to attack. Staying here is suicide. But don't we have the young general defending us? Running now would be a lack of trust in the young general, right? What are you joking about? The young general only has 2,000 men, and the enemy has come with 10,000. This battle is impossible to win. In the distance, various discussions drifted faintly. Linji hid in an alley, silently listening. It's infuriating. How can the common folk betray us at a time like this? Yu Yin fumed. Who were they fighting for? Besides seeking military achievements, wasn't it also for the people of the northern border? Now that disaster was upon them, everyone was fleeing. Anyone would feel bitter about this. What's the big deal? If it were you, would you stay and wait for death or flee to seek a glimmer of hope? Linji said very calmly. It seemed he had long anticipated such a situation. Don't you care at all? My reputation has never been good in the northern border. Now that I've returned with insufficient troops, anyone would think we're no match for the enemy. Halfway through his sentence, Linji changed the subject, his gaze sharp. But precisely because of this, we must prove to the common folk that we have the ability to protect the northern border. No matter how powerful the enemy is, as long as we're alive, we will never allow these scoundrels to run amok. Yu Yin, who was originally a bit uneasy, was ignited by this speech. Exactly. Dying in battle with a horse's hide wrapped around us is a warrior's duty. We will not fear. Brother Yu, this time, success or failure depends entirely on you. Remember, follow our plan precisely and make sure General Zhou cooperates fully. Linji patted Yu Yan's shoulder heavily. At this moment, their hearts truly connected. They completely trusted each other, unconditionally entrusting their backs to one another. Don't worry. As long as you can hold out until then, I will surely defeat the Huns. After saying this, Yu Yin did not waste any more time. He immediately left Mingxing County with the common folk. Yuzhou, the prefectural governor's residence. Governor Yang was leisurely playing Go with his strategist. Black and white stones fell, each vying for dominance, yet there was no trace of tension. Your Excellency, it's bad. The Huns are attacking. What? Governor Yang was so startled that the stones in his hand scattered all over the floor. He grabbed the messenger, urgently asking, "What's going on? Why has it suddenly come to this?" Your Excellency, it's said that the Huns have dispatched 10,000 troops, charging towards Mingxing County with great momentum. They have already crossed the northern border. Mingxing County? The strategist, upon hearing this, came closer. Your Excellency, it seems the Huns are seeking revenge for the last time. But as I know, Mingxing County only has Linji and the Yu family's army, totaling 2,000 men. Those Hun barbarians are known for their bravery and skill in battle. It seems Mingxing County is doomed this time. His anxious expression was almost as if he wanted to pack his bags and flee immediately. If the Huns really took Mingxing County, it would mean a formal declaration of war against the Great Xia dynasty. With the northern border already short of troops, even if the court sent reinforcements, it would take at least 2 or 3 months. By then, the entire north would likely be in Hun hands. Your Excellency, Linji has angered the Huns. This time, the entire north might be doomed. We should think of a way to escape quickly. Nonsense. I am the prefectural governor. Running away now, if the court finds out, how can I continue to serve? It wasn't that Governor Yang was particularly noble. The situation was still uncertain. If he ran now, what if the northern border was eventually defended, or the Great Xia dynasty launched a counterattack? When the time came for reckoning, his official position would be lost. Even if he had to flee, he should wait until the critical moment for a reasonable excuse. Running now was simply unacceptable. After pondering for a moment, Governor Yang said solemnly, "In that case, inform the steward of my residence to immediately tally all the money and valuables, converting gold and jewels into banknotes. Also, ensure the horses in the stable are well fed and ready at all times." The strategist suddenly understood. Your Excellency, so that's what you mean. It's truly a high move. Even if the Huns take Mingxing County, we'll still have time to leave. Nonsense, if I didn't have some wits, how could I hold this position as prefectural governor? Governor Yang snorted coldly. For now, keep this news confidential. The fewer people in Yuzhou who know, the better. Understood. The northern official wrote. The Hun army was advancing fiercely. The leading general, Huolua, was fully armed, his face ferocious. Last time, he had fallen into the trap of the Yu family's army here. Now, seeing the place again, he was reminded of his humiliating defeat, igniting his anger. General, the chieftain has always looked down on the people of the Central Plains. Mingxing County is just a small county. Why dispatch 10,000 warriors this time? The deputy general, sitting on his horse beside him, tentatively asked. He hadn't seen such a large Hun force in a long time. Although he guessed it might be due to the previous defeat, he dared not say it. That would be asking for trouble with Huolua. Even so, these words felt like a needle piercing his heart. Why so many questions? Don't you understand the chieftain's intentions? This time, we're not only taking Mingxing County. The more of the northern border we occupy, the better. Since the Great Xia dynasty has initiated war with us, the Hun warriors will surely follow through. He spoke with righteous indignation, as if they were the aggrieved party. To an uninformed person, it might seem they were the ones suffering. General Huolua, I heard the one defending Mingxing County this time is the son of General Lin Jinxiu. Are we being too ostentatious by going there so openly? What if that guy ambushes us on the road again? This deputy general, if he was smart, spoke only nonsense. If he was stupid, he had a bit of his own cleverness. As expected, Huolua coldly glanced at him. Are you curious? If you're really curious, go to Mingxing County and ask that scoundrel yourself. Just recalling it filled him with rage. This time, He would make Lin Hao and the Yu family's army pay a heavy price, even annihilate them all. Chapter 197. Strategy above all, master the key. After the news of the Hun's invasion spread, overnight, almost half of the people in Mingxing County left. The entire city became desolate, cold and barren. It was now late at night. Lin Ji sat in the county yamen, with an oil lamp lit, writing vigorously. A silhouette of a graceful figure slowly entered through the side door, holding a bowl of warm ginger soup. "Young general, you haven't slept yet?" Lin Ji looked up, a bit surprised. "Aren't you the same?" Yu Luoyu smiled slightly, her breathtaking beauty glowing under the light of the lamp. Like the moonlight over a lotus pond, it soothed the soul. "There's no choice. The battle is imminent. It's no laughing matter. How could I dare to sleep now?" Lin Ji sighed. He only had 2,000 men under his command. It would be extremely difficult to hold out for 5 days. The problem was that it would take at least 5 days for Zhou Yu's camp to reach Mingxing County and position themselves as planned. "Young general, it's cold at night. Warm yourself up." Yu Luoyu gently placed the ginger soup on the table. Seeing this, Lin Ji couldn't help but smile. "Miss you, you're too virtuous. Anyone who marries you in the future will be incredibly fortunate." This straightforward compliment made Yu Luoyu's cheeks flush red. She shyly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "It's just a bowl of ginger soup, nothing special." But before she could finish her sentence, she noticed Lin Ji's attention had returned to the blueprint. Curious, she walked over and took a glance. "Are you making a strategy?" Lin Ji nodded. "But the problem is, I can't think of the most suitable one in such a short time. Although I don't understand much, I was born into a military family, so why don't you share your troubles with me? If I know something, I can offer some suggestions. If not, we can all think of a solution together." Yu Luoyu said gently. "That makes sense." Leading troops into battle, Lin Ji wasn't particularly skilled at it. He used to be a sales manager. In that line of work, it's all about human relationships and playing tricks. But now, it's a hard fight. The enemy isn't playing by the rules. They're ready to fight to the death. If he couldn't come up with a way to hold Mingxing County for 5 days, it would turn into a living hell. So he explained the current predicament to Yu Luoyu. After hearing, she pondered. "Young general, I don't think you need to worry. Since the Huns will attack Mingxing County, we just need to stay behind closed doors. It won't be easy for them to break through the city gates." Lin Ji shook his head. "Not exactly. The siege equipment is very cumbersome, but it has the advantage of being very powerful. Once their siege team reaches the city gates, we won't be able to withstand it." "Then just don't let them get close to the gates," Yu Luoyu blurted out. Lin Ji was about to laugh when suddenly a flash of inspiration struck his mind. That made sense. Why hadn't he thought of that? His eyes lit up with excitement and, unable to contain himself, he hugged Yu Luoyu in celebration. "Ah, thanks to you. Otherwise I wouldn't have thought of this solution." Such behavior wouldn't raise eyebrows in the modern world. Hugging each other when happy is perfectly normal. But Yu Luoyu hadn't experienced this before. Her face turned as red as if it were on fire. Before she could react, Lin Ji got up and walked towards the door. "Young general, it's late at night. Where are you going?" "Of course, to make preparations and let the Huns taste the wisdom of the Central Plains." With that, he hurried away. The next day, just as the sky began to lighten, the sound of drums echoed outside the county yamen. Lin Ji woke up startled. He had been in bed for less than an hour, but in such a critical time, he couldn't sleep soundly. What's going on? Reporting to the young general, the Hun army has arrived outside Mingxing County. Quick, take me to see. Lin Ji quickly got dressed. The two hurried to the city wall. Looking out, far away, the Huns were densely packed. Each one looked formidable and awe-inspiring. General Huoluo led the charge, riding a horse and continuously cursing at the city wall. "Surrender now. Otherwise, when we break into Mingxing County, none of you will die a good death." The defenders on the city wall, all from the Yu family army, were seething with anger. They hated these foreign invaders deeply. Now, to be so brazenly taunted in front of them, It was unbearable. Young General. The soldiers saw Linji and saluted. What's the situation? The Huns just arrived at the city gates, and their rear is setting up camp. It seems they're just trying to intimidate us for today. Young General, why don't we take the initiative and give them a hard lesson, so they don't get too arrogant? A lieutenant suggested. What's the hurry? Don't you remember? Our goal is to buy time. With just 2,000 of us, trying to face their 10,000, if we open the gates, our chances of winning will be cut in half. It wasn't that Linji didn't trust the soldiers of the Yu family army. Combat and daily training are completely different. No matter how well trained, once on the battlefield, it's always unpredictable. There isn't much time to think. That's why all true warriors and outstanding generals are forged through countless battles, emerging with extraordinary abilities. Like the current situation, the Huns were fierce, and each one was extraordinary. The Yu family army was already at a disadvantage, plus they hadn't seen real combat in years. Once they were defeated, morale would plummet. There would be no chance to turn the tide. Linji wouldn't put himself in danger. Then, he walked to the edge of the city wall, shouting down, "Defeated generals, how dare you taunt us? It seems all Huns are shameless. I wonder how you have the nerve to attack Mingxing County." These words made Huoluo feel like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, about to explode. Who is it on the city wall? How dare you speak so arrogantly? Haha, don't you remember who warned you not to encroach on the borders of the Great Xia? This sentence instantly brought back the most painful memory for Huoluo. He also immediately guessed the identity of the speaker. It's you, you scoundrel. That day I was careless, so I fell into your trap. Have the guts to come out and fight me today. I will definitely slaughter you all. But the more Huoluo wanted to fight, the more Linji avoided it. I said, you don't deserve it. Chapter 198. Initial Victory. Do you think that by bringing more men this time, you can deal with me? Let me tell you, that's nothing but a pipe dream. Linji proclaimed loudly, his face full of confidence. War has never had a clear bottom line. To achieve one's goals, one can resort to any means necessary. With both sides not yet engaging in direct combat, what is being done and said is more akin to psychological warfare. If one can psychologically suppress the opponent, one gains a better initiative in terms of momentum. This principle has been known since ancient times, though few truly grasp its essence. Linji's education was vastly different from that of everyone else, allowing him to better grasp the key points. Huoluo watched in frustration as the enemy taunted from atop the city walls, powerless to do anything. You bastard! You're just here to boast with your words. Wait until I breach the city gates, and see if you still dare to be so arrogant. With that, Huoluo drew his sword from his waist. Men, charge. Break through Mingxing County, and everything you find is yours to take, except for that scoundrel's head on the wall. These words roused the spirits of all. They brandished their weapons and charged like a tide. The earth-shaking cries and extraordinary momentum truly shook the Yu family soldiers on the city walls. Goodness, no wonder so many fear the name of the Xiongnu. Anyone with a slightly smaller heart would be trembling in fear. Linji remained unperturbed throughout. Brothers, no need to be afraid. They want to attack the city gates? Let's show them our methods. The Yu family soldiers nodded in agreement. Archers took their positions. Arrows rained down on the enemy. However, there were too few archers on the city walls. It seemed like a futile effort. Soon, the Xiongnu reached the city gates. Huoluo was overjoyed. Brothers, victory is within reach. They had never truly respected the Central Plains people. Now, Mingxing County was merely putting up a desperate resistance. But just as they were about to reach, the ground outside the city gates suddenly caved in, and a sticky liquid poured out. The Xiongnu were caught off guard. Soldiers in front fell into the pit, and those behind them tumbled over, with many trampled to death. Stop! Everyone halt! Huoluo sensed the situation. He immediately signaled his men to stop advancing. If they were to be blocked at the city gates, those who fell into the trench would surely die. After observing for a while, finding no other anomalies, Huoluo relaxed. He sneered disdainfully. With such petty tricks, you think you can stop us? Dream on. Hee hee, Linji chuckled calmly. Who lacks vision, who lacks ability, that's not something that can be determined by a few words. Men, let them taste our methods. He raised his hand again, issuing the order. Draw bows, light fires, shoot. This time, the arrows carried tiny flames. When these sparks touched the liquid in the trench, they burst into flames. The area outside the city gates became a sea of fire. The Xiongnu who had not yet climbed out of the trench were instantly engulfed in flames. Even those who retreated were covered in oil and met the same fate. Seeing this, the Xiongnu couldn't help but be terrified. No matter how brave they were, all living beings have an innate fear of fire. They instinctively retreated. Hua Luo's face contorted in rage, especially when the shrill cries of the dying rang out. They were helpless, forced to watch their warriors burn alive. How about it? Want to taste our skills again? Linji said arrogantly. I told you, if you dare set foot on our Central Plains land again, you will die without a burial place. Die, Hua Luo. He took a bow from a nearby soldier, drawing it to full tension. The arrowhead aimed at the distant Hua Luo. This scene, Hua Luo saw clearly. He couldn't help but recall the day of the ambush. Still, he forced himself to remain calm. Just you. Before he could finish, the arrow flew through the air. However, due to the great distance between them, the arrow missed Hua Luo but landed right in front of him. Perhaps a bit more force and it would have hit him. His mount was startled. Retreat. Everyone, retreat. Quickly, Hua Luo said fearfully. Once bitten by a snake, you fear a rope for 10 years. Even though this time he came for revenge. Faced with Lin Ji's endless tricks, he couldn't help but be wary. Seeing the Xiongnu retreat, the soldiers on the city walls cheered. Great. We've won. I thought those Xiongnu were so powerful, but they're just all bark and no bite. They were scared off by us like this. Ha ha ha. It's been a long time since we've had such a refreshing victory, finally fulfilling our oath as you family soldiers. The soldiers were ecstatic. It seemed they couldn't wait to celebrate. Linji secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Truthfully, when he saw Hua Luo leading 10,000 troops, he was very tense. One wrong move, and it would be a bottomless abyss. Fortunately, this guy was cautious. He was actually scared off. It also solved the urgent crisis. However, brothers, this is just the beginning, and we haven't hurt their core. The next few days, we cannot let our guard down. We must defend Mingxing County and wait for General Yu's return. Yes. The soldiers responded in unison. This wake-up call also boosted morale. It also made them realize that even with fewer numbers, there was still a chance of victory against the Xiongnu. As long as the tactics were properly applied, anything was possible. This news spread rapidly throughout the county. Only a third of the original residents remained in the city. Some couldn't leave, some had no choice. So when they heard the Xiongnu were coming, many had resigned themselves to fate. But they never expected. On the first day, they received the good news of victory. In an instant, all the residents were buzzing with discussion. I heard the young general repelled the Xiongnu without much effort. That's too amazing. No wonder he's the son of General Lin. He really has his father's style. Maybe this time we really can defend Mingxing County. Hashtag chapter 199. Doing what needs to be done is help. The news of the initial victory at Mingxing County quickly spread back to Yuzhou. Governor Yang paced back and forth in the main hall, his brows furrowed. The surrounding Sima, Changsha, and even the Kanjun dared not utter a single word. With Mingxing County under attack, they could only wait here, for it was a matter of life and death for the entire Yuzhou border. Good news, Your Excellency. A servant rushed in from outside, his eyes filled with excitement. What good news could there possibly be at a time like this? Governor Yang was in a state of distress. Governor, it's truly good news. Mingxing County has won the initial battle. The Huns have been forced back outside the city. There will be no immediate impact. What? Governor Yang was both surprised and delighted. He rushed forward and grabbed the servant by the shoulders. Are you sure? Did Mingxing County really withstand the attack of the Hun army? Could this be false news? It was indeed hard to believe. The Yuzhou garrison, led by General Zhou Yu, was still on its way to Mingxing County. Although they could reach the county within 3 days, deploying troops and preparing for a counterattack would require at least 1 to 2 days of advance preparation. With only 2,000 men in Mingxing County and the Hun vanguard numbering around 10,000 to 20,000, the disparity in strength was fivefold. This was a desperate situation for most generals. Throughout history, there were few miraculous battles where the few triumphed over the many. Truly, Your Excellency, I have asked around, and several commoners from Mingxing County have confirmed it. The Hun army has indeed retreated. It seems we do have a chance to hold Mingxing County and the entire northern border. Governor Yang was ecstatic. The governor, Sima, and Changsha all stood up, equally excited. Wonderful. It seems Lin Ji indeed possesses exceptional talents. Could it be that he has inherited the skills of the late General Lin Jinxiu? Impossible. The young general was notorious in our northern border before. After just one trip to the capital, his transformation is astounding, truly unbelievable. Governor Yang pondered for a moment. A person can change in 3 days. We should look at Lin Ji with new eyes. He is different from before. Everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, perhaps this time he will change the fate of our entire northern border. From now on, Yuzhou will enter a state of war readiness. And whatever help Mingxing County needs, we will provide to the best of our ability. Governor Yang declared firmly. If they could repel the Huns, it would be a great merit. He could not afford to stand by idly. A little effort on his part would naturally earn him commendation. Just the thought of it made the governor increasingly excited. As long as he could secure his position as governor of Yuzhou, everything else was trivial. Understood. In the northern general's mansion, Xiaolian also received the news and immediately turned to pack her things. The old steward quickly stepped forward to stop her. What are you doing? Uncle Lin, now that young master is in grave danger in Mingxing County, I cannot sit idly by. I must go and help. Xiaolian said earnestly. The old steward quickly pulled her back. What can you do there? There's a war going on. You can't help, so why go and cause trouble? What do you mean by causing trouble? Xiaolian was exasperated, almost wishing to fly there immediately. I am protecting young master's safety. No. The old steward's attitude was equally resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Uncle Lin, what are you doing? Can't you bear to see young master facing the enemy alone? Xiaolian protested indignantly. It's not that. The old steward hesitated. You're just a young girl. I know you're skilled, but they're facing the Hun army, and you know how ruthless they are. Those living in the northern border had all heard of the Huns' brutality. They treated the people of the Central Plains with extreme cruelty, and the hatred between them was deeply ingrained. That's exactly why I must go. Last time, young master ambushed the Huns' infiltrators, and this time, the enemy will surely retaliate even more. If they capture young master, his life will be in grave danger. Xiaolian was deeply concerned. For this reason alone, her loyalty to Lin Ji was unquestionable. Well, I'll be honest with you, the old steward said, revealing his trump card as persuasion failed. Young master told me to keep an eye on you. What? Xiaolian was surprised. Young master knows that once you hear the news, you'll rush to Mingxing County without a second thought. But we need to take care of things here in Yuzhou and ensure your safety. The old steward spoke earnestly. It was something Lin Ji had specifically instructed him before leaving the mansion. He knew Xiaolian's nature too well. She couldn't hide her feelings and couldn't stay calm. But, Xiaolian, I know you're worried about young master's safety, and so am I. But we should trust him. He's different from before, isn't he? The old steward said slowly. Sometimes, supporting someone doesn't mean fighting side by side. Ensuring everything is in order in the rear is equally important. Xiaolian pondered and then nodded. All right. But let me be clear. If something happens to young master, I will not stay in the general's mansion. Even if it cost her life, she would rescue him. Don't worry, I will go with you then. In Mingxing County, after the initial skirmish where the Huns suffered a loss, the Yu family army also had a brief respite but remained vigilant. Guards were stationed at all 4 city walls around the clock, and some disguised as commoners went out to gather information. Fortunately, the news of the victory spread within the city, stabilizing the people's hearts and alleviating the concerns of the Yu family army and Lin Ji. In the county office, the Yu family army strategists and vice generals stood on either side, discussing strategies to counter the Hun army. The Yu family soldiers, who were originally very proud, had never easily bowed their heads to any army of the great Xia dynasty, no matter how lowly their status. They were ready to clash and see who was stronger. But now, they truly respected Lin Ji. He was brave and resourceful, skilled in both martial and literary arts. How many people in the world could match him? Hashtag Chapter 200, True and False, Real and Illusory. Young General, I fear that the Huns will attack again tonight. The adjutant said thoughtfully. Impossible, right? They just suffered a loss. How could they attack so soon again? The deputy general looked surprised. He was skeptical about this. Don't underestimate them. Although we have been at White Wolf Pass, I still know the Huns' temperament very well. The fiercer the fight, the more fiercely they counterattack, just like the beasts in the grassland. Unless one day they truly submit, everything before that is just empty talk. The adjutant's expression was grave. That's why. The generals at the northern border were so troubled. Every time it seemed like a victory, what awaited them was the enemy's tide-like revenge. Over time, the warriors of the Central Plains naturally became wary, even inexplicably fearful. For those leading troops, this fear is fatal. It could even lead them to be completely passive in the entire war. Exactly. Lin Ji nodded. The Huns definitely won't stop for long. Once their camp situation stabilizes, they will surely launch another offensive. What we need to do now is to seize the initiative before that and prepare for various countermeasures. Otherwise, we will only pay a heavy price. Everyone nodded in agreement. Young General, the city walls have been raised by Tinzhong. If the Hun soldiers want to climb the walls, they will definitely have a harder time. I think we just need to defend firmly and can easily resolve it. If not, we can use last night's tactic again. The deputy general said confidently. Dig another trench. Pour oil and weapons into it. Even if it doesn't kill all the enemies, it will definitely make them afraid. Do you really think the Huns are just brave fools? Lin Ji couldn't help but smile bitterly. These guys are very smart. It's just that they were originally grassland tribes and couldn't be like us in the Central Plains, who have to read and write from a young age. But what they learn is very useful on the battlefield. Being careless about this will get you into trouble. The deputy general blinked. But young general, if we use last night's tactic again, even if the Huns know, they can't do anything about us. You think too simply. Lin Ji shook his head. Let me put it this way. A man can't step into the same river twice. You know the river is swift and deep, and you were lucky to survive the first time. Would you risk it a second time? Similarly, if the Huns see us using the same tactic again, they will definitely be prepared. Not only approaching the gate is the only way to attack. Since ancient times, deception is the essence of war. All victorious generals are well-versed in military strategies, and they use tactics flexibly. They often do the seemingly impossible to catch others off guard. It is often at this moment that the scales of victory tilt. In other words, if they bet everything on this tactic again, and the Huns find a way to deal with it or approach the gate in other ways, isn't it equivalent to being completely manipulated by the enemy? I see. The deputy general suddenly understood. If so, let's think of new ways. No more trenches. That's not entirely true. Lin Ji threw the bamboo slips on the table, then stood up. He paced back and forth in the room with his hands behind his back. After a while, he suddenly turned around. We still need to dig the trenches. Still? Everyone looked astonished and incredulous. Didn't the young general just say? Why waste effort then? At such a critical time, manpower is already insufficient. If they dig trenches overnight, the soldiers' condition the next day will be bad. If this continues, the consequences would be unimaginable. They might not be able to last 5 days. The essence of war is deception. Act real when it's false. Act false when it's real. Let's use the same tactic again, but this time, our real focus is not in the trenches, but on the walls. The walls? Everyone looked puzzled and surprised. Yes, the walls, Linji said decisively. If they find it impossible to approach the gate from the ground, they will definitely try to climb the walls. If we prepare enough on the walls, the Huns will surely suffer a heavy blow. Then he explained his plan and tactics to the others. Everyone widened their eyes. After a long while, the adjutant couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Young general, to say ruthless, you are the best. Such a cunning and vicious plan. I really couldn't think of it. The others also couldn't help but sigh. Linji must have at least 800 tricks up his sleeve. Fortunately, everyone is on the same side. If they were enemies, they really don't know how to deal with it. It's not that exaggerated. This battlefield is inherently cruel. If we can't make the most complete plans, we will definitely pay a heavy price. Neither the Yu family troops nor the people of Mingxing County, I don't want any casualties, because you are all my people of the Central Plains. How can we allow foreign enemies to slaughter here? Linji spoke passionately. The reason why he can be so flexible and at ease with strategies and responses on the battlefield mostly comes from his experience as a sales manager. The business world is like a battlefield. Many times, the business world is also ruthless. Of course, due to the completely different forms between the two. The business world is a war without smoke. On the battlefield, in order to survive, various methods will be used. As long as it leads to victory, nothing in it will be a problem. Although the business world doesn't need to wield swords or kill. In order to achieve the goal, the competition is also extremely fierce. In the end, both sides are badly hurt. The essence remains the same. Business warfare and real warfare, at their core, are competitions of human wisdom. Brothers, there are still 4 Shurchen until dawn, which is our once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Let's all work hard these few days, and after we get through it, we will see the dawn. Chapter 201. Confrontation between 2 armies, old grudges and new wrongs. Day 2. The sun rose in the east. The entire Mingxing County was on full alert. Everyone remained vigilant. The civilians did not know how long the battle would last, but the soldiers assured them that they only needed to hold out for 4 days. Under such circumstances, 1 day had already passed. If they could manage the next 3 days as well, their chances of victory would be significantly higher. Linji, with dark circles under his eyes, arrived at the city wall. All the soldiers stood at attention and saluted. Young general. Perhaps it was because they had been away from the true battlefield for too long. Or perhaps the battle with the Huns had ignited their fervor and passion. The soldiers of the Yu family army were in exceptionally high spirits, and they did not seem to have any issues. Brothers, thank you all for your hard work. After this crisis is resolved, I will definitely treat everyone to a feast with wine, Linji said solemnly. Sometimes, battles were fought with a single breath. To keep that breath going, making grand promises was only natural. Young general, why don't you go and rest for a while? Look at your face, there's no need to push yourself further. We've got the city wall under control. Nothing will happen, the deputy general said earnestly. Linji had not slept a wink all night. As the highest-ranking commander here, he absolutely could not collapse. All right. Linji nodded. To formulate a counterplan, he had to resort to this method. Now that it was finally completed, it allowed him to feel slightly at ease. If there are any developments, immediately send someone to notify me at the county office. Rest assured, young general. The deputy general nodded. But just as Linji was about to leave, the sound of drums suddenly echoed. Then a soldier on the beacon tower shouted loudly, "Young general, the enemy is here again." As soon as these words were spoken, all the soldiers seemed to be injected with adrenaline. They all perked up. Lin Ji immediately returned to the edge of the city tower. In the distance, a dark mass approached. Huolua had indeed led his army to attack. This guy really won't give up. He's attacking again so quickly. The deputy general beside him couldn't help but sigh. Didn't I say? These people are extremely ruthless. If they are not thoroughly defeated, they will never stop. Lin Ji's lips curled slightly upwards. His face showed a proud expression. No matter. If the enemy wants to fight, let them fight. After all, he had made full preparations. In a short while, the army arrived again at the city gate. Huolua was at the forefront. Listen up there. Surrender today, and I can spare your lives. Otherwise, I will tear you all to pieces. Huolua launched another tirade. It seemed he was really furious. His words were filled with all sorts of profanities. It was truly unbelievable. It's you again? Are there no other generals among the Huns? Knowing you are a defeated general, they still let you lead the troops? Are they preparing to gift us with military merits? Lin Ji leaned on the city wall, speaking triumphantly. His tone was full of mockery. Huolua was so enraged that his eyes turned bloodshot and somewhat ferocious. He waved his weapon, pointing it at Lin Ji's figure on the city wall, and cursed. You dog, the previous 2 times, I was careless and fell into your trap. But there won't be a 3rd time. If you have the guts, open the city gate today, and let's fight to the death. Lin Ji couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing this. I really don't know how you became a general among the Huns. It seems the Huns really are a bunch of fools. As long as I hold the city gate and don't fight you, I won't lose. Why should I open the city gate? Such a childish trick to think I would fall for it. You underestimate me too much. The surrounding soldiers also burst into laughter. The piercing laughter made all the Hun soldiers clench their teeth. They wished they could tear everyone in Mingxing County to pieces. Huolua clenched his fists even tighter. He had fought the Great Xia dynasty for several years, encountering all kinds of soldiers. But such a shameless person was a first. It seemed that the other side did not care about dignity or reputation at all. As long as they defended this place to the death, no amount of talk would affect their judgment. Men, attack. Break down the city gate and kill everyone. Huolua roared. His tone was filled with anger. He simply couldn't swallow this breath. General, it seems the enemy is trying to lure us to the city gate again. Could they be repeating their old trick? The adjutant beside him whispered, his eyes filled with vigilance. The scene from the previous day was still fresh in their minds. If they fell for it again, they would truly become a laughingstock. Even having no face to return to the Hun tribe, Huolua nodded upon hearing this. He thought what the adjutant said made sense. Men, lead a team to scout ahead. Yes. The guard beside him clasped his fists. Then the centurion called his men. They pretended to attack, but actually went around to the bottom of the city wall. However, all of this was within Lin Ji's sight. Young general, a group of enemies has approached our vicinity. Notify all brothers. The show is about to begin. Everyone, stay alert. This time, we must let the Huns know our methods. Don't think that the people of the Central Plains are easy to bully. Everyone nodded in agreement upon hearing this. At the same time, all the soldiers prepared themselves. Meanwhile, below the city tower, the centurion led his men to discover that there were still trenches near the city gate, and they were exactly the same as yesterday. He quickly returned to report. General, these Central Plains people are truly stupid. The same method used twice, without any change at all. Huolua couldn't help but snort upon hearing this. These foolish people, today I will let them see what true Hun warriors are. Break their scheme. Yes. Immediately, countless Hun soldiers rushed towards the city gate. Just as they were about to reach the city gate, everyone suddenly stopped. At the same time, they used their weapons to poke at the ground in front of them. Soon, the hidden trenches were exposed. Seeing this, Huolua rode over. He laughed loudly under the city tower. Haha, such a petty trick to try and show off. I see you Central Plains people are indeed foolish, not knowing how to change at all. Do you think I would fall for it again? Chapter 202. Repelling the Xiongnu again. Brothers, raise the ladders. Deploy the grappling hooks. Huoluo commanded. Immediately, the engineers at the rear advanced with ladders, while the vanguard warriors took out their grappling hooks from their waists. Clearly, they were well prepared. Young General, these Xiongnu are quite something, even using grappling hooks. The Deputy General was quite surprised. Ladders were common in siege warfare, which essentially aimed to seize advantageous positions. The city walls were crucial. Once captured, the city would be on the brink of falling. This was also a position the defenders could not afford to lose. Didn't I tell you? Don't underestimate the Xiongnu, Linji said meaningfully. Arrogance was the bane of military men. Such individuals often paid a heavy price. Linji, having experienced the trials of business, understood this well. Many seemingly insignificant opponents could become Huoluo, undeterred, roared with all his might, "No one retreats. Charge." His 2 words reignited the fighting spirit of his men. The Xiongnu were known for their bravery, and they now truly demonstrated their prowess. Facing the obstacles of the Yu family army, no one retreated. They climbed forward relentlessly. It was a sight that sent shivers down one's spine. Young General, are we still waiting? The Deputy General frowned. If we wait any longer, something terrible might happen. The surrounding soldiers were visibly struggling. If they didn't use their secret weapon now, there might not be another chance. Not yet, Linji said impassively. They had to wait a bit longer. The situation was not optimistic. He wished he could prepare more, but time and manpower were limited. They had to fight with their backs to the wall. If the secret weapon was used prematurely and proved ineffective, they would truly be doomed. The Deputy General's eyes widened. Were they still waiting? If they waited any longer, the Xiongnu might breach the walls. But on the battlefield, military orders were ironclad. No one could disobey. It was an unbreakable rule. The Yu family soldiers were holding on, and without Linji's order, they dared not act on their own. The battle raged fiercely. Soon, some Xiongnu managed to climb onto the walls. The Yu family soldiers immediately drew their swords to cut down the invaders, and a fierce melee ensued. Young General, still no order? The Deputy General's heart was in his throat. This was the most dangerous moment. If they waited any longer, the walls might fall. But Linji did not respond. He stood high, intently observing the situation, waiting for the most critical moment to inflict maximum damage. Seeing most of the Xiongnu at the wall's edge, Linji suddenly shouted, "Action!" In an instant, both the fighting soldiers and those on guard positions rushed to the walls, slashing open the sacks piled on top, releasing torrents of sand and stones, catching the Xiongnu off guard. Cut again. The second layer of sacks was also slashed open, but this time it wasn't sand and stones. It was black niter, the raw material for gunpowder. Though not as quick to ignite, it was still flammable and could emit a blinding flash. Release the arrows. Another command was given, and the archers, who had been waiting, let loose. Arrows with flaming tips rained down, catching the enemies off guard. They had no idea Linji had such a trick up his sleeve. Their landing spot was the moat. The niter mixed with the oil in the moat ignited into a sea of flames, and cries of pain filled the area below the walls. The Xiongnu's bravery now became their fatal flaw. Keep firing, never stop. Linji commanded firmly. The Yu family soldiers, who had been holding back, now unleashed their fury, each arrow finding its mark. They even wished for more hands to more easily take the enemy's lives. General, the situation is dire. The Xiongnu Deputy General exclaimed, watching the walls. Huoluo gritted his teeth in anger, realizing he had once again fallen into Linji's trap. Seeing no breakthrough, he seethed with rage. A frontal assault was unwise. There might be more tricks waiting. That would only cost the lives of his brave warriors. Retreat. All retreat immediately, Huoluo said reluctantly. Though he wanted to annihilate the defenders, he wasn't foolish enough to send his men to their deaths. Retreat. Quick retreat. Don't fall into the moat. The once fierce Xiongnu army was again in disarray. The Yu family soldiers couldn't help but cheer. Haha, we've won again. Great. Will these guys dare to be arrogant anymore? Many raised their arms in victory. Such a satisfying victory left them feeling invigorated. Lin Ji also let out a silent sigh of relief, his palms sweaty. He knew they had come close to death. A slight misstep, and not only the 2,000 Yu family soldiers, but all the civilians in Ming County would have lost their lives. The thought was unbearable. Young General, that was truly thrilling. The Deputy General gasped. You're really composed. If it were me, I might have cracked under pressure. Hee hee, you think? Lin Ji smirked. I wasn't much better, but since we were fighting with our backs to the wall, we had to risk everything to survive. Simple words, but few could truly achieve such composure in a desperate situation. Maintaining calm under such pressure was rare in the military. The Deputy General couldn't help but show admiration. Young General, you're truly extraordinary. Leading us this time, you've shown us what it means to command like a god. With just 2,000 men, you've repelled the Xiongnu twice in 2 days. This is rare in the entire northern border, even in the Great Xia. The last person to achieve such a feat was none other than General Lin Jinxiu. Chapter 203. The Soldier's Helplessness at the Border. The official road of Yuzhou. Led by Zhou Yu, the Yuzhou garrison was marching swiftly. The vast territory of Yuzhou encompassed the entire northern border. Therefore, the garrison camp was not actually located in Yuzhou itself. Upon receiving Yu Yan's message, they set off immediately. Even so, they could only advance about 100 li per day, which was already the limit. Since ancient times, the concept of rapid marches has existed in the military, but this tradition is usually reserved for vanguard units. Ordinary soldiers simply cannot endure such intense long-distance marches. General, why don't we take a short break? Wu Duwei looked at the exhausted soldiers behind him with great concern. Even if they reached Mingxing County in this state, they would be powerless to confront the Huns. No, the young general is waiting for us there. We should be racing against time, Yu Yin said, his brow furrowed with anxiety. He wished he could grow wings and fly there immediately, but with an army of tens of thousands, that was impossible. General Yu, I understand your urgency, but you know very well that pushing on like this won't do us any good, Wu Duwei said earnestly. Are you using this opportunity to get back at the young general? Yu Yin said impassively. What are you talking about? Am I the kind of narrow-minded person? Wu Duwei retorted, his temper flaring. Enough. With the enemy at our doorstep, you're still bickering among yourselves? Do you not want to help Yuzhou resolve this crisis? Zhou Yu said flatly. He then turned to Yu Yin. I know you're anxious, and I too wish we could reach Mingxing County immediately, but we can't do that now. Take a short break and then continue. Wu Duwei nodded and signaled the soldiers to stop. Yu Yin wanted to protest but held his tongue. By his nature, he wouldn't allow rest at such a time. If the soldiers were no different from ordinary people, how could they protect the border? As the sun blazed overhead, the soldiers took shelter under nearby trees. Zhou Yu led Yu Yin to the side. General Yu, don't be so anxious. I remember you said Lin Ji would hold Mingxing County for 5 days. That means we just need to reach there within those 5 days. There's no rush for the moment, is there? Yu Yin sighed inwardly. Who was he to have any say in this camp? General Zhou, the battlefield is unpredictable. Although the young general said 5 days, if anything happens and Mingxing County falls, the entire Yuzhou will be in danger. The people of Mingxing County will suffer greatly. I understand that, Zhou Yu said, gazing thoughtfully towards Mingxing County. General Yu, coming from a military family, you should know that every commander wishes to protect the homeland and guard the territory. But do you know why our northern border has been repeatedly attacked in recent years? Yu Yin was taken aback. He thought, wasn't it because you lack the ability? It's because our forces truly cannot support the defense of such a vast territory. I have repeatedly petitioned the governor for reinforcements from the court. But since General Lin Jinxiu disappeared, the court has remained indifferent. Now, even though Lin Ji has returned to the border, changing the situation is not easy. I can only do my best, but whether it will succeed, no one can say. But General Zhou, you should understand that as soldiers, we should die on the battlefield. This is our best chance to prove ourselves. If we miss it, we'll regret it. Zhou Yu shook his head wryly. It seems you still don't understand. Even if we rush to Mingxing County day and night, we may not be able to hold it. This concern was why Zhou Yu had to ensure his soldiers were always ready to fight, in case of unexpected developments. If Mingxing County fell, he at least had a chance to save Yuzhou City, preserving some dignity for the northern border. I understand, Yu Yin said, growing angry. But do we just let the young general struggle in the fire and brimstone? Why was Zhou Yu so pessimistic, even as a fellow commander? No wonder the northern border was so defenseless against the Huns. But what Yu Yin didn't know was that the only difference between him and Zhou Yu was that the latter had long been stationed at the northern border, witnessing too many helpless situations, gradually changing his outlook. At that moment, someone rode towards them at full speed. The sentries immediately became alert. Zhou Yu and Yu Yin looked up. Report. Urgent message from Mingxing County. It was a messenger from Yuzhou. Is General Zhou here? Yes. Zhou Yu waved his hand high. The messenger rode straight to them, dismounting before the horse even stopped, and knelt to report. General Zhou, General Yu. Great news from Mingxing County. Great news? This statement caused not only Zhou Yu but also the adjutants, staff officers, and Wu Duwei to turn in surprise. 2 days ago, the Hun leader Huoluo led 20,000 troops to attack Mingxing County. Lin Ji, the garrison commander, led 2,000 Yu soldiers in fierce resistance and repelled the enemy twice in the last 2 days. The governor of Yuzhou has ordered General Zhou to lead the Yuzhou garrison to reinforce immediately. No delay. What? Everyone was shocked and incredulous. They had all faced the Huns and knew how fierce they were. Despite being outnumbered, Lin Ji had managed to hold them off with just 2,000 men. This was unbelievable. Such a situation had not occurred in Yuzhou's border defense for a long time. Is this true? Zhou Yu asked, half doubting. He wasn't questioning the messenger, but the news was too incredible not to be doubted. Every word is true. It's the first-hand report from Mingxing County. I have urgent matters and cannot stay long. Please, General Zhou, set off immediately and do not waste any more time on the road. The messenger remounted and galloped away, coming and going like a gust of wind. This was common in military camps. The surrounding crowd fell silent. Chapter 204. Reviving Morale. All the generals of Yuzhou, including Zhou Yu, were acutely aware of the dire situation in Mingxing County. Upon receiving the news, they set off immediately. However, if the Huns launched an attack on Mingxing within these 5 days, Lin Ji's 2,000 Yuejia army would be powerless to resist. This was why Zhou Yu appeared so composed on the journey. It was less about calmness and more about anticipating the outcome. If Mingxing County could hold out for 5 days, they had a chance. But if the Huns attacked, no matter how fast they moved, they would not make it in time. Yet, the battle report received today was beyond everyone's expectations. General, Lin Ji really has some skills. Twice he has repelled the Hun army with Mingxing County's defenses and only 2,000 men. It's truly incredible. The deputy general couldn't help but exclaim. The staff officer nodded in agreement. I thought after his trip to the capital, Lin Ji had only become more courageous. I didn't expect his ability to lead troops into battle to have improved so drastically. Didn't I tell you? As long as the young general is here, there's still hope. So we can't waste any more time here. Yu Yin declared confidently. He then turned to address all the soldiers behind him. Brothers, we've been oppressed by the Huns for so long. Everyone knows what kind of attitude the Huns have towards us Central Plains people. Now, an opportunity to strike back is before us. Do you want to miss it? These words ignited the fervor of everyone. Indeed, after being beaten so badly by the Huns, many soldiers had lost their resolve to fight to the death. 10 battles, 9 losses. Anyone would become dispirited. But the news from Mingxing County was like a shot of adrenaline for the Yuzhou garrison. Exactly. We should rush to Mingxing County immediately for support. We can't let the Huns think our border soldiers are pushovers. It's time to counterattack. Let those Hun barbarians know the strength of our great Xia soldiers. The crowd was roused, their morale unprecedentedly high. Yu Yin looked at Zhou Yu with full determination. General, do we still need to rest now? Can't you see the burning desire in their eyes? Zhou Yu remained silent. This was all too incredible for him. Could Lin Ji really change the northern border situation? But this man had a checkered past, making it impossible to trust him completely. Zhou Yu's biggest concern was not to waste the lives of all his soldiers, but seeing the unity of the troops. He, as a commander, had no reason to dampen their spirits. He then stood tall. All soldiers, listen up. From this moment on, advance to Mingxing County at full speed. We must arrive in the shortest time possible. Anyone who disrupts morale or disobeys orders will be executed without mercy.
Yes.
The tens of thousands of troops immediately reorganized and marched towards Mingxing County. In Mingxing County, Lin Ji stood on the city wall. Outside, another massive enemy army was approaching. This was the third attack in just one night. Undoubtedly, these Huns were fierce, relentless in their assaults. In the Great Xia dynasty, how many armies could muster such a spirit? My goodness, this is my first time facing the Huns. Are these people crazy? The deputy general beside him said, equally terrified. Only by witnessing the Huns' assault firsthand could one truly understand what fear was. These barbarian northerners, upon seeing their comrades' bodies, felt not sorrow but rage and determination. It was as if they would not rest until Mingxing County was taken. Such spirit was enough to strike fear into any enemy. Or do you think why the northern border has been so humiliated all these years? Is it really because our great Xia soldiers are inferior? Lin Ji said meaningfully. Before setting out, he had sought out the Minister of War, his only connection in the Ministry of War. The minister had shown Lin Ji all the records of battles against the Huns, each a tale of blood and tears. Though the Great Xia dynasty claimed to be a powerful nation, its battles with foreign tribes were far from overwhelming victories. Over the past 20 years, it had been a mixed record of wins and losses, mostly thanks to the northern border army and Lin Jinqiu. This was why, despite Lin Ji's reckless behavior in the northern border, the people still revered Lin Jinqiu. He was the true god of war protecting the northern border. Since Lin Jinqiu and the northern border army went missing, the record had been dismal. In 3 years, dozens of battles were fought, with only a few victories, all at great cost. Now, seeing the Huns' combat power firsthand, Lin Ji was deeply impressed. Young general, do you think we can really hold out for 5 days? The deputy general asked nervously. What? Trying to shake morale now? Lin Ji looked at him sideways. The deputy general quickly waved his hands. He knew this was a major military taboo. Anyone who did this would be severely punished, demoted at best, executed at worst, especially during wartime. I meant no such thing. I'm just worried that we're not fully prepared. Even the best cook can't make a meal without ingredients. Mingxing County is so small, and we've used up all our resources. So now, we can't afford to doubt. Lin Ji said resolutely. Once doubt set in, it would affect morale, making the upcoming battles even harder. This was the age of cold weapons. If it were the age of firearms, those 20,000 Huns would be nothing. Planes, cannons, firepower coverage would wipe them out. Even with only 2,000 defenders in Mingxing County, they could make the enemy advance with difficulty. And this was Lin Ji's current goal. As long as he had men, weapons, and money, he could handle any situation. But for now, conditions were limited. He had to resort to the most primitive methods. Once this toughest period was over, brighter days were sure to follow. At that moment, a soldier reported, "Young general, Lady Yu is here." What's she doing here? Lin Ji was surprised. This was a battlefield. Why would Yu Luoyu come to the city wall instead of staying in the county office? As he thought this, Yu Luoyu walked over. Go back at once. Chapter 205. The Headstrong Huns. Lin Ji spoke without hesitation. This is not a place you should be. Although he was usually very approachable, that depended on the occasion and timing. With the impending battle, both sides were on the brink of conflict. Yu Luoyu's presence here was too dangerous. If anything happened, how would Lin Ji explain to Yu Yin when he returned? Young general, if you and the others can be here, why can't I? Yu Luoyu said resolutely. You could have come back any time. Why choose now? Lin Ji frowned. Look closely. Who are these people down there? They don't care if you're male or female. They'll slaughter any Central Plains person. Go back now. I don't have time to look after you. I don't need you to look after me. Yu Luoyu insisted stubbornly. Then why did you come? In the county government, I can only be on edge. It's better to face the enemy together with the Yu family army and the young general. Yu Luoyu's eyes softened. With Mengqing County on the brink of crisis, the citizens were also in a state of panic. Even though they had won twice, it brought some confidence, but as long as the Huns didn't retreat, they were always at risk of becoming a living hell. The civilians in the city had no chance to escape either. The Huns were sure to be waiting outside. Yu Luoyu felt the same way in the county government. She was on edge every time a battle started. So today, she mustered immense courage to come and see just how formidable these Huns were. After so many battles, they still couldn't be driven back. Lin Ji was at a loss for words. Finally, he said helplessly, Miss, aren't you just causing trouble here? What can you do here? I can boost the morale of the brothers. Yu Luoyu replied without hesitation, rolling up her sleeves as if to start beating the drum. Being a general's daughter, she naturally had some heroic spirit. Although Yu Luoyu was usually quiet and gentle, in critical moments, she showed the demeanor of a general's descendant. Many of the soldiers around had watched her grow up and treated her like a sister. Seeing her so determined, they were all deeply moved. Young general, why don't you let her stay? The deputy general suggested tentatively. Don't worry, I'll protect the young lady's safety. You brat, always so eager for such things. I bet you'll die because of a woman in your lifetime. Lin Ji scolded with frustration. Just as he was about to continue reprimanding the deputy general and Yu Luoyu, curses erupted from below. You dogs, come out and face us. Have the guts to fight us to the death. Staying cooped up in the city all day, what kind of hero are you? You scum, is this the only underhanded trick you know? The one cursing was Huolua, a Hun general. After 2 consecutive defeats, he felt deeply humiliated. If it had been a fair fight, he might have respected Lin Ji, but the latter just stayed behind the city gates, using every means to stop the Huns from attacking. Huolua had fought on the battlefield for years, encountering all sorts of cunning opponents, but never someone as shameless as Lin Ji, who seemed to have no regard for honor in order to survive. Young general, this Huolua is really persistent. He's been cursing for over half an hour and shows no sign of retreating. The deputy general couldn't help but comment. City walls, there were 8,000 soldiers. Although not the entire force, if Huolua used a siege tactic now, Mengqing County would be hard-pressed to defend. I'd rather he put all his forces on this northern gate. Lin Ji's eyes flickered with worry. He was most afraid of being surrounded. 2,000 soldiers could barely hold one gate. If all 4 gates were attacked simultaneously, defending would be next to impossible. From the beginning, Lin Ji aimed to draw all the enemy's attention, hoping to make Huolua lose his temper and concentrate all his forces on the northern gate. This way, the other 3 gates wouldn't need to worry too much. As they were talking, another round of curses erupted from outside the city. Don't think I don't know you're on the city walls. Come down if you dare. You useless, spineless coward. A disgrace to men. The profanity was so vile it was unbearable. Seeing the stalemate couldn't be broken, a Hun deputy general tentatively suggested, General, it doesn't seem like Mengqing's defenses are that strong. Why don't I lead a force to attack from the flank and surround Mengqing County? The city will fall without a fight. Nonsense. Huolua cursed directly. Today, I'm determined to crush their arrogance head-on. Such a small county, why go to such lengths? Huolua was a proud man. If they had surrounded the city, it might have been resolved within 2 days. But on the first day of battle, the Huns had already suffered a loss, which Huolua couldn't let go of. He couldn't accept that he couldn't handle a mere 2,000-man force. That's why he kept attacking the northern gate. Now, Huolua didn't want to use any tactics. He just wanted to destroy the confidence of all the soldiers in Mengqing County. Did they really think they could stand up to the Hun warriors? How delusional. Seeing this, the deputy general hesitated to speak. He knew that saying more now would be useless. And with the battle imminent, he couldn't contradict Huolua in front of so many soldiers. That would only shake morale. He could only pray that the Huns would be safe. Otherwise, if they really lost this time, it would be disastrous for them. As they were talking, Lin Ji's voice rang out from the city walls. You dog, just barking below? Come and attack if you dare. Hashtag Chapter 206. Retreat without a fight? Are the Huns afraid? These words infuriated Huolua to the point of fury. Having marched for many years, he had never suffered such an extraordinary humiliation. He could not endure it at all. All soldiers, listen up. Immediately attack the city. The Hun soldiers moved as one, like a tide rushing towards the city gate. After the previous two failures, the Hun soldiers had become wiser. Directly attacking the city gate seemed to have a low chance of success. Therefore, the most important thing now was to occupy the city walls. If it weren't for the fact that the walls of Ming County had suddenly become 10 zhang higher, they would have taken it by now. Seeing this, the Yu family army immediately prepared for battle. They dared not be the slightest bit careless. As they watched the ladders and siege teams approach with their equipment, the deputy general immediately ordered the archers to fire. In an instant, arrows rained down like raindrops towards the enemy. The Huns were also well prepared. Countless soldiers took shields from their backs and held them above their heads to block the arrows. The siege warfare of the cold weapon era was more brutal and bloody than any other period, because it was a victory built on the lives of men. The deputy general watched the enemy's attack, so purposeful. His heart was filled with awe. Young general, these Huns are indeed renowned. No wonder our northern border has been struggling to hold up in recent years. You think? Don't underestimate the land gods. These people have their unique skills. Lin Ji said meaningfully. This Huolua has some tricks, but not many. That's why. He had absolute confidence that he could handle it. Notify all soldiers, follow the previously set plan, and do not act rashly. Understood. Luoyu watched from the side, her eyes filled with curiosity. Young general, you're not planning to counterattack? Although she had heard of the two previous great victories in Ming County, seeing the battle scene for the first time still felt quite unexpected. Didn't I say it? If you don't understand, you don't need to be here, adding unnecessary risks to yourself. Lin Ji grinned. Luoyu stubbornly raised her head. Her beautiful face, under the sunlight, had a unique charm. Don't look down on people. Although I can't lead troops into battle, but in the Yu family, I've been influenced for many years. You just want to lure the enemy in deep and then annihilate them in one fell swoop. Oh! Lin Ji's eyes showed surprise. He was also a bit taken aback. It turned out that this girl really had something. She even knew these strategies. Then tell me, what exactly do you want to do to them? Currently, the only task for all you family soldiers in Ming County is to defend the city and wait for my brother to return. So your goal is not really to drive the Huns away, because you know that with the current situation in Ming County, that's impossible. Luoyu spoke with conviction. It seemed quite plausible. Lin Ji nodded inwardly. He indeed had that idea. So everything you're doing now is just to inflict enough losses on the Huns, so they don't dare to forcefully attack the city, because only in this way can we ensure the position is not lost. Luoyu's face showed a proud expression. Although she hadn't experienced war and wasn't very familiar with the battlefield, she was naturally smart. Plus, what she had heard and seen in Ming County these past few days, she had a certain understanding of Lin Ji's tactics. Lin Ji couldn't help but applaud. It's said that there are no mediocre descendants in a military family, and it seems that saying holds some truth. I didn't expect you to analyze it so thoroughly. But there's one thing you got wrong. What? Luoyu was just about to feel proud when she turned her head, her eyes filled with surprise. Since ancient times, the best defense is offense. So what seems like I'm just defending the city gate, in fact, I'm making the other side think they have the upper hand. From the first encounter until now, every time Huolua feels he's just one step away from victory. But what he doesn't know is that a slight error can lead to 1,000 miles apart. It's this small gap that can become the key to their total defeat. Lin Ji's gaze was crystal clear. Warfare is about turning the mundane into the extraordinary. Anyone can win in a favorable situation. Give him 800,000 men, and he could crush all the kingdoms around the Great Xia dynasty. Even within 50 years, these people wouldn't dare to harbor any thoughts of invasion. But reality and imagination are always different. There's no such thing as a perfect situation in the world. Just like now, Huoluo thinks he's seen through my tactics, but in fact, he's just fallen into my trap. Lin Ji's lips curled slightly. He also saw the Huns continuously climbing the city walls. Isn't this the same tactic you used before? Yu Luoyu's eyes showed doubt. She felt a bit confused. Looks the same, but it's different. There's also psychological warfare involved. Just watch. Lin Ji's lips curled slightly. Meanwhile, the latter team had almost reached the halfway point of the city wall. And just then, they suddenly stopped. No intention to continue forward. Seeing this, Huoluo couldn't help but curse. What are these guys doing? Are they afraid? Do they want to die? A soldier immediately reported, "General, there are sacks on the city walls again. The soldiers don't want to throw their lives away for nothing." Those sacks again? Huoluo was furious. Last time, it was because of these things that his soldiers were routed. If they fell for the trap again this time, it would be the third devastating defeat. Notify everyone to immediately retreat from the city walls. Do not forcefully climb the city gates. Yes. Huoluo's eyes flickered with a strange light. Damn it, the same trick again on me. Since you've set traps on the city gates this time, you must have neglected the moat under the city doors. Notify everyone to forcefully attack the city gate. No matter what, we must achieve victory today. Understood. On the city walls, all soldiers had prepared for close combat. But what happened next left everyone baffled. The Hun warriors who had climbed halfway suddenly retreated without warning. Even they felt a bit inexplicable. What's going on? Why did they suddenly retreat? Did they stop halfway through? Yu Luoyu was even more astonished. Did you already predict this outcome? I said, war is not as simple as you think. Not only do you need to arrange troops and formations, but you also need to understand the enemy. Lin Ji's lips curled slightly. True war is far more complex than anyone imagines. #### Chapter 207. Step by step into the trap. From the very beginning of the battle, Lin Ji understood that their mission was not to defeat the Huns. With only 2,000 men, fully armed and equipped, their numbers were simply too few. Whether it was a protracted war of attrition or a fierce assault, they were at a significant disadvantage. In the current state of siege, the only advantageous terrain they had was the city walls. If the walls were breached, they would be doomed. Therefore, his goal was to defend the city gates at all costs. As long as the gates held, Huoluo and the Huns would be powerless against them. But Lin Ji also knew that mere defense would only lead to a gradual retreat. To hold their ground, they needed to counterattack. So from the start, Lin Ji had set a trap. He wanted to keep Huoluo and the Huns guessing, to curb their movements and prevent himself from being put on the defensive. Judging from the current situation, the effect was quite good. It at least demonstrated that their strategy had instilled fear. Next, it's time for them to jump into the trap themselves, Lin Ji said with a slight smirk. A skilled hunter doesn't just chase after prey. They know how to lure the prey into their trap, turning the initiative into a passive state. It was the only way to solve the problem, and there was no other method to be found. Yu Luoyu blinked in astonishment, staring at everything before her. Although she didn't understand how Lin Ji had done it, being able to scare the Huns like this was indeed impressive. It was definitely not something an ordinary person could achieve. But are you sure they won't pose a threat to our safety? Yu Luoyu asked. Of course, it's clear from the situation just now that these guys are already scared, Lin Ji replied. The saying goes, to lose before the battle even begins. That was the case here. Once the morale is lost, everything else becomes meaningless. Otherwise, all the previous efforts would have been in vain, wouldn't they? On the city walls, the Hun soldiers kept retreating from the ladders. Huoluo began to ponder. "General, there are traps on the walls and trenches below. What should we do?" the deputy general asked anxiously. The situation on the battlefield changes in an instant. If they continued to delay, it would be very disadvantageous for the Huns. Now that they knew there were ambushes on the walls, even if the Huns were known for their bravery, they couldn't just go up and die, could they? Every sacrifice must have a purpose and meaning. Otherwise, it's just throwing lives away. This little bastard is really cunning. Huoluo gritted his teeth. "Notify everyone. Attack the city gate with all our might." "What?" At these words, the deputy general's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. "There are trenches below. If they fall into them, wouldn't it be just as bad?" "General, isn't this just sending people to their deaths?" the deputy general stammered. On the battlefield, he dared not disobey the general's orders. But continuing like this would mean many would die in vain, and after a few more battles, the vanguard of 20,000 men would be wiped out. How would they explain that back home? "Don't worry, Linji can't cover both sides, he'll only bet on one," Huoluo said confidently. "The first 2 times, the trenches were full of traps. This time he's deliberately trying to make us think there are still traps, so we'll only attack the walls. That will only result in countless casualties among our warriors." Huoluo spoke with certainty. To do something over and over again? No one would fight like that. Unless they were a fool. Linji comes from a military family. His father is the famous northern General Lin Jinxiu. Even a broken boat has 3,000 nails. He certainly wouldn't set such a foolish trap. So the walls must be heavily defended. The area below is understaffed. This time, we must capture this little brat. I want to skin him alive. Huoluo cursed through gritted teeth. The deputy general's eyes lit up with surprise upon hearing this. If it were calculated this way, it would certainly be able to easily solve the problem. Not too many people would lose their lives because of it. "Brothers, charge towards the city gate immediately." "Yes." The Huns moved quickly. Their execution was terrifying. Although they were brutal and cruel, they were indeed extraordinary in this matter. Luoyu saw this from the city tower, and her eyes showed panic. "Young general, this won't do. The city gate isn't as strong as the walls." Linji's lips curled slightly. "Do you know why true masters remain undefeated?" Luoyu was taken aback. At such a critical moment, was he really going to talk about this? Isn't this just wasting time? That's because they know how to use their weaknesses. There is no such thing as an invulnerable person in this world. The so-called invincible generals either know how to hide their weaknesses, or they know how to use their weaknesses. For the defenders of Mingsheng County, the biggest weakness was the city gate. Many obstacles could be set up on the walls, and soldiers could be used to defend. But at the city gate, apart from defending to the death, there was no other way. The gate was undoubtedly the weakest link. Linji turned to the deputy general. "Where are the civilians in the city now?" "They have retreated to the southeast, and there is no one in the northwest now." "Good." Linji nodded. "Remember, make sure the enemy cannot cross the city's alert line." "Understood." The deputy general's expression was solemn. He knew it was the most critical moment now, and this would be the crucial opportunity to determine whether they could win this battle. At the same time, a violent tremor and shouts came from below. The Huns had begun their assault on the city gate. They had already figured out the location of the trenches and could easily cross them. "Everyone, prepare for battle." Luoyu blinked with curiosity, watching from the side. She really wanted to help, but she was indeed powerless. Now she was more curious about what means Linji would use to solve the current crisis. Ordinary people might have already given up seeing this situation. What kind of method would Linji use to turn the tide? It was a mystery, and Luoyu was full of curiosity. The Huns' attack grew more intense, especially when they found that there was indeed no defense at the city gate. The previous defeats had left them with a lingering anger. No matter what, they were determined to make Linji pay a heavy price. Boom! The city gate was breached. Countless Huns, like beasts gone berserk, began to surge forward. They finally saw the hope of victory. Huoluo was ecstatic. Charge, charge, charge. Everyone, rush in and kill them all. Leave Linji to me. Everyone else is your spoils of war. Almost at the same moment, Linji abruptly gave the order. Act. Yes. The soldiers lurking on both sides of the city gate pulled the ropes with all their might. Suddenly, countless stones poured down from above the gate passage. Niter? There's niter. And oil. Wait, this is a trap. The Huns at the forefront realized something was wrong. A strong, uneasy sense of familiarity swept over them. Hashtag chapter 208. Closing the door to beat the dog, catching the turtle in the jar. No matter how loudly the Huns in front shouted, their companions behind seemed completely oblivious, all blinded by the hope of victory. Like a tidal wave, they surged towards the city gate. Stop, can't you hear me? Stop right now. The entrance to the city gate was in complete chaos. Huoluo, from a distance, seemed to have caught a glimpse of something amiss. He couldn't help but furrow his brows and ask, "What's happening up front? Why are these guys blocking the way and not moving forward? Could it be that there are enemies blocking them?" The deputy general's eyes were filled with suspicion, but it seemed incredulous. The Huns, on the battlefield, had always been very disciplined. Why would they behave like this today? It was utterly incomprehensible. But at that moment, the city gate suddenly burst into flames. Countless Huns were instantly engulfed in the inferno. Huoluo's eyes were filled with shock and fury. He never expected to be duped by Linji again. How could this be? This is clearly another trap. That guy was waiting for us right at the city gate. Shouldn't we recall our soldiers from the front? It's all a sea of fire there. If we continue the assault, the losses will be catastrophic. The deputy general said fearfully. For the first time, he felt such dread towards a single person, especially since the person was a Central Plains man. Linji was utterly inscrutable. Too cunning, too treacherous, and his methods were despicably low. No, not this time. We finally broke through the city gate. We can't give up halfway. Huoluo said through gritted teeth. Since it has come to this, we must press on with the victory. Even if it meant sacrificing many, he had to take Mingxing County. Otherwise, he would never be able to swallow this grievance. The deputy general hesitated. Somehow, he felt that even if they managed to enter the county, it might not be a good thing. There could be other traps waiting for them inside. But at this moment, the deputy general was even more aware. Huoluo was blinded by anger and hatred, unable to think clearly. Any persuasion would be futile. Charge in. No matter what, we must charge in. We must make these bastards know our methods. Huoluo shouted loudly towards the city gate. This inadvertently reignited the fighting spirit of all the soldiers. They actually charged into the county through the flames. Yueluoyu, on the tower, couldn't help but reveal a look of shock when she saw this. My goodness, are these people crazy? They know it's a sea of fire ahead and still go like this? This was the first time she truly witnessed the Huns' tactics. It could only be described as terrifying and fearful. Linji nodded meaningfully. Now you understand the cruelty of war? I didn't want you to see this, but you're just too stubborn. So what? I'm not as weak as you think. Yueluoyu stubbornly raised her head, but she still couldn't bear to look at the extremely tragic scene downstairs. But now they've broken through the city gate. Are we really okay? Linji smirked. Some things can't be judged by appearances, like now. Although the Huns have indeed broken into Mingxing County, it doesn't mean their strength is strong enough. If I hadn't let them in, then what right do they have to break through the city gate? Even with only a mere 2,000 soldiers in the entire county, Linji was confident enough to handle several assaults from the Huns. So this time was no exception. Do you know why we resisted fiercely the previous 2 times, making it impossible for them to approach the city gate at all? Linji slowly explained. Yueluoyu shook her head. She had no clue about the key points. There are 2 reasons. First, to break their morale. On the battlefield, The side with morale will have additional combat power. Your brother must have mentioned this to you. The Huns originally thought that taking the county would be a piece of cake, so they started very arrogantly. But after 2 consecutive failures, they would realize that we are not so easily breached. Linji impassively watched the intense scene at the city gate, so they would now be full of hatred for us. And when they find an opportunity to change the tide of war, they will throw themselves into it recklessly. This means that if I set traps in the city, they wouldn't notice because they are completely blinded by fury. Yueluo, you suddenly understood. So your plan is to let them in and then close the door to beat the dog? They won't even have a chance to escape? You're indeed smart. Linji couldn't help but snap his fingers. This time, I want the Huns to truly doubt whether they can defeat us in Mingxing County. Once a person's confidence is destroyed, they will doubt their life and lose their fighting spirit in a short time. This is crucial for Mingxing County right now, because today, they are betting everything on this. If they succeed, they can safely pass the next 2 days. Conversely, even if they fight twice more, Mingxing County would still struggle to resist. The scene at the city gate unfolded as Linji predicted. The Hun soldiers, once inside the city gate, began frantically searching for targets to dispel the shadows of the previous 2 defeats. Unaware that all of this was a premeditated trap, when thousands of Huns poured into the city gates silently closed. And this time, the soldiers guarding the city gate used the most robust methods. Without their keys, no one could open this gate. The Huns trapped inside were instantly surrounded. The brothers of the Yu family army had long been ready. Now they surged from all directions, brandishing their weapons, unstoppable. A melee was inevitable. The Huns never expected to end up in such a predicament. They were thrown into disarray. And the Yu family soldiers showed no mercy, their eyes set on slaughter. The city gate once again became a hell on earth. From a distance, Huolua stared in disbelief at all this. He never dreamed that he would face another crushing defeat. Those Huns in the city, needless to say, were probably all slaughtered. Chapter 209. Huoluo's unbearable defeat. General, what should we do now? The deputy general was completely bewildered. Huoluo's eyes became extremely vacant. He never dreamed that attacking Mingxing County would be so difficult. 1 defeat could be an accident. 2 could be coincidence. But this was the 3rd time. Was he, a renowned general of the Xiongnu, now unable to defeat a playboy who had never led troops into battle? When did Linji possess such formidable strength? Huoluo plunged into deep doubt. His face turned extremely pale. The deputy general called out to him several times, but he remained unresponsive. General! General! After an unknown length of time, the city gates slowly opened. Inside, the bodies of Xiongnu warriors lay strewn across the ground. The soldiers of the Yu family army stood there majestically, as if they were divine sentinels. They formed an insurmountable barrier. Despite their small number, the Xiongnu could not cross it. Huoluo's mind was in chaos. Suddenly, he felt a sweetness in his throat. Then, a mouthful of blood gushed out. General? The deputy general was shocked. He quickly stepped forward to support him. Why? Why is this happening? Why is he so strong? There are only 2,000 men here. Why can't I take it down? Huoluo muttered to himself. He collapsed into the deputy general's arms, as if all his strength had been drained. Oh no, something's wrong with the general. The deputy general exclaimed frantically. His unease had indeed come true. All troops, retreat immediately. Return to the camp. Do not act rashly without further orders. Retreat. From a distance, the Xiongnu army left in disarray. They even left behind many weapons and equipment on the battlefield. Otherwise, how could he have become an outstanding sales manager in his previous life? Inform everyone to clean up the battlefield, and they can rest a bit today. Yes. The deputy general was also excited. He had witnessed a miracle for the first time. In other armies, 2,000 men would never be able to withstand the Xiongnu's repeated attacks. But the Yu family army did it. The Yu family army, which everyone in the Great Xia dynasty had underestimated, had now become the most powerful force in the northern border. In the Xiongnu tribe, the Xiongnu leader sat in his tent. Two women, dressed very revealingly, sat beside him. Such a sight would captivate anyone. Even though they were at war, the Xiongnu leader was prepared to wait for good news. Mengxing County? A city with no defenses. It could not possibly stop the Xiongnu warriors. At that moment, a subordinate rushed in. Leader. Frontline report. So soon they took Mengxing County? Faster than I imagined. The Xiongnu leader said nonchalantly. Huoluo would not disappoint. The subordinate's expression was very complicated. Leader, General Huoluo lost. What? The Xiongnu leader's face changed dramatically. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. He pushed the women aside and cursed furiously. What is that guy doing? Can't even take a tiny Mengxing County. He dares to call himself a warrior of the Xiongnu. Leader, General Huoluo lost 3 battles in a row. Moreover, he is reportedly very ill and in the camp. The frontline army is leaderless. The Xiongnu leader's eyes showed disbelief again. Ill? Huoluo's robust physique was among the best in the Xiongnu. Even if he was injured, he would never collapse. Now, he was bedridden in the camp, which was utterly inconceivable. What exactly happened? The subordinate presented the frontline report. The Xiongnu leader was furious after reading it. Damn it! Never thought Mengxing County would be so hard to take. Leader, we don't know what happened at the front, but General Huoluo is trustworthy. The subordinate cautiously said. Perhaps something unexpected did occur. I'll go see what changes have happened in the northern border of Great Xia. Inform all soldiers in the camps. Prepare to march. Head to Mengxing County for support. The Xiongnu leader raged. The subordinate was terrified. He found it even more inconceivable. In the past few years, since Lin Jinqiu's disappearance, the Great Xia dynasty had always been at a disadvantage in their wars. Now, the situation had suddenly reversed, which was beyond comprehension. But since even the Xiongnu leader was personally going to war, it meant he was truly angry. No matter what, the Great Xia dynasty would pay a heavy price. Meanwhile, in Mengxing County, in the northern region, after a battle, he turned to see his deputy, who was usually by his side. You're all safe? Yu Yin was astonished. Of course, under the leadership of the young general, we defeated the Huns 3 times in a row. Yu Yin was stunned again. He never expected such a glorious record. 3 victories in 3 battles. But the Mengxing County only had 2,000 Yu family soldiers. The enemy had over 10,000 men. So what exactly is the situation here? Just then, Zhou Yu also walked over. Yu Yin introduced the 2 of them. Ah, it's General Zhou. The young general is waiting at the county office. Why don't you hear the details from him directly? The deputy said with a composed and calm smile. Zhou Yu found this very unexpected and immediately had the Wu Duwei accompany him to the county office, while the other soldiers set up camp outside the city to rest. At the county office, Lin Ji was eating like a whirlwind. He must have been exhausted these past few days. Now that he finally had some time to relax, he could enjoy his meal with joy. Since receiving the order from Li Jingjin to come to the northern border to fight, his greatest worry was that the Yu family soldiers would be completely wiped out under his command. Not only would that be a disgrace to the Yu family, but he would also be unable to return to the court to report. But now, with just these few victories, returning to the capital would be enough to make them hold their heads high. Zhou Yu and Wu Duwei exchanged glances, both seeing the incredulity in each other's eyes. They never imagined that the seemingly frivolous Lin Ji could achieve such incredible feats. No one had anticipated the situation would develop in this way. Lin Ji finished his meal with a satisfied expression, even leisurely burping. You're back sooner than I expected, about half a day earlier. We were worried Mengxing County couldn't withstand the pressure, Yu Yin said, somewhat exasperated. He didn't know whether to say Lin Ji was carefree or just too composed to say such a thing at this moment. I asked you to bring help to deal with the situation that might arise. If it's just Huoluo's troops, it wouldn't be easy for them to break through Mengxing County. Even if they could, the Huns would certainly suffer heavy losses. How many of their vanguard would remain was uncertain. How did you know they would follow your pre-planned strategy? Zhou Yu couldn't help but ask. He had fought the Huns over a dozen times, either barely winning or narrowly losing each time. Never had he seen a battle as easy and relaxed as Lin Ji's. The casualty rate of the Yu family soldiers was only a few hundred, while the Huns had lost several thousand. Such a huge disparity couldn't be described as mere brilliance in strategy. It was outright terrifying. Everyone has weaknesses. No matter how strong the Hun soldiers are, they are still mortal, Lin Ji said casually. If I guide them into the trap I've set, they'll gradually fall into it without even realizing it. As for the final outcome, that depends on how I write it. Zhou Yu's heart skipped a beat. For the first time, he looked at this young man with the eyes of a general. Arrogant, confident, this was not the demeanor a general should have. Yet, his strategic prowess had reached such an incredible level, far beyond Zhou Yu's expectations. He now had a feeling that perhaps Lin Ji really had the potential to change the entire northern border situation. After leaving the county office, Zhou Yu remained silent. Wu Duwei also had a complex expression. When they reached the city gate, he couldn't help but ask, General Zhou, do you really believe this guy is a reincarnation of the war god? Can someone achieve such incredible results on their first battle? Zhou Yu shook his head. I don't know. I find I can't see through this man at all. If it were you, with only 2,000 men under your command, could you withstand 3 consecutive waves of the Huns' ferocious attacks? If it were any other enemy, they might not have a say. But all the northern border generals had deep grudges with the Huns. They knew better than anyone how terrifying the Hun soldiers were. Wu Duwei was taken aback and then shook his head. General Zhou, I never thought I had such ability, but I don't believe Lin Ji could either. This guy was a waste before. How could he lead troops to such heights? Zhou Yu sighed meaningfully. Perhaps we should change our attitude towards him. Now, I don't believe it either, but we'll have the chance to see for ourselves just how formidable this man's capabilities are. Wu Duwei seemed lost in thought. If he can really help us drive back the Huns, I can let go of my brother's grudge. Then let's wait and see if this guy can write a legend at the northern border like his father, Zhou Yu said slowly, his eyes unconsciously glowing with brightness. Perhaps from now on, all the teachers at the northern border could once again hold their heads high in front of all the people of the great Xia dynasty. No one would say they were a bunch of useless eaters. Chapter 211. Beginning the layout. Inside the county government office, Lin Ji and Yu Yin discussed their strategies for the upcoming challenges. Although the Huns have temporarily retreated, they will certainly not let it end here, Lin Ji said. The real tough battles might be just beginning. Yu Yan's voice was filled with worry. Based on the information they had received, the force led by Hua Luo was only a small vanguard of the Huns. Their objective was not just to seize Mingxing County, but more importantly, to avenge a previous humiliation. In their last encounter, Lin Ji had severely damaged the Huns' pride. To these barbarians, who valued honor above all else and knew nothing of swallowing their pride, revenge was inevitable. This time would be no different. Lin Ji's defense of Mingxing County with only 2,000 men would not so easily deflate the Huns' arrogance. Indeed, as the commander of the Yu family army, your analysis is very accurate, Lin Ji praised with a smile. I've sent scouts to gather intelligence. The Huns have dispatched 50,000 troops, and this time, their leader is personally leading the charge. What? Yu Yan's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. He had never imagined the Huns would be pushed to such extremes. As I understand it, the current Hun leader is extremely warlike and a formidable strategist. The reason our northern border has suffered repeatedly in recent years is mainly due to the Hun leader and his fierce generals. Yu Yin felt a chill run down his spine. As a general, his mental fortitude was far superior to that of his soldiers. With his combat skills and strategic acumen, Yu Yin, though never having faced the Hun leader directly, knew the man's reputation for holding the northern territories for years and maintaining the Hun strength amidst complex situations. What do you think? Lin Ji asked with a light smile. Isn't this the opportunity you've been waiting for to make a name for yourself? If we can hold the northern border this time, not only will we stabilize Yuzhou, but you'll also be recognized as a formidable general throughout the great Xia dynasty, with real battle records to back it up. Before this, Yu Yin, despite his lineage as a general's descendant, had not led any victorious campaigns. As a result, he was looked down upon by other military officers in the court, seen as merely relying on his family's legacy. Yu Yan's heart raced. But this situation is too dangerous. A single mistake could mean our doom. The entire northern border could be lost. The Huns had not launched a full-scale invasion in recent years, partly because they had to guard against other tribes attacking them, so they couldn't commit all their forces. Additionally, they still had some fear of the Great Xia dynasty. But from recent months, the Huns' actions had become increasingly bold, indicating their growing confidence and revealing their ambitions. Don't worry. As the ancients said, to survive, one must first be willing to die. If not for this situation, how could we have the opportunity to severely damage the Huns? Lin Ji said confidently. After several previous encounters, he had gained some understanding of the Huns. Though brave, they lacked flexible strategies on the battlefield. This was partly due to their commanders and also because the Huns, as barbarians, lacked cultural depth. In such a scenario, if they were pushed to the brink, they would resort to brute force without any tactical sense. To defeat them, we can't confront them head-on. We need to employ psychological tactics, Lin Ji explained. Psychological tactics? Yu Yin blinked. In simple terms, it's about outsmarting them. But this differs from mere strategy. Lin Ji spoke with conviction. He had often heard that business is like war, but only now, leading troops into battle, did he truly grasp the depth of that saying. While business lacks physical combat, the calculations and schemes involved are even more insidious than on the battlefield. If one cannot anticipate the enemy's moves and prepare accordingly, one will be manipulated and end up like the Huns, falling into traps without even knowing how. If we're talking about outsmarting them, we're talking about tactics. But the problem is, we're currently defending Mingxing County, and our tactics can't be as effective as we'd like. Yu Yin furrowed his brows. Traditionally, battles were fought in the open field, where knowledge of the terrain and surroundings was crucial for inflicting heavy blows on the enemy. But the situation at Yozhou's border was too complex. They had no chance for open field combat. If the Huns sent a detachment to attack from behind, Mingxing County, with its depleted forces, would be virtually defenseless, facing an even lower chance of victory. Let me explain it this way. It's like you and I having a one-on-one fight. Knowing I can't beat you, I still insist on fighting, so I'd have to use other means. Stabbing you in the back, ambushing you at night, poisoning your food. But even then, I might not succeed, and you'd become more cautious. So, how do I actually kill you? Lin Ji used a simple analogy. In this scenario, I'd keep using these underhanded tactics, making you think I've lost my threat. But unbeknownst to you, I've already bought off someone close to you. At the critical moment, this person attacks you, and in your instinctive defense, you might even accidentally kill them. That's when I strike for real. Yu Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. Such a bizarre theory was new to him, and he found it both incredible and hard to believe. But by then, you've used up all your tricks, haven't you? See, you've fallen into my trap. People usually have a habit of saving their best moves for last. But if, after using your best move, you suddenly use a lesser one, it might seem foolish, but the opponent will be completely off guard. Like not expecting that the weapon of someone you trust has been poisoned, even unknown to them. Yu Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. Suddenly, he felt a moment of clarity. Is this what you call psychological tactics? Hashtag chapter 212. A kind offer, truly hard to refuse. That's right. Lin Ji nodded. Strategies and tactics, including methods of leading troops into battle, are constantly evolving with the times. Although there are already many military classics and the wisdom of humanity, after 1,000 years of sedimentation and continuation, these valuable cultures will continue to flourish and even innovate in later generations. Lin Ji's exposure was to some very advanced concepts, and many aspects had been refined. Naturally, he could match Yu Yin, who had been well-versed in military books since childhood, and even had his own strengths. So, are you saying that we need to set the stage from the beginning and wait for the Huns to fall into it? But that Hun leader is no pushover either. Can he really be so easily deceived? Yu Yin asked skeptically. This question was indeed not to be taken lightly. If the enemy didn't fall for it, all their efforts would be in vain, and they might even fall into unprecedented trouble. Don't worry, a proud man like the Hun leader will definitely fall into our trap. Moreover, he probably won't even consider us as real enemies. Lin Ji said confidently. He then leaned in and whispered something in Yu Yan's ear. Yu Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you sure this will work? Isn't that too risky? Don't worry. Man proposes, God disposes. Sometimes, you don't know your own potential unless you take a risk. Lin Ji said with a meaningful smile. Yu Yan looked at the young man in front of him with trepidation. To be honest, even if it were him, he wouldn't dare to take such a risk. But Lin Ji seemed so confident, as if the outcome of the matter was already settled in his eyes. However, looking at Lin Ji's experiences, Yu Yan didn't find them earth-shattering. Instead, they seemed a bit like the twists and turns of a profligate son. Could it be that this process made him grow, even to the point where he became unfathomable to others? The next day, Yu Yan went to the military camp. On one hand, it had been a few days since he last saw them, and he wanted to visit the injured soldiers. On the other hand, he also needed to step up training. Now that he and Lin Ji had formulated a battle plan, they had to work overtime to prepare, because they knew their time was limited. The Hun army could counterattack at any moment, and next time, there would be unprecedented pressure. If they couldn't prepare adequately, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even the entire northern border could fall, and that was something no one wanted to see. At the county office, Lin Ji, having tidied up, was about to leave. Unexpectedly, as soon as he stepped out, he ran into Yu Luoyu. Seeing her appearance, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Where are you going?" "Just going for a walk." "But why are you carrying a bundle? That doesn't seem like just a casual stroll." Yu Luoyu looked wary. It was as if Lin Ji was deserting his post. "Don't look at me like that. I haven't done anything wrong, and is there anything wrong with this? Can't I be restricted from leaving?" Lin Ji was a bit speechless. He had his reasons for doing this, of course, but Yu Luoyu was very clever. If she found out, it might cause some trouble for him. "It looks like you're going away for a few days, right?" Yu Luoyu continued to press. Her expression was like catching her husband about to meet his mistress. "What's wrong with going for a walk? Now that the war is over, I haven't had a chance to explore the northern border and experience its local customs." "It's perfectly reasonable." Lin Ji tried to stay calm. The situation didn't allow him to show any weakness. But for some reason, he felt increasingly uncertain. Especially the way this girl looked at him. It was like interrogating a criminal. The northern border is so dangerous now, and the Huns could come at any time. "It's dangerous for you to go out alone. Why don't I go with you?" "What?" Lin Ji was a bit touched by her concern for his safety a moment ago. But the next moment, hearing this, he was so surprised that he didn't know what to do. Don't joke around. His purpose for going out wasn't to play. He had important business to attend to. Yu Luoyu's presence wouldn't lead to any good results, but could take the situation in an unprecedented direction. Most importantly, Lin Ji couldn't be sure he would be safe this time. But for the sake of the greater good, he had to make this sacrifice. If this girl also went with him, Lin Ji couldn't guarantee her safety. If anything happened, it would be disastrous. "Miss you, you've seen my skills. 3 or 5 ordinary people can't get close to me. How could I be in danger? You just met your brother, and you must have a lot to talk about. Why don't you stay in the county?" Lin Ji reasoned with her. He absolutely couldn't allow her to follow him. This wasn't just a matter of principle. It was a matter of principle. No one would drag a girl into a dangerous situation. But the more Lin Ji resisted, the more Yu Luoyu felt there was a problem. So sometimes, being smart isn't always a good thing. As the old saying goes, it's good to be a little foolish sometimes. Acting silly is also an art. Unexpectedly, Yu Luoyu's attitude was very firm. She grabbed Lin Ji's arm. "I'm not letting you go. Isn't this just nonsense?" Lin Ji was speechless. He knew she was doing this out of concern for him. If not for worry, who would follow so shamelessly? The problem was, this matter was extraordinary, and he had to do it. If any other man dared to do this to him, Lin Ji would have kicked him away long ago. Don't want face, huh? But with a young lady, he couldn't just hit her. That would be too unreasonable. After thinking for a moment, Lin Ji's mind flashed with an idea. He then sighed helplessly. I really can't do anything about you. If you want to follow, then follow. But when we're out, your female attire and your beautiful appearance will cause some trouble. Why don't you go back and change into male clothing? This way, we can avoid some trouble. Yu Luoyu was overjoyed. That's what you said. You can't go back on your word. Wait here. I'll be right back. Seeing the figure leave, Lin Ji breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but curse Yu Yin. Chapter 213. Venturing alone into the border pass. You scoundrel, how do you usually educate your sister? Knowing there's danger, she still rushes towards it, just like you. Before the words had even fully left his mouth, he vanished instantly from outside the county office. Not long after, Yu Luoyu had changed into her male attire. Excitedly, she stepped out, only to find the front courtyard already empty. Yu Luoyu put her hands on her hips, pouting her lips, looking very upset. This jerk. He lied to me again. If he doesn't let me go, I'll go anyway. I want to see what tricks he's up to. With that, she headed towards the county office entrance. The Northern Pass Road. This is the only route to and from the border of the Great Xia dynasty. It was bustling with people and activity years ago. But now, with the war between the two nations, it has been completely abandoned. There are hardly any people on the road. Lin Ji, carrying a bundle, walked slowly. His dusty appearance made him look like a wanderer without a home. In such a desolate wilderness, finding a place to stay is almost impossible. Even if one were to die on the road, it might take 10 days or half a month before anyone would find the body. The border is now so desolate. There's no helping it. War is cruel, especially for the Huns towards the people of the Central Plains. They shout and kill at the sight of them. Lighter cases might just rob them of their belongings. But perhaps because these people were once severely beaten by the Northern Frontier Army and Lin Jinxiu, now, seeing any Central Plains person, they want to retaliate. These guys are truly shameless. Lin Ji looked around, pondering silently in his heart. This place would be the best battlefield. But the problem is that Mingxing County only has a few thousand troops. And the news he received was that the Hun leader is leading tens of thousands of troops. And these are just the vanguard. The subsequent numbers might increase to 100,000. By then, even with the Yuzhou garrison General Zhou Yu and his soldiers, protecting the entire northern border would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. And when they can't capture Mingxing County, they will definitely target other counties. Lin Ji understood the crux of the matter. The most important point is that they can't take the initiative to attack now. Once the front line is stretched, the consequences would be even more unimaginable. You bastards, just wait. This time I will show you who the guardian of the northern border is. Lin Ji muttered to himself thoughtfully. His heart inexplicably stirred with a ripple. Ever since his father Lin Jinxiu disappeared, his life has been full of ups and downs. The original body was a useless waste, burdened with so much slander. If not for that reason, Lin Ji's situation at the northern border would have been better. He wouldn't have had to do so many things. But now, complaining is useless. Only by finding a way to solve the current predicament can he help the northern border escape from danger. Before he knew it, he had arrived at the true northern border. Looking around now, the world was incredibly desolate. There wasn't even a single weed on the ground. This is the extreme north. Poor, backward, and isolated. The terrain is complex, the weather harsh. It's hard to imagine how Lin Jinxiu managed to root himself in the northern border and gradually expand his northern frontier army, even making the entire Huns and other barbarian tribes tremble with fear. At that moment, dust clouds rose in the distance. A group of people galloped towards him. Lin Ji quickly dodged to the side. But to his surprise, the person who approached surrounded him directly. It looked like Hun soldiers. The leader was extremely arrogant. You. Stop. Linji looked panicked. My lord, I'm just passing by. Shut up. Hand over anything valuable, and I might spare your life. The leading soldier captain was extremely arrogant. His tone was harsh. His eyes looked like they wanted to devour. Linji trembled all over. I'll give it. I'll give it. Please spare my life. Saying this, he put down his bundle, taking out some broken silver from it. The soldier captain looked skeptical. So little money? You come to such a desolate place? What are you really up to? Spill it out. I heard that every warrior in the Hun tribe is brave, their leader is extraordinary, and the things they make are exquisite, so I wanted to go to the Hun tribe to buy some things, and then sell them back at the northern border. Such small business ventures are not uncommon at the northern border. Not just here. The same is true at the western border. Although it seems to bring great benefits, these people are truly risking their lives. Not to mention encountering foreign tribes. Even meeting a bandit on the road could cost them their lives. You look like a businessman? With so little money, you dare to do business? The soldier captain said disdainfully. Linji nodded repeatedly. You're right, my lord. But my family is poor. If I didn't hope to make some money, why would I come to such a desolate place? Please let me go. I will be forever grateful. The soldier captain sneered, his eyes full of disdain. But the next moment, he suddenly thought of something. Then he asked coldly, Where are you from? I'm from the Central Plains. Linji pretended to be a fool. Anyone who didn't know would think he was a weak merchant. Nonsense, I know that. I'm asking where you live. I live in Yuzhou City. Didn't expect you to have a decent family, living in Yuzhou City? The soldier captain immediately scrutinized him with vigilance. Seeing this, Linji showed a painful expression. My lord, you don't know. These years of war have made the northern border poorer day by day. The officials can't make money, so they only think of ways to squeeze money from us common people. My family was unlucky. We offended the prefect. Now I can only try to make some money, or I really can't survive. The soldier captain grinned. His face showed a sinister smile. Interesting. Since that's the case, I'll give you a chance to do business. Do you want it? Linji blinked, but looked like he wanted to refuse. My lord, you're all soldiers. How can I dare to do business with you? Nonsense. I tell you to do it. You have to do it. Today, even if you don't, I'll take your life. The soldier captain suddenly became overbearing again. Linji quickly bowed and begged for mercy. Yes, yes, yes. Whatever you say, my lord. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. His humble appearance was truly devoid of dignity. Little did they know, Linji was secretly pleased in his heart. Chapter 2:14. Dignity is not what the battlefield needs. The Huns watched Linji's servile demeanor. They couldn't help but curse inwardly. Indeed, these Central Plains people were all like this. They were all spineless. They were just mud that couldn't be plastered on a wall. It was truly baffling why such people could dominate the Central Plains for so long. With such vast lands. Remember, this time you are accompanying us back to trade, and you will receive very rich rewards, but the specifics will have to be discussed with our leader. But I'll be blunt up front. If you have even the slightest malicious intent or any wild ideas during this process, the consequences will be on you. Linji didn't hesitate at all, nodding vigorously. Don't worry, I will absolutely obey whatever you say. I will do whatever you tell me, as long as you don't let me die there. All right, come with us. With that, the Hun soldier immediately led Linji towards their camp. Linji was on edge the entire way. Even the slightest movement made him uneasy. He repeatedly apologized to the Hun soldiers, causing them to burst into laughter, their eyes filled with contempt. Some even taunted. It's a miracle you've survived this long, like a lapdog. You're right, sir, but if I didn't act like a dog, how could I have the opportunity to trade with you great sirs? With your protection, I won't have to worry or fear in the northern border. If that Yuzhou governor dares to trouble me again, I can ask you great sirs for revenge. Ha ha ha. The leading Hun soldier couldn't help but laugh heartily, finding the words immensely pleasing. You really are a born traitor, but I quite like it, because we do need people like you to help us. As they chatted along the way, the Huns gradually relaxed their guard around Linji. Linji, however, couldn't help but smirk inwardly. No wonder they say these barbarians are brave, but foolish. It seems it's true. He had only said a few flattering words, and in their eyes, it seemed he had completely become their slave. Linji was different from many others, especially those from noble families. They always thought their status was extremely high. Even the slightest impropriety was considered disgraceful. But the reality was not so. Those who achieve great things do not quibble over minor details. Han Xian could endure the humiliation of crawling under someone's legs. Linji was merely being mocked a few times now. Moreover, talking to people in their language and to ghosts in theirs, Linji had long perfected this skill. Not to mention these people. Even the fiercest individuals might not pose any threat to him. As a sales manager, one must know how to flatter. Always confronting others head-on holds no meaning. Although many believe that one should not only look at the result but also the process, some things are just that harsh, especially in the northern border. Only the result matters. Only if the great Xia dynasty defeats the Huns will it be the best outcome. If one worries about details or dignity, the cost might be the lives of all the people in the northern border. In such times, what use is dignity? Could dignity bring Linji any advantage? It's wishful thinking. The reason he had to do this was because he had to infiltrate the Huns' main camp. This was the plan he and Yu Yin had devised. To defeat the Huns, merely defending the city was impossible. Launching an attack was even more impossible. Since almost all paths were blocked, the only way left was this one. Only by working from within could their chances of success be maximized. Because Linji could lead the Huns astray, even leading them in the wrong direction. With Zhou Yu and Yu Yan's prior deployment, they would gain an absolute advantage from start to finish, something the Huns would never know. Its importance need not be overstated. After walking for about 2 or 3 hours, Linji was exhausted, gasping for breath. This was, of course, an act. With the dragon elephant skill enhancing his physical strength, Linji had abundant energy. But at this moment, his identity was that of an ordinary person, a fallen commoner. Therefore, Linji had to appear sufficiently wretched. The weaker one appears, the more likely one is to be underestimated. Many so-called strong individuals who show their strength up front only arouse suspicion. This is what is known as playing the pig to catch the tiger. If one can't grasp this, nothing else can proceed smoothly. Linji's strategy was psychological warfare, aiming to make the Huns complacent, for to destroy them, one must first make them arrogant. Only by understanding this can one gain a more advantageous position in war, even if outnumbered, outmatched in combat, and in unfavorable circumstances. Soon, they arrived at the Hun camp, which housed tens of thousands of people, with constant movement around them. As Linji entered the camp, the surrounding Huns gave him peculiar looks, as if he were an outsider. Some even asked in their language. The Hun soldier who brought Linji back immediately answered. Upon hearing this, those around burst into laughter. Linji didn't need to guess what they were saying. It was nothing but insults, mocking the weakness of the Central Plains people. Many people from the northern border would be furious upon hearing this, even arguing with them. But in Linji's view, arguing would only bring more danger. What truly mattered was how to solve the current predicament. Chapter 2:14. Dignity is not what the battlefield needs. The Huns watched Linji's servile demeanor with contempt. In their hearts, they couldn't help but curse. Indeed, these Central Plains people are all like this. They are all spineless cowards, just a bunch of useless mud that can't be shaped into anything. It's unfathomable how such people could have held the Central Plains for so long. And their land is so vast. Remember, this time you are accompanying us back to do business, and you will receive a very generous reward, but the specifics will have to be discussed with our leader. But I'll put it bluntly, if you have even the slightest bit of ill intent or any idea of misbehaving during this process, then you will bear the consequences. Linji didn't hesitate to nod vigorously when he heard this. You can rest assured, I will obey every word you say. Whatever you tell me to do, I will do it, as long as you don't let me die there. All right, come with us. With that, the Hun soldier immediately led Linji towards their camp. Along the way, Linji was trembling with fear. Even the slightest movement made him uneasy. He repeatedly apologized to the Hun soldiers, which made them laugh out loud. Their eyes were full of disdain. Some even taunted. It's a miracle you've survived this long. You're just like a lapdog. Your honor is right, but if I didn't act like a dog, how would I have the opportunity to do business with you great lords? With your protection, I won't have to worry or fear in the northern border. If that Yuzhou prefect dares to trouble me again, I can ask you great lords to help me seek revenge. Ha ha ha. The leading Hun soldier couldn't help but laugh heartily. He seemed very pleased to hear this. You really are a traitor at heart, but I quite like it, because we do need people like you to help us. As they chatted along the way, the Huns gradually relaxed their guard around Linji. Linji, however, couldn't help but smirk inwardly. No wonder they say these barbarian tribes are brave, but foolish. It seems to be true. He had only said a few flattering words, and in their eyes, it seemed he had completely become their slave. Linji was different from many others, especially those from noble families. They always felt their status was extremely high. Even a slight impropriety was considered disgraceful. But the truth is not so. Those who achieve great things are not bound by trivialities. Han Xian could endure the humiliation of crawling under someone's legs. Linji was merely being mocked a few times. Moreover, he had long mastered the art of speaking differently to different people. Even the fiercest person might not pose any threat to him. As a sales manager, one must know how to flatter and accommodate. What's the point of always confronting others head-on? Many people believe that one should not only look at the outcome but also the process. But some things are just cruel, especially in the northern border. Only the outcome matters. As long as the great Xia dynasty defeats the Huns, that is the best outcome. If one is too concerned with details and dignity, the cost could be the lives of all the people in the northern border. In such a situation, what use is dignity? Dignity can bring Linji any advantage? It's wishful thinking. The reason he acts this way is because he must infiltrate the Huns' main camp. This was the plan he and Yu Yin had devised. To defeat, they are to be underestimated. Many so-called strong people who show their strength from the start only arouse suspicion. This is what is known as playing the pig to catch the tiger. If one cannot understand this, then nothing else can proceed smoothly. Linji's strategy was psychological warfare. He wanted to make these Huns complacent, to let them become arrogant before their downfall. Only by understanding this principle can one gain a more advantageous position in war. Even if outnumbered, outmatched in strength, and in various unfavorable situations, one can still succeed. Soon they arrived at the Huns' camp. There were tens of thousands of people here, and there was constant movement. As soon as Linji entered the camp, the surrounding Huns gave him strange looks. It seemed he was an outsider here. Some even asked in their Hun language. The Hun soldier who brought Linji back immediately answered. Those around them burst into laughter upon hearing it. Linji didn't need to guess what they were saying. Nothing more than insulting him. Nothing more than saying how weak the people of the Central Plains are. Many people from the northern border might get angry hearing this, even argue with them. But in Linji's view, sometimes, arguing only brings more danger to one's situation. What's truly important is how to solve the current predicament. If war between two countries could be resolved by words alone, then why has there been continuous warfare throughout the ages on this land of the Central Plains? And why has no dynasty lasted over 300 years? That's the biggest problem. Enduring humiliation, though despised by many, is still better than those who are blindly hot-headed and only know how to fight. Living is the only hope. Why has the Central Plains been at war since ancient times, with no dynasty lasting over 300 years? This is the biggest problem. Enduring humiliation, though despised by many, is better than those who rush headlong into battle. Only by living can there be hope. Chapter 215. First Encounter with the Hun's Leader. Stay here and don't move around. I'll go in and report to the leader. If you misbehave, you'll bear the consequences yourself. Don't expect us to help you. The Hun soldier who brought Linji here said with a serious tone. Linji nodded upon hearing this. His eyes were as docile as those of a harmless rabbit. Sir, rest assured, I will definitely wait here. Besides, I wouldn't dare to move around in such a place. What if someone takes a disliking to me and beats me up? Linji looked around fearfully. His cowering appearance seemed extremely pathetic. Seeing this, the Hun soldier sneered disdainfully. What a spineless coward. I wonder how you even had the courage to come to the northern border to trade. I had no choice, sir. I hope you can put in a good word for me in front of the Hun leader. If I can make some money, I will definitely give you some benefits. You can use that money to drink or eat meat. Linji said obsequiously, his eager expression suggesting he was already planning to cling to the Hun soldier. The soldier nodded in satisfaction. Remember what you said? If you don't follow through, you'll bear the consequences yourself. Absolutely. The Hun soldier then headed towards the front tent. During this time, Linji quietly observed the camp. The layout of the entire camp was quite extensive, with many smaller camps underneath. This one seemed to be a temporary headquarters, where the Hun leader was located. On the way here, Linji had already noticed another camp on the distant mountainside. It was likely the outpost of the Hun army. If any situation arose, they would be the first to engage the enemy, ensuring better information gathering. This was understandable. Of course, this also proved that the Huns were well prepared this time. Fortunately, they hadn't chosen to engage in an open battle. With such a large formation, Zhou Yu's tens of thousands of soldiers would likely not be a match. The key was that Zhou Yu's generals in Yuzhou, who had fought the Huns multiple times, although well informed about the Hun situation, lacked morale. In other words, they were almost defeated. If these generals couldn't regain their confidence, it would be extremely difficult to defeat the Huns. For this reason, Linji had to take the risk himself. Having gradually understood the surrounding situation, Linji had a rough plan in mind, which would facilitate the smooth execution of his plan. At this moment, the Hun soldier who had left earlier returned. His face was serious as he said, "Our leader wants to see you, but I warn you, don't speak out of turn. Also, our leader dislikes verbose people. When he speaks, you just listen." Linji nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. He then followed the Hun soldier into the tent. Entering the tent, Linji had his first real encounter with the Hun leader. He was a very rugged man, but his eyes exuded an extraordinary aura of killing intent. He also carried an inexplicable air of intimidation. Some people are born leaders. This is no joke. The energy they can unleash is truly beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Under such circumstances, few can shake them. Linji pondered inwardly. After taking a few steps, he suddenly stumbled. This startled everyone around, thinking he was about to make a sudden attack. But seeing him fall to the ground, the surrounding Huns couldn't help but roar in anger. "What are you doing, you fool?" The soldier who brought him in was even more furious. "Didn't I just tell you what to do? Are you looking for death?" "No, it's just that I'm scared for the first time in such a situation. Especially this, sir. He looks like a divine general guarding the southern heaven gate to me. It's too frightening." Linji stammered, his eyes darting around. Upon hearing this, those around burst into laughter. The Hun leader couldn't help but show a curious expression. He leaned forward, resting his hands on his knees. "Raise your head." Linji deliberately acted as if he were terrified, wanting to look but not daring to. This again drew laughter from those around. "Are these the people from the Central Plains? They're all spineless. I never expected people like them to hold Yuzhou for so many years." However, the Hun leader didn't seem to mind this. Instead, he asked slowly, "What did you just say I resemble?" "A divine general of the Southern Heaven Gate." Linji replied, "Sir, haven't you heard of Erlang Shen? The kind who strikes terror into the enemy with just his presence, invincible. A superhero. The most formidable warrior. Wasn't this just flattery? Such skills were second nature to Linji. Even without any preparation, he could speak them off the cuff. After all, after years of struggling in the business world, he had become a very successful sales manager, which was no easy feat. He had a very accurate grasp of people's psychology. The best flattery often comes out unintentionally. Otherwise, it would be too obvious and easily ridiculed. Ha ha ha, I've never heard anyone say that before. The Hun leader looked very pleased, clearly satisfied with such an evaluation. Then he looked at Linji. Do you know who I am? Linji deliberately shook his head in bewilderment. By now, he had probably guessed it was the Hun leader, but he couldn't say it outright. In front of these people, he had to act like a fool. The more they thought he was clever, the more arrogant they became. When arrogance reached a certain point, the ultimate result would be complete destruction. Even then, they wouldn't know how they died. Let me tell you, I am the leader of the Huns, Yakub. What? Linji widened his eyes. His acting was exceptionally brilliant. If there were a director present at that moment, he would probably promote him to the lead role on the spot. The change in his emotions could be described as flowing like water. So you are the leader of the entire Hun tribe. It's my fault for not recognizing you, sir. Chapter 216. Life is a play, and the acting is explosive. You don't have to be so afraid. I won't harm you, the Hun's chieftain said deliberately, showcasing his magnanimous side. After all, he had been praised as a god descending from the heavens. There was no need to dwell on trivial matters with the person in front of him. Linji deliberately let out a long sigh of relief, then repeatedly kowtowed with gratitude. Thank you, Chief. Your great kindness is beyond my ability to repay. Today is the first time I've seen someone as divine as you. If only I had met you earlier, I wouldn't have been bullied by the governor of Yuzhou. He seemed to harbor lingering resentment as he spoke. It was undeniable. Linji was truly capable of lowering his pride. If his previous actions were something Yu Yin and Zhou Yu could also do, then at this moment, his servile demeanor was something no one else could emulate. All those who descended from the heavens carried an innate sense of pride. No matter how much they could tolerate, there was always a bottom line. And once that line was crossed, the consequences were severe. They would erupt without hesitation. But Linji was different. He knew that only by touching the darkest depths of the abyss could one yearn for the light. Otherwise, everything would be in vain. Sometimes, acting on impulse or letting one's blood boil could lead to disastrous outcomes. The old saying, small forbearance leads to great plans, holds a lot of truth. Regarding your situation, my men have informed me. Now, you can conduct trade between the Huns and the northern border. And I can also grant you an identity, ensuring that the Huns will not trouble you, at least guaranteeing your safety here. The Hun's chieftain said meaningfully. Yes, Chief, Linji nodded without hesitation. But you must promise me one thing, the chieftain suddenly said, his smile vanishing and his gaze as sharp as an eagle's, sending a chill down one's spine. Chief, I am yours, body and soul. Whatever you ask of me, I will do without question and without any disloyalty. Good, the chieftain nodded. I hear there's a notable figure at the northern border, named Linji. Do you know of him? Of course. Linji nodded without hesitation, launching into his incredible performance. Why does the chief inquire about this man? I loathe him to the core. How so? The chieftain seemed intrigued, his eyes filled with curiosity. Did the chief know that this man is the son of Lin Zhenqiu, once a formidable figure at the border? Is that so? The chieftain feigned ignorance, probing further. Linji nodded vigorously. Indeed, you wouldn't know how outrageous he was in the past, abusing his father's reputation to wreak havoc at the northern border. Not only did he bully decent women, but he was also arrogant and reckless. I heard the worst incident was when he sent men to transport grain, only to encounter the Hun's army on the way. Before even engaging in battle, he turned tail and fled. Most importantly, this man also bullied my elderly parents. I can never swallow this grievance. If given a chance, I will tear him apart. Lin Ji spoke with gritted teeth, making it seem as if he harbored a deep-seated grudge against the young general he mentioned. The chieftain nodded upon hearing this. I didn't expect your background to be so tumultuous. It's truly not easy for you to be forced to trade at the border. This time, what I want you to do is simple. When you return to trade, you must help me gather information about the governor of Yuzhou and Lin Ji. Lin Ji blinked. But I'm just a small trader. How could I possibly get close to such important figures? I hear Lin Ji is surrounded by troops. And this man has a peculiar temper. I'm afraid it won't be easy to complete the task the chief has given me. What? Are you already making excuses? Were your previous words just empty talk? A nearby Han soldier snarled menacingly, as if ready to tear Lin Ji apart. Lin Ji quickly waved his hands. I absolutely don't mean that. I also very much want to help the chief. Whether it's the governor of Yuzhou or that Lin Ji, I truly wish to see them beaten like dogs. But I'm worried my abilities are limited, and I won't be able to complete the task the chief has given me. If I can't avenge myself, it's a small matter. But if I delay the chief's plans, that would be a big problem. The chieftain, hearing this, felt there was some truth to it and nodded. Don't worry. I'll give you something that will help you get close to them. Once this task is completed, I'll make you an official at the northern border. From then on, no one will dare to bully you. Lin Ji sneered inwardly. The Huns were either too naive or too foolish. They didn't even know how to make empty promises. Who would agree to be a mere official? After all, this was a treasonous act. They thought he was just an ignorant commoner, easily swayed. Lin Ji, of course, took the opportunity to play along. He wouldn't get into unnecessary arguments with them. As long as his identity wasn't exposed, everything would be fine. If that's the case, I truly thank the chief for his favor. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to complete the task you've given me. Good. The chieftain nodded in satisfaction. He then gestured to a nearby deputy. Take him to the rear, get some goods for him to take back to Yuzhou City, and start his mission. The deputy immediately nodded in agreement and led Lin Ji away. At this moment, a staff officer approached. Chief, do you really believe this man can be of use to us? He betrayed his own country so readily. Perhaps in the future, he will betray us just as easily. The chieftain scoffed. But he has a grudge against the governor of Yuzhou and that Lin Ji. You don't know, but in this world, hatred is the most beautiful thing. It breeds many, many strengths. It can also ignore many things, including dignity and life. Some people will do anything for revenge. Chapter 217. Almost reaping an unexpected gain. Meanwhile, Lin Ji, under the guidance of a Hun soldier, was heading towards the rear of the Huns. This time, the location of the Huns' main camp was set very cleverly. It was not far from the Huns' tribe. It took about a day's journey. This greatly saved the Huns from potential food shortages. For these nomadic tribes, their greatest advantage was their ability to move at any time, completely different from the entire Central Plains. Of course, the greatest disadvantage of the nomadic tribes was their lack of a permanent residence, because they couldn't survive in one place for long. This was also the reason why the nomadic tribes had always coveted the Central Plains. They were very envious of the Central Plains environment. The fertile land and water here were conducive to life. Compared to the northern wilderness, it was infinitely better. And now, Lin Ji had truly seen the hardships of the northern nomadic tribes. Not to mention superior living conditions, even the most basic necessities of life were only slightly better than those of primitive people. No wonder these people always wanted to attack the Central Plains. If it were himself, he would definitely have the same idea. Soon, they arrived at the tribe. There were also women and children here. It looked more lively. You move around here, you have 3 days to quickly gather the goods you want to sell to Yuzhou, and don't go anywhere else. If I see you running around, I'll break your legs. Do you understand? The leading Hun soldier said harshly. Lin Ji nodded and bowed obsequiously. Don't worry, if there's anything good, I'll buy it first to offer to you. Naturally, I won't treat you unfairly, and I'm sorry to trouble you to bring me here. The Hun soldier's face showed satisfaction. He said even more happily, You kid, you're quite perceptive. I didn't expect you to come to such a place to do business. What can I do? Just like you want to attack the Central Plains, it's because life here isn't good enough. Linji blurted out. If you guys could go to a place like the Central Plains, our people's lives would definitely be better. I really can't stand the officials there now. The Hun soldier's heart was even happier hearing this. Who doesn't like flattery? Don't worry, it won't be long before we can take the Central Plains. Not only Yuzhou, even that dog emperor of the great Xia dynasty will be killed. Then the whole world will be ours. Really? Lin Ji's eyes lit up. You're so confident, sir. But it seems like you haven't taken any action yet? The Hun soldier was disdainful. What do you know, kid? This is called cultivating one's moral character. Besides, our leader already has a strategy. Lin Ji deliberately looked surprised. So powerful? I wonder how the leader plans to defeat Yuzhou. I heard those guys are quite capable. Our leader said, just send someone around the back? Just as the Hun soldier was about to say it out loud, his companion suddenly nudged him. What are you blabbering about? Such military secrets can be casually told to outsiders. The latter immediately realized. Then he started cursing. You kid, do you want to die? Don't ask what you shouldn't. If you talk too much, I'll cut out your tongue to drink. Lin Ji quickly nodded and apologized. I'm sorry, it's my fault for talking too much. Please don't take it to heart, sirs. I have some loose silver here. Please go drink some wine and relax. Don't be angry. Seeing this, the two Hun soldiers finally let it pass. Then they warned Lin Ji a few more words before turning and leaving. Lin Ji couldn't help but curse in his heart. He had almost tricked the enemy's military information out, but he was discovered. It seemed that not all Hun soldiers were simple-minded and physically strong. After all, there were some smart ones. Unfortunately, he was always one step away from an unexpected gain. Lin Ji did not despair because of this. Coming here meant he had to face many dangers alone. Whether there was a gain or not, the most important thing was to ensure his identity was not exposed, because then everything would be for nothing. Then Lin Ji walked into the tribe. The surrounding Huns looked at him with some surprise. When they learned he was here to do business, they didn't care. After all, there were not a few Central Plains people who came here to do business. No one thought that someone would dare to come during wartime. It was really for money, not for life. It had to be said that this Hun's tribe was really poor. Lin Ji walked around, and there was nothing worth buying, so he could only hurriedly buy a few things that looked a bit more decent. After all, he had to go back and make an account. But at this moment, he suddenly heard a commotion in the distance. Approaching, he found that someone was selling slaves. And these slaves were all of the Central Plains. Lin Ji's eyes quickly flashed with gloom. His heart was even more dissatisfied. Since ancient times, the defeated have never had dignity. This was even more so in the nomadic tribes. They always considered themselves superior to the Central Plains people. They didn't even treat the Central Plains people as human. And these slaves about to be sold, some were captured during battles. Some were ordinary people who were robbed on the road. So war was the most terrible for ordinary people. Because no matter who won or lost, it was them who suffered in the end. This was also the reason why Lin Ji had never liked war. But he also knew very well that war was an inevitable means to bring about peace. Only with a strong military could one establish authority. Without strong military strength, one could not deter foreign tribes. It was even more impossible to protect one's own people. This was the most direct point. But what came next made Lin Ji discover an incredible sight. Among the several slaves being sold, he unexpectedly saw the figure of Yu Luoyu. She was dressed in men's clothes, dirty, and only her eyes were still lively. But at this moment, there was still fear in them. How did this girl get here? Lin Ji couldn't help but curse in his heart. He found it even more inconceivable. And what worried him the most was that if someone discovered Yu Luoyu's true identity, with her outstanding looks and perfect figure, it would surely bring countless troubles. And in such a place, even Lin Ji couldn't guarantee her safety. Chapter 218. Yu Luoyu is sold. As Lin Ji hesitated, a Hunnic man stepped forward. He spoke to the surrounding people in their tribal language. Although Linji couldn't understand, he guessed it was about selling these slaves. Seeing this, Linji didn't hesitate and squeezed in. He raised his hand. I want this person. He pointed at Yu Luoyu. The other party also showed surprise. It was as if they had grasped a lifeline in the vast sea. They almost wanted to stand up, but was immediately pressed down by someone nearby. Are you from the Central Plains? The other party asked with a frown. Linji nodded. Yes, I was sent here by the Hunnic leader to collect goods and sell them in Yuzhou. If you don't believe me, you can ask those 2 Hunnic soldiers. He pointed to the distance. His face was extremely calm, but inside, he was anxious. Now, he was deep in enemy territory. A major change could happen at any moment. Under such circumstances, all Linji could do was to act quickly. If he couldn't rescue Yu Luoyu from this dire situation quickly, it could lead to unexpected complications. The Hunnic boss seemed to believe Linji's words. After all, not every Central Plains person would dare to come here and express their identity in such a manner. All right, this person is more expensive. He is worth 200 taels of silver. Why? Linji frowned slightly. Yu Luoyu was more expensive. Could it be because his identity was exposed? Shouldn't be. Such a beauty, even in the imperial city, would stand out. In the northern border, it was even rarer. Haven't you seen how fair and tender he looks? And he's young too. You can do whatever you want with him when you take him back. The Hunnic boss revealed a cunning smile. The surrounding people burst into laughter. What could you do with such a pretty boy? Linji was speechless. He never expected such customs to exist among these nomadic tribes. But human nature is something that's hard to fathom. As long as he could buy him, that was fine. It does a Central Plains man like you have to enjoy her. Give her back to me, the Hunnic boss said, and was about to come and take her. Linji pulled Yu Luoyu behind him. At the same time, he raised his hand and slapped the Hunnic boss. This stunned everyone around. In a Hunnic tribe, a Central Plains man dared to hit someone. It was suicidal. The Hunnic boss, after reacting, was furious. Pointing at Linji, he cursed. How dare you hit me? Do you know where you are? What right do you have to act wildly here? Come, arrest him. Wait. Linji raised his hand to stop them. I hit you to save you. What? The Hunnic boss thought he had heard wrong. He laughed in anger. I've never heard such a ridiculous lie in my life. You say you hit me to save me? What makes you think you can say such things? Isn't that right? Such a beautiful woman should be for the leader, but you're selling her to others here. Do you not respect the leader at all? These words. The Hunnic boss was speechless. But what does this have to do with you? Of course, it has to do with me. I was sent by the Hunnic leader to do business. All the money I have left will be handed over to the Hunnic leader. This person is a woman, and she is something I bought. Naturally, she should be presented to the Hunnic leader by me. It has nothing to do with you. If you want to take her now, you're opposing the Hunnic leader. You know the consequences. Linji spoke with conviction. Life is like a play. It all depends on acting. He could pretend to be humble in front of the Huns. Now he could also pretend to be superior in front of these people. Nomadic tribes are not as complicated as people from the Central Plains. Many ordinary people, having not read much since childhood, are relatively simple-minded. They tend to believe what others say. Even if this Hunnic boss has seen a lot, what can he do? Linji believed that as long as he mentioned the Hunnic leader, the other party wouldn't dare to act recklessly, unless he didn't want his life. The Hunnic boss hesitated. He really wanted to sell Yu Luoyu at a good price. Most importantly, such a beautiful woman he had never seen before. He could also enjoy her himself, then sell her at a high price. Don't hesitate. I'll speak well of you in front of the Hunnic leader when I return. Your business in the tribe will only get bigger, and you'll make more money. This woman, you want to sell for 500 taels, right? Now I'll give you 500 taels. After all, it's the leader who will reimburse me. I don't care. Linji pressed on, giving the other party no time or opportunity to react. Hearing this, the Hunnic boss didn't say much. He immediately nodded. The remaining silver doesn't need to be paid. Please help me bring a message to the Hunnic leader when you return. Tell him that we all hope for his victory. We will definitely go to Yuzhou to celebrate with him. That would be best. Lin Ji nodded expressionlessly. Is there anyone else who wants to sell something? I'll buy it all together. As long as the price isn't too high, I can accept it. There were other small merchants around. Plus, the ordinary people of the Hunnic tribe didn't live a wealthy life. Now that someone was offering high prices for goods, they were more than willing. Chapter 219. A close shave. Escaping the abyss. Lin Ji casually bought a few items. Then he used the excuse that he couldn't carry them himself. He even paid the silver to these ordinary people first, telling them he would come back in 2 days to collect the items. Then he led Yu Luoyu out of the tribe. They walked all the way to the wilderness. Making sure no one was following them, Lin Ji finally breathed a sigh of relief. Turning around, he was about to reprimand, but Yu Luoyu hugged him tightly. Young general, I've finally found you. Her voice was choked with tears, and there was a hint of sob, as if she had suffered a great injustice. The words Lin Ji had been about to say all had to be swallowed back. He could only helplessly pat her back in comfort. It's okay, don't worry, I'm here, no one will hurt you. After a long while, Yu Luoyu gradually calmed down. Her eyes were tear-streaked. Her face looked like a little kitten's, no longer showing the demeanor of a virtuous woman and refined lady from before. Seeing this, Lin Ji couldn't help but chuckle. His anger dissipated greatly. Then he took out a handkerchief from his body to wipe her tears. You silly girl, didn't I tell you to stay quietly in Mingxing County? How did you end up in this Xiongnu tribe? Today was lucky that I came. If fortune hadn't smiled on you, I'm afraid you would have been sold off to someone as a concubine by now. Yu Luoyu pouted, full of grievance. Her eyes were red again. You still say that? The day you suddenly left with no news, I was worried about your safety, so I followed you out. After leaving the city, I inquired along the way and found out you were heading towards the Xiongnu. I was worried something had happened to you, so I followed. Unexpectedly, halfway there I encountered Xiongnu people who captured me and brought me here to be sold as a slave. Yu Luoyu recounted everything that happened on the way, especially when she saw the 2 girls with her being defiled by the Xiongnu men. She was scared out of her wits. Fortunately, her male disguise was quite successful. She wasn't recognized. It was all an accident just now. I really don't know what to say to you. Lin Ji couldn't help but sigh. Do you know how dangerous this place is? That's why I didn't want to bring you along. If something happened to you, how would I explain to your brother? That doesn't matter. I also promised the princess that I would ensure your safety. If something happened to you, I wouldn't know how to face the princess back home. Yu Luoyu clutched Lin Ji's clothes tightly. Her pitiful and innocent appearance seemed to fear that Lin Ji would disappear in the blink of an eye. Lin Ji was at a loss for words. He didn't even know what to say. Who could bear to scold this little girl? Speaking of the princess, you should have stayed in the capital. At least you 2 sisters could have looked out for each other. Now I really regret bringing you to the northern border. But I still came. And so far, I'm unharmed, aren't I? Yu Luoyu smiled through her tears. Her face showed a pure smile again. Lin Ji really had no way to deal with this girl. That's because you met me. If it wasn't for me, I really don't know what would have happened to you. To be honest, he didn't dare to imagine. If Yu Luoyu had been taken away by other Xiongnu, the consequences would be self-evident, especially after discovering her female identity. The outcome would undoubtedly be very tragic. These Xiongnu truly didn't treat the people of the Central Plains as human beings. Even ordinary people were treated the same. Otherwise, how could the Xiongnu shopkeeper sell the people of the Central Plains like livestock in the market? By the way, young general, what are you doing in such a place? And this time, you're alone? Yu Luoyu asked curiously. I came to infiltrate the enemy's inner circle, but now, before I even got in, I almost exposed my identity trying to save you. Lin Ji said helplessly. He had never intended to flaunt his presence in the Xiongnu tribe. He also knew very well that only by keeping a low profile Could he better handle all situations? But who could have thought? Yu Luoyu's appearance completely disrupted his plan, but it forced him to rethink the current situation he was facing. Is that so? But such a dangerous mission. You could have assigned it to someone else. Why come personally? Yu Luoyu blinked, her eyes full of curiosity. It seemed that all the hardships and difficulties she had experienced before had all dissipated at this moment. It was unclear whether to say this girl was carefree, or that she had put all her thoughts on Linji, even completely disregarding her own safety. Who should I send? Yu Yin? Zhou Yu? I'm afraid among the military camp, only they two have the ability to escape from the midst of tens of thousands of troops. Linji said indifferently. He had gone through multiple iterations of this plan. Only then did he finalize the candidate. Both Yu Yin and Zhou Yu were generals. They needed to lead troops into battle, and were an indispensable part of the military camp. This goes without saying. There was actually another person, a girl named Xiaolian who had always been by Lin Ji's side. Her skills were also very impressive. Even if her identity was exposed, escaping from the Xiongnu tribe would be a piece of cake. But the key issue was, would Lin Ji let her take such a risk? A female identity would make doing such things inconvenient. The problem was that once exposed, the dangers Xiaolian would face would be even greater. This is why wars don't want to involve women, because any woman in such a war is bound to be a victim. This is beyond doubt. Now that you've escaped the Xiongnu tribe, hurry back to Mingxing County. If your brother can't find you, he must be very worried. Lin Ji said meaningfully. He couldn't take Yu Luoyu with him on this journey. That would be completely meaningless. Unexpectedly, Yu Luoyu stubbornly shook her head. That won't do, young general. You're alone in the enemy's rear. No one to look after you. If something happens, there's no one to send word. I'll stay by your side. No matter what happens, at least I can help. Lin Ji couldn't help but chuckle at these words. My lady, do you really not feel guilty saying that? Help me? You're clearly here to cause trouble. This statement was not at all exaggerated. Yu Luoyu staying here would only increase the danger. Chapter 220. A beauty's favor. How can it be forgotten? Lin Ji's words were not meant to belittle Yu Luoyu as a burden. The fact was, it was indeed the case. Yu Luoyu was born into a military family. However, she never learned martial arts from a young age. Although she was extremely intelligent and could help with strategizing in places like Yuzhou City or Mingxing County, she was essentially a civilian. Sending a civilian to infiltrate behind enemy lines was clearly a joke of cosmic proportions. Lin Ji would never joke about Yu Luoyu's life. Now, going back would be beneficial for you, for me, and for everyone. There's no need for you to stay here. Some people would cry, make a scene, and even threaten to hang themselves. Such shrews. Lin Ji had plenty of ways to deal with. Yu Luoyu, however, was a delicate young lady. Her tears were irresistible to anyone, making one feel their heart shatter. Seeing the situation was getting out of hand, Lin Ji could only keep comforting her. I didn't mean it that way. I really don't despise you. I just think it's too dangerous here. Please don't cry. All right, you can stay. Okay? Really? Yu Luoyu's tears stopped abruptly. Her eyes brightened like a deer's. Lin Ji blinked. Yu Luoyu seemed to realize something was off. She immediately put on a pitiful expression again, even forcing out more tears. Well, you're acting with me here? Never thought I, who have traversed thousands of rivers and mountains, would one day capsize in a gutter? Lin Ji was livid. He never expected to be tricked by a little girl. It turned out to be a complete hoax from the beginning. Yu Luoyu's acting skills were professional level. Tears came at the drop of a hat, even catching one off guard. But you just promised me. You absolutely cannot go back on your word now. Yu Luoyu grabbed Lin Ji's arm. Seeing this, Lin Ji felt a slight touch in his heart. He understood that Yu Luoyu had fallen into such a predicament because she was concerned about his safety. If he had brought her along from the start in Mingxing County, perhaps they wouldn't have experienced such danger, and they wouldn't have nearly been sold off as slaves. This time, I can agree to you, but next time, absolutely not. Lin Ji sighed inwardly. A beauty's favor. How can it be forgotten? He made a silent vow. If they could both return safely to Mingxing County this time, he would definitely tell Yu Yin the whole story. Let that guy discipline his sister properly. It was too reckless to come to the northern border alone to find him. Was she tired of living? Yu Luoyu smiled through her tears. Where should we go next? Are we going to the Huns' camp? I've never seen it before. Just for the experience. Do you think this is a vacation? Lin Ji was exasperated. Besides, with you like this, can you even get out of the camp? Even if I risked my life, I might not be able to get you out. Saying this, he looked around. Then he tore a strip of cloth from his sleeve, retied Yu Luoyu's hair, and even tidied up her makeup. This made her look a bit more like a man, but still somewhat effeminate. Let's go back to the tribe. Go back? Yu Luoyu was scared, especially thinking of that Hun boss. She had no confidence. Of course, I need to find a place for you to stay first, and help you with some more makeup, Lin Ji said helplessly. It would be best to add some fake beard or eyebrows, and maybe a few moles on the face. Then everything would be perfect. Surely no one would like a face full of pockmarks. Mingxing County. Yu Yin was discussing troop deployment with Zhou Yu. At this moment, a deputy general of the Yu family army hurried in. General. Seeing the deputy general's hesitant expression, Yu Yin signaled Zhou Yu and stepped out. What is it? General, the young lady is missing. Missing? What do you mean? I'm not too sure. It's what the county magistrate told me. The deputy general spread his hands. He looked innocent. He was just the messenger. He didn't know the specifics. When did this happen? About 3 or 4 days ago. 3 or 4 days. Why did you wait so long to tell me? Yu Yin was immediately anxious. The northern border was already in turmoil. With Yu Luoyu missing for 3 or 4 days, anything could have happened. He had to think about his sister's safety. I just received the news. The county magistrate said they hadn't seen the young lady for a few days, thinking she had come to the camp. Only today did I find out she never came to the camp. Yu Yin took a deep breath. His eyes were filled with anxiety. Have you searched? I've sent brothers to look everywhere in the city, but nothing. Where could that girl have gone? Yu Yin crossed his arms and paced back and forth, impatient. If Yu Luoyu had any mishap, how could he face the elders back home? He might live with guilt for the rest of his life. Go investigate immediately. No matter what, we must find out where she went. Also, find out who she left with. The deputy general pondered. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. General, I recall the county magistrate mentioned they hadn't seen the young lady since the day the young general left. Could it be that the young lady left with the young general? Impossible. Yu Yin rejected without hesitation. Lin Ji went to the Hun tribe. How could he possibly bring Yu Luoyu? If he didn't have any sense of propriety, how could he earn everyone's trust? Chapter 221. No choice but to believe. Yu Yin never expected such a critical moment. Such a thing would happen. This place is not like the capital. Even in the Yuzhou region, danger could arise at any moment. Many civilians also live in constant fear. There's no way around it. Being at the northern border, one could face harassment from bandits and rogue soldiers at any time. Even invasions from foreign tribes. These are all situations that must be confronted. There's no way around it. Who would have thought that the northern border, over the past few years, has been so weak? Being backward means being beaten. This is an unchanging truth since ancient times. Yu Luoyu, a young lady, wandering outside, could easily attract the attention of those with ill intentions. Yu Yin, burdened with military duties, found it hard to take care of her. Moreover, what worried him the most was if Yu Luoyu really followed Lin Ji to the Hun's tribe. That would be the most terrifying thing. Returning to the military camp, Zhou Yu was still organizing plans. Seeing Yu Yan's distracted appearance, he couldn't help but ask, what happened? Could it be that the Huns are attacking, and the military situation is urgent? Although their friendship was not deep, now, united against the Huns, they could be considered colleagues. Most importantly, they were both generals. If Yu Yan's state of mind was compromised, it would affect everyone, especially in terms of morale. No, just a personal matter. Feel free to share. Zhou Yu looked up. His voice was unusually calm, but his eyes exuded an inexplicable sense of trust. Yu Yin and Zhou Yu had not interacted much, but being able to remain steadfast at the northern border indicated that the other person was still a man of blood. Yu Yin held some admiration for such people. It's about my sister. Your sister? She doesn't seem like the type to cause trouble. I've met her once. Zhou Yu frowned. He hadn't expected the matter to be related to Yu Luoyu. But she's a stubborn person. Yu Yin couldn't help but sigh. Then he told Zhou Yu the general situation and his speculations. Zhou Yu listened in silence for a moment, walking over to him. So you're worried your sister will have problems in the Huns tribe? Of course. You know how the Huns behave. They wouldn't let any middle-aged person go easily, let alone a woman like my sister. Do you trust Linji? Zhou Yu interrupted. It's not about trust. The young general and my sister are not the same. I'm just asking if you trust him. Yu Yin was stunned, looking at Zhou Yu's determined eyes. His heart stirred slightly. Of course, I trust him. Since you trust him, you also know what kind of character he has. If he's with your sister, as long as he returns, your sister will return. If you can't even give him that much trust, how can you say you're willing to live and die with the tens of thousands of soldiers in the north? Yu Yin blinked, his eyes full of surprise. He never expected Zhou Yu to say such things. Do you know why I led all the Yuzhou defenders to Mengxing County to help you? To be honest, I don't know much about you, but I really dislike Linji. But back then, he vowed in my camp to single-handedly challenge 50 people, and he actually did it. From that point, I believe the current Linji is different from the past. He's a trustworthy person, and moreover, the situation at the northern border no longer allows me to hesitate. That's why this time, I took the risk and led all my brothers to Mengxing County. This is our last chance to counterattack, Zhou Yu said resolutely. In fact, he was under even more pressure than Yu Yin. Even if the Yu family's army lost, they still had a chance to retreat back to the Central Plains. At worst, they could recuperate and fight again next year. But he was different. He was the defender of Yuzhou. If Yuzhou is lost, he is lost. Zhou Yu had no retreat. Even so, he was willing to place his final hope on Linji. It was a gamble. If he gambled wrong, Zhou Yu was willing to pay with his life. Yu Yin was filled with respect and felt somewhat inferior. It seemed that over the years at the White Wolf Pass, he had indeed lost a lot of his spirit, even no longer qualified to be a general. You're right, no matter what, I should trust the young general, Yu Yin said earnestly. Zhou Yu nodded. Yes, I believe your sister will return safely. So you must also trust Linji. Now, for us, there are more important things to do, and we can't waste any more time. The two then threw themselves back into the tents deployment. They had to deploy all their forces to their rightful positions before the Huns attacked. Moreover, they had to step up training for the soldiers. Only then, when Linji returned, could everyone bring hope to defeat the Huns. Otherwise, all previous efforts would be in vain. In the Huns tribe, Linji wandered among different civilians every day. On the surface, it was to purchase various goods. But in reality, it was to gather intelligence from all sides. Yu Luoyu had now transformed into a bearded, elderly man, looking somewhat haggard and disheveled. It was only her eyes that remained unchanged, clear and ethereal. This was true disguise. Linji had made a thorough change to Yu Luoyu, not only slightly hunched. Even acquaintances might not recognize her. And to the outside world, it was claimed that Yu Luoyu had been sent to the Huns military camp. Linji had found someone else to assist him. More than once, Yu Luoyu encountered the previous Hun boss on the road. The other party really didn't recognize her, making her feel anxious. Now, it was a close call. No longer as worried as before. The two also found a temporary place to stay. Linji piled all the purchased goods in the tent, playing the part thoroughly. Even a slight flaw could be noticed. Linji walked in from outside. Yu Luoyu was very diligent inside, organizing the goods. Various items, all kinds. Sheepskins, wool, other food, and crafts. Among them, the most numerous were wools. leading to a strong odor in the entire tent. Yu Luoyu showed extraordinary willpower, able to endure such an environment. Why did you buy so much wool? Yu Luoyu looked at the piled-up wool around her. This was only part of it. There was still a lot outside, enough to fill several large boxes. Chapter 222. Exceptional Social Skills. Linji smiled lightly upon seeing this. Of course, these things have great uses. Really? Yu Luoyu tilted her head. The sight was eerily strange. Her eyes radiated the innocence and curiosity of a young girl. Yet, her entire demeanor resembled that of a very sleazy middle-aged man. Anyone who saw her would inevitably feel repulsed. No one could have imagined the stunning beauty hidden beneath this slovenly exterior. But I think these things are completely useless, and they smell terrible when burned. You'll understand once we get back to the northern border, Linji said with a light smile. Initially, he hadn't planned to buy wool. He only pretended to want to gather some information from the Huns. Plus, his generous spending had already earned him the trust of many locals. It was during this process that Linji discovered the locals here generally discarded wool. The wool came from the most famous Huns' yellow sheep. Although the wool from these sheep was not as good as that from sheep, it could bring significant changes to the current technological level and the lives of the people at the northern border. You always like to keep things to yourself. Yu Luoyu pouted. Back in Yuzhou, before she could finish, Linji quickly covered her mouth. He carefully observed the surroundings. After confirming there were no abnormalities, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Be careful of eavesdroppers, don't you know? Yu Luoyu blinked. Her heart raced, but she couldn't help asking. Shouldn't be, right? You're overthinking it. We're in a Hun tribe now. Every word and action must be cautious. Don't let your familiarity with these locals make you complacent. To them, we are always foreigners. If a Hun were to enter Yuzhou, do you think the nearby villagers wouldn't be on guard? Linji said seriously. This was why he didn't want to bring anyone along. He had enough vigilance, and could always ensure he didn't slip up. But others were different. Many people would unconsciously reveal their identities or intentions. This was why spies and special agents were so difficult to be. Linji hadn't been involved in such high-risk professions, but his vigilance was very strong. A person who had climbed through the business world would inevitably be cautious everywhere, because there could always be someone or something that could threaten them. Even a kid couldn't be underestimated. Yu Luoyu nodded cautiously. So I didn't slip up just now? Probably not. The Hun soldiers who were monitoring me should still be eating, drinking, and having fun, but our time is running out. We need to find a way to gather more information, and maybe even spread some rumors among the Huns. Linji said meaningfully. He specialized in psychological warfare. If he could gain the upper hand in psychological warfare, it would be like sowing a seed invisibly, just waiting for time. When the seed blooms and bears fruit, there would be unexpected gains. Thinking about it, Linji stood up again. He sniffed the surrounding air. Couldn't help but frown. Why don't you come out with me to get some fresh air? Although the Hun area is a barren land, it also has its own scenery. Yu Luoyu nodded. She could endure such an environment, but she really wanted to get some fresh air. Staying in the tent, feeling like she was about to mold, the two walked out of the tent. Outside, there were Hun locals coming and going. Everyone greeted Linji warmly when they saw him. Yu Luoyu couldn't help but whisper with a light laugh. I didn't expect you to be so familiar here in just 2 or 3 days. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really wouldn't have believed it. In her opinion, it was extremely difficult for a person to adapt to a new environment. But Linji, being from the Central Plains, coming to the Hun tribe, not only didn't have a difficult time. Now he seemed to be very comfortable. Money makes the world go round. People in this world never dislike a wealthy person, especially a generous one. Linji's lips curled slightly. In his world, there was a saying, smoke paves the way, alcohol builds the bridge. The implication was that no matter how unfamiliar someone was, as long as you shared a couple of cigarettes and a few drinks, you could talk about anything. The distance between the two could be bridged invisibly. Although he couldn't do this now, with money and alcohol, It wasn't difficult for Linji to get familiar with the surrounding Han locals. Social skills were also qualities and abilities that a good leader should have. If one was too arrogant and solitary, how could one get things done? Even if Linji didn't want to, since his father left and he became helpless, if he didn't find a way to adapt to the situation, he would have already been stuck in the mud back in the Imperial City. The two strolled around, found there wasn't much to buy. Seeing many Han locals gathered chatting ahead, Lin Ji joined them. "Brother Lin, you're here?" A middle-aged uncle greeted warmly. He had a pipe in his mouth, wearing a thick robe, clearly a simple uncle. "Yes, Uncle Sangba, I just wanted to see if there was anything else I could buy. The more things I can bring back, the more money I can make," Lin Ji said with a smile. He found that these Han locals were different from Han soldiers. Although they were also fierce, they were indeed not too different from the locals in the Central Plains. "Actually, I have an idea. There is a huge difference between the Han region and the Central Plains. If we could set up stations or businesses in the two places, we could make a lot of money," Lin Ji said meaningfully. "It would definitely bring more benefits to everyone, maybe even improve everyone's lives." Everyone's eyes lit up. Lin Ji continued, "It's a pity that the two sides are currently at war, and it's unclear when such a thing can be achieved." Uncle Sangba couldn't help but sigh. "Yes, I wonder when this war will end." Lin Ji pretended to be surprised. "Uncle, don't you want to fight?" "Don't joke. What local wants to fight?" Uncle Sangba shook his pipe, his eyes filled with helplessness. Chapter 223. The futility of war? Unacceptable. Since ancient times, when two nations go to war, the most unfortunate are the common people. This is also the case with Uncle Samba. Both of his sons died due to the turmoil of war. His daughter, although staying in the rear, endures a very hard life. To ensure the logistical support for the Han army, they had no choice but to move their camp here. "I wonder when we will be able to live a good life," Uncle Samba sighed. Seeing this, Lin Ji tentatively asked, "If that's the case, then why can't we just stop fighting?" This immediately drew laughter from the crowd. "You're really young, aren't you? You don't understand such a simple truth? The Central Plains are fertile and much better than here. If we could live in the Central Plains, we wouldn't have to move every few months. It would be so much better than the grasslands." Lin Ji's heart stirred. This might be the reason why countless barbarian tribes have coveted the Central Plains for thousands of years. On one hand, the Central Plains are flat and fertile, ideal for survival. Everyone wants a better living environment, which is understandable. But what truly triggers wars is these barbarian tribes, who see the Central Plains inhabitants as weak and incompetent, yet occupying such a good location, leading to resentment and jealousy. This is also why barbarian tribes never lack manpower. Just a promise from the Huns, and countless people will rush to fight. Compared to a lifetime of wandering here, who wouldn't want to live comfortably in the Central Plains for a few decades? So, we must go to war? Even if we don't go to war, we can still live in the Central Plains. Lin Ji blinked innocently. Uncle Samba couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Brother Lin, if everyone in the Central Plains were as reasonable as you, maybe we wouldn't have wars. Look at my leg, it was injured by a Central Plains person." He lifted his trouser leg, revealing a hideous scar. To this day, it still affects Samba's movement. Lin Ji's heart skipped a beat. This is the unavoidable reality since ancient times. Of course, his intention was merely to shake their fighting spirit. If all the common people didn't want to fight, the Han army would inevitably be affected. As for going to the Central Plains, Lin Ji knew it was impossible. Unless the Huns' living environment was truly changed, such a situation was currently beyond his reach. Yes, I also hope that in the near future, the Huns can live a good life. If this deal of mine succeeds, I believe it will bring considerable benefits to everyone," Lin Ji said seriously. "I just hope the war ends soon, which would be good for everyone." The crowd couldn't help but laugh, showing hopeful expressions. However, few took Lin Ji's words seriously. But if this young man could really bring some changes through trade, it would have the most direct impact on the common people. After all, in war, The common people pay more than they gain. They talked for a long time. Lin Ji subtly mentioned avoiding war, even trying to make these Hun people believe he could bring change through trade. They were indeed simple people, not catching the hidden meaning in his words. As the sun set, Lin Ji invited everyone to drink, then returned to his tent. Before leaving, Uncle Samba pulled him aside. "Brother Lin, when you return to the northern border, can you bring something back for me?" "What does Uncle want?" "I'll do my best. My son always wanted to see the scenery of Jiangnan, but he never had the chance. If possible, can you bring a painting of Jiangnan?" Uncle Samba's eyes were filled with emotion as he spoke. Losing a son, anyone would be heartbroken for a long time. Uncle Samba was no exception. In the eyes of Central Plains people, these Huns are beasts. But at their core, they are also ordinary people, with human emotions. Lin Ji was slightly moved by his sorrowful expression. He nodded. "Don't worry, Uncle Samba. I'll try my best to find one. Although I haven't been to Jiangnan, it shouldn't be hard to find someone who has and can paint it. It was better to find a way to integrate them." This was the so-called benevolent wisdom, just like the feud between the Huns and Central Plains people. Everyone thought that brute force could solve everything, unaware that the power of hatred was terrifying and would only grow. ##### The next day, as dawn broke, shouts rang out outside the tent. Lin Ji was already dressed. He opened the tent and stepped out. Hun soldiers were already waiting outside. "You've had enough time. Now you have to go back. You can't stay here any longer." Yes. Lin Ji nodded and bowed. "You two have been working hard these days. Here's a little token of my appreciation. Please accept it." He then took out some silver from his bosom, though not much. It wasn't a small amount for these ordinary Hun soldiers. Their faces immediately lit up with smiles. Chapter 224, A Big Bargain for Free. These days, the Hun soldiers in the tribe have been living well, eating and drinking to their heart's content, and even having women to accompany them. Such treatment was rare for them before. Now, with someone like Lin Ji, a wealthy patron, they no longer need to worry about expenses. They only need to greet him, and Lin Ji would willingly offer them silver. This was indeed a good arrangement, allowing them to enjoy a luxurious treat. When the Hun soldiers received the silver, they smiled and said, "You really know how to please, but spending so much money on us, do you really feel it's worth it? You said you don't have much money yourself, right?" Lin Ji chuckled upon hearing this. "Even so, I can't let you two officers suffer. You should be on the battlefield. Yet you came to the rear to accompany me, an insignificant person. I am truly grateful. It's just that I'm currently short on funds, otherwise, you two could have enjoyed even more lavish days." The two Hun soldiers burst into laughter. "You kid, are quite something. Next time you come, we'll continue to escort you. Just don't tell our chieftain to replace us. Don't worry, I hope you two can continue to look after me. I might not trust anyone else." Lin Ji nodded obsequiously. However, his face soon showed signs of distress. "There's one more small favor I'd like to ask of you two." "Speak." Having accepted favors, the Hun soldiers were not unreasonable. They had been enjoying food and drink, all courtesy of Lin Ji. Now, a small favor was within their ability to repay. "I've collected quite a lot of goods in the tribe these past few days, and I was wondering if you two could help find a few people to help transport them. It's a bit difficult for just me and my servant. If we delay and arrive late at the camp, we might incur the chieftain's wrath." The Hun soldiers found his request reasonable and soon rounded up a few strong young men from the vicinity. They set off on their journey, arriving at the Hun camp after nearly a day's travel. This was as per the chieftain's prior agreement. Lin Ji had to report to him in advance for anything he intended to take back to the northern border. This was to prevent any leakage of important information. If he were to take a large number of weapons, it would be detrimental to the Huns. Upon entering the camp, the chieftain was already in the midst of deploying his troops, seemingly preparing to attack the northern border soon. When Lin Ji entered, all the generals immediately stopped discussing, and someone even hid the plans. Clearly, they were avoiding any potential leakage of information. "Greetings, chieftain of the Huns." Lin Ji bowed respectfully, showing no signs of deceit. The chieftain had been receiving daily reports from the rear tribes about Lin Ji's activities, so he had a general idea of what Lin Ji had been up to. However, he still needed to inquire in detail. Lin Ji then presented the chieftain with the list of goods he had purchased. After reviewing it, the chieftain nodded in satisfaction. The items were fairly normal, but one thing stood out. Why did you buy so much wool? What do you intend to do with it? Lin Ji was well prepared and showed no sign of panic, though he feigned a submissive demeanor. Reporting to the chieftain, wool is quite common in the Han tribes, and most of the people discard it after shearing, as it has no use. Someone nearby asked, clearly puzzled, "So why did you buy it?" "But wool is not common in the northern border. Once I return, I can sell it at a high price by exaggerating its value. This way, I can earn more money for the chieftain and the Han people. If people in the northern border, or even the central plains believe this, wool could even be sold in the capital or even further south. In that case, the chieftain won't have to worry about money anymore?" Lin Ji explained slowly. This statement surprised everyone present. Could such a thing really be possible? "So, tell me, what makes you think you can sell this worthless stuff at a high price?" the chieftain asked, with a knowing look. "It's not really a high price, as wool itself is cheap. Even if I sell it for a few or even 10 coins, no one would think much of it. But if you accumulate it, a few coins per pound of wool can add up to a significant amount. And all I need to do is tell them that wool can be used in many ways, for warmth, and even as a tonic for yin and yang. That's why the Han warriors are so brave." At this, everyone burst into laughter. They had never heard such a ridiculous reason. It was almost laughable. The chieftain, full of pride, said, "You, kid, sure know how to deceive. All right, let's see what you can make out of this wool." For the Huns, wool was indeed of little use. Their clothing and warmth were mostly made from animal hides. Some could tolerate the smell of wool and used it for warmth, but the result was a constant stench. Hearing Lin Ji's words, the chieftain thought it might not be a bad idea. If this useless item could indeed bring them substantial profits, it would have a significant impact on their logistics and other aspects. The Huns attacked the northern border because they were too poor. "Thank you, chieftain. I will not disappoint you." Lin Ji bowed again. The chieftain signaled to his deputy to arrange for a few people to escort Lin Ji back to the northern border. As they left, no one noticed the subtle smile that played on Lin Ji's lips. Indeed, one must read more. Those who don't read are bound to suffer from lack of knowledge. Only those who don't understand think wool is worthless. Lin Ji had truly struck a big bargain. After leaving the Han camp, he led the caravan south. The Han soldiers no longer escorted him once they reached the northern border. After all, going any further would be entering the territory of the Central Plains, and if they encountered a large force, they wouldn't stand a chance. Chapter 225. Highway Robbers. Watching the distant figures of the Xiongnu soldiers, Yu Luoyu let out a sigh of relief. Finally away from those barbarians. These past few days, I've been on edge over there. As he spoke, he was about to tear off the fake mustache on his face. "What are you doing?" Lin Ji quickly stopped him. "Tearing it off? After wearing these for 2 or 3 days, it's so uncomfortable." Yu Luoyu pouted. "Now you know it's uncomfortable? I tried to persuade you not to go to the Xiongnu and suffer, but you wouldn't listen." Lin Ji couldn't help but tease. "Besides, it's just a fake mustache. What's the big deal? Look at those soldiers guarding the border, who isn't exposed to wind and rain, sun and storms. Some don't even have the dignity to live." Yu Luoyu blinked. "I didn't mean it that way. I was just saying it casually. You didn't take it to heart." "Of course not." Lin Ji raised an eyebrow. He knew the other party hadn't meant any harm. After all, women love beauty, especially someone as stunning as Yu Luoyu. But at the same time, Lin Ji also wanted the girl to know her limits and back off. Stay out of the matters ahead, got it? Just stay quietly in Mingxing County. It's better for you, for me, and for your brother. "That's not possible." Yu Luoyu refused without hesitation, decisively. "Hey, Linji couldn't help but smile bitterly. You really can't tell good from bad, can you? I don't want you to suffer that hardship. Didn't you say you couldn't stand it yourself? I'm just complaining. If it happens again, I'll still go. Yu Luoyu raised her snow-white neck, her face full of arrogant expressions. Even if it's tiring, I can grit my teeth and endure. Linji took a deep breath. He really had no way with this girl. He had to think of a harsh move. If it really came down to it, he might just lock her up in the county office. This time, although they had a narrow escape, it didn't mean they would be so lucky next time. Not everyone in the world has such good luck. So, shall we head back now? Yu Luoyu looked around. She understood now that only by returning to the county office could she remove this disguise. Just the two of us, how can we carry all this stuff? I've already arranged for someone to come pick us up soon. Let's rest here for a while. Linji waved his hand and then signaled Yu Luoyu to sit under a tree by the roadside. Just as they sat down, they saw figures approaching from a distance. Yu Luoyu stood up excitedly and waved her hand. But soon, she realized something was wrong. The people coming were not dressed as soldiers and were wielding weapons, approaching menacingly. It was too late to escape now. The bandits surrounded them. Who would have thought we'd have an unexpected harvest in such a desolate place? Haha, this time, the boss won't scold us. You too, hand over all your valuables, or I'll take your lives. To think they would encounter bandits here. Yu Luoyu's face showed fear, and she hid behind Linji. The bandits took the opportunity to mock. What a coward, a man like you. Even a youngster is braver. Yu Luoyu wanted to retort, but then remembered she was disguised as a man. Misunderstandings were normal, and it could avoid many troubles. Linji, however, looked at the bandits with a smirk. You want to rob me? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? What's inappropriate about it? Hand over your valuables quickly, or we'll cut off your arms, and you'll be the one who suffers. The leader of the bandits, with a scar on his face, was particularly fierce. Things were common in the northern border. The reason the Xiongnu could easily attack the northern border was largely due to the spies they had there. Many local people, unable to make ends meet, even some for momentary benefits, chose to serve the Xiongnu. Bandits, always ruthless for money, who knew what kind of faces they would show. What good stuff could the Xiongnu have? That could be sold to us Central Plains people. The scar-faced bandit was disdainful. Linji pondered upon hearing this and then slowly asked, from your tone, you seem to look down on the Xiongnu? You're a bandit too. In the eyes of the people in the northern border, you're probably no different from them. Nonsense. The scar-faced bandit was furious. I'm a proud Central Plains man. Don't look down on bandits. I have my limits. I never rob Central Plains people. Do you think I earn more by wandering around here than in Yuzhou and its surroundings? That's because I robbed these Xiongnu. Linji couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. I didn't expect you to be a passionate person. Then I'd like to ask, aren't you afraid of the Xiongnu's retaliation? Ha ha ha. The scar-faced bandit laughed loudly. Retaliation? If I were afraid of that, I wouldn't be a bandit. I tell you, whoever is related to the Xiongnu, I'll rob them. Today, neither of you can leave. Both of you and your goods are coming with us. No. Yu Luoyu couldn't help but say. You can't do this. We have business to attend to back in Mingxing County. Mingxing County? With the two of you like this, you still want to go back there? Walking into a trap, aren't you? I didn't expect you two to be so bold, doing business and daring to go there. Hashtag chapter 226. There's honor among thieves. This statement took Linji and his companion by surprise. Why can't we go to Mingxing County? I'll tell you, Mingxing County is heavily guarded right now, led by the young general of the northern border, Linji, and the commander of Yuzhou, Zhou Yu. With your kind, committing crimes against the wind. You've got some nerve. The scar-faced man said disdainfully. What about them? I'm just doing some small business, not for anything else. Can't they be reasonable and not confiscate all my goods? Linji asked meaningfully. He wanted to see what kind of story this bandit could come up with. From what he had observed so far, The scar-faced man was different from the bandits Linji had known. To be precise, their target was the Huns. It seemed that his and Zhou Yu's reputation had indeed spread far in the northern border, even to the ears of bandits. You've got some guts, huh? I don't know if I should call you stupid or just plain scared. To be honest, follow us back to the mountain stronghold, and we might save your life. If you dare to return to Mingxing County, the locals and those two generals will know you're dealing with the Huns, and they'll break your legs. Do you think Linji is some kind of good guy? Back in the northern border, he was a demon king. Yu Luoyu couldn't help but laugh. The scar-faced man frowned. What are you laughing at, old man? You don't know anything? Yu Luoyu blinked, full of curiosity. Since you say that the young General Lin is a demon king, what's wrong with me cursing him? So, all you businessmen care about is money. Linji used to be a scoundrel, but now that he's back in the northern border, anyone who fights the Huns is a hero in our eyes. Old grudges can be forgotten. Yu Luoyu was overjoyed. He couldn't help but pat Linji on the shoulder. I didn't expect even these bandits to defend you so much. What nonsense is this? The scar-faced man didn't quite understand. Yu Luoyu then stepped forward, chest puffed out. He spoke with conviction. This is the famous young general of the northern border, Linji? What? The bandits on the scene were dumbfounded. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. They scrutinized Linji from head to toe. The scar-faced man remained silent for a moment before shaking his head vigorously. Impossible. I've seen that guy, and he's definitely not like this. Is that so? Do you still think I look familiar now? Linji took off his hat. He also removed the fake mustache from his mouth, revealing his original handsome appearance. The scar-faced man was momentarily stunned. He was hit with a huge shock. Is it really you? Indeed. I didn't expect to have a good reputation among you bandits. When I first returned to the northern border, many people cursed me. Linji said meaningfully, a faint smile on his lips. Why are you here? And why would you go to the Huns tribe to do business? The scar-faced man still doubted. He seemed to think this guy had a history of betrayal. This involves military secrets, and it's not convenient to tell you. If you want to take me back, that's fine too. But since you are so protective of the northern border, please hand these things over to the soldiers in Mingxing County. Linji said calmly. In such a place, he had many enemies. If these bandits wanted to capture him, even selling him to the local landlords would probably earn them a lot of silver. Nonsense. Do you think I'm the kind of person who only cares about money? The scar-faced man said as he dismounted. Yu Luoyu was startled, thinking the man was about to get rough. Unexpectedly, the scar-faced man clasped his fists and knelt down on one knee. He said solemnly, Zhao Lao Air thanks the young General Lin for protecting the northern border. This bow is for the innocent villagers of my Zhao village who died. Linji was momentarily taken aback. He then stepped forward to help him up, and slowly said, Brother, no matter what your background is, protecting the northern border is my duty. So you don't have to thank me. And the northern border is only preserved today because of people like you. Those who truly deserve credit are actually you. Ha ha ha. Zhao Lauer laughed again. Young general, it seems like you've changed a lot this time. You didn't even catch my meaning. What? When Zhao village was massacred by the Huns, it was you who sent someone to save me. If not for the young general, I wouldn't even have the right to be a bandit here today. Linji blinked, full of disbelief. Had his original self done such a good deed? He had no memory of it. In his memories, out of 10 events, 9 were bad, and 1 was neither good nor bad. Good deeds were almost impossible. This guy was truly rotten to the core. No wonder the people of the northern border had such a bitter was beyond saving. That's why the later tragedy happened. Don't worry, not only will I avenge Zhao village, but I will also settle accounts with all the people of the northern border. Linji said calmly. The opportunity hasn't come yet, so we still have to wait. As they were talking, horse hooves sounded in the distance. This time it was a group of soldiers. When they approached, seeing Zhao Lauer and the others, their faces changed. They galloped quickly. Bold bandits! How dare you rob the officers of Mingxing County? You don't know your place. Arrest them quickly. Seeing the situation was off, Linji quickly stopped them. Wait, it's me. Hashtag Chapter 227. Return to Mingqing Line. Young General? The leading captain was both surprised and delighted. He immediately spurred his horse forward. Upon confirming that it was Linji, he knelt down in respect. Young General, we were truly worried without any news from you these past few days. So, upon receiving your message, we immediately led our men here. Then he noticed the few bandits beside them. His expression changed instantly. Release the young general at once, or I'll make sure you have no place to bury your bodies. The bandits' expressions were complex, which I saw them holding Linji at gunpoint. But Zhao Laoer was himself a bandit. He had no goodwill towards the officials. Hearing such an accusation now, he was filled with rage. What? You want to challenge us? Don't think just because we're outnumbered, you can bully us. With your kind, you're no match for me. How dare you? Bandits dare to act out. With that, the soldiers all drew their weapons. Calm down. We're all on the same side. No need to get so tense. Linji quickly intervened. They were all Central Plains people. There was no need for this. Most importantly, the current situation required them to cooperate against the Huns. And if they made a scene here, if the Hun scouts saw it, they would surely take advantage. Then no one would come out unscathed. On the same side? The soldier captain's eyes were full of surprise. Anyway, it's too complicated to explain in a few words. Zhao Laoer, go back and give my regards to your leader. If there's a chance in the future, I will definitely visit in person. Linji said earnestly. Zhao Laoer nodded. All right, then I'll wait for the young general's visit. With that, he waved his hand. The bandits behind him all mounted their horses and galloped away. The soldier captain walked up, his eyes full of astonishment. Young general, what exactly is going on here? He truly couldn't understand. It doesn't matter anyway. They're not bandits who rob our people. Let them go. Linji waved it off. What's most important now is to return to Mingqing County immediately. Hearing this, everyone nodded. They all began pulling the carriages forward. After nearly 2 days, they finally returned to Mingqing County. This round trip took nearly 10 days. Looking at the towering city walls, Linji felt a rare sense of security. To be honest, without this experience, he truly wouldn't have realized how important protecting the northern border was. During his time among the Hun tribes, he also saw for himself the kind of combat power the Huns had, and their constant desire to covet the Central Plains, mostly because their living conditions were too poor. But he also clearly understood, if the northern border really fell into the hands of the Huns, what kind of fate awaited? These people likely wouldn't bother to manage the cities. They would only plunder and burn before moving south. For the Huns, their goal was the true Central Plains, not the northern border. If they could march straight south, they would certainly not refuse. When Zhou Yu and Yu Yin learned that Linji had returned, they were already waiting at the city gate. From afar, they waved. Great, you're finally back. Young general, your departure really left us in a mess. I wonder what you gained from your visit to the Hun tribes. Zhou Yu asked casually. Of course, I gained a lot. Linji pointed to the several large carriages behind him, with a calm smile on his face. These were all things he had spent a lot of silver to acquire. Where's my sister? Yu Yin looked around the crowd, but didn't see Yu Luoyu's figure. His brows furrowed. He had always thought his sister was with Linji, so he hadn't asked about it. But if he had judged wrong, after such a long time, it was likely that Yu Luoyu was in grave danger. No way. Even you, her own brother, can't find her? Linji couldn't help but tease. As he was saying this, an old man on horseback slowly approached him. Yu Yin was extremely anxious at this moment. Stop beating around the bush. That little girl has been out of the county for over 10 days, leaving at the same time as you. Didn't you meet her? Brother, I'm right in front of you. Do I look like myself? The old man said meaningfully. His voice was as clear and melodious as a young girl's. Yu Yin blinked, his eyes full of disbelief. You are? Yu Luoyu then removed her disguise, revealing her beautiful face once more. She let out a long sigh. Finally, I can take these things off. After wearing them for so long, I really couldn't stand it anymore. Luoyu, it really is you? When did you become like this? Yu Yin was both surprised and delighted. His eyes were full of disbelief. This disguise even fooled him, her own brother. If she hadn't admitted it herself, he would never have believed it. This was all the young general's idea for me. It certainly draws attention, but wearing it for too long feels too smelly, unbearable. Chapter 227. Back on the Mingqing line. Deputy General? The leading captain exclaimed in a mix of surprise and delight. He immediately spurred his horse forward, and upon confirming it was Lin Ji, he knelt down in salute. Deputy General, we've been extremely worried without any news from you these past few days. That's why we rushed here as soon as we received your message. He then noticed the few bandits nearby and immediately changed his expression. Release the Deputy General at once, or I'll make sure you have no place to die. The bandits exchanged complex glances. They weren't holding Lin Ji captive, but Zhao Lao Air, being a bandit himself, had no goodwill towards the officials. Hearing such an accusation, he was furious. What? You want to fight us? Don't think just because we're outnumbered that you can bully us. You lot aren't a match for me. How dare you, bandits? The soldiers all drew their weapons. Hold on, everyone. We're all on the same side. There's no need to get so tense, Lin Ji quickly intervened. They were all from the Central Plains, so there was no need for this. Most importantly, they needed to cooperate to deal with the Xiongnu. Any conflict here might be noticed by Xiongnu spies, who would surely take advantage. On the same side? The captain looked astonished. It's complicated, but in short, Zhao Lao Air, please convey my regards to your leader. I will visit in person if I get the chance, Lin Ji said earnestly. Zhao Lao Air nodded. All right, I'll await the Deputy General's visit. With that, he signaled to his men, and they all mounted their horses and rode off. The captain approached, bewildered. Deputy General, what is going on here? He truly didn't understand. It doesn't matter. They weren't bandits preying on our people. Let them go. Lin Ji waved it off. Our priority now is to return to Mingqing County. Everyone nodded and started moving the carts forward. After nearly 2 days, they finally returned to Mingqing County. The round trip had taken nearly 10 days. Seeing the towering city walls, Lin Ji felt a rare sense of security. Without this experience, he wouldn't have realized how crucial protecting the northern border was. During his time among the Xiongnu tribe, he had seen their formidable combat capabilities and their persistent desire for the Central Plains, largely due to their harsh living conditions. But he also understood that if the northern border fell into Xiongnu hands, the consequences would be dire. They would likely burn, loot, and then move south. For the Xiongnu, their goal was the true Central Plains, not just the northern border. If they could march south unopposed, they would do so without hesitation. Upon learning of Lin Ji's return, Zhou Yu and Yu Yin were already waiting at the city gate, waving from afar. Great! You're finally back. Deputy General, you left us holding the fort. How was your trip to the Xiongnu tribe? Zhou Yu asked casually. I made quite a few gains, Lin Ji said, pointing to the several cartloads of boxes behind him, his face calm. These were items he had bought with a considerable amount of money. Where's my sister? Yu Yin looked around the crowd but didn't see Yu Luoyu, frowning. He had assumed his sister was with Lin Ji, so he hadn't inquired further. But if he was wrong, Yu Luoyu might be in grave danger after so long. Come on, even her own brother can't find her? Lin Ji teased. As they spoke, an old man rode up beside him. Yu Yin was frantic. Stop joking around. My sister left the county town over 10 days ago, the same time you did. Didn't you meet her? Brother, I'm right in front of you. Do I look the same as before? The old man said with a deep voice, but it was actually Yu Luoyu, who then removed her disguise to reveal her beautiful face. She sighed in relief. I'm finally free of these things. I was suffocating. Luoyu, is it really you? When did you become like this? Yu Yin was overjoyed and incredulous. Even as her brother, He hadn't recognized her with the disguise. If she hadn't admitted it, he wouldn't have believed it. It was all Deputy General's idea. It worked to avoid attention, but it was so smelly and uncomfortable. Yu Luoyu said pitifully. As long as you're back, that's all that matters. Let's go. Let's get into the city. They then entered Mingxing County. Yu Yan had a table set up in the county office to welcome them back. They casually asked about the situation in the Xiongnu tribe, and Lin Ji recounted what he had seen and heard. It seems the Xiongnu have a very strong desire to attack, and their people don't seem to have much room for negotiation, Yu Yan mused. Surrendering without a fight is the best strategy. Lin Ji had gone to the Xiongnu tribe hoping to try this, but it seemed impossible given their unwavering desire for the Central Plains. What about military intelligence? Did you get any important information? Zhou Yu asked tentatively. Lin Ji couldn't help but laugh. Do you think I'm a god? I'm a Central Plains man. The Xiongnu leader was already easily swayed. Do you really think I could gather military intelligence? Unless they're all idiots, he added sarcastically. It was clear how cautious they were. It was impossible for Lin Ji to get military intelligence, especially given the short time he spent in the Xiongnu tribe. As long as you're back, that's all that matters. Come on, let's go into the city. Then everyone entered Mingxing County. Yu Yan even had a table set up in the county yamen. It was also a way to welcome them back. They casually asked about the situation in the Han tribes. Lin Ji recounted everything he had seen and heard. It seems the Huns have a very strong desire to attack, and their people don't seem to have much room for negotiation. Yu Yan said thoughtfully. To subdue the enemy without fighting is the best strategy. Lin Ji's trip to the Han tribes was an attempt. But unfortunately, from the current situation, there was no need to think about it. The Hun's strong desire for the Central Plains could not be erased. What about military actions? Did you get any important intelligence? Zhou Yu probed. Lin Ji couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. Do you really think I'm a god? After all, I'm a Central Plains man. The Hun leader being fooled by me is already extremely difficult. Do you think I could gather military intelligence? Unless those guys are all brainless fools. For anyone, this was impossible. How cautious they were was self-evident. According to this line of thought and logic, if Lin Ji could gather military intelligence, it would be a miracle. Moreover, he didn't stay long in the Han tribes. It was just a few days back and forth. Chapter 228. Crucial Strategic Decision. However, there's one thing the Huns inadvertently let slip, and I believe they are likely to have a major operation in the near future, Lin Ji suddenly said seriously. A major operation? Zhou Yu and Yu Yan exchanged glances, their eyes revealing contemplative expressions. Could it be that they plan to launch a large-scale attack? Currently, the entire Mingxing County might only have slightly over 40,000 troops. This is the maximum they can muster, with some of them being militia. But the Huns have 100,000 troops openly on display. If it comes to a siege, although they do have some advantages, it doesn't mean they can turn danger into safety. And the possibility of losing is very high. Yes, based on what I know and my deductions, it's highly likely that the Huns will come around from the northeast direction, Lin Ji said meaningfully. Mingxing County, though just a small county, has a very special geographical location. To its southwest is the continuous Baiyin mountain range, and the county is almost built at the foot of this mountain. The Han soldier once mentioned that the Han army wanted to try a pincer tactic. If that's the case, then the enemy will definitely attack from the northeast, or even circle around to the southeast. Is it really necessary to go to such lengths? If they circle around from the southeast, they could directly attack Yuzhou City. Yu Yan frowned. This is a very crucial piece of information. Mingxing County has always been used as a granary in the northern border because of its accessibility. It can be reached from all four directions: east, west, south, and north. Since the northern border army lost control over the entire northern border, the areas north of Mingxing County have been in a miserable state. Although Yuzhou occasionally sends soldiers to maintain order, and Zhou Yu also leads patrols to maintain public security, this cannot fundamentally solve the problem. They cannot set up their camps in the areas north of Mingxing County, where the transportation environment and other aspects are extremely harsh. Long-term living there would cause significant impacts. Yes, there's no need for them to circle back to Mingxing County. Zhou also nodded seriously. The key issue is that they would have no choice but to decide which side to protect. Currently, Yuzhou has very few troops. Mingxing County has 40,000 troops, but if they want to protect two cities, splitting the forces would make it even more difficult to deal with the 100,000 Huns. I believe they will definitely attack Mingxing County first, Lin Ji said with certainty. Why? Both men looked at him in surprise. The reason is simple. During my trip to the Hun tribe, I found that the civilians there are struggling with their basic needs for food and clothing. This means the Hun army's logistical support is not very adequate. If they want to conquer the entire northern border, they must first seize the granaries. If they capture Yuzhou City but lack food and logistical support, their subsequent operations will be very difficult. Lin Ji explained. This is why he believes the Huns won't first circle around to attack Yuzhou. If the Hun army takes over Yuzhou, there will be Mingxing County between them and their logistical support. Although Mingxing County only has 40,000 troops, it would be easy to cut off the Hun supply lines. Why would they choose such a self-defeating strategy? Both men nodded in agreement. Makes sense. In that case, we only need to focus our forces on protecting Mingxing County. Exactly. Lin Ji nodded. There's a river to the southeast, and it's frozen over recently. We just need to tamper with it, and the Hun army might fall into the water and suffer heavy casualties before they even circle around. The northern region is bitterly cold, especially in winter, when all river surfaces can be walked on. Of course, this also becomes a hidden danger. The Huns believe their plan is foolproof and that all the border defenders are unaware, so they dare to take the risk of attacking over the ice. As long as Lin Ji exploits this, cutting off the Hun army's rear forces, their situation remains under control, and they still have a chance to turn the tide. Interesting. I never thought we could have some initiative in this situation, Zhou said meaningfully. Over the past 2 years, he has basically never gained the upper hand in battles with the Huns. It doesn't mean Zhou is a military incompetent. On one hand, he has few soldiers under his command, and on the other, he's been intimidated by the Huns. Their strategies always seem to be seen through by the enemy. Zhou can't understand how these people can be so clear about his tactics. Now it seems that he made critical mistakes in many decisions, leading to the current situation at the northern border. As the saying goes, defeat is like a landslide. Once the morale in the camp is lost, no matter how well applied the strategies are, the effect is poor. Lin Ji's arrival has given everyone renewed confidence. It was because of his leading the Yu family army to resist the Huns for 5 days that the entire northern border was amazed. No one could have imagined that 2,000 men could hold off 20,000 Huns. The most exaggerated thing is that the news from the Hun camp said that Huoluo, after this defeat, was so enraged that he fell seriously ill and only recently recovered. This has given all the Chinese people at the northern border a big morale boost. The three of them drank and chatted. Halfway through the feast, Yu suddenly remembered the boxes Lin Ji had brought back and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Young General, what exactly did you bring back? So many of them. Why don't you let us see and appreciate your results?"
Now,
Lin Ji blinked, putting down his wine cup. "I'm afraid you might lose your appetite for food after seeing it." "Impossible," Yu said confidently, thumping his chest. Zhou also looked incredulous. "We've been through countless battles, seen all kinds of scenes. Is there anything more terrifying than a sea of corpses and rivers of blood?" "Not terrifying, just likely to make you nauseous," Lin Ji said with a light laugh, which only piqued their curiosity further. Persisting, Lin Ji finally relented. "All right, then follow me." Chapter 229. Listen to advice and eat your fill. Arriving at the warehouse, the group was already feeling the effects of the alcohol. Their faces were filled with eagerness. "Young General, hurry and open it. We can't wait to see what you've brought back this time." Yuyan's face was full of curiosity. Zhou, though not speaking, betrayed his true thoughts through his expression. Lin Ji, seeing this, couldn't help but chuckle softly. He then took a clean white cloth from the side and tied it over his face, covering his mouth and nose. The two were puzzled by this action. "What are you doing?" I don't want to throw up what I just ate. Every grain is hard-earned. Wasting it would be a shame. With that, Lin Ji opened the wooden box, and a strong, pungent odor burst forth. The mixture of earth, grass, and manure hit them head-on. Even Yu Yin and Zhou Yu, hardened warriors from the battlefield, almost couldn't hold it together with the alcohol rushing to their heads. They nearly turned and dashed to the door, coughing violently and hastily covering their noses. What is this? Young General, what is this stuff? It's too foul, and that fishy stench is unbearable. It was unclear whether it was a hallucination or the wool had been stored for too long, but they even felt their eyes were about to be blinded by the smell. Lin Ji burst into laughter. I warned you too, but you didn't listen. He then walked to the door and closed it again. The smell was too overwhelming for anyone to withstand. Fortunately, they were in the dry climate of the north. If this were in the fertile lands of the south, it would likely have grown mold in just a few days, making it even more unbearable. Young General, so you went to the Huns and brought back all this stuff? Yu Yan's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Zhou Yu also asked incredulously, Young General, I really don't understand you. What's the point of bringing back these useless things? They're even worse than scrap metal. They're just stinking up the warehouse. Lin Ji smirked at this. General Zhou, this is the first time I've heard you call me Young General. Zhou Yu was slightly taken aback, then sighed meaningfully. Yes, ever since I learned you returned to the northern border, I've harbored prejudice and never believed in you. But this time, you ventured alone into the enemy's rear base to gather intelligence and arrange deployments for our army. Just this alone makes me believe you are different from before, a truly trustworthy person. Though drunk, it didn't mean they had lost their senses. In fact, Zhou Yu had already begun to change his view of Lin Ji. From their first meeting in the barracks, he noticed Lin Ji was entirely different. His skills surpassed many soldiers in the camp, and his demeanor had changed. This led Zhou Yu to further recognize Lin Ji's actions. A prodigal son returning is worth more than gold. Though I don't think my judgment is particularly sharp, if Young General, you truly wish to help protect the northern border and its people, then at least before any disagreements arise, we are friends. Zhou Yu said seriously. Lin Ji nodded, feeling a bit more at ease in his heart. With your two's full support, I believe even with insufficient troops, we can still make a name for ourselves in the north. And if General Zhou is ever transferred back to the imperial city, don't forget the brothers in the northern border who once helped you with strategy. Zhou Yu couldn't help but laugh. You make it sound like I'm going to the imperial city. As the commander of Yuzhou, unless he achieves significant military exploits, he'll likely spend his life in the northern border. Many later became marquises or ministers based on their achievements in the regions. This is why many generals or lords can dominate a region. They have deep roots and extensive networks. Li Jingzhen of the Zhun Kingdom was wary of General Lin Zhenxiu of the northern border because his influence was too great. He commanded 100,000 loyal northern frontier troops and enjoyed widespread support among the people. In the northern border, Lin Zhenxiu could do as he pleased, with no one daring to oppose him. His authority even surpassed that of Li Jingzhen in the northern border. You never know. Anyway, I was exiled here, and it's unlikely I'll ever return to the imperial city. If General Zhou ever gets the chance to go to the imperial city for rewards, remember to visit the princess, Lin Ji said with a smile. When he first arrived in the imperial city, he was indebted to Princess Li Qingyue's care. He had always remembered this favor. All right, young general, stop beating around the bush. Tell us, what's the use of this wool? Zhou Yu couldn't help but ask. Lin Ji looked at the two. I ask you, what is the hardest thing for the people and soldiers of the northern border in winter? Food. Yu Yin blurted out. The northern border, located in a remote area, has poor annual harvests, leading to significant disparities in people's lives. The rich have no worries, but the poor truly struggle to eat in winter. Lin Ji shook his head. People's hearts? Zhou Yu tentatively asked. In winter, the northern border is highly unstable. Even people within the Great Xia dynasty struggle to eat, let alone the Huns in the harsh northern lands. Though they have evolved over thousands of years to have their own survival methods, they also hope for a better living environment, rather than constantly moving. So in winter, it's when chaos is most likely to occur and when people's hearts are most uneasy. Linji shook his head again. This left the two puzzled. Food was wrong. People's hearts were wrong? What exactly was the answer? What you said isn't entirely wrong, but does have some truth. But why is that? Linji said meaningfully. It's simply because the people lack a sense of security. Where does this security come from? On one hand, it's our northern garrison's sufficient combat power. On the other hand, it's their ability to eat and stay warm. But everyone knows the situation of the border garrison. In winter, food can be supplied, thanks to the court. Chapter 230. Removing fat from wool. But what about wearing it? Linji asked slowly. Yu Yin and Zhou Yu exchanged glances. They were well aware of the conditions in the military. The Yu family's army was relatively better off, thanks to the armor and weapons provided by Linji during the grand military exercise. But this advantage was only during battles. In daily life, almost all soldiers could only wear cloth garments. Only high-ranking officers like them could afford warmer silk and cotton clothes. Yet, the environment in the northern border was harsh. Every year, a dozen or so soldiers in Yuzhou would freeze to death, though not many. It was still detrimental to the morale of the entire camp over time. And this wool can be made into very warm clothing, providing better insulation for our soldiers and the people in the northern border region. This way, even in the harshest winters, our soldiers won't suffer any injuries from the cold. The climate in the northern border was extreme. In winter, heavy snowfall was common. Many soldiers, though not dying from the cold, would suffer from after effects. Some would get frostbite, others would have joint inflammation. These minor ailments might seem insignificant, but they could be excruciating for many as they aged. Most of the soldiers who froze to death in the military were elderly. They simply couldn't endure the hardship. Some died without even understanding what happened. Upon hearing this, Yu Yin and Zhou Yu looked at Linji with admiration. But soon, their admiration turned to confusion. But young general, I don't know how smelly these wool garments would be. Neither the soldiers nor the civilians could stand it. The people in the northern border were quite familiar with wool. Some had tried to make clothes from it, but the results were unbearable. Even though wool was abundant in the northern border, it was practically useless. Who said we should do it directly like that? Linji couldn't help but chuckle. The wool needs to be degreased before it can be spun into yarn and made into clothing. Using it directly like this, even someone with a lost sense of smell would find it unbearable to wear every day. Degreasing? The two blinked, not understanding the term. Linji thought for a moment, then realized that with their knowledge, they couldn't possibly understand modern technology. So he explained in the simplest terms. It's about removing the odor. Through a series of processes, we can eliminate the dirt and grease on the surface of the wool. Then we can twist the wool into yarn and use a loom to quickly make clothes. Linji said slowly. Upon hearing this, the two had a rough idea. But young general, degreasing isn't that simple, is it? I feel it would be very time-consuming and labor-intensive, and we don't have enough manpower. Not necessarily. With the right method, you can achieve twice the result with half the effort. Otherwise, it's the opposite. Linji's lips curled into a faint smile. Really? Both were astonished, their eyes filled with anticipation. How about it? Want to see it now? Linji casually asked. Of course. Compared to drinking and feasting, solving the insulation problem for the soldiers in the northern border would significantly boost their combat effectiveness. It would also help them better adapt to the icy environment. Young general, let us learn something. We've never seen wool being degreased. All right, then please bear with it a bit longer. Linji nodded. Immediately, the three of them stopped their drinking. They called a servant from the county magistrate's office. Go get me some quicklime. The servant looked puzzled but obeyed. Quicklime wasn't uncommon in the northern border, though it was rarely used, mainly because when mixed with water, it caused a huge reaction. Someone had even been scalded before. So, people generally avoided using it, fearing it would be difficult to handle if it got on the skin or in the eyes. Yu Yin couldn't help but ask curiously, "Young General, what do you need the quicklime for?" "That's the key to degreasing." Linji blinked, looking quite mysterious. Shortly after, the servant brought a basin of lime. Linji instructed him to put on a face mask and open the warehouse. This time, Yu Yin and Zhou Yu had learned their lesson and stayed far away. Unaware of the situation, the servant opened the warehouse and nearly fainted from the stench. Fortunately, Linji had reminded him to wear a face mask beforehand. Otherwise, the pungent smell of the wool would have been unbearable for anyone. Under Linji's guidance, the servant took out some wool and placed it in water. Then he added some quicklime and stirred it with a wooden stick. Soon, the originally cold water began to boil, and the temperature rose. The foul smell spread everywhere. "My goodness, this is terrifying. I think even the Huns would find this unbearable." Yu Yin and Zhou Yu scattered in all directions. Even covering their noses with their hands couldn't stop the smell from hitting them. People passing by outside were also panicking. What's going on inside? Why is it so smelly? It can't be a burst cesspit, can it? That shouldn't cause this kind of situation. Let's get out of here. I can't stand this smell. I feel like I'm going to vomit up my lunch. Everyone avoided the area like the plague. For a moment, the backyard of the county magistrate's office seemed cut off from the world. The worst off was the servant stirring the wool. His face was ashen, his eyes unable to open. Fortunately, Linji had prepared him thoroughly beforehand. Not only did he wear a face mask, but he also had an extra layer of clothing and cloth gloves. Still, the smell was overpowering. It took nearly half an hour. The lime water in the wooden basin gradually calmed down. The wool floated inside. The surface of the water was covered with a thick layer of grease, a yellowish-brown color. It looked disgustingly nauseating. After the lime water completely settled, Linji signaled the servant to stop. The servant sat on the ground, gasping for breath, but he didn't dare take off his face mask, because the foul smell hadn't dissipated yet. "All right, you've worked hard. Take this money and buy something nice. Go to the city and call old Yang and his daughter." Linji took out some money from his pocket. Chapter 231. Each one is an old fox. The servant, as if granted a great reprieve, showed no hesitation. "Thank you, young general." He grabbed the silver and fled as if his life depended on it. Yu Yin and Zhou Yu, witnessing this absurd scene, couldn't muster a single laugh. They struggled to approach, covering their noses as if fearing to touch even the slightest speck of filth. "Young general, your tactic is indeed very intimidating. If you could use this on the battlefield, I reckon it would be quite formidable," Zhou Yu couldn't help but exclaim. Linji's eyes sparkled with surprise at the suggestion. "You make a valid point. Perhaps we should keep these oils in dung, let them dry, and make dung balls. They might come in handy during a battle with the Xiongnu." No. Yu Yin hastily waved his hands. General Zhou was just joking. This was a tactic that would harm the user as much as the enemy. Once these substances were thrown, it would be nearly impossible for both armies to continue fighting. Few could endure such a scene. Zhou Yu realized he had made a grave joke and hastily agreed. Indeed. Young general, please don't take it seriously. It was just a jest of mine." "You too, despite being generals, are acting like cowards," Linji chuckled. During his time among the Xiongnu tribes, he had inquired with local residents about how they dealt with such odors and had picked up a few tricks. That was why he could stand here unscathed. However, he hadn't shared this secret with Zhou Yu and Yu Yin, finding their eagerness amusing. After waiting for over an hour, Elder Yang and his granddaughter arrived at the county magistrate's office. As soon as they entered the courtyard, they nearly fainted from the stench. "What is this? What's that smell? I can't take it." Linji was exasperated. "I called you here not to faint." Elder Yang and his granddaughter, having been making clothes with the loom, were now self-sufficient and had gained some color in their faces. The little girl even looked more vibrant. "Young general, We came as soon as we heard your summons. But what is this? Elder Yang looked at the filthy contents in the wooden basin with a peculiar expression, not daring to approach. It was no different from a cesspit, with an overwhelming stench. I called you here to help with the sheep wool. You don't need to deal with this. Linji waved it off, giving a meaningful look at Yu Yin and Zhou Yu. Their faces immediately changed. Young General, we haven't wronged you. You can't throw us into the fire now. This is a good thing for the entire northern border. I went to great lengths to bring it back from the Xiongnu. If you're unwilling to handle it, what was all that talk about supporting me during our meal? Yu Yin and Zhou Yu's expressions stiffened. While they were willing to fight on the battlefield, dealing with this was beyond their tolerance. Just like the servant earlier, they might not recover for days. Young General, we've never done this before. What if we mess it up? Yu Yin hesitantly found an excuse, unwilling to take on the task and passing the buck to Zhou Yu. General Zhou has been at the northern border longer than I have. I'm sure he's more experienced in this. Zhou Yu was furious. Great. Just moments ago we were brothers, and now you stab me in the back? For your own safety, you don't care about mine? Lin Ji sat down, crossing his legs. If you two don't cooperate, we can't proceed. Of course, I don't need you to do it yourselves, but at least find someone to help. Yu Yin and Zhou Yu understood and immediately summoned their deputies. They wouldn't jump into this fire themselves, but could send their subordinates. Their deputies, thinking it was something important, rushed over from the barracks. Upon seeing the scene, they were dumbfounded. Smell. Their eyes were nearly blinded by the stench. After washing it over a dozen times, the odor gradually diminished, revealing the originally white and beautiful wool. Linji approached, quite satisfied. Can you still smell it? The two deputies shook their heads stiffly, their expressions blank. They couldn't smell it because their sense of smell was nearly gone. Chapter 232. Yu Yan's warning. Linji could only laugh and shake his head at the sight. He didn't intend to further trouble the two. He then allowed them to return to rest. The two deputy generals felt as if they had narrowly escaped the gates of hell. They fled towards the door as if their lives depended on it, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Linji's full attention was now on the wool. After multiple washes and mixing with lime water, the wool had indeed undergone a significant transformation, revealing its original color and shape. Although it still had a slight odor, it was vastly different from before. He looked up and turned to Yang Laotu and his grandson. The next steps will likely require your assistance. Yang Laotu felt immensely fortunate at this moment. Otherwise, if he were in the shoes of the two deputy generals just now, his old frame might not have been able to withstand it. Young General, please instruct us. We will do our utmost. Could you take this wool back and dry it over charcoal fire, but be sure not to let the flames touch the wool, as they might catch fire quickly. Linji earnestly instructed. Although the raw materials were almost ready, he needed someone he trusted to weave a sample. Thus, Yang Laotu and his granddaughter were the best choices. If you can also find a way to remove the remaining odor, that would be great. I hope you can spin these wool fibers into thread as soon as possible, and if possible, turn them into garments. Yang Laotu and his granddaughter nodded upon hearing this. The little girl's gaze was unwavering. Young General, rest assured, even if I have to work overtime, I will get the product ready as soon as possible. That won't be necessary. If your little body collapses, I'm afraid your grandfather will come after me. Linji couldn't help but tease. Yang Laotu and the two laughed along. However, their gazes showed no hesitation. If not for Linji, the little girl might have been taken advantage of by the previous county magistrate, losing her chastity. Their entire family would have been ruined. They would never have had the chance to survive in Mingqing County. Now that Linji had a request, there was no reason to refuse. How could that be? If my old life can help the young general, I would be delighted. Yang Laotu said with a bow. All right, go ahead and get busy. Drain the water from the wool and take it back for processing. The two nodded and immediately got to work. Yu Yin and Zhou Yu watched this scene with anticipation in their eyes. They also wanted to see the effects of the woolen clothes woven from this wool. However, The most important thing now was to rest. The pungent odor had been too overwhelming. Seeing that there were no other matters, the two found excuses to leave the county magistrate's office. It would take a few days to recover from that. Returning to their residence, Yu Yin took a deep breath of the fragrant air in the courtyard. He felt incredibly relaxed, even more so than after a victorious battle on the battlefield. Wow, the young general's tricks are too many. It seems we can't be too curious about him in the future, or we'll end up being the ones who suffer, Yu Yin muttered to himself. Before he could finish his sentence, a figure darted out from the room. Where is the young general? Has he arrived? Yu Luoyu's eyes were filled with anticipation. Her excitement was evident. Yu Yin couldn't help but sigh inwardly. His little sister might one day be hurt by her innocence and kindness. You little girl, it's bad enough you went to the Huns without my permission, but now that you're back, you're already thinking about the young general? Is he the only one in your eyes? Yu Yin said with a scowl. Yu Luoyu, now washed and back to her usual self, was still exuding an extraordinary aura even in simple attire. Elegant and poised, like a clear spring in the mountains, bathed in the moonlight. Brother, do you still need to be so formal with me? Besides, I'm just worried about whether the young general has any important matters. Yu Luoyu stuck out her tongue. If you do this again next time, don't blame me for not recognizing you. Do you know how dangerous the Huns' territory is? Yu Yin said slowly. Earlier, when drinking, he had indirectly asked Lin Ji why he took Yu Luoyu to the Huns' territory. The answer he got was that Lin Ji hadn't done so. Yu Luoyu had gone there on her own. Luckily, there were no serious incidents. Otherwise, they might not have been able to see each other again. Just thinking about it, Yu Yin felt a lingering fear. Throughout the entire Yu family army, including himself, Yu Yin wasn't afraid of death. A man should stand tall. Fighting on the battlefield is only natural. But the problem is, Yu Yin absolutely did not want his sister to have any accidents. Even this time, when he went to the northern border, he was worried that his sister would be left unattended in the capital, repeating the incident with the Ministry of War. To his surprise, even at the northern border, things were not peaceful. Troubles kept coming. Now Yu Luoyu had even dared to go to the Huns' territory? Do you know how lucky you are? If you hadn't run into the young general, what would you have done there? Brother, it was an accident. Yu Luoyu pulled at his arm. If you cause trouble again, I'll have someone send you back to Yojo's general's mansion, where Shaolin and the old housekeeper will keep an eye on you. With his busy official duties, he couldn't keep an eye on her. Shaolin was a very skilled girl. It would be next to impossible for Yu Luoyu to escape from her. Upon hearing this, Yu Luoyu immediately became obedient, not daring to act out. Hashtag Chapter 233, Beautiful Wool Yarn. Day 2, noon. The group was having lunch in the county office. Suddenly, Yang's young lady came running in, her face beaming with joy. Young General, we've done it. Everyone looked up. The young lady was holding a bundle of yarn made from wool, rolled into a ball. Some even instinctively wanted to flee, remembering the strong smell of the wool from the previous day. They certainly didn't want to throw up what they had just eaten. To their surprise, the wool now had no trace of that pungent odor. Instead, it was exceptionally white and beautiful, with an indescribable charm. Linji put down his chopsticks and walked over to take the yarn for inspection. Although the quantity was small, the yarn had been thoroughly dried and twisted into fine strands, with both flexibility and durability comparable to what he remembered. This young lady was indeed skillful and clever. Moreover, the yarn had a faint, pleasant fragrance. Impossible, Linji mused aloud. Even with my methods, I couldn't completely remove all the smell from the wool. Why do I smell a hint of fragrance now? The young lady immediately showed a proud expression. Young General, after we returned yesterday, we thought about how to handle it, she explained. My grandfather used a traditional method. He dried the wool while burning orange peels and burning incense nearby. So now it has this smell. Very good, Linji praised, patting her head. You've been a great help to me. He then placed the yarn in front of everyone. Gentlemen, do you know how much better this is than cloth garments? Clothing made from wool is extremely warm. If you wear it under cloth garments and, if possible, a cotton coat, you can walk around in the freezing cold of the north without any trouble. Everyone was astonished. Yu Yin and Zhou Yu stepped forward, their eyes filled with amazement. Who would have thought that something that looked like dirt could be transformed into such a fine product after proper treatment? Yu Yin said, touching the yarn. The texture was incredibly smooth, far superior to cloth. If this can really be made into clothing, it would be a blessing for the entire northern border. Yu Yin said seriously. Don't speak so highly of it, Linji said with a smile. Since the initial attempt has succeeded, the next task will require your help, gentlemen. This smile made Yu Yin and Zhou Yu feel a sudden unease, despite Linji's innocent appearance. Young general, are you going to make us handle the wool? Zhou Yu tentatively asked. Of course, Linji replied. Such a laborious task would cost a lot if ordinary people were to do it. We're tight on funds, so we need to find ways to save money. Once we collect enough wool, we can sell it to the locals, even to the nobles. Then we'll have money to hire workers. But for now, you two will need to allocate some soldiers to handle this. As for leading the effort, Linji paused. Zhou Yu quickly waved his hands. Young general, you know me. I'm the main general of Yuzhou, with a lot of responsibilities. I really can't spare the time to lead this. It was akin to handling manure. Zhou Yu would rather die than do such dirty work. You know me too, Yu Yin said, seeing both of them looking at him, and started shaking his head vigorously. The Yu family's army only has 2,000 men, and they need daily training. Many soldiers are having trouble adjusting to the northern border's climate. We need to address this. Otherwise, it could cause big problems in future battles. Linji nodded meaningfully. So, it seems you're all very busy. Busier than me, huh? I thought everyone would benefit from this, but now it seems you two will have to handle it. Chapter 233, Beautiful Wool Yarn. The second day at noon, everyone was eating in the county government office. Yang's girl came running in excitedly. Young general, it's done. Everyone looked up. The little girl was holding a bundle of yarn made from wool, coiled into a ball. Some people instinctively wanted to run away. The smell of the wool from yesterday was deeply etched in their minds. They were eating now. They didn't want to throw up what they had just eaten. But unexpectedly, these wool no longer had that pungent smell. Instead, they were unusually white, beautiful in a way that was hard to describe. Seeing this, Linji put down his chopsticks. He walked over, took the yarn, and examined it. Although the quantity was not much, all the yarn was dried and twisted into thin ropes, with both flexibility and durability close to what he remembered. This little girl was truly clever. Moreover, there was a faint fragrance in the yarn. Impossible, as far as I know, even with the methods I use, I can't remove all the odor from the wool, but why do I smell a hint of fragrance now? Linji couldn't help but ask curiously. The little girl immediately showed a proud expression. Young general, after we went back yesterday, we thought about how to deal with it. Later, my grandfather used a local method. He dried the wool while burning orange peels next to it and also lit incense. That's why it has this smell now. Very good, very good. Linji patted her head with satisfaction. You've really helped me a lot this time. Then he placed the yarn in front of everyone. Everyone, do you know how much better this is than cloth clothes? Clothes made from wool are extremely warm. If you wear cloth clothes over them, and if you have the conditions, add cotton clothes, even in the freezing cold of the north, you can walk outside freely. Everyone was amazed. Yu Yin and Zhou Yu came up. Their eyes were filled with shock. I never thought that those things that looked like dung after being sorted out would have such a quality. As they spoke, they reached out and touched it. The feel was very smooth, much better than cloth clothes. If this can really be made into clothes, it would be a blessing for the entire northern border. Yu Yin said seriously, don't speak so well. Since the initial attempt has succeeded, the next thing we need to do will require your help. Linji said with a smile, what's the difference between this and picking dung? Even if Zhou Yu died, he wouldn't want to do such dirty and tiring work. You know me too. Seeing the two of them looking at him, Yu Yan also started shaking his head frantically. The Yu army only has 2,000 men, and they need daily training. Moreover, many of our soldiers have been suffering from the effects of the northern borders climate, and we need to adjust to this situation. Otherwise, if we go to war later, it might cause big problems. Lin Ji nodded meaningfully. It sounds like you're all very busy. Busier than me, huh? I was originally thinking that if this is done well, everyone can benefit, but now it seems you two will have to handle it. He wasn't going to do it himself. The smell was too overwhelming, even with some tips he had learned from the Xiongnu Buluo people. Yu Yin and Zhou Yu heard this and were in a dilemma. They knew that if this thing was really made, it would definitely be a good thing for all the soldiers. But they really couldn't bring themselves to do it. The feeling of seeing those smelly wool for the first time, it really made their backs tingle, even scarier than seeing fierce enemies on the battlefield. Young General, since General Yu is busy, why not assign this task to his deputy? This person is outstanding. I believe he won't disappoint everyone's expectations. Zhou Yu said solemnly. Yu Yin cursed inwardly. So you Zhou Yu, you look like a general, but in critical moments, you stab your comrades in the back? Huh? Outstanding? Why don't you let your own deputy do this? Then you'll surely get a lot of praise. Seeing Lin Ji about to speak, Yu Yin spoke first. I think General Zhou's deputy is also very good, and he is very familiar with the terrain around here, knowing where it's convenient to wash the wool. I think he's the best for this job. The two generals sold each other's deputies. It had a bit of a competitive feel. Their humble demeanor. If you didn't know, you'd think they had a great relationship. Yu Yin, you're playing dirty, huh? Zhou Yu muttered softly. That's because you started first. Yu Yin gritted his teeth. Lin Ji watched. He was amused. Since there were recommended candidates, the task wasn't that difficult. Then he waved his hand. There's no need for you two to argue. I can see that you both trust each other's deputies very much. Since that's the case, let's do it together and allocate dozens or even hundreds of soldiers. We must complete it in the shortest time possible. Yu Yin and Zhou Yu's faces turned dark when they heard this. In the end, it still fell on their heads. But the only good thing was that they didn't have to do it themselves. This result was barely acceptable. Seeing that they couldn't escape, they had to agree. Lin Ji then turned to look at Yang's girl. Little girl, how many remaining seamstresses are left in the county town? Previously, due to the Xiongnu attack, many people fled. Now, the population of Mengxing County was only half of what it was. Yu Yin and Zhou Yu were in a dilemma. They knew the benefits of producing this wool, but they really couldn't bring themselves to do it. Young General, since General Yu is busy, why not assign this task to his deputy? He's very capable, and I'm sure he won't let us down. Zhou Yu said solemnly. Yu Yin cursed inwardly. Zhou Yu, you coward. Always stabbing your comrades in the back when it matters. I think General Zhou's deputy is also very capable and familiar with the local terrain, making him the perfect choice for this task, Yu Yin retorted. The two generals were pushing each other's deputies into the task, each trying to outdo the other. Yu Yin, you're playing dirty, aren't you? Zhou Yu muttered. You started it first. Yu Yin gritted his teeth. Lin Ji watched with amusement. Gentlemen, no need to argue. I see you both trust each other's deputies. In that case, let's do it together. Allocate a few dozen soldiers. We need to get this done as quickly as possible. Yu Yin and Zhou Yu's faces darkened. In the end, it still fell on them, though they wouldn't have to do it themselves. This outcome was barely acceptable. Seeing no way out, they agreed. Lin Ji then turned to the young lady. Miss Yang, how many seamstresses are left in the county town? Due to the Xiongnu invasion, many residents had fled, leaving only half the population in Mengxing County. Chapter 234. Finally arranging for Yu Luoyu. Although some civilians gradually returned to the city, many still remained conservative. They believed that Mengxing County could not withstand the onslaught of the Huns. The inevitable outcome would still be its fall. Therefore, they chose to watch from other places. It is human nature to seek benefits and avoid harm. War, after all, most severely affects the common people. Although Lin Ji had regained his lost reputation in the northern border region through a series of victories, the common folk still did not believe it. Even if he was the son of Lin Zhenxiu, what could he do? The Huns had once defeated the northern frontier army and Lin Ji himself, causing them to mysteriously disappear. Now, with only 2,000 men under his command, and even including Zhou Yu's Yuzhou garrison, they barely reached 50,000. How could they possibly defeat the Huns? This was still a battle to defend the city. No matter the strategy, tactics, or other aspects, there were only so many options available. Despite the widespread discussions outside, Lin Ji remained unshaken. He believed that while planning is up to man, success is up to heaven. He could only do his best, and even if he failed, he would have no regrets. Otherwise, he would only regret it on that day. In the past, Lin Ji did not fully understand this principle. But after struggling with Shaolian in Chongping City for half a year, he gradually realized that sometimes one must consider everything possible to find a way out of desperate situations. There are not many miracles in the world. Many things, although seemingly simple, require unimaginable efforts behind the scenes. Young General, there are probably only about 30 tailors and weavers left in the city now, Yang's daughter pondered and replied. All right, from today on, you and your grandfather will be in charge of all the tailors and weavers in the entire county. If you need to pay wages, come to me, and I will distribute the money according to the amount each person has completed, Lin Ji said seriously. Although the young girl in front of him was only 15 or 16 years old, over such a long period, it was evident that she was a reliable person. This task was not particularly difficult, but it required meticulousness and reliability. Lin Ji was willing to trust her. Yang's daughter was overwhelmed with gratitude. Young General, I'm afraid I won't live up to your trust. What do you mean by that? Lin Ji blinked. Look at how well you've done before, and you and your grandfather don't have to worry about not having enough to eat. This is a good opportunity to make money. Don't give up. Yang's daughter hesitated. It's not that, young General. I can do hard and tiring work, but managing so many people and their wages, I'm afraid I won't do it well. The girl hesitated. It's okay. These are simple tasks. You just need to keep a record of everyone's names and what they've done, then issue the wages at the end of the month or every 10 days. It's not difficult. As a sales manager, Lin Ji had some understanding of finance. It was now quite simple, just requiring bookkeeping. The accountants he had worked with were responsible for a wide range of tasks, not only monthly accounts but also expenses and consumption, down to the smallest details, even calculating taxes. But here, they didn't need to worry about that. Everything was simplified. Even if the court wanted to collect taxes, they would have to see how many people in the northern border region could afford it. Unless Li Jingjin really wanted to lose the northern border region. Even the Yuzhou prefect had been reducing taxes in recent years, mainly because of the frequent wars. The common people were almost too poor to eat, let alone pay taxes to the national treasury. But Yang's daughter looked embarrassed, her face turning red. I can't read. Ah. What about your grandfather? He can't read either. Yang Laotu had been born into a poor family and had always done hard labor in the northern border region. Later, his son and daughter-in-law died one after another, leaving the old man to raise his granddaughter in poverty. Being able to eat was good enough. There was no money for schooling. Moreover, in those days, it was believed that women without talent were virtuous. Except for those from wealthy families, ordinary women rarely studied, at most being able to write their own names. So that's the reason Lin Ji couldn't help but chuckle, but also had to take it seriously. Suddenly, an idea struck him. How about I find someone to teach you to read and write? Although you won't become proficient in a short time, you should be able to handle bookkeeping. Ah! Yang's daughter blinked in surprise. Lin Ji then turned to Yu Yin. How about it? Can your sister help with this? Any problems? Yu Yin was taken aback and then realized what Lin Ji was planning. He wanted to keep Yu Luoyu in the county to prevent her from running around. It was a necessary move. Lin Ji couldn't control her, and neither could Yu Yin. They had to find a way. A woman without any self-defense skills, if she were to act recklessly and end up in the Huns' territory, who would bear the responsibility? That's perfect. Yu Yin agreed without hesitation, inwardly praising Lin Ji for his clever solution. This way, Yu Luoyu would have something to do and couldn't act as recklessly as before. Go back and tell her that we will fully support her, Linji instructed. And these things are not only for the soldiers, but also for all the civilians in the future. It's a great thing. Yang's daughter nodded firmly, determined not to disappoint Linji's expectations. In the military camp, the two deputy generals were training the soldiers, with shouts and battle cries echoing. The morale had been restored, and everyone was waiting for the day to confront the Huns. If they could win a direct confrontation, it would restore the honor of all the soldiers in the northern border region, no longer being criticized for weakness. At that moment, Yu Yin and Zhou Yu approached and called the two deputy generals over. There's an important task for you to handle. Really? Both of them showed surprise, instinctively thinking it must be related to the Huns and feeling eager. So you agree? Zhou Yu said meaningfully. Of course, if the general commands, we will obey. All right, then you select a few dozen soldiers from the camp, preferably those with injuries or not in good health, to help wash the wool. What? This statement left them thunderstruck. Hashtag Chapter 235. Uninvited guest. The deputy generals could never have imagined that this was the task they were assigned. The mere thought of the pungent and foul odor of the wool made them feel an inexplicable urge to vomit. General, is it too late to back out now? The deputy general of the Yuzhou garrison said, his face pale with despair. The deputy general of the Yu family army was no better. He looked as if he was on the verge of kneeling. General Yu, do you really have the heart to make me suffer this torment? He pleaded. If the soldiers in the camp ever find out, I fear I'll never be able to hold my head high again. Seeing their distress, Yu Yin and Zhou Yu felt a pang of guilt. Both were their trusted subordinates, and this task was indeed a form of punishment. However, if the two deputy generals didn't go, they would have to take on the task themselves, which was equally daunting. They exchanged a glance and nodded firmly. This is an order, Zhou Yu declared. There are no empty words in the military. Do you dare to disobey a military order? But, General. The deputy generals hesitated, hoping for another excuse. Zhou Yu, however, gave them no opportunity. Do you understand how important this is? If we can successfully clean the wool and turn it into clothing in the shortest time possible, all our soldiers will have the ability to withstand the cold. We'll have a stronger fighting force against the Xiongnu. Don't you want to prove our worth with a resounding victory? Do you want to remain inferior forever, unable to hold your heads high? Yu Yin and Zhou Yu played off each other, making it sound like they were sending a suicide squad on a secret mission. The two deputy generals knew their superiors well enough to realize they were being set up. But there was no choice. They had to jump into the pit, even if they knew it was won. Over the next few days, the county town operated smoothly. With the help of Yu Luoyu, the young family father and son gradually got on track, and the wool weaving progressed well. The hardest hit were the soldiers tasked with cleaning the wool. Each day felt like an eternity. Fortunately, Lin Ji understood the difficulty of the task and provided the soldiers with good food and wine every day as a consolation. After all, one reaps what one sows. This effort also fueled Lin Ji and his companions' expectations for the future. If things continued as they were, within 3 months, the fighting force of Mengqing County would double. With additional weapons and equipment, they might even rival the elite forces of the Great Xia dynasty, despite their smaller numbers. If one man could be as effective as 10, then these 3,000 to 5,000 men could match 30,000 to 50,000 of the enemy. This was a staggering number. However, the Yuzhou garrison had never been known for its strong fighting force. Although aided by the Yu family army, their morale had partially recovered, but they still lacked confidence. One day, while Lin Ji pondered in the county magistrate's office how to ensure Mengqing County's stronger initiative in the upcoming war, a bailiff rushed in. Young general, someone is here to see you. Let him in, Lin Ji replied without looking up. He's not at the county magistrate's office entrance. He's at the post station. The post station? Lin Ji was taken aback. Who is it? I don't recognize him, but he looks like he's from the Xiongnu tribe. The servant answered tentatively, knowing the importance of the matter and immediately reporting it. Lin Ji pondered. This was indeed strange. To solidify his identity in the Xiongnu tribe and the military camp, he had told them he would temporarily stay at the post station to avoid being investigated. Staying in a large mansion would be too easy to trace. However, if he stayed at the post station, it would be different. Thus, Linji had set his identity as a down-and-out merchant, making it difficult to dig into his background unless someone was more intelligent than him and had sufficient expertise, which was unlikely in the northern border region. But now, someone had actually come to the post station looking for him. What did it mean? How many are there? Just one, a middle-aged man. Linji thought for a moment. What did you tell him? To prevent his identity from being exposed, he had left someone at the post station to keep an eye out. If anyone inquired, they were to say he had gone out. This was called having multiple hiding places. As long as he wasn't seen, even if the Xiongnu became suspicious, they wouldn't have concrete evidence. What Linji didn't expect was who had the audacity to investigate him so openly, and with just one person. Didn't they fear being drowned in the townspeople's spittle? Not everyone could see through the fog of war. Many believed that since the Xiongnu had oppressed the people of the Central Plains, all Xiongnu were enemies, including the common folk. However, the truth was that the real victims were not just the Central Plains people, but also the Xiongnu people. Linji had witnessed this himself. I said the master had gone out on business, and if he insisted on meeting, he could wait there, the servant replied. Linji decided to go and see for himself. Avoidance was not the solution. He needed to find out what this man wanted. He changed into different attire and headed to the post station. After about half an hour, he arrived. As he entered the main hall, he saw a man sitting in a corner with nothing on the table but a bowl of plain water. The innkeeper saw him and was about to greet him, but Linji signaled him to stay silent. The innkeeper nodded and went about his business. Linji approached the table. I hear you're looking for me? As soon as they met, he recognized the man. It was Uncle Sangba, whom he had chatted with extensively during his time in the Xiongnu tribe. In just a few days, Uncle Sangba seemed to have aged 10 years, with half his hair turned white. Uncle Sangba, what happened to you? Linji asked in astonishment. Uncle Sangba only smiled bitterly. I thought this trip would be in vain, but I didn't expect you to actually meet me. After all, they were merely passing acquaintances, not close friends. Yet, Uncle Sangba had taken the risk to come from the Xiongnu tribe to Mengqing County, undoubtedly for a compelling reason. At that moment, a dish was served at a nearby table, and the rich aroma wafted over. Uncle Sangba's stomach growled unhelpfully. Chapter 236, Saving Lives and Business, both handled. Uncle Samba's face was filled with embarrassment. He could only manage a bitter smile. Seeing this, Linji instructed the waiter to bring 2 pounds of beef and a pot of good wine. During the wait for the dishes, Linji couldn't help but ask, Uncle, are you here specifically to find me? Yes, little brother, I'm really at my wit's end. So I thought of coming to you to see if you could help. Uncle Samba said weakly, his appearance clearly showing he was famished. Linji blinked his eyes. Uncle, you didn't happen to come all the way from the Huns tribe without eating much, did you? Although the man didn't answer, his silence was an indirect admission. Why go through such trouble? Linji felt a bit helpless. He then urged the waiter. Uncle Samba might not know him, but in this post station, who doesn't know Linji? Once both feared and hated, now respected. So the kitchen hurried, and in no time, 2 pounds of beef were brought out. The aroma stimulated Uncle Samba's saliva, but he never moved. So, the people of the Huns tribe are still quite simple. If it were someone else, they would have already pounced on the food like a hungry tiger. Linji guessed the situation. He pushed the beef in front of him. Don't worry, I'll treat you. Eat whatever you want. Really? Uncle Samba's eyes lit up at the news. Do I have any reason to deceive you? Linji smiled bitterly. Uncle Samba immediately let go of all his burdens, grabbing the beef and wolfing it down. Several times, he almost choked from eating too fast. As he ate, he suddenly started crying. Linji was surprised. He couldn't help but ask, Is the taste not good? I can have it remade, please don't worry. Brother Lin, I just didn't expect you to really see me and treat me so well. Uncle Samba's tears streamed down his old face. What are you saying? When I was in the Huns tribe, weren't you also quite caring? Reciprocity. Now that you're here in Mingxing County, it's naturally my turn to host. But uncle, can you tell me what exactly happened? Lin Ji was full of curiosity. Uncle Samba had almost finished the 2 pounds of beef before he paused. Then he choked up and said, Brother Lin, to be honest, the day after you left, my son suddenly fell ill. I searched through all the doctors in the tribe, but none could cure him. Later, someone said that only the Tian Shan snow lotus could save my son, but now it's freezing cold, and Tian Shan is too far away from here. I simply don't have the time. Lin Ji seemed to understand the situation. It seemed he was here to ask for help, probably at the end of his rope. Otherwise, Uncle Samba wouldn't have come to him, a man he had only met for a few days. Are you asking me to help you find it? But I've only heard of it, and I doubt anyone in the northern border would have it. Lin Ji felt helpless. Such a precious thing would certainly have been presented to the royal family. How could it fall into the hands of ordinary folks? No, there is someone in our Huns tribe who has it, but he sells one for 1,000 taels of silver. Brother Lin, I heard your family had some wealth in Yuzhou. I wonder if you could introduce me to some wealthy people. If I can borrow the money, even if I work like a horse for the rest of my life, I'm willing. Uncle Samba almost cried as he said this. Although the Huns are wild, many of their people are very strong-willed. That's why their soldiers are fierce and brave. It's the spirit of not giving up. If not pushed to the brink, Uncle Samba wouldn't have come to Lin Ji. But even the most beautiful courtesan in the capital wouldn't be worth 1,000 taels of silver. This rough Hunsman, past his prime. Even if sold by the pound, he wouldn't fetch even a fraction of that price. And who would lend money to a Huns commoner? Clearly, it's money they can't repay. Uncle, you're putting me in a tough spot. Uncle Samba's eyes dimmed completely. It seemed the last glimmer of hope had been extinguished. He slumped down, sitting like a lifeless corpse, his gaze vacant. He probably had to accept the reality, even if he didn't want to. His son would only wait for death. A hopeless situation. Lin Ji felt pity. Although he couldn't save all of humanity with his abilities, what happened right in front of him? If he ignored it, he would surely feel guilty. Look, I'll give you 1,000 taels. You go back and save your son. Lin Ji suddenly said. Uncle Samba looked up sharply, thinking he had misheard. What? Why, uncle, you don't want to accept my money? No, it's just such a big favor. I really can't repay it. Uncle Samba was still an honest and simple man, knowing he couldn't afford such a sum. Not in this life, or even the next. Coming to Lin Ji was already a loss of face. How could he accept so much silver for nothing? He said, Don't worry, I won't give you the money for free. Lin Ji's lips curled slightly. Just moments ago, he thought of a win-win solution. You know, I'm a businessman, and in business, it's a matter of exchanging goods for money. Uncle Samba replied without hesitation. Brother Lin, from now on, my life is yours. Whatever you tell me to do, I'll do it. Uncle, what would I do with your life? Besides, even my life isn't worth 1,000 taels of silver. These days, in the northern border, where chaos reigns, human life is worthless. Then, what do you mean? Uncle Samba was confused. Couldn't understand. Uncle, how about this? Let's make a deal from now on. I'll buy all the wool from the Huns tribe at 10 won per pound. This 1,000 taels of silver is equivalent to 1,000,000 won, which means I'll buy 100,000 pounds of wool. How about it? This deal is quite good, right? Even if bought at 50 won, once processed into wool fabric, the price would at least double. And that's a low estimate. Uncle Samba widened his eyes. Although it sounds quite good, but what would you do with so much wool? It's useless even as firewood. He just didn't understand why this young man was so obsessed with wool. 100,000 pounds of wool isn't uncommon in the Huns tribe each year. Each sheep might shed dozens of pounds of wool. But the key is, what's the use of it? Uncle, just tell me, will you do this deal? Lin Ji didn't want to explain too much. Chapter 237. The Rise and Fall of Nations, the Suffering of the People. The matter of wool was relatively complex. and at this moment, it concerned the safety of the entire northern border. Linji could express some goodwill towards this Hun uncle, but there were some things he knew he couldn't say. What if this Hun uncle was indeed sent by the Hun leader to gather intelligence? If deceived, he would only lose 1,000 taels of silver for now. But if the other party discovered the true purpose of his wool acquisition, the nature of the matter would change dramatically. It could eventually lead to enormous trouble for the entire northern border. Currently, they could only obtain wool from the Hun tribes, and the cost was very low. If the Hun leader ever found out the truth, he would undoubtedly demand a high price. One must be cautious of others, but one should not harbor malicious intentions. Lin Ji could temporarily believe that Uncle Sangba truly had no other options but to come to him. However, he needed to keep a safeguard and not reveal everything. Uncle Sangba pondered upon hearing this. No problem, from now on, all the wool I collect can be yours. Lin Ji nodded. He then summoned a servant from the county yamen and instructed him to go to the money house in Yuzhou to withdraw silver. The silver notes of the Great Xia dynasty were not circulated among the Huns, and they only accepted hard currency. Who would have silver notes? Uncle Sangba, according to the time, it will probably be tonight at the earliest before the money can be withdrawn from Yuzhou. You can rest here, and I'll give it to you as soon as it arrives. Lin Ji comforted. It happened that he hadn't eaten yet. He decided to have a meal here. After a few cups of wine, Uncle Sangba became slightly tipsy. He even grabbed Lin Ji's hand. Brother Lin, I really appreciate this. Honestly, I didn't expect you to help me with this. With this money, I can finally save my son's life. Lin Ji smiled lightly. Life is certainly more important than money. If money is gone, it can always be earned again. But if life is lost, then there's no of money. How could he possibly help us ordinary folks? The ruling class will always be the ruling class. This is a huge difference from all ordinary folks. Don't look at them talking about benevolence and morality. In many cases, ordinary folks are simply beyond their care, which is why throughout history, the most tragic in wars are always the common people, whether it's the victor or the vanquished. War consumes enormous wealth, and during wartime, how can a country have so many economic resources? Either it's the silver saved in the national treasury over the years, or it's squeezed from the common people. It seems you don't want war either? Lin Ji remarked with a sigh. He felt inexplicably wistful. Many things in this world are like this, but the more so, the more cruel the final outcome often becomes. It's too difficult for ordinary folks to find a way out. Sometimes, it's just an inadvertent mistake. Of course, don't look at how united we Huns seem, but ordinary folks are the same everywhere. We can hardly sustain our lives, and who knows when this war will end. But if you win, you'll have a lot of rich spoils, which can help you improve your lives to some extent. The essence of war is plunder, whether it's for plundering living space or wealth. And if the entire northern border is taken down, the Huns will undoubtedly plunder it clean. To some extent, this will bring them significant benefits. Uncle Sangba shook his head. We ordinary folks are all at the bottom. Even if we win the war and get treasures, they will only be distributed to the soldiers and their close ones. If they were distributed again, so that everyone who enlisted in the war got a share, but there are always people in the Hun tribe who didn't participate in the war, and these people's lives would still be very clear. Uncle Sangba's family was like this. He had witnessed the cruelty of war. His brothers had died on the battlefield. So later, Uncle Sangba didn't want his son to join the fight. If he died on the battlefield, then their family would have no one left. Uncle Sangba was even more unwilling to bear the pain of losing his son. Lin Ji nodded. But you also hope to come to live in the Central Plains, where it should be much better than your steppe, right? True, but do we have to fight for it? Why can't we come to the Central Plains in other ways? Like trading or establishing a peaceful and friendly relationship between the two countries, allowing the people of both sides to interact freely. Lin Ji looked at Uncle Sangba with some surprise. He didn't expect that someone who looked like they hadn't read many books could say such things. Indeed, they had considerable experience and insight. That's true. If one day, the northern border no longer has war, I believe the lives of the people on both sides will be better. Uncle Sangba sighed. We probably won't see that day. Now that the Hun leader is dead, another leader will emerge and continue to attack the Central Plains. He could feel the hatred of the Central Plains people towards the Huns just by being here. This was the same as the Huns' disdain and hatred towards the people of the Central Plains. But if this continued, it would be detrimental to both sides. It could only make the situation worse, ultimately reaching a point that cannot be ignored. Forget it. We ordinary folks can't change the affairs between the two countries. All I want now is to save my son. With that, he picked up the wine in front of him and drank it all in one go. It seemed to vent his dissatisfaction with fate. Linji looked at Uncle Sangba meaningfully but didn't say anything more. Chapter 238. The most crucial step in defending Mingqing County. The two of them drank an entire 2 large jars of wine. Uncle Samba finally fell into a drunken slumber. It was probably due to the extreme fatigue from the journey, coupled with not having eaten much. Now that his son's issue had been resolved, the long-standing burden on his shoulders had eased, allowing him to finally rest in peace. Looking at Uncle Samba snoring on the table, Linji felt a deep sense of emotion. Throughout history, the common people have always suffered immensely during times of war. This has been evident in countless historical events, including the current situation at the northern border. There is no such thing as absolute justice. What the Huns are doing now is no different from what the Great Xia dynasty did to them in the past. The only difference is that the Great Xia dynasty did not invade the Hun tribes. But the Huns have always coveted the Central Plains. This only strengthened Linji's resolve. To change the situation, they must cut through the chaos decisively. Only by making a clean cut and ensuring the Hun tribes submit completely to the Great Xia dynasty can the problem be solved. Perhaps in years to come, they might rise again. But that doesn't matter. As long as there is peace for a few decades, that's enough. After all, his purpose in fighting is to ensure that there will be no more wars here in the future. Linji sat for a while. Then he stood up quietly. He signaled the waiter to help Uncle Samba upstairs for some rest. Following that, he went to the counter. Shopkeeper, could you do me a favor? Please speak, young general. The shopkeeper said respectfully. All the people in Mingqing County held great respect for this former second-generation master. Without him, there would be no peace in Mingqing County today. All the common folk would have become slaves of the Huns. Could you deliver this letter to Erlong Mountain? Erlong Mountain? The shopkeeper was stunned. His eyes showed fear. Young general, that place is infested with bandits. We ordinary folk dare not go there. Don't worry, find a man named Zhao Lao Air. Tell him I sent you, and these bandits won't rob the people of the northern border. Tell him to help escort this Hun uncle to the northern border. On the way back, Linji had met Zhao Lao Air. He knew that Erlong Mountain was home to a group of chivalrous men who, unable to gain favor with the court, had turned to banditry to fend for themselves. They specialized in robbing the Huns, likely to vent their anger on behalf of the Central Plains people. Now that he had a favor to ask, he believed Zhao Laoer would surely help. Young general, since you want to send him back, why not dispatch the soldiers of Mingqing County? They are probably more reliable than the bandits of Erlong Mountain. The shopkeeper couldn't help but ask, puzzled. Their identity is too sensitive for that place. Also, don't reveal my true identity to this Hun uncle. Linji said meaningfully. The shopkeeper blinked, seeming to understand but not daring to ask further. Merchants like him were adept at being tactful. They knew what could be asked and what shouldn't. Also, if any more Huns come looking for me in the future, just tell them I'm a businessman. Don't mention anything else. Not even my name? The shopkeeper asked. What nonsense, everyone in the northern border knows my name. If you say it out loud, won't they all know? Linji was a bit exasperated. He really didn't know whether to call the shopkeeper naive or just a bit dense. The shopkeeper nodded vigorously. Understood, young general. You can rest assured, I will handle it well. Oh, and there might be goods arriving here periodically in the future. Just arrange for someone to take them to the county magistrate's office. The shopkeeper nodded again. After giving all the instructions, Linji turned and left the inn. He had many things to do. During his casual chat with Uncle Samba, he had gleaned some information about the Huns. It seemed they would soon attack Mengxing County. Time was running out for him. If he wasted any more time, he might truly fall into a dire situation. Leaving the inn, Linji went straight to the barracks. The soldiers were intensively training. In terms of numbers, they were already at a disadvantage. If they didn't improve their combat effectiveness, the battle would be impossible. Generals Yu Yin and Zhou Yu supervised personally. Both of them pulled out all their tricks to guide the training. Seeing Linji approach, they both saluted. "Young general, what brings you to the barracks today? I need to discuss something with you. Do you have time?" "Of course," they answered in unison. They both knew that Linji coming to find them must be for something very important. Captain Wu also looked curiously at Linji. Linji gestured. "You come along too." Captain Wu hesitated. He had always had a conflicted attitude towards Linji, admiring his strength but also unable to forget their past grievances. Seeing the two generals follow, he didn't hesitate any longer. The four of them entered the barracks. Linji took out a prescription from his embrace. The three of them looked at it curiously. Sulfur, charcoal, saltpeter? Each 1,000 caddies? "Young general, what do you need these for?" Linji looked at the three of them. "Have you heard of gunpowder?" They shook their heads in confusion. Linji frowned. "That's strange." Although the technology level of the Great Xia dynasty was relatively backward, there was no reason they hadn't heard of gunpowder. "Young general, are you referring to fireworks?" Captain Wu asked tentatively. Yes, that's it." Linji immediately nodded. At least there was someone who understood. "Young general, are you making fireworks? It's not close to the new year, nor is it a major festival. What's the point of making these now?" Zhou Yu looked puzzled. With the military situation pressing, Mengxing County was in constant danger of life-threatening attacks. To waste precious time on something useless was unacceptable to him. "Do you really think I'm just wasting time?" Linji was a bit exasperated. The reason fireworks can be launched into the sky and shine brightly at night is mainly due to these three raw materials. If we adjust their proportions, they can become highly destructive gunpowder. In other words, homemade bombs. But there was no concept of this now. So he had to explain it in the simplest terms to the three of them. If we can make good use of it, this might give us a significant advantage in our battle against the Huns. Hashtag Chapter 239. Terrifying explosive power. Is this for real? The three of them looked incredulous. They had all seen fireworks and firecrackers. Those were nothing more than toys. They held no real threat. Besides being visually appealing, what else could they do? "Young general, where did you get this information? Is it reliable?" Zhou Yu was skeptical. Yu Yin remained silent, his silence already a response. General Wu didn't even bother to express his disbelief. He completely doubted the destructive potential of these items. They were just ordinary, useless things. Could they really be transformed into something extraordinary? Linji was too lazy to waste time explaining further. "Look, just get me some raw materials, not too much. Then you'll see for yourselves." Zhou Yu glanced at General Wu, who nodded. After about an hour and a half, soldiers brought in some saltpeter, charcoal, and sulfur and placed them on the table. The three of them turned their eyes to Linji, clearly waiting for him to demonstrate. Linji's expression was complex. "Why are you all staring at me?" "Young general, you said you'd show us something amazing, but can these three items really be made into the powerful weapon you described?" Zhou Yu scrutinized the three raw materials, which were just unprocessed rocks. They didn't look particularly powerful. Am I mistaken? Even if I were a deity, I couldn't possibly ignite these things just by rubbing them together. Linji couldn't help but inwardly lament. So, knowledge truly changes fate. This is no empty phrase. Why is the entire dynasty so backward now? Even foreign tribes are becoming restless. It's because this is an era of cold weapons. In this era, personal combat power is of extraordinary importance. Imagine a soldier who can only lift 20 caddies and another who can lift 200 caddies of weaponry. Their combat capabilities would be vastly different. A single touch would likely leave the weaker soldier spitting blood. However, after gunpowder was applied to warfare, everything changed dramatically. Strength was no longer the absolute advantage. The advancement of technology and weapons would play a pivotal role on the battlefield. You didn't explain clearly. Yu Yin shrugged. Find 3 soldiers to grind these saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal into powder. Most importantly, the charcoal must be burned black. This one isn't enough. Linji instructed. Although the 3 were puzzled, they still had the soldiers follow the orders. Soon, 3 bowls of powder were brought up, each with a different color. Linji then mixed them according to a ratio of 1 part saltpeter, 2 parts sulfur, and 3 parts charcoal on a piece of cowhide paper. He then wrapped and tied it up. He then led everyone to an open field. Seeing this, Zhou Yu and the others found it quite strange. Why go all the way outside for such a small experiment? It would have been just as convenient in the camp. Linji was conducting his first experiment and dared not be careless. These people didn't understand. He knew how terrifying the power of gunpowder could be. Once injured by an explosion, with the current medical level, recovery would be impossible. After finding a thin rope about 3 zhang long, Lin Ji smeared oil on it. He then lit the end of the rope. Everyone curiously watched. The rope burned for a long time without reaching the cowhide paper bundle. General Wu even stood up to take a closer look. But Lin Ji quickly pulled him back. What are you doing? Don't you want your life? No, young general. I just wanted to see if anything was wrong. There's no reaction at all. General Wu frowned, inwardly muttering. Overreacting. What kind of power could that thing have? Could it really kill me? But just as they were talking, a deafening roar suddenly erupted. Like thunder striking the ground. Everyone was startled. In the distance, dust flew up where the oil paper was placed. The 3 were left speechless, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Even Linji was quite surprised. The dosage he had placed would, at most, be used as a firecracker in his original time. Yet, the effect was so explosive, not inferior to a bomb. Indeed, human strength was insignificant before technology. What just happened? Was it a thunderclap from the sky? Yu Yin muttered, seemingly unable to believe what he had just seen. Shouldn't be, it's broad daylight. How could there be a thunderclap? And it just happened to explode right there. Zhou Yu said, still shaken. General Wu was in a daze. If he had walked over earlier, he would likely be either dead or severely injured now. After the dust settled and everything returned to calm, Lin Ji walked forward. The other 3 followed. When they saw the spot where the oil paper had been, they were left speechless. A pit, as big as a wooden basin, had been blown out. Though not very deep, if such explosive force hit a person, it would likely leave them dismembered, if not completely obliterated. My goodness! Is this the true power of gunpowder? General Wu widened his eyes, realizing with a shudder how close he had come to death's door. Thankfully, Linji had stopped him. Otherwise, he would be a bloody mess by now. Linji's face showed satisfaction. He then turned to the 3. This is my true secret weapon. On the battlefield, using this against the enemy will greatly increase our chances of victory and effectively destroy the enemy's forces. The advent of firearms made life even more insignificant and fragile. No matter how strong, it's still just flesh and blood. It can't withstand these things. Upon hearing this, the 3 showed admiration and astonishment in their eyes. Young general, you're too amazing to have developed such a terrifying weapon. But for us, it's an absolute blessing. If we can mass produce it, even if the Huns were twice as numerous, we could handle them with ease. We wouldn't have to rely on miracles like before. Linji, with just 2,000 Yu soldiers, had heroically defended Mingxing County. That was indeed a strategic miracle. 2,000 men against 20,000, with such a huge disparity in numbers, yet still turning the tide. It earned the respect of everyone, but such feats can't be repeated every time. Previously, it was due to Hua Luo's command, and the enemy's numbers weren't as overwhelming as imagined. Chapter 240. fully developing the Thunderbolt. This time, it was the Hun's chieftain himself leading the army. The number of troops amounted to a staggering 100,000. Relying on mere tricks would not be enough to withstand such a force. Lin Ji was well aware of this. He wasn't foolish enough to pin his hopes on such tactics. That's why he needed to expedite the research and development of gunpowder. Judging from the current situation, things were looking quite promising. At the very least, it possessed sufficient power. Fellow colleagues, now is truly the time to showcase our practical skills, Lin Ji said meaningfully. If we can mass-produce these items before the Hun army attacks, we can eliminate the majority of the enemy before the real melee even begins. This will give us an unprecedented opportunity. At this moment, Zhou Yu and the other two no longer harbored any doubts. The shock they experienced upon witnessing the explosive effects of gunpowder was beyond words. This was far more effective than training a single agile warrior capable of taking on 10 men. Young General, please give the order. We will do our utmost to produce it, Yu Yin said without hesitation. Good, Lin Ji nodded. The reason he conducted the experiment was twofold. Firstly, to confirm whether the knowledge he had about gunpowder was sufficient, and whether it could be applied in practice without issues. Secondly, to show these generals a thing or two. They shouldn't always think they are so great just because they have some martial skills. No matter how strong they are still flesh and blood. Compared to truly advanced weaponry, they hold no advantage whatsoever. It's just that the surrounding barbarian tribes are even more backward than the Great Xia dynasty. But if they possessed even one piece of technology, they could probably subdue the entire Central Plains without resistance. Wu Duwei. Here. Wu Duwei responded without hesitation, clasping his fists in salute. Now, he found Lin Ji increasingly mysterious, almost completely unreadable. This was a stark contrast to the cowardly, lazy, good-for-nothing playboy he remembered from before. His heart was filled with strange wonder. What exactly happened to Lin Ji during these months in the Imperial City? Why the drastic change? I want you to immediately gather all the blacksmiths in the city and have them forge sealed spheres, Lin Ji said seriously. Spheres? What's the use for that? Wu Duwei was puzzled. Isn't that obvious? We can't just wrap the gunpowder in oil paper and use it on the battlefield. The power would be much weaker, Lin Ji explained. If we replace the outer shell with an iron sphere, when the gunpowder explodes, the powerful shockwave can tear the iron sphere into countless fragments, significantly enhancing its lethality. These insights came from the era he lived in. These people didn't even know gunpowder could be used on the battlefield, let alone anything else. And from the first use of gunpowder in actual combat to its development into the Thunderbolt, it spanned nearly 500 years. Although Lin Ji's individual abilities were not exceptionally outstanding, nor was he the smartest person in the world, he had one advantage that surpassed everyone in this era. The knowledge he was exposed to spanned 5,000 years. In this regard alone, Lin Ji already stood above everyone else today. Upon hearing this, the three of them were enlightened, unable to hide their admiration. Yes, if we use iron spheres, once they explode, the iron fragments would cause damage similar to hidden weapons. Yu Yin said excitedly, already anticipating the effect of using thunderbolts in battle. These aren't exactly good things. I developed them solely to protect our country, Lin Ji frowned. Don't get too excited. He had to make it clear up front. The advent of firearms did change the landscape of warfare, but it also made the destructiveness of war even more horrifying. Possessing power wasn't the scary part. What was truly terrifying was being driven and controlled by that power. It was the same with power itself. There were always those who were blinded by the allure of power. Go and gather all the blacksmiths first, then I'll have you deliver the blueprints, Lin Ji said with a serious tone. Wu Duwei nodded and left without hesitation. As for the two of you, you'll have to go find some raw materials, as I mentioned before, but now the quantity needs to be adjusted, Lin Ji pondered. We need 1,000 caddies of saltpeter, 2,000 caddies of sulfur, and 4,000 caddies of charcoal. Why so much? Zhou Yu was astonished. These three raw materials must be mixed in a certain ratio. Otherwise, the effect will be much worse, Linji explained slowly. It was hard to imagine how, without sufficient scientific foundations, the ancients managed to develop black powder. It must have been through repeated experimentation. The cost incurred during this process was incalculable, and many had lost their lives. Upon hearing this, the two nodded and went off to handle the matter. Linji also returned to the county magistrate's office. Since producing gunpowder required a relatively safe and independent area, he needed to find a suitable location. If they produced it in the barracks and someone accidentally ignited it, the entire camp could be turned into ruins. Such a thing wasn't impossible, especially since these people were still unaware of the power of gunpowder. Upon arriving at the county magistrate's office, he saw someone waiting for him at the gate. Young General. Linji took a closer look and recognized the person immediately. It was the deputy captain of the princess's personal guards. It had been a long time since they last met. Lin Xiao was both surprised and delighted. Why are you here at the northern frontier? I was sent by Master Sui, the deputy captain said with a serious tone. Master Sui and the personal guards belonged to two different departments, with no direct hierarchical relationship. However, since they both worked under the princess, Master Sui, with his age, experience, and position, was generally higher in rank. Unless it was a special situation, everyone usually followed his orders. Master Sui? Linji blinked. It had indeed been a long time since he heard that name. It also made him a bit surprised. Is something happening in the Imperial City? What did Master Sui send you here for? He has a letter for the young general. After reading it, you will understand, the deputy captain said, taking out the letter from his bosom. Linji looked puzzled, and then invited the deputy captain into the county magistrate's office for a brief rest. He then opened the letter. The content was actually quite simple. Summarized in one sentence. Write a letter to the princess. Chapter 241. Strange request. Linji stared at the letter, feeling utterly perplexed. He was even more baffled. He turned to the guard who delivered the letter and asked, Are you sure this letter is from Suibai? Absolutely, young general. Even if I had the guts, I wouldn't dare deceive you. The guard was equally helpless. He was merely responsible for delivering the letter. He knew nothing else and hadn't thought to ask more. Did he tell you why he wanted me to do this? Linji couldn't hide his curiosity. The situation was just too strange. It came unexpectedly, catching him off guard. Ever since he left the capital, he had barely been in touch with anyone there. On one hand, he was busy handling numerous affairs daily. On the other, the local conditions affected the communication. Sending a letter to the capital from here required an urgent dispatch. Otherwise, it would take at least a month to arrive. And this letter from Suibai must have been written half a month ago. It was delivered quickly only because it was sent by a guard from the princess's side. If it had been entrusted to the regular postal couriers, it would have taken at least another half a month. Not that these people were necessarily careless in their work. It's just that they might not have been aware of the situation and couldn't make an accurate judgment. Young general, you know our rules. We don't ask what we shouldn't, and we don't know what we shouldn't. The guard was a bit embarrassed. He didn't know how to answer Linji's questions. But before I left, Suibai muttered to himself that the young general hasn't been back for a long time. Linji pondered, his eyes filled with doubt. The living environment in Chongping City was much better than here. But honestly, he didn't like it there. The political intrigue was too tiresome. Every day, he had to deal with this and that. If he were just a member of a noble family, living in the capital would be very comfortable. But unfortunately, his identity meant he could never be as free as others in the capital. All right, wait a moment. I'll write a letter for you to take back, Linji said after some thought. Then he took out a silver ingot from his bosom. You've had a long journey. Take your time on the return trip and treat yourself to a good inn. Thank you, young general. The guard took it with both hands. His eyes lit up with surprise. This was why they were willing to help Linji. The young general was generous and treated them well. In about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Linji finished writing the letter. He handed it to the guard. The guard didn't waste any time and immediately set off. Chongping City. The general's mansion. The vast mansion was unusually quiet. Occasionally, a servant would hurry by without saying a word. Li Qingyue sat in the garden. She watched the carp occasionally leaping out of the pond. The splashing water seemed unable to disturb her inner peace. In fact, life here was not much different from the palace. Still quiet. But the only difference was that Princess Anning felt more comfortable here. Everything here seemed more pleasing than in the palace. Suibai hurried over. Princess, what is it? Li Qingyue didn't turn her head. Her voice was calm. She looked extremely serene, like a solitary orchid in a deep forest. Suibai looked at her with concern. He had known the princess for many years. He had long since regarded her as his own family. So he hoped that Li Qingyue would be well, no matter the circumstances. At least she wouldn't be as constrained as before, with no freedom of her own. The biggest change in Li Qingyue was when Linji was still in the capital. Apart from the sudden bad incidents, Li Qingyue had become much more cheerful than before. She even joked with him. But since Linji left, everything seemed to return to calm. In fact, Suibai hadn't seen her smile for a long time. Your Highness, there's a letter from the northern border. The northern border? Li Qingyue turned abruptly. Her eyes were filled with anticipation, her voice a bit urgent. But then she realized her lapse. She deliberately calmed the waves in her heart. She restrained her anticipation, as if she knew it might not be what she hoped for. I don't have any acquaintances in the northern border. Who would write to me? Your Highness, don't you remember? Young General is in the northern border. He wouldn't think of me. Li Qingyue said coldly. It had been 3 or 4 months since Linji left. There had been no news. The only way she could get information was through the discussions in the court, like who he had won a battle against, or what the situation was in the northern border. To be honest, Li Qingyue was very happy to hear these. At least the dignity of the great Xia dynasty was preserved, and Linji was safe. But this letter is indeed from the young general to you. Suibai handed it over with both hands. Li Qingyue was amazed. She hesitated to take it. She couldn't believe what was happening, until she saw the familiar handwriting. For Princess Li Qingyue. Is it really from him? Suibai nodded. How would I dare deceive your highness? It is indeed a letter from the northern border. Li Qingyue couldn't wait to open it. She read it carefully. A smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of her mouth. Suibai watched with relief. As the princess's personal guard, he knew this girl too well. She kept everything to herself, never saying a word. Perhaps it was the habit of living in the palace for a long time, making her cautious in her words and deeds. But everyone in the world needed this. There would always be someone who could make others drop their guard and treat them sincerely. Linji was such a person. He was far more treacherous than those political schemers in the court, but to others, Linji was extremely sincere, as if he himself shone with a dazzling light. Princess, what did the young general write in the letter? Could it be that he wants your highness's help? Suibai asked knowingly. In fact, the letter he sent to Linji was just to encourage him to keep in touch with Princess Li Qingyue. No matter what they wanted to talk about, even the simplest daily matters would do. Of course, if he could express his longing for her, that would be the best. Perhaps Linji didn't care. But this was of extraordinary significance to Li Qingyue. Chapter 242. Love Across Mountains and Seas. Everyone in the world believes that a royal like the princess lives a life of luxury and ease, with no worries about food or clothing. They couldn't possibly have any troubles. But the reality is far from that. Having lived in the palace for a long time and witnessed countless power struggles in the harem, Li Qingyue has long realized that there is no one here she can truly confide in and let her guard down with. She never knows who might be a friend today and stab her in the back tomorrow. The rich and powerful are like deep waters, and the royal family even more so. Countless concubines vie for favor with endless schemes, while ministers in the court fight openly and covertly for power, taking turns in the limelight. What Li Qingyue truly desires is just a simple life, free from these entanglements, able to truly escape the whirlpool of power. Caught in it, everyone is powerless, even someone as exalted as the princess. He didn't say anything useful, just chatted about mundane daily affairs, Li Qingyue said with a smile, carefully folding the letter back into its envelope as if it were a priceless treasure. Didn't the young general mention his purpose? I thought someone like him, always seeking profit, writing to the princess must have some ulterior motive, Suibai remarked. Suibai, after so long, haven't you changed your prejudice against him? Li Qingyue asked, slightly frowning. Though he may not be from a proper noble family, I believe the young general is fundamentally good, Suibai said, feigning shock, though inwardly he smiled. He knew if he praised the young general, Li Qingyue would remain reserved. Only by going against her would she truly show her emotions. True, but since the young general left for the northern frontier, there's been no news. It's suspicious that he only wrote back after so long, Suibai said, not wanting this beautiful lie to be exposed, as it would deeply disappoint Li Qingyue. Only by dispelling the princess's suspicions could the plan proceed smoothly. Maybe he hadn't settled down earlier. Haven't you heard? The northern frontier has been at war. How could he have time to write me? Li Qingyue said, her spirits lifted by good news, unaware that Suibai had secretly helped. Suibai silently smiled, seeing what he most wanted. He could guess that Lin Ji and Princess Anning might not end well, given their differing positions. Would Emperor Li Jingjin really allow his daughter to marry Lin Ji? According to Suibai's understanding, that was impossible. The royal family has been wary of the Lin family for a long time. Lin Jinqiu's mysterious disappearance has lasted 2 years, with no clues found. Some in court speculate that Lin Jinqiu and the Northern Army have been wiped out, but Emperor Li Jingjin insists on seeing the body. As long as Lin Jinqiu's death isn't confirmed, he won't let his guard down. If Lin Jinqiu is dead, the Northern Lin family will decline and never rise again. The emperor would never marry his daughter to a fallen family, an insult to the royal house. If Lin Jinqiu is alive, matters become more complicated, possibly leading to conflict. These harsh realities, Suibai couldn't bear to tell Li Qingyue, hoping she could dream a little longer. In the court, the morning session saw officials gathered. Emperor Li Jingjin sat on the throne, with various ministers reporting. Finally, it was the turn of the Minister of War, Zhu Biao, who had regained his position and once again wielded influence. His son, Zhu Zheng, had committed a grave crime and was kept in the south, waiting for the storm to pass before returning to the capital. Your Majesty, recent reports from the northern frontier show our warriors are invincible, repeatedly defeating the Xiongnu. Zhu Biao reported solemnly, omitting any mention of the indispensable Lin Ji. Emperor Li Jingjin smiled with satisfaction. Who says my Xia dynasty only has the northern army? We can still defend the northern frontier? He continued. It seems the northern army isn't as formidable as rumored. Lin Jinqiu's northern army had long been a thorn in the emperor's side, too loyal and powerful. If it expanded, it could become a significant threat. While it ensured the northern frontier's safety, if the northern army turned against the central plains, it could march south unopposed. Now, a new powerful force had emerged in the northern frontier, delighting Emperor Li Jingjin. But then, someone spoke up, Your Majesty, the one defending the northern frontier now is General Lin's son, Lin Ji. It was the deputy minister of the Grand Court of Revision, Gao Feihu, who, hearing the Minister of War and the Emperor's conversation, couldn't help but stand up for Lin Ji. Lin Ji? Emperor Li Jingjin was surprised, almost forgetting about him, assuming he had died at the frontier. The reports focused on Governor Yang of Yuzhou and General Zhou Yu, not mentioning Lin Ji much. Minister Zhu Biao was dismissive. Gao, I know you're close to General Lin and his son, but you can't be so biased. The young general only took 2,000 men to the northern frontier. What could they do? The battles involved tens of thousands of Xiongnu. Could Lin Ji really win with just 2,000 men? I've never seen such a capable person. His eyes gleamed with sharpness, regretting not hearing of Lin Ji's death at the frontier. Chapter 243. Finally got the chance to deal with Lin Ji. Zhu Biao was now utterly detested Lin Ji. If it weren't for this guy, his son wouldn't have had to flee in disgrace. Now, he couldn't even return to the imperial city. Moreover, he himself had been dismissed from his post and thrown into prison because of him. This grudge was not something a gentleman could let go. now that Lin Ji had been sent to the northern border. As the Minister of War, Zhu Biao couldn't do anything about it. But he believed that this guy wouldn't have a chance to return safely. The dangers of that place were all too clear to him as the Minister of War. The casualty rate among soldiers at the northern border was the highest each year, even surpassing that of the northwestern border. That's why the Northern Army had such a renowned reputation throughout the empire, because they stood on the most dangerous front line, engaging in daily battles with foreign tribes. This was also why Li Jingzhen had been wary of them. Lord Zhu, since the young general has been ordered to defend the northern border, he must have participated in significant battles. Although it wasn't mentioned in the military reports, if the young general had done nothing, local officials and commanders would surely have reported it to the court. Gao Feihu spoke with conviction. If Linji were here to hear this, he might be so angry that he'd spit blood. He was deliberately keeping a low profile, not wanting to attract attention from the officials in the court. But Gao Feihu was going out of his way to speak up for him, as if he was afraid people would forget him. Of course, Gao Feihu didn't understand the reasons behind this. He just couldn't stand the sight of these people pushing their luck and gloating over their small victories. Lord Gao, you are also an official of the court. If so, you should speak with evidence. The battle reports didn't mention it. So are you saying the reports are fake? Zhu Biao narrowed his eyes, his tone icy. The young general does possess talent, that's not false. But those are just tricks for merchants in the market. How could they be effective on the battlefield? If he had truly achieved merit, I wouldn't say a word. But now, Lin Ji is clearly just hiding out at the northern border. Gao Feihu, you are also harboring ill intentions by protecting such a person. Gao Feihu was instantly flustered. He hadn't expected Zhu Biao to be as shameless as ever, throwing all the blame onto him. He quickly knelt down. Your Majesty, this subject has no such intentions. It's just that the young general has been at the northern border for some time without any news. This subject believes it's necessary to investigate clearly. If the young general is indeed neglecting his duties, he should be severely punished. But if he did indeed achieve merit in fighting the Huns, he should be rewarded. Gao Feihu said solemnly, doing his best to vindicate Lin Ji. After pondering for a while, Li Jingzhen heard this. Just then, another guard rushed in. Your Majesty, urgent report from the northern border. Speak. Many soldiers at the northern border, under the leadership of the young General Lin Ji, have been building walls to defend against foreign tribes. Currently, both sides are at a standstill, with the Hun army pressing forward but not engaging in battle for a long time. Upon hearing this, Gao Feihu felt his confidence surge. See? Who said Lin Ji wasn't doing anything? Building walls is a significant task. How commendable that the young general, who has been there for such a short time, could accomplish this. Li Jingzhen blinked, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had humiliated Lin Ji before, but now a report from the northern border had arrived. Although no battle had yet begun, the situation was tense, with the possibility of bloodshed at any moment. All right, let's leave it at that. Li Jingzhen didn't want to discuss it further, feeling his dignity would be further compromised. At this moment, the chief Sida Fu stepped forward.
陛下，如今北方边关军情告急，虽然在此之前确实抵御住了匈奴，获得了难能可贵的胜利，可这一次匈奴大军压境，整个北方边关的驻军甚至还没有他们的一半多。如此开战的话，只怕我大夏王朝的边关必见危险。不如派将士增援，以确保我北方边关不至于丢失。
The chief Sida Fu stepped forward. Your Majesty, the situation at the northern border is critical. Although we have successfully repelled the Xiongnu before, this time their army is pressing heavily against us, and our garrison at the northern border is less than half their number. If we engage in battle now, it could be perilous for our border of the Great Xia dynasty. It would be wise to send reinforcements to ensure the northern border does not fall into enemy hands. Your Majesty, the military situation at the northern border is critical. Although they did manage to fend off the Huns before, this time the Hun army is pressing heavily, and our garrison at the northern border is less than half their number. If a battle were to break out, our border would be in grave danger. It would be wise to send reinforcements to ensure our northern border is not lost. However, the Minister of War, Zhu Biao, immediately refuted this suggestion. Chief Censor, are you questioning the capabilities of our soldiers at the northern border? What? The Chief Censor was stunned, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Wasn't he just stating the urgency of the situation and suggesting more troops would be beneficial? The northern border had less than 50,000 soldiers, while the Huns had dispatched 100,000. What if they actually mobilized 200,000? And that's just the Huns. If the Rongdi also joined forces, combining their armies to attack the northern border, with hundreds of thousands of troops, how could a few thousand hold them off? Lord Zhu, aren't you being a bit unreasonable? Zhu Biao couldn't help but sneer. Chief Censor, you are being unreasonable. As someone from the censorate, responsible for monitoring the court, you don't understand many things about the battlefield. Speed is crucial in war, and this news is already too late. The Huns should have informed the court before they set out. But now, the enemy is already at the border, ready to engage at any moment. Even if the court were to dispatch troops to the northern border, what good would it do? By the time the reinforcements arrive, the border might already be lost. Then what should the troops we send do? Advance or retreat? If we are to hold anyone accountable, it must be Lin Ji. Zhu Biao couldn't help but laugh inwardly. He had finally found a chance to deal with this scoundrel. He wished for Lin Ji to be torn to pieces. How could he possibly send reinforcements now? If the northern border fell and Lin Ji died in the chaos, that would eliminate a major threat for Zhu Biao. Although the cost would be the fall of the northern border, it had nothing to do with him. He was in the imperial city, and his son was in the south. No matter what happened, it wouldn't affect them. They could always regroup and retake the border later. As for how miserable the lives of the common people might become, he didn't care at all. Now, he could pin a new crime on Lin Ji, and Zhu Biao even felt a sense of triumph. The feeling of avenging a great wrong was so satisfying. Lin Ji, who did you think you were to oppose me? Gao Feihu, standing beside him, almost spat out blood in anger. When it came to rewards, there was none, but when it came to taking responsibility, all the blame was shifted onto Lin Ji. It was utterly shameless. Chapter 244. The new sweater is ready. Seeing the situation was critical, Gao Feihu decided not to argue with Minister Zhu Biao of the Ministry of War. There was no point. The most important thing now was to find a way to reinforce the northern border as quickly as possible. If Lin Ji really got into trouble, it would be too late for everything. Your Majesty, I believe we should send troops to reinforce the northern border. Even if the frontier falls, the troops on the way can be stationed locally or even defend nearby cities. This will prevent the barbarians from advancing directly and threatening the central plains and the capital. Gao Feihu knelt down, speaking with conviction. Li Jingzhen frowned upon hearing this. The situation at the northern border was indeed beyond expectations. He hadn't expected that Li Jingzhen had already issued an edict. If he spoke now, it would be disrespecting the emperor. Moreover, this matter indeed fell under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of War. As the Chief Justice of the Grand Court of Revision, speaking on the court was already beyond his authority. Thinking of this, Gao Feihu couldn't help but inwardly sigh. He silently prayed for Lin Ji, hoping the young general would be safe at the northern border. Otherwise, the entire Great Xia dynasty would face unprecedented blows. Achoo! Lin Ji rubbed his nose. The sneeze came unexpectedly. Who's cursing me behind my back? Who knows, there are probably many people in the world who want to curse you, Zhou Yu teased beside him. The two were inspecting the camp. Many soldiers were queuing up to receive new equipment. It was the new clothes made from wool. Although the first batch of wool wasn't much, after sorting it out, they could still make 100 or so pieces of clothing. The quantity was obviously insufficient, but it was a good start. At least Mengxing County was now at the top of the textile industry in the Great Xia dynasty. Being able to weave wool into yarn and make sweaters, how many people in the world could do such a thing? Furthermore, not long after Uncle Sangba returned to the Huns, he sent over 2 large carts of wool. He also had someone deliver a message to Lin Ji, expressing his deep gratitude and sending some local Hun specialties as a gift. Linji didn't mind and accepted them all. After all, he wasn't at a disadvantage in this exchange. Young General, aren't you feeling cold in this freezing weather? Why don't you take a sweater back? After all, you are the main commander. Your soldiers are wearing such good clothes, yet you are so thinly dressed. Zhou couldn't help but tease him, but his eyes were calm, devoid of the previous disdain and arrogance. After spending some time together, Zhou found that Linji was completely different from his initial impression. Although he was free-spirited, he was extremely intelligent. Whether it was the development of the Thunder Bomb or these wolves, they all held significant meaning for the northern border. Now, the entire Mengqiang County, including the 13 cities under Yuzhou, had received the news. They even gained the support of Minister Yang. All blacksmith shops and textile departments started working at the same time. On one hand, it was to ensure that the common people could do their best to survive the winter. On the other hand, it was to ensure that the northern border had enough combat strength. After the first batch of sweaters was made, what surprised Zhou even more was that Linji didn't even think of taking one for himself. Instead, he sent all the products to the camp, allowing the first batch of lucky soldiers to receive them. Don't joke around. Do I look like I need those things? Linji said nonchalantly. Now he had practiced the family's secret technique, the dragon elephant skill, significantly enhancing his physical fitness. Even in freezing conditions, he could barely withstand it with just a couple of thick clothes. But the soldiers were not necessarily the same. Although they trained daily, they didn't have internal energy to protect their bodies. In extremely cold conditions, they could still be frostbitten. Linji naturally had to prioritize the bigger picture. Could it be that you want one yourself but are embarrassed to ask, so you're using me as an excuse? Suddenly, he thought of something and turned to look at Zhou. What are you talking about? As a general, one should lead by example. Besides, I've been wearing this same outfit in the past winters, and I can barely get by. How can I compete with my brothers for it? Zhou said resolutely, his eyes revealing a hint of helplessness. With winter approaching, the weather was getting colder. The northern border had started snowing, which meant the coldest time of the year was coming. In previous years, many soldiers had already started making fires to keep warm. There was no way around it. It was too cold. Whether it was training or anything else, it became very difficult, let alone going out to fight. There were even a few times when Zhou led his troops to battle, and some soldiers froze to death on the way. It was truly heartbreaking. As soldiers, they should die on the battlefield wrapped in horsehide. Even if they died without a whole body, dying on the battlefield was always their ultimate destination. But these brothers of his hadn't even seen the enemy's face and were already frozen to death. How frustrating it was, self-evident. Not bad. Didn't expect you to have such high consciousness. Linji couldn't help but tease. But don't worry, as more wool arrives, we'll have more yarn, and we can make more sweaters. Maybe not just the soldiers in the camp, but every citizen of the northern border can have one each. Just then, Wu Duwei, wearing the new sweater, ran over, boasting, General Zhou. This sweater is really comfortable. It's not only lightweight, but also very warm. It feels much warmer than before. I think I can run around outside without any problem. He even couldn't help but twirl around. Seeing his smug, treasure-like appearance, Zhou couldn't help but tease. If you want to thank someone, thank the young general. If not for him, how would you have the chance to wear such a good thing? Chapter 245. The Principled Wu Duwei. Wu Duwei was momentarily stunned. Then he respectfully bowed. Thank you, young general. This reaction, however, took Linji by surprise. The salute used by Wu Duwei was a higher-level military salute, typically used by subordinates to their superiors. But the two were not in a subordinate relationship. Although Linji was called the young general, he actually held little real power. According to the imperial court's orders, he was only authorized to command the 2,000 soldiers under Yu Yan's command, as they were the only troops assigned by the court. Local garrisons were supposed to be managed by local commanders. In terms of military rank, Linji might even be slightly superior. However, in the military, rank alone does not always command respect. As the saying goes, a present official is not as good as a present manager. No matter how high your rank, it doesn't mean much to me. To put it bluntly, even if Lin Ji achieved a great feat, the rewards wouldn't necessarily reach Wu Duwei. Why has the wind changed today? You actually thank me? It's quite unexpected, Lin Ji teased lightly. He knew Wu Duwei harbored deep resentment towards him, which was only natural and understandable. If Wu Duwei truly had the ability to kill him, Lin Ji would consider it a testament to Wu Duwei's skills. The problem was, Wu Duwei's attitude had taken a 180-degree turn, leaving Lin Ji somewhat unprepared. Since ancient times, heroes are not judged by their origins. Although the young general was once a disgrace to the northern border, we all see the change in you now, Wu Duwei said earnestly. He wasn't foolish. Due to their complicated history, Wu Duwei paid more attention to Lin Ji than anyone else. But he never expected that this man, to help the northern border out of its predicament, would risk his life by venturing deep into the Xiongnu tribes. Just this act alone proved that Lin Ji was both brave and resourceful. No one is perfect. Everyone makes mistakes. If his brother's life could be exchanged for a wise and capable general leading them now, Wu Duwei felt it was worth it. However, young general, don't think this means I'll let you off the hook. As long as the northern border is not at peace, I will never forget the deep-seated hatred between you and my brother. It sounds like you're saying that if I really drive the Xiongnu away, you won't seek revenge anymore. Lin Ji couldn't help but chuckle. Zhou Yu, who was nearby, couldn't help but sigh. The current young general was truly a straightforward and honorable man. Most people would be wary of their enemies, but Lin Ji treated Wu Duwei no differently from other soldiers. He treated everyone equally. Such a broad mind was hard to imagine. It also left Zhou Yu baffled. Even after going through tumultuous experiences, it was hard to believe someone could change so drastically. The Lin Ji before him was completely unlike the one in his memory. Zhou Yu even had a fleeting thought that someone might be impersonating him. But then he thought, if someone really did that, it might not be a bad thing. The current Lin Ji was 1,000 times better than the original young general. Young general, if my brother's life could ensure the safety of the northern border, I believe he would be comforted if he were watching from above. Wu Duwei said slowly. In other words, once the great enmity was avenged, the grievances could be resolved. This was an extremely difficult thing to do. Lin Ji was slightly taken aback, his eyes revealing surprise. Well, with your words, it seems I have to fight with all my might, or else I might not be able to keep my life. At this, the three of them exchanged knowing smiles. In the following days, sweaters were distributed to all the soldiers. Since the quantities were still insufficient, each batch produced was immediately sent to the barracks. This caused countless residents of Ming County to envy them. Many had heard about the excellent warmth-retaining properties of the sweaters, but they also knew that if the soldiers wore them, they could better protect the border. Naturally, this could ensure their safety. In such major issues, the common people were very decisive. Or rather, they were very clear about the situation they were facing. If such a small sacrifice could bring greater returns, it was not a bad thing. For this reason, all the tailors were working overnight to produce more yarn. The goal was to ensure that all soldiers could wear warm sweaters as soon as possible. Moreover, the surplus could later be sold to the people, which was also a mutually beneficial good deed. Meanwhile, in the Xiongnu tribe, in a humble tent, Uncle Sangba watched the doctor treating his son. His eyes were filled with worry. He had spent 1,000 taels of silver to buy a Tian Shan snow lotus to save his son's life. If this couldn't cure his son's illness, he really didn't know what to do. After a while, the doctor stood up. Your son is basically fine. He just needs to recuperate for a while longer, and there won't be any major issues. Upon hearing this, Uncle Sangba's heart finally settled. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, and tears welled up in his eyes. That's great. His son on the bed also smiled. Father, I can't believe I'm still alive. The medicine you brought back this time was very effective. Do you know that your old man risked his life to get the money from the northern border for you? What? His son hadn't expected his father to go to such great lengths. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The doctor beside him couldn't help but say, "To be honest, I didn't expect you to survive. The medicinal ingredient requires a Tian Shan snow lotus, which is extremely expensive. I wonder where Uncle Sangba got so much money." "Is it expensive?" his son asked. "Of course, it costs 1,000 taels of silver," the doctor blurted out. Upon hearing this, the young man looked at his father with incredulity. "Father, where did you get so much money?" Even if he had robbed and killed, it wouldn't have been so quick. Uncle Sangba was about to answer when he glanced at the doctor beside him. Worried that revealing the truth might harm Lin Ji, he said instead, "Doctor, thank you. I'll definitely treat you to mare's milk wine and roast mutton if we meet again." No need. Your son's life was saved by you. I just helped a little. But you should pay more attention in the future, or if this illness recurs. I'm afraid you won't be able to afford another Tian Shan snow lotus." The doctor was quite straightforward. He got up and left. After the doctor left, the young man sat up, his eyes filled with doubt. Chapter 246. Brother Lin's Great Kindness. I shall never forget. "Dad, where did you get this money? You didn't steal it, did you?" There weren't many wealthy people in the entire Huns tribe. If this were true, it could attract the attention of powerful figures within the tribe. Once discovered, their entire family would face dire consequences. Samba Dad smacked his son on the head. "What nonsense are you spouting? Do you think your old man is the kind of person who would do illegal things?" "But Dad, this amount of money is just too much. If you can't tell me the reason, I'm afraid I won't feel at ease." Although the Huns were indeed known for their fierce demeanor, it didn't mean all the common folk were vicious. They knew better than to do things they shouldn't. "Don't worry, this money was borrowed from someone, and I'm slowly paying it back. One day, we will definitely repay it in full," Samba Dad said earnestly. "Who would lend our family 1,000 taels of silver?" The young man was incredulous. Their family was so poor that they barely had enough for 3 meals a day. They had just managed to save a little money when the young man fell seriously ill and spent it all. Now his father was telling him that someone had lent them such a large sum. It was hard to believe. Good things like this didn't just fall into their lap. "Do you remember that young man from the Central Plains who came to our tribe to buy things?" Samba Dad whispered. The young man thought for a moment. He nodded. "I remember, and I even drank with him a couple of times." Very few people from the Central Plains came to the Huns tribe, and Lin Ji was generous. So many of the tribe members had an impression of him. "This time, I went to him, and he lent me the money." "What?" The young man's eyes widened with disbelief. "Brother Lin is truly a good man. He was willing to lend so much money. If it were me, I wouldn't help someone I just met." Samba Dad sighed. He had always remembered this kindness. Now that his son had been to the brink of death, he knew even more to cherish what he had. "But father, that's even stranger. Why would a merchant help us without expecting anything in return?" The young man felt puzzled. He couldn't understand the connection. "It's strange, but Brother Lin said he wants to buy our tribe's wool. As long as he buys enough, our family won't have to repay the 1,000 taels of silver. I don't understand why he would do that, but since it's a business deal, I believe he won't cheat me. After all, who would cheat by first spending their own money? If that were the case, Brother Lin would be a pretty dumb scammer." The young man felt strange but couldn't figure it out. Seeing this, Samba Dad comforted him. "Don't overthink it. Just remember that Brother Lin's kindness to our family is greater than the sky. If one day he needs help, we must do our best." The young man nodded. This made the whole situation seem a bit more reasonable. He didn't think too much about it. As long as they could find a way to repay the debt, that would be the best outcome. In Mingqing County, Yu Yin and Zhou Yu sat in the courtyard, listening to the clanging sounds coming from inside the room. Both of them looked puzzled. "The young general has been locked inside for days, and we can hear noises every day. What exactly is he doing?" Zhou Yu couldn't help but ask. Yu Yin, too, shook his head with a wry smile. "How would I know? The young general has ideas that ordinary people can't understand. If I could guess, I'd be the young general myself, not sitting here with you. Although Linji hadn't explicitly said so, the two of them could guess that it must be something to protect Mingxing County, but they couldn't understand what exactly. Just then, a loud explosion came from inside the room. Both of them jumped up. What's going on? Could something have happened to the young general? Let's go in and take a look. Worried about Linji's safety, they rushed into the room. The room was in chaos. Everything was scattered on the ground. Various parts were in disarray. Linji stood in the middle, holding a strange-looking object, his face full of joy. A wooden shelf had even been smashed through. What happened? Both were dumbfounded. None of them had expected the scene inside the room to be like this. Linji, however, was full of joy. I succeeded. I really succeeded. What's all this? You've turned this place into a doghouse. Yu Yin was a bit speechless. How had the young general become so erratic in just a few days? Even his words were hard to understand. Zhou Yu was more curious about the strange object in his hand. It looked like a short rod, but different from a short rod. Young general, what is this? A Amei spike? Nonsense. How could an Amei spike compare to this? Linji said proudly. This is the ultimate weapon for our northern border. Weapon? Yes. Linji nodded, his eyes full of joy. With this, even if the Huns have 100,000 troops, we won't be afraid. We'll easily deal with them. Really? Both of them were full of doubt. They found it hard to believe. How could fighting the Huns be easy? If it were, why would they go through so much trouble to build so many things? Wasn't it all to increase their chances of winning? But now, this small piece of metal in the young general's hand could change the entire war situation. It was unbelievable. You don't believe me? Linji didn't explain much. People nowadays didn't know how terrifyingly significant firearms were in war, so they naturally wouldn't understand the power of what he held. Actions speak louder than words. Instead of explaining here, it was better to show the effect directly. He then led the two to the garden, asked Zhou Yu to place an apple on a distant rockery. Zhou Yu was puzzled but did as told. Once everything was ready, Linji raised the iron rod in his hand. Chapter 247. The Power of the New Weapon. The two men watched with increasing bewilderment. It was almost inconceivable. Could it be that the young general intends to hit the apple from such a distance? No way. Even if this thing is incredibly powerful, it's impossible to hit an apple from so far away. They whispered to each other, unable to fathom Linji's actions. And just as they were speaking, a familiar explosive sound suddenly rang out. Their vision blurred momentarily, and then they saw the apple on the distant rockery explode into pieces. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. They both thought they were hallucinating, as if everything had happened out of thin air. Did I see that right? Was that all real? It seems so, but how did the young general manage it? As generals, they had seen a fair bit of the world. They were quite knowledgeable about many aspects of the battlefield, especially when it came to weapons. Many generals were proficient in a variety of martial arts, but they had never seen a weapon like the one in Linji's hands. Its speed was lightning fast. It was terrifying, leaving no time for defense. Well, now you've seen how powerful it is, Linji said proudly. I didn't deceive you. The power of this thing is formidable, far surpassing any weapon we currently have. Yu Yin and Zhou Yu immediately approached him, unable to express their astonishment in words. They were even more curious about the iron rod in Linji's hand. Young general, how did you do that? I didn't even see the apple get hit, and the power was so terrifying. Indeed, could there be some hidden mechanism in this iron rod? Yu Yin even pointed the black muzzle at himself. Linji's face changed dramatically. He snatched it away. Are you looking for death? Do you really think you're invincible? Yu Yin looked bewildered, not understanding what had gone wrong. Linji then began to explain. This muzzle is not to be pointed at anyone. If it misfires, it could cost someone their life. Just like that apple. The two men looked at each other, quite taken aback. They had never seen such a powerful weapon. What puzzled them even more was the principle behind this small iron rod's immense power. It looked similar to crossbows and bows, but the effect was entirely different. Normally, crossbows and bows had limited range, and if it was a skilled martial artist, they could react quickly. But this thing left no time for reaction. This thing is called a fire gun, or fire lance, the most primitive form of firearms. Linji explained with a serious tone. Firearms? The two men looked bewildered, never having heard of such a thing. Firearms are the counterpart to cold weapons, like the swords, spears, and staves you currently use. Cold weapons have no other principles and don't undergo much change. Firearms, on the other hand, are powered by gunpowder, which is the most straightforward and direct source of power. Lin Ji explained in the most straightforward, down-to-earth language. He knew that anything too complex would be beyond their understanding. After all, in the era he came from, even these primitive firearms were considered outdated. Many had adopted new dynamics. But with the current technological level and scientific theories, it was impossible to delve into such matters. It would be like playing the lute to a cow. Yu Yin and Zhou Yu listened, seeming to understand yet not quite grasping the full picture. So, this thing is similar to the thunderbolt you made before? You could say that. The thunderbolt causes explosive damage in a range, while this one can perform long-range assassinations. You can think of it as an enhanced version of crossbows and bows. As for its power, I think you've just seen it for yourselves. The two men nodded in unison. They carefully touched the fire gun, their eyes filled with awe. This small iron rod has such power. If our soldiers could all be equipped with such weapons, we would have a significant advantage in dealing with the Xiongnu. Exactly, that's our top priority right now, Lin Ji said with a serious tone. But making fire guns requires very complex processes and a lot of iron. Only then can we ensure that it won't explode during use. Explode? Yes, if it explodes, the one injured would be the user. Lin Ji said earnestly. Firearms are a very serious matter. They must be precisely designed. That's why fire guns can only serve as a transitional product. One reason is the slow reloading speed. The other is the instability. The manufacturing process isn't refined enough. But with the current level of technology, we can only make these things. We can't ask for too much. Would we want to directly develop fully automatic weapons? Even if we did, Lin Ji wouldn't dare to deploy them on a large scale in actual use. Once something goes wrong, the consequences would be catastrophic. No one could bear the responsibility. Then, young general, let's speed up production. There might not be much time left before the big battle, and we don't have much time to prepare. Yu Yin said urgently. Haste makes waste. This kind of thing can't be rushed. First, gather all the blacksmiths in the area to make the first batch of fire guns. Lin Ji said thoughtfully. The two men nodded. They knew that whether the current situation could change really depended on what Lin Ji could produce. And we shouldn't produce too many at once. These blacksmiths aren't familiar with the structure of the fire gun. If we rush, there might be many flaws. Good work takes time, and this is not an empty saying. Apart from many handicrafts, in the era he came from, many important tools and scientific instruments were made this way. Of course, the production environment had undergone tremendous changes, which brought about such a huge transformation for the entire country. But now, everything had to be simplified. Lin Ji could only strive for perfection. At that moment, a soldier came to report. 3 generals. The Xiongnu army is here. So soon? Lin Ji and the other two exchanged glances. Their eyes showed surprise. Where are they now? They've crossed the northern border and will likely reach Mingxing County within 2 days. The soldier said, out of breath. Chapter 248. Is the border war about to begin again? The trio was once again astonished by the speed of the Xiongnu. They had never expected that despite the numerous sentries and hidden guards they had set up at the border, the Xiongnu had already breached the northern border by the time they received the news. It was evident how swift these people were. Speed is of the essence in war, and this was most evident in the Xiongnu soldiers. What should we do now? We originally thought we had time to produce the first batch of muskets, but it seems the enemy is advancing with great force. We may not have much time, Yu Yin said worriedly. Lin Ji pondered. How many thunderbolts have we made so far? Roughly 500, Zhou Yu replied gravely. The slow progress was due to the lack of technology and the significant resources required to produce gunpowder. That should be enough, at least to hold off the Xiongnu's vanguard army, Lin Ji mused. You too, arrange for the soldiers to prepare thunderbolts along the Xiongnu's path of advance. Also, have people hidden around, ready to ignite them. But remember, all civilians must be evacuated. The difference between these weapons and cold weapons was their indiscriminate harm. Within the range, it didn't matter who you were. They were lethal. The two nodded. Will you lead the troops personally, young general? That won't do, Lin Ji shook his head. I am currently a merchant in the Xiongnu camp and should not reveal my identity. This time, you two will handle it. Remember, our goal is not to annihilate the enemy, but to make them fear our strength. He planned to repeat the tactic. Last time, he had shattered Hulua's morale, causing him to fall ill upon return. This time, he aimed to make the Xiongnu understand that the northern border was not to be trifled with. Yu Yin and Zhou Yu nodded, preparing for the task. The situation at the northern border was extraordinary, and they couldn't afford to fail. Meanwhile, on the official road from the capital to the northern border, a carriage was slowly moving. Inside sat the military attaché, accompanied by several servants. Sir, are we really going to the northern border? There might be a war at any moment, and we could be in danger, one of the servants said unwillingly. The military attaché scoffed. You people, living off the royal grain, are you only concerned about shirking responsibility when the nation and the court need you? The servants lowered their heads, not daring to speak further. Moments later, someone else asked, Sir, if we find that the young general has indeed done many useful things at the northern border, what should we do? Report the truth, of course. The truth? But before we left, the Minister of War instructed us to find ways to expose the young general's wrongdoings. Minister Zhu Biao of the Ministry of War wanted nothing more than to see Lin Ji dead. This was a golden opportunity. Nonsense, the attaché scolded without hesitation. If the young general is truly a pillar of the nation, why should we frame him? Do you want to see the northern border fall into the hands of the enemy? Not everyone in the Ministry of War was like Zhu Biao, who did shameless things for personal gain. Some, like the attaché and the vice minister, had their ideals. They prioritized national security over personal grudges. As they traveled, they saw many civilians fleeing from the northern border, looking panicked and carrying their belongings. The attaché was puzzled and sent a servant to inquire. The servant returned with news. A war was about to break out at the northern border. So soon? The attaché frowned. Before leaving the capital, he had checked the military reports, which indicated a stalemate at the northern border. Now it seemed the Xiongnu were ready to strike. Sir, the northern border might be in grave danger. The Xiongnu have over 100,000 troops, while the border only has a few thousand defenders. The attaché, however, was more curious. Was the northern border really about to fall? As a military official, he felt obligated to protect the border. With a furrowed brow, he decided, we must speed up our journey. Chapter 249. Dispersed hearts, each fending for themselves. The vast expanse of the north. Since learning of the impending invasion by the Huns, fear spread like wildfire. Many people in the north were frantically moving towards the central plains. The farther they were from the north, the safer they felt. They believed that as long as they could survive, it was a good thing. After all, for many ordinary people, they thought it was impossible for the northern border to withstand the Huns' attack. Moreover, they didn't care about the vast system of the entire country. Being able to save themselves in such chaotic times was already quite commendable. Who had the time to care about others? Even in Yuzhou City, an atmosphere of tension prevailed. What are they doing? Xiaolian watched as people hurried past the gate with bundles on their backs, their faces filled with panic. You don't know, do you? They say the Huns are coming, and it won't be long before they clash with our soldiers. The old steward sighed helplessly beside her. Living on the northern border, such events were all too familiar. War had never ceased since more than 10 years ago. Later, when Lin Zhenxiu commanded the northern army, their might was extraordinary, defeating foreign tribes and spreading the fame of the great Xia dynasty far and wide. But no one expected that after Lin Zhenxiu's sudden disappearance, everything would start to retaliate. For the past 2 years, the northern border had been in constant turmoil. Whether it was the Huns or the Rongdi, they repeatedly tested their limits. Lin Hao's defense of Mingxing County with the Yu family army must have infuriated them. A major battle was inevitable. So soon? Xiaolian's eyes were filled with worry. Has the imperial capital said anything about sending reinforcements? Miss Xiaolian, you've been to the imperial capital. You should know better than me how much the officials in the court fear our Lin family. This time, the young general has returned, displaying extraordinary strength. If this news reaches the imperial capital, they might worry about the emergence of a second Lord Lin. How could they possibly send reinforcements? The old steward smiled bitterly. For such a long time, the court had never inquired about the affairs of the northern border. What schemes they were plotting, he couldn't guess. But one thing was clear to the old steward. Neither the current emperor nor the court would allow General Lin to return. Are these people willing to sacrifice the entire northern border just for power and status? Xiaolian was indignant. We ordinary people can do very little. All I hope now is that our general's residence won't be destroyed by the flames of war. The old steward sighed. To him, this was the only place left by Lin Zhenxiu. As long as he was not seen alive or dead, the northern general might still be alive. The old steward's lifelong wish was to wait for Lin Zhenxiu's return, although many thought his actions were foolish. But what if one day his dream came true? No, I need to find Governor Yang of Liuzhou. Xiaolian pondered for a moment. She turned and left. The old steward wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he retracted his hand. Xiaolian's obsession with the young General Lin Ji was the same as his with Lin Zhenxiu, loyal and devoted, even at the cost of her life. At this moment, in the governor's residence, Governor Yang paced back and forth, his face filled with anxiety. Your Excellency, what should we do now? Maybe we should just flee? Retreating to a safe area seems more appropriate. The adjutant whispered beside him. Yuzhou City was too close to Mingxing County. If Mingxing fell, Yuzhou would inevitably be lost. And if the Huns couldn't take Mingxing and decided to bypass it, directly attacking Yuzhou, they would be in a very difficult situation. It would be hard to turn the tide in the short term. What are you talking about? Do you know I can't flee as the governor of Yuzhou at such a time? Governor Yang was furious. He was like an ant on a hot pan. But if we don't leave now, we might not have the chance later. The adjutant was full of worry. Who would want to stay here and wait for death? The rumors had spread throughout the city. The common folks didn't know. But did they not know how many troops Yuzhou had? True. Lin Ji had indeed defended Mingxing County with 2,000 soldiers against 20,000 enemies. But this time was different. That was a full 100,000 troops. Even if Mengqing's defenses were impregnable, if those 100,000 wanted to, they could surround the entire city. Cut off water and food, no support. They would slowly be worn down. What could the entire northern border do? All the troops were concentrated in Mingxing County. If that fell, the northern border would inevitably be lost.